Chapter 1. The Return of the God of War, a Fury Unchained. Qinghe International Airport. A young man, clad in simple attire and carrying an unadorned military backpack, ambled towards the airport entrance. Lin Tian, once the esteemed heir of the world's foremost family, the Lin clan, seemingly wishing for insignificance and perhaps weary of a convoluted existence. However, just as Lin Tian stepped through the security gates, the otherwise quiet security machines erupted into an agonizing alarm. Beep, beep, beep. The jarring sound caught everyone off guard. Moments later, armed security personnel sprang into action, drawing their sidearms and enveloping Lin Tian in a tight circle. Observing the expressionless security officers ready for confrontation, Lin Tian wore an expression of resigned familiarity. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. "Sir, please raise your hands. Cooperate with our inspection." This command came from an elegantly dressed woman in a uniform. Her straight, alluring legs glimmered under the fluorescent lights of the security hall, her uniform igniting desires in many a man's heart. Yet, Lin Tian regarded this with indifference, his countenance betraying little change. He simply shrugged slightly and said, "Actually, I." Before he could finish, the alluring security officer interrupted sharply. "Sir, please cooperate with our inspection." "Very well." Lin Tian resignedly lifted his hands and asked, "All right then, what should I do?" "Please remove your outer jacket immediately." The beautiful officer's elegant brows furrowed, her gaze sharp with utmost seriousness. As she spoke, she discarded her own outer garment and tossed it forward. Immediately, another security officer accepted Lin Tian's jacket, meticulously scanning it with a metal detector. No anomalies were found. "Sir," the alluring officer maintained her stern expression, her voice resonating with authority. "Please remove your shirt entirely." Sighing with mild exasperation, Lin Tian complied. Yet in the next instant, a collective gasp reverberated through the airport security hall. Scars's body was marred with them. Various wounds, knife cuts, gunshot injuries. They twisted and coiled across Lin Tian's muscular torso, transforming what should have been a paragon of physical might into a somewhat grotesque tableau. Even the beautiful officer blanched, swallowing hard as she beheld the sight. While the metal detector scanned all of Lin Tian's discarded clothing once more, still no irregularities were detected. Then, her gaze sharpened, and she commanded, "Bring in the infrared scanner. We need to determine if he harbors any inner abnormalities." Assuming an authoritative demeanor, she attracted the attention of the surrounding personnel, who hurriedly brought an infrared scanner, tall enough to scan an entire person. However, as Lin Tian stood before the scanner, a profound silence enveloped the hall, soon broken by the startled exclamations of the security staff. "It's a shrapnel?" The officer's face paled, disbelief filling his eyes as he stammered, "So much, how is it possible for him to survive?" In the instant he uttered those words, a sudden silence followed. He clasped his hands over his mouth in evident trepidation, glancing nervously at Lin Tian, as if fearing his words might provoke him. About them, security personnel lowered their weapons, their expressions reflecting awe at the visuals displayed by the infrared scanner. "How can this be? How does he have so much shrapnel in him? It shouldn't be possible. Look, there's even a piece near his heart. Is this person's life truly so resilient?" Amidst the astonished murmurs of those around him, Lin Tian appeared unperturbed, displaying a calmness as if the shrapnel belonged to someone else entirely. At this juncture, the beautiful officer's expression shifted to one of regret. She awkwardly offered Lin Tian his removed garments and said gently, "Sir, I apologize. I didn't know." "It's nothing," Lin Tian replied dismissively, gesturing with his hand, clearly reluctant to further dwell on the matter. However, his aloof demeanor only piqued the curiosity of the young woman before him. Extending her delicate hand, the officer introduced herself. "Hello, Sir Mu Qianqian. May I inquire how you sustained such severe injuries?" Seemingly disregarding Mu Qianqian's outstretched hand, Lin Tian nonchalantly donned his jacket, his voice low, and even as he replied, "The Battle of Tiandu." Gasp! Lin Tian's words plunged the hall back into astonishment. The Battle of Tiandu? He's a war hero from a decade ago? If not for the heroics of those who defended Tiandu, we would not enjoy the dragon country we know today. How can he be so young to have participated in the Battle of Tiandu? The atmosphere thickened with reverent astonishment as observers gazed at Lin Tian with newfound respect. Especially Mu Qianqian, whose demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Her eyes shimmered with complex emotion. In a moment of impulse, crack, she executed a formal salute towards Lin Tian. Yet he remained oblivious to the reverence surrounding him, calmly picking up his backpack and turning to Mu Qianqian, saying, "Am I free to leave? You may depart at your convenience." Mu Qianqian responded, her tone firm and resolute. However, with a loud thud, Lin Tian's backpack crashed to the floor. His pupils quivered, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears as disbelief washed over him upon seeing the remnants of ruin. Indeed, the once magnificent Lin family estate lay in shambles utter decay. In a frenzy, he raced into the ancestral home. What greeted him was a row upon row of unguarded graves, and the names inscribed upon the tombstones were all those of the Lin family. The faint scent of blood lingered in the air, while the ground beneath the Lin estate bore an ominous crimson hue, reminiscent of blood spilt long ago, now indelible. Lin Tian trembled violently, his eyes reddened with anguish, tears coursing down his cheeks as he beheld a landscape reminiscent of a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. Dried leaves danced gently in the wind across Lin Tian's face. "My home, what happened?" His voice cracked, rasping as if he had exerted every ounce of strength in his body. But just then, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. "Ah, what do you intend to do? Let me go." Hearing that voice, Lin Tian's scarlet gaze fell upon the figure. Tremors filled his pupils, his lips quivering softly. "Sister?" In that instant of realization, boom! The ground beneath Lin Tian erupted, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Chapter 2. Why the Massacre of the Lin Family? On the far side of a grave belonging to the Lin family, a ragged and filthy young girl found herself encircled by a group of burly men. Tragically huddled on the ground, she clutched her frail body with both hands, tears welling up in her eyes, mingling with the dirt on her face to form streaks of mud. Her complexion was ashen, and she gazed at the men before her in a state of utter panic. The men surrounding her wore expressions of malevolence, their faces twisted with a sense of sadistic amusement and lewdness. Among them, a bald man at the forefront wore a brazen smile and addressed the girl sprawled on the ground in a harsh, mocking tone. "Ha ha ha ha. You must be the last remnant of the Lin family, right? After lying in wait for so many days, we finally found you. Once we eliminate you, the Lin family will be utterly destroyed. The young master will surely reward us handsomely for this, you lie." The girl retorted, her face displaying a defiant and resolute expression as she shouted at the bald man. Hearing her words, the group was momentarily taken aback, but then erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, your brother? Are you referring to that Lin Tian?" That bald brute scoffed with a mocking glint in his eyes. "Lin Tian? He perished a decade ago in the Battle of Tiandu, long gone without a trace." "You lie! My brother is not dead. He is not dead." Tears streamed from the girl's eyes, yet her tone remained steadfast and defiant. "Big brother." At that moment, a scrawny, monkey-like man rushed to the side of the bald man. Eyeing the girl on the ground with a glimmer of anticipation, he spoke eagerly to the bald man. "Since we've captured this little lass, killing her should be a simple task. Before we do, may I he. As he spoke, he slyly adjusted his belt. "You filthy little brat." The bald man kicked the scrawny man aside, exclaiming, "I'll take my turn first." "All right, big brother. You go first, you go first." The bald man, licking his lips with a lewd grin, approached the girl, loosening his belt as he walked. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?" The girl stammered in a state of panic. But in the next moment, with a ripping sound, one leg of the girl's tattered jeans was yanked down by the bald man, exposing a large expanse of her fair skin. The sight caused the men around her to drool with lust. "Ah, get away. Don't touch me." The bald man continued to wear that lecherous grin, shouting, "Little lass, serve your master well." Saying this, he shamelessly stripped off his trousers, revealing his grotesque form. With his ugly hands, he seized the girl's ankle. Just then, a piercing sound echoed through the air, and a massive stone slab hurtled towards the bald man. This slab appeared heavy and was clearly beyond the strength of an ordinary person to lift. Yet it was flying at such a rapid pace in the next instant, With a resounding crash, the enormous stone slab struck the bald man squarely. Blood erupted from his mouth and nose as he was sent flying backward by the force of the impact. "Big brother!" The surrounding men gasped in shock at the sight of their leader. The quickest to react was the scrawny man, who dashed to the bald man's side, supporting him in a panic. "Big brother, are you all right? Are you okay?" At that moment, the bald man struggled to lift his arm, pointing towards a direction, his finger trembling. Everyone followed the direction of his finger and discovered a plainly dressed young man standing there. His expression fierce, filled with profound anguish and hatred. His eyes were bloodshot, seemingly submerged in sorrow. "Hey, who the hell are you?" someone shouted at him. But just then, the girl who had been lying on the ground suddenly found the strength to rise. Charging towards the young man while emitting a desperate cry, "Brother!" Her voice was so powerful that it nearly cracked. However, after just a few steps, she collapsed to the ground. Yet, she did not fall onto the cold earth. Instead, she landed in a warm embrace. "Brother, brother." The girl buried her head in Lin Tian's chest, wrapping her frail arms tightly around his neck. The sound of her sobs echoed through the ruins of the Lin family villa, as if she were attempting to release all the pain she had endured over the past decade. Lin Tian held her closely, tears streaming from his eyes as he gently patted her back. Whispering softly, "Lin Mingming," Lin Tian's sister. Lin Mingming's cries conveyed to Lin Tian the unimaginable hardships his little sister had faced in her frail and weakened state over the years. "These years you have suffered." Lin Tian's voice trembled with emotion, but Lin Mingming shook her head violently, raising her tear-soaked eyes to meet his, stammering through her sobs. In the end, her voice was drowned out by her cries, leaving her unable to utter another word. Seeing his sister in such a broken state, yet still trying to reassure him, Lin Tian's heart ached profoundly. The reunion of brother and sister was poignant. But some individuals were unfazed by the tender scene. "Hey, you're that Lin Tian? How the hell are you still alive? Why didn't you die in the Battle of Tiandu a decade ago?" The speaker was the scrawny man, who now assumed leadership among the group, given that their bald leader was incapacitated. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Tian's gaze shot up, his crimson eyes locking onto the scrawny man, who suddenly felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. However, he did not perceive this as Lin Tian's imposing aura. Instead, he pointed provocatively at Lin Tian, shouting, "Speaking of which, your sister will surely die a little later than you. Let us brothers enjoy her first." Chapter 3. To the Feng family, to kill. Your sister will surely die a little later than you. Let us brothers enjoy her first. As those words fell, several metallic sounds echoed as the men drew gleaming knives. Regarding Lin Tian with disdain, Lin Tian gently reassured his sister, pulling her behind him as he addressed the men before him. "Why do you wish to kill the Lin family?" "Why?" The scrawny man, upon hearing Lin Tian's question, let out a derisive laugh, saying, "Heh, the Lin family are nothing but filthy insects, a blight upon this world, and thus deserving of extermination. You should have witnessed the scene when we slaughtered the Lin family. The sound of their desperate screams was truly delightful. Ha 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 ha." The death of the Lin family seemed to be a source of great pleasure for them. At that moment, a man with black-framed glasses and a shifty gaze chimed in with a smirk. "By the way, isn't today the birthday of old Master Feng?" His words prompted several nods of agreement among the group. However, the scrawny man interjected, "Not so fast. Let us kill Lin Tian and that Lin Mingming first. Then we can have our fun." Their words suggested that Lin Tian and his sister were merely helpless prey, awaiting their slaughter. Listening to their taunts, Lin Tian's fury ignited, causing his hair to stand on end. With a thunderous crash, Lin Mingming gasped in shock as her brother Lin Tian suddenly vanished from in front of her. Charging headlong into the fray of men wielding gleaming knives, she cried out in alarm, "Brother, be careful!" But in the next moment, her voice was abruptly silenced. Lin Tian had plunged into the circle of attackers, yet instead of being overwhelmed by their assault, a series of muffled thuds echoed relentlessly. The group of over a dozen individuals besieging Lin Tian suddenly fell like kites severed from their strings, propelled backward by the torrents of blood pouring from their mouths and noses. In the blink of an eye, all of them had met their demise. Lin Mingming stood in stunned disbelief. Her brother. How had he become so formidable? Now, only one among them remained alive, the bald giant, whose body was nearly shattered. Though he yet lived, his death was surely imminent. At this moment, Lin Tian advanced slowly, step by deliberate step, toward the bald man. The latter gazed at Lin Tian, his eyes now reflecting sheer terror. His pallor so ghastly that even the blood on his face could not mask it. "Please, don't kill me," he stammered, desperation clawing at his voice. Lin Tian stood beside the bald man, lowering his head. His icy gaze seemingly penetrating the very essence of the man, mercilessly fixed upon him. Without uttering a word, Lin Tian listened as the bald man's strained voice, mingled with blood, continued, "The Lin family, I have nothing to do with them. I was merely following orders from the young master of the Feng family." Crack! The bald man's voice was abruptly silenced. Upon hearing the name Feng family, Lin Tian lifted his right foot and brought it down forcefully upon the bald man's face, causing his head to explode like a watermelon. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle from a distance, Lin Mingming felt her stomach churn violently. After all, she was but a young girl, and such a repulsive scene naturally elicited a visceral reaction. Yet, not a shred of sympathy crossed her mind, for she knew these men deserved their fate. At that moment, she steadied her emotions and turned her gaze back to her longed-for brother, Lin Tian. She noticed him trembling slightly, his breath erratic, worry gnawing at her heart. Without hesitation, she hurried toward him. Lin Tian, consumed by a raging fury, could only think of the 5 words, "Feng family young master." The killing intent within him felt as if it might spiral out of control. Just then, he sensed a warm, soothing coolness in the palm of his hand. In the next instant, Lin Tian's body trembled slightly. His vision clearing, he then beheld his sister, her face filled with concern. A warmth he had not felt in ages flooding his heart. Lin Tian's spirit calmed, he turned and enveloped his sister in an embrace. The two siblings quietly savoring a fleeting moment of tranquility. Time seemed to stretch on, until Lin Tian suddenly noticed that his sister's breathing had steadied. Lin Mingming had fallen asleep in his arms. He observed a glistening tear at the corner of her eye, yet her face bore a semblance of happiness. Lin Tian gently caressed her delicate face, then stooped down to lift her into a princess carry, heading toward the ruins of the Lin family villa. However, all that remained was a wasteland. He found no intact bed or windproof room, only a filthy blanket in a corner and some expired canned goods. At that moment, Lin Tian could only surmise that his sister had been surviving in that very corner, clinging to life. The pain and rage within him surged once more, causing his body to tremble as a solitary tear slipped down his cheek. This tear fell upon Lin Mingming's face, rousing her from slumber. Startled, she opened her eyes to find herself nestled in her brother's embrace. A wave of relief washed over her, and she asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Hearing her voice, Lin Tian quickly wiped away his tears, inhaling deeply before replying, "I'm fine." He gently set Lin Mingming down, looking into her eyes with tenderness. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Lin Mingming anxiously grasped his hand, saying, "Brother, please don't leave me. Are you going away again?" Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Lin Tian shook his head resolutely, saying, "Rest assured, I will not depart again." Lin Mingming then implored, "Then, brother, can you take me with you? I won't be a burden. I just hope you won't leave me again." Seeing the hopeful gleam in her eyes, Lin Tian could not bear to refuse. He clasped her small hand and replied, "Very well, let us go together." Lin Mingming's face brightened with a smile at her brother's agreement, and she asked, "Brother, where are we going now?" At this question, Lin Tian's gaze darkened, his pupils reflecting the roar of a dragon. In a low, somber voice, he replied, "To the Feng family, for a birthday celebration." Chapter 4. The Qinghe Lin family arrives to celebrate. Qinghe, south suburbs. Here lies the most opulent villa cluster in all of Qinghe. Almost all the affluent elite of Qinghe prefer to reside in this locale. Seemingly distanced from the clamor of the city, yet in truth, merely seeking a fade of seclusion. The Feng family villa stands majestically on a hillside in the southern suburbs, dominating the entire mountain as their territory. In the heart of the villa complex, the atmosphere is vibrant, filled with bustling guests and adorned with festive decorations, as if celebrating the new year. The occasion is simple. Today marks the 80th birthday of the current head of the Feng family, Feng Zhangfeng. Clad in a resplendent red tang suit, Feng Zhangfeng beams from the main seat in the villa's grand hall, watching his guests come and go, offering their birthday wishes at the hall's entrance. A servant with a booming voice announces the gifts. On behalf of the chairman of Nanhai Group, we present 2 jade cabbages weighing 10 jin. On behalf of the chairman of Dongfeng Pharmaceutical Company, we present 5 rejuvenating pills. On behalf of the chairman of Jianghai's leading garment factory, we present a cash gift of 1 million. These announcements resonated throughout the hall. Feng Zhangfeng listened to the lavish tributes, his smile unwavering. Yet, in the next moment, the servant's voice shifted dramatically, adopting a deep, hoarse tone filled with unrestrained malice, echoing through the Feng family villa like a lion's roar. The Qinghe Lin family has arrived to wish the old master a happy birthday. Upon hearing this proclamation, all present were momentarily stunned, instinctively turning toward the entrance. The Qinghe Lin family? It had been years since anyone had mentioned that name. This family had suffered a tragic massacre years prior. Their entire clan annihilated. The remnants of their family had become a forsaken burial ground for the Lin family. Yet here, at Feng Zhengfeng's 80th birthday, someone boldly claimed the name of the Qinghe Lin family? What ill omen was this? Was it a curse, suggesting that the Feng family might meet a fate akin to that of the Lin family on this auspicious occasion? Feng Zhengfeng, seated at the head of the table, gripped the armrest tightly, springing to his feet in agitation, his brows furrowed, fury igniting in his eyes. If others sensed an ill omen, surely he, the host, could not remain oblivious. Moreover, what others did not know was that the Feng family had been complicit in the massacre of the Lin family. Was this not akin to a slap in the face during his own birthday celebration? At that moment, several members of the Feng family rushed to console Feng Zhangfeng. Among them, a middle-aged man spoke coldly, while a slick-haired youth stepped forward, a member of the Feng family's 3rd generation, Feng Jiang, the young master of the Feng family. He was well aware of the connection between the Feng family and the Lin family's massacre, having been one of the principal actors in that dark chapter. The very men who had pursued Lin Mingming at the Lin family villa were dispatched by Feng Jiang himself. Now, brimming with rage, he strode to the hall's entrance and bellowed, "Who is the blind fool causing a disturbance at our Feng family? Have they lost their minds?" Just as his words fell, the deep, raspy voice resonated once more. The Qinghe Lin family? Lin Tian? Lin Tian? A collective gasp echoed through the hall, shock evident in the eyes of the gathered crowd, their pupils trembling. Lin Tian? He is the once great young master of the Lin family? How is it that he yet lives? Was he not presumed dead long ago? The murmurs swirled around the room, and even the Feng family members displayed astonishment. Feng Jiang, seething with anger, shouted, "Come out! Stop pretending! That bastard Lin Tian has been dead for over a decade." Buzz! No sooner had Feng Jiang uttered those words than a tremor rippled through the air. He was struck with terror as a massive black object suddenly materialized, hurtling toward him. With a startled cry, he dove to the side. Boom! A resounding crash echoed through the air as an enormous coffin descended with unwavering steadiness, landing squarely in the center of the Feng family's grand hall. Dust swirled around, stirred up by the impact. It was at this moment that Lin Tian's voice reverberated once more. "Feng Zhangfeng, are you satisfied with the 80-year birthday gift my Lin family has bestowed upon you?" Accompanying these words, Lin Tian's figure gradually materialized at the entrance of the hall, advancing step by step into the interior. "Scoundrel!" Feng Zhengfeng's furious voice erupted suddenly. At this moment, he glared at the coffin in the middle of the hall, his entire body trembling with rage, his face a tumultuous mix of red and blue. "Father, please, calm down. You mustn't let your anger take a toll on your health." The middle-aged man who had previously sent Feng Jiang to assess the situation hastily interjected. Attempting to soothe him, he then turned with a fierce glare, pointing at Lin Tian. "Impudent rogue! How dare you cause a disturbance in my Feng family?" Meanwhile, Feng Jiang, who had narrowly escaped the coffin's onslaught, scrambled to his feet, still shaken. Upon seeing Lin Tian standing nearby, he was instantly consumed by rage, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "You brat! You're courting death! Someone, take this blind fool down!" Smack! Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp crack resonated through the air. The pained scream escaped his lips as blood splattered forth. Lin Tian had delivered a resounding slap to Feng Jiang's face, leaving half of it mangled and raw. Feng Jiang spun through the air for 3 full rotations before crashing heavily to the ground, his body twitching, yet showing no sign of rising. "Jianger!" A woman's voice pierced the air in alarm. A rotund woman rushed from the crowd, throwing herself beside Feng Zhang's motionless form. "Zhang, are you all right? What happened?" "Ah." The next moment, she screamed in horror, her face draining of color as she beheld Feng Zhang's bloodied visage. Revealing bone fragments, "Ah!" she shrieked again, her voice piercing the air. "You bastard! I will kill you! I will kill you!" The woman lunged at Lin Tian, claws bared, but in the next instant, the same sound echoed again. Smack! With a sharp crack, the rotund woman also spun through the air in a complete 720-degree rotation, blood spraying as she crashed to the ground, lifeless. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers from the Feng family stood in shock. Their eyes filled with fury. The earlier middle-aged man stepped forward, bellowing, "Brat, how dare you strike my son and assault my woman? Someone, kill him! Kill him!" As his words fell, Feng's servants and bodyguards surged forward, weapons in hand. Lin Tian, standing firm, clenched his fists tightly. With a thunderous boom, the ground beneath him erupted in an instant. His body seemed to transform into a darting dragon, and the sounds of continuous screams filled the air. Within the blink of an eye, the dozen or so individuals charging from the Feng family lay sprawled on the ground. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Could this be the feat of an ordinary person? At that moment, Feng Zhengfeng's gaze sharpened, exclaiming, "A martial artist? He is a martial artist? Quick, summon Mr. Chun." Chapter 5. The slaughter of the Lin family. Are you complicit? At this juncture, Lin Tian stood unharmed in the very center of the Feng family's hall. Surrounded by fallen bodies, this group of individuals had not even approached him. They had already met their fated demise. The guests who had gathered for Feng Zhengfeng's birthday banquet stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of shock and terror as they gazed at Lin Tian, who stood proudly amidst the chaos. Lin Tian paid no heed to their fearful stares. On the ground, Feng Zhang, who had been sent flying by Lin Tian's slap, twitched slightly, gradually propping himself up. Half of his face was a grotesque mess, but his eyes were vacant, displaying a look of utter bewilderment, as if he comprehended nothing of the unfolding events. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of Lin Tian's footsteps resonated. Feng Zhang's hollow gaze slowly shifted towards the source of the sound, and he found Lin Tian approaching him with an expressionless face. Upon recognizing Lin Tian, a sinister grin crept onto Feng Zhang's features. Just as he attempted to speak, the intense pain coursing through his face forced a scream from his lips. "Ah!" Hearing Feng Zhang's agonized cry, Feng Zhengfeng, as his grandfather, immediately exclaimed in alarm, "Zhang, are you all right? Are you hurt, boy? What are you planning to do? Don't come any closer." As Lin Tian approached Feng Zhang, lowering his head to gaze at him with an impassive expression, his raspy voice broke the silence. "You are the eldest son of the Feng family? The one who sought to assassinate my sister?" Feng Zhang, enduring the excruciating pain, fixed his bloodshot eyes on Lin Tian, gritting his teeth as he managed to utter, "You bastard! How dare you strike me?" Puff! The instant Feng Zhang's words fell, Lin Tian's right foot was already poised before Feng Zhang's face. With a muffled sound, Feng Zhang's head exploded. "Zhang!" The anguished cries of Feng family members erupted. Feng Zhengfeng and Feng Zhang's father, the previous middle-aged man Onren Feng Datsai, were filled with rage. Feng Datsai's pupils flared crimson, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow, and he gritted his teeth, bellowing. But, despite the shouting, none of them dared to confront Lin Tian. In this regard, he was even outdone by his wife, Feng Zhang's mother. At this moment, Lin Tian turned to face Feng Datsai and the others, his voice icy. "Why did you seek to slaughter my Lin family?" Upon hearing Lin Tian's inquiry, Feng Zhengfeng's expression shifted, and he retorted, "You speak nonsense. My Feng family has always abided by the law and would never engage in such heinous acts." Even Feng Zhengfeng himself seemed to doubt the veracity of his words. Just from the awkwardness in his gaze, Lin Tian understood that Feng Zhengfeng was now lying. Lin Tian had no intention of repeating his question. He simply shook his head and stated, "In that case, I shall send you on your way." As Lin Tian's words fell, a thunderous voice suddenly rang out, "You dare?" The sheer volume of the voice made the ordinary individuals present feel as if their eardrums were about to shatter. Yet, the Feng family members displayed expressions of intense delight. Feng Zhengfeng exclaimed, "Mr. Chun, you have finally arrived. Quickly, kill him. He is Lin Tian, the remnant of the Lin family from 10 years ago." "Kill him?" Was Feng Zhengfeng slapping his own face? Just moments ago, he claimed that the massacre of the Lin family had nothing to do with the Feng family, yet now Lin Tian was branded as the remnant of the Lin family? A gust of wind swept through, and a man in his 40s appeared seemingly out of thin air in the Feng family's hall, positioning himself between Lin Tian and the Feng family. His gaze icy as he scrutinized Lin Tian. A hint of contempt graced his features as he addressed Lin Tian. "You are a martial artist?" The tone of his voice conveyed disbelief. The derision in Mr. Chin's eyes intensified as he continued. "You exhibit no signs of inner energy. Even if you are a martial artist, you are merely a low-level one. If you are not a remnant of the Lin family, such a waste of a martial artist wouldn't even be worth my time." His tone suggested that engaging Lin Tian, a seemingly inept martial artist, would sully his hands. At this moment, Lin Tian raised an eyebrow slightly and addressed Mr. Chen, saying, "So, you have a hand in the slaughter of my Lin family, do you?" "Ha!" Mr. Chen, wearing a mocking smile, retorted, "The members of the Lin family are nothing but filthy ants. Worry not, for I shall soon send you, this worthless being, down to reunite with them." After uttering these words, the aura surrounding Mr. Chen abruptly shifted. His garments began to flutter as if stirred by an unseen wind, and he bellowed, "Die!" In the next instant, he soared towards Lin Tian with lethal intent. The onlooking members of the Feng family, witnessing this scene, were filled with astonishment, as if Lin Tian had transformed into a grotesque corpse in their eyes. Mr. Chen's fierce fist came crashing down towards Lin Tian's face, just as Mr. Chen and the Feng family thought Lin Tian's head would burst like a watermelon. A light sound echoed. Slap! Lin Tian effortlessly caught Mr. Chen's powerful punch with one hand. Mr. Chen was horrified to discover that all the strength he had unleashed had vanished in an instant. Moreover, he found himself firmly held in place by Lin Tian's singular grip. Utterly unable to struggle, the bewildered members of the Feng family looked on, their expressions turning peculiar, as Feng Zhang's father, Feng Datsai, exclaimed, "Mr. Chen, what are you waiting for? Kill him!" Just as Feng Datsai's voice fell, a crack, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig filled the air. However, this agonized cry did not emanate from Lin Tian's lips. Chapter 6, Warrior, can you withstand bullets? The shrill scream came from Mr. Chen himself. Lin Tian had, with one hand, crushed Mr. Chen's massive right fist. Bone fragments and blood danced through the air. "Ah, my hand, my hand!" Mr. Chen cried out in agony, retreating hastily, veins bulging on his forehead. It was only at this moment that the confused Feng family realized the source of Mr. Chen's torment. His right hand was gone. All that remained on his arm was a bloody stump. "What?" Feng Zhengfeng's gaze narrowed in disbelief as he took a hesitant step back. He was fortunate compared to Feng Datsai and others, who stumbled back 3 steps, their faces etched with terror. They were acutely aware of Mr. Chen's formidable strength. Collectively, the bodyguards and servants of the Feng family could not match even a fraction of Mr. Chen's prowess. Yet here they were, witnessing Mr. Chen's fist being obliterated by a single blow from Lin Tian. How could this be possible? How could Lin Tian, who had vanished for a decade, possess such overwhelming power? At this moment, Mr. Chen trembled from excruciating pain, his eyes filled with dread as he nervously spoke. "Senior, indeed, I cannot discern your strength. It appears you have effortlessly incapacitated me, so you must be a senior. Senior, you seek to eliminate the Feng family. I am not one of them. I am merely a guest of the Feng family. Not anymore, senior. Should you wish to slay the Feng family, please do as you wish. I shall not utter another word, I beg you. Spare me." Mr. Chen's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Just moments ago, he had been disdainful, eager to send Lin Tian to join the spirits of the Lin family. Now, after merely exchanging a single blow, he was desperate to distance himself from the Feng family. The Feng family, shocked by this revelation, gasped in astonishment. Feng Datsai bellowed, "Chen, what are you saying? Our Feng family has provided you with the finest food and drink, offering you the best of everything, and even giving you a monthly stipend of 100,000. And now, you wish to sever ties with us?" Before he could finish, Mr. Chen interjected, "What nonsense are you speaking? The money and gifts were all given voluntarily. I never asked for them. Besides, when one kills, they must pay the price. You were complicit in the annihilation of the Lin family, and now the Lin family seeks retribution." Making this a fitting conclusion, after saying this, Mr. Chan disregarded the furious glares of the Feng family, turning instead to Lin Tian with a sycophantic smile. Senior, you must agree. This is only logical, right? Meanwhile, Feng Zhengfeng erupted in a furious shout. Ah, Chun Zheng, you scoundrel! If the Feng family falls today, you shall not escape unscathed. Do not forget your involvement in the Lin family affair. Nonsense, Mr. Chen, now referred to as Chen Zheng, roared back at Feng Zhengfeng. Astonishingly, these two adversaries were squabbling while facing the external threat posed by Lin Tian. Chun Zheng shouted, I know nothing of the past. You may await your doom. I shall take my leave with that. Chun Zheng turned and bolted towards a window in the hall. Just then, a voice, chilling like the depths of the abyss, resonated. Did I permit you to leave? Upon hearing this, Chun Zheng trembled violently, his complexion drained of color, cold sweat pouring from his brow. His mind raced with a singular thought, escape and I shall live. However, hope dimmed as a figure, akin to a harbinger of doom, materialized by the window, Lin Tian, in the next instant. Lin Tian lifted a foot, crashing it into Chen Zheng's chest with a resounding thud. Chun Zheng spat blood, hurtling backward and crashing to the ground. Lying there, he coughed up more blood, and as he looked up in panic at the approaching Lin Tian, he stammered, This is the technique of a martial artist. You are a northern region martial artist? In the next moment, his pallid face shook in denial. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 10 years ago, the northern region martial artists perished alongside the 30-nation alliance in Tiandu. They cannot have survived. The question of possibility was no longer relevant. Lin Tian stood before Chan Zheng, raising his foot high. Faced with the impending strike, Chan Zheng, in a panic, shouted, You cannot kill me. I am a member of the Lan Haichen family. If you kill me, piffed. Chan Zheng's words trailed off as Lin Tian's foot pierced through his chest. As for what would happen to Lin Tian after killing Chun Zheng. Perhaps he could converse with the king of hell upon reaching the underworld? After completing this act, Lin Tian slowly turned, casting his cold gaze once more towards the Feng family. Every member of the Feng family shuddered violently. Then, a series of thuds echoed as, aside from Feng Zhengfeng and Feng Ducai, all the remaining members of the Feng family fell to their knees, fervently bowing to Lin Tian. They cried out in unison, Lord Lin Tian, we beg you, spare us. We recognize our mistakes. We truly understand our errors. We should never have pursued the members of the Lin family. We shall make amends. We will apologize to the Lin family. This group of individuals had indeed prostrated themselves, pleading for mercy. After all, in their eyes, Chan Zheng was the strongest being they had known, and this strongest individual had been effortlessly slain with a single kick. How could they, mere mortals, dare to contend with Lin Tian? Meanwhile, Feng Zhengfeng and Feng Ducai glared at their relatives, who were so shamelessly begging for mercy before the enemy, their fury reaching a boiling point. Scoundrels, stand up. Do you worthless wretches deserve to be part of the Feng family? Yet the kneeling Feng family members, facing the imminent peril of death, cared little for such sentiments. Some urged, Big brother, father, quickly kneel and beg for mercy. At least we might live. If we live, there is hope. Nonsense. Coughing violently, Feng Zhengfeng suddenly erupted, spewing a mouthful of dark blood. Father! Feng Ducai rushed to support his father, witnessing Feng Zhengfeng's ashen face, blood trickling from his lips. Feng Ducai's teeth ground together in rage. You scoundrel, I shall kill you! Roaring, he turned and drew a shotgun he had concealed beneath the table, aiming it directly at Lin Tian's head. With a sinister grin, Feng Ducai's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted, Lin Tian, you spawn of the Lin family. Why did you not perish in Tiandu 10 years ago? All the members of the Lin family are maggots. They do not deserve to exist in this world. And thus, you too must die. You, worthless spawn, must perish. I concede that you are a martial artist. Your strength is formidable. However, can you withstand the bullets? As the words fell, bang! A flash of fire erupted. A dozen pellets from the shotgun were instantly shot towards Lin Tian's direction. Chapter 7. The final verdict. I wonder how my fiancé is doing. The flames spewing from the shotgun illuminated Feng Ducai's face, suffused with a bloodthirsty glow. His eyes were filled with a cruel and exhilarating light, as if he could already envision Lin Tian's body being riddled with bullets. Yet, in the next moment, A series of rapid sounds echoed, resembling nails striking the ground with a crisp clang. But it was not nails. It was the pellets from the shotgun striking Lin Tian's body, remarkably bouncing off as if they had hit a solid steel surface. Throughout it all, Lin Tian stood quietly, his gaze calm as he observed the unfolding events. This impossible bang. With a grim expression, Feng Dezai frenziedly fired another shot at Lin Tian. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. If Qianzhang were still alive, he would undoubtedly recognize this as Lin Tian's protective aura. Characteristic of a high-level warrior, high-level warriors possess not only formidable offensive capabilities, but also an impenetrable defense. This protective aura is one such aspect. Qianzhang would realize how naive he had been to consider Lin Tian a waste. For Lin Tian, such protective aura was entirely absent. Even after decades of cultivation, one might not achieve such intensity of protective aura. At this moment, Feng Dezai was utterly dumbfounded. Fear completely engulfed his heart. His complexion turned pale, and his body trembled. Though the shotgun still contained ammunition, he lacked the courage to pull the trigger. Supporting himself against the table, Feng Zhangfeng, struggling to stand nearby, revealed a look of despair in his eyes as he slowly uttered a mournful lament from deep within. The Feng family is finished. Just as his words fell, Lin Tian moved. Bang! With a resounding crash, Lin Tian's right foot forcefully struck the ground. The pellets that had fallen from his body earlier suddenly soared into the air with the violent tremors. In the next second, Lin Tian swung his right hand fiercely. These pellets shot forth towards the Feng family members with astonishing speed, even faster than when they had erupted from the gun barrel. A series of thuds echoed as blood splattered across the Feng family hall. The Feng family members, including Feng Dezai, except for the elderly Feng Zhangfeng, who was celebrating his 80th birthday today, were all turned into sieves, their bodies slumping lifelessly to the ground. Even those who had knelt and begged for mercy earlier were not spared. Feng Zhangfeng, pale-faced, swayed unsteadily, his countenance awash with despair as murky tears streamed down his cheeks. He watched helplessly as his relatives perished before his eyes, utterly powerless. No. Feng Zhangfeng let out a heart-wrenching roar. Lin Tian, how could you be so cruel? Why? Why must you annihilate my entire family? Feng Zhangfeng glared at Lin Tian with bloodshot eyes. Lin Tian, fixing his gaze upon Feng Zhangfeng, replied in a piercing, thunderous voice. Cruel? When you annihilated my Lin family back then, did you ever foresee this day? The events of that time were executed flawlessly. No one knows the truth of what transpired. How could you possibly know that the Feng family was involved? Who informed you? At this moment, Feng Zhangfeng still had the audacity to pose such questions. In truth, no one had informed Lin Tian. It was Feng Zhangfeng's own grandson who had sent someone to pursue his sister, Lin Mingming, that led Lin Tian to discover the Feng family's connection to the Lin family's massacre. It appears Feng Zhangfeng was completely oblivious to the actions of his own grandson, Feng Jiang. Who else was involved in that incident? Lin Tian was aware that his Lin family had once been the foremost family in the world. Given the Feng family's strength back then, it was inconceivable that they could have annihilated the Lin family, even now. Thus, the destruction of the Lin family must have involved other accomplices. Yet, at this moment, Feng Zhangfeng seemed to ignore Lin Tian's inquiries, instead muttering to himself, I understand. It was that little harlot from the One family who informed you, wasn't it? Back then, we extended an invitation to the One family, and when they declined, we should have exterminated them to eliminate future threats. I regret it. The One family? Upon hearing Feng Zhangfeng's words, Lin Tian's brow furrowed slightly. The Qinghaowen family? Lin Tian was indeed familiar. He recalled that 10 years prior, before leading the northern border warriors north, he had a marriage contract with the One family. His fiancée, Yi, was the second daughter of the One family. He and his fiancée, Yi, Wen Shanshan, had grown up together, having long agreed upon their union. Yet, he had been away for a decade, unaware of how Wen Shanshan was faring now. That moment, a strange noise disrupted Lin Tian's thoughts. He noticed that the old man, Feng Zhangfeng, had bent down to retrieve the shotgun that Feng Dezai had previously aimed at him. However, he was not intending to shoot Lin Tian. Instead, he pressed it against his own head. He intended to take his own life. Witnessing this scene, Lin Tian transformed into a streak of light. With a swift kick, he sent the shotgun flying from Feng Zhangfeng's grasp. Feng stared at Lin Tian with desperate eyes, his frail voice screaming, "Am I not even allowed to end my own life?" Lin Tian's emotionless voice responded, "Old Master Feng, do not forget the birthday gift I presented to you." After uttering these words, Lin Tian seized Feng by the neck. Amid Feng Zhengfeng's anguished cries, his body traced a graceful arc through the air. Crash, with a resounding thud, he landed heavily in the cold coffin prepared for him. The immense impact shattered his internal organs, causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices, his eyes wide open in despair, refusing to close. With a resounding boom, the coffin lid crashed down heavily atop it. Expressionless, Lin Tian stepped over the bodies of the Feng family members, one after another. It was as though the events occurring around him bore no relation to him, his demeanor calm as he exited the Feng family hall. Outside the Feng family mansion, Lin Mingming, anxiously awaiting her brother's safe return, finally spotted Lin Tian emerging unscathed. Tears of concern streamed down her cheeks. "Brother!" A clear call, like a swallow returning to the forest, floated into Lin Tian's embrace. Lin Tian gently held his sister, softly stroking her silky hair while whispering, "It's all right now. The Feng family has received the punishment they deserved." Just as Lin Tian left the Feng family, in another upscale residential building, upon returning to his spacious home, he discovered his father seated in the center of the living room. On the guest sofa sat a middle-aged man of similar age to his father, wearing a warm smile. Upon seeing this man, Mu Qianqian's face lit up with surprise as she exclaimed, "Uncle Su, have you come to have tea with my father?" Su Qiandu, the wealthiest man in Qinghe. Chapter 8. That man has returned. Mu Qianqian's father, Mu Fenghua, the former head of the Qinghe Security Management Department, now retired. The relationship between the wealthiest man in Qinghe and Mu Fenghua was purely one of friendship, devoid of any entanglements of interest. Su Qiandu clearly had a good relationship with the Mu family, his face adorned with a friendly smile as he inquired, "So, Qianqian, off work? Were you tired today?" "Not tired," Mu Qianqian replied with a sweet smile, shaking her head. However, she soon shifted the topic. "Dad, Uncle Su, today while inspecting Qinghe International Airport, I encountered a peculiar individual." "Oh?" Su Qiandu and Mu Fenghua exchanged glances, both revealing an interest in their eyes. Mu Fenghua, curiosity piqued, asked, "What kind of person could capture our Qianqian's interest?" Meanwhile, Mu Qianqian settled onto the sofa, wrapping her arms around her father's as she continued. "It was a young man." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Qiandu wore a teasing smile and remarked, "Our Qianqian, could it be that you have someone you fancy?" "Ha ha ha." Hearing Su Qiandu's jest, Mu Qianqian's face flushed slightly, and she retorted playfully, "Uncle Su, what nonsense are you talking about? How could one develop feelings for a stranger after just one meeting? Even if I did like someone, I feel I wouldn't be worthy of him." "Oh." Upon hearing Mu Qianqian's words, both Su Qiandu and Mu Fenghua expressed evident surprise. Mu Qianqian felt unworthy of the other? Who was Mu Qianqian? The daughter of the highest-ranking official in the Qinghe Security Department, the niece of the wealthiest man in Qinghe. In the future, she would undoubtedly ascend to a high-ranking position within the Qinghe Security Department. In such a remarkable identity, could it truly be that there are individuals in Qinghe unworthy of her? After intercepting the other party and conducting an examination, it was astonishing to discover that their body was riddled with numerous fragments, so many that merely surviving was a miracle. Upon hearing Mu Qianqian's account, the shock in Su Qiandu and Mu Fenghua's eyes became increasingly pronounced. Mu Fenghua immediately inquired, "Is it possible for someone like this to exist, especially a young individual in their 20s? How did he acquire those fragments?" Listening intently to her father's question, Mu Qianqian gazed seriously into his eyes and replied, 10 years ago, during the Tiandu Defense War." "What?" Su Qiandu and Mu Fenghua exclaimed simultaneously, their disbelief palpable. "Impossible," Mu Fenghua asserted confidently. "In their 20s, and they survived the Tiandu Defense War a decade ago. Are you suggesting they participated in the war at such a young age? How could that be? Qianqian, you must have been deceived." Just as Mu Qianqian was about to clarify that she could not have been misled, a sudden clap echoed as Su Qiandu grasped Mu Fenghua's hand with urgency. The commotion instantly captured the attention of the father-daughter duo, who were astonished to see Su Qiandu's face reflecting a blend of shock, excitement, fear, and even a glimmer of longing, with his pupils trembling violently. "Old Su, what is happening to you?" Mu Fenghua asked anxiously. Su Qiandu slowly turned his dazed gaze towards Mu Fenghua and spoke. Old Mu, have you forgotten? The individual who led the northern martial soldiers to Tiandu was merely 18 at the time. With a thunderous realization, Mu Fenghua felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck his heart. Meanwhile, Mu Qianqian sensed her father's once steady arm tremble violently. Before she could pose a question, Mu Fenghua blurted out, Qianqian, do you know that person's name? His voice quivered. Completely unaware of the unfolding events, Mu Qianqian mechanically replied, I do not know his name, but I recall that there was a character written on his military pack, Tian. With that revelation, both Mu Fenghua and Su Qiandu sprang from the sofa, gazing at each other in disbelief, their voices trembling in unison. He is still alive. Meanwhile, on another side, Lin Mingming nestled sweetly in Lin Tian's embrace as they ambled through the streets of Qinghe. Lin Tian wore a smile, relishing this long-lost familial warmth that he had not experienced for some time. He had not forgotten the information he had previously gleaned from the Feng family. Before annihilating the Lin family, the Feng family and their associates had sought collaboration with the One family. This implied that the One family might possess crucial clues concerning the Lin family's adversaries. Thus, Lin Tian inquired, Mingming, do you remember your sister Shanshan? At this, Lin Mingming immediately lifted her head, nodding vigorously. Of course, I remember. Over the years, Sister Shanshan has been instrumental in helping me persevere. Brother, are you planning to find Sister Shanshan? She would be overjoyed to know you are still alive and no longer weeping daily. Weeping daily? Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's mind conjured the image of a girl with air bangs and a ponytail. Her exquisite features were perpetually adorned with an innocent smile. Each evening, she would grasp his hand, strolling across the Qinghe lawns, leaning on his shoulder, sweetly proclaiming, Brother Tian, you should grow up quickly so that I can marry you. The mere thought sent a pang of pain through his heart. Lin Mingming then asked, Brother, are we going to find Sister Shanshan now? Truthfully, Lin Tian longed to reunite with his fiancée Yi from a decade ago. However, upon seeing his sister's tattered clothing and disheveled appearance, he resolved to first take her to procure clean garments and a proper bath. Before he could voice his intentions, the sudden roar of motorcycle engines pierced the air. Accompanied by an array of peculiar cheers, a gang of motorcyclists was heading directly towards them. Lin Tian could distinctly sense that his sister, who clung to his arm, tightened her grip, revealing a flicker of anxiety on her face. His brows knitted together in concern. With a screech, the motorcycles encircled Lin Tian and Lin Mingming, halting abruptly. The riders removed their helmets, their eyes gleaming with mockery as they leered at Lin Mingming, who hid behind Lin Tian. A young man, appearing to be in his late 20s with dyed yellow hair, brandished his helmet in one hand, while pointing at Lin Mingming with the other, tauntingly saying, Isn't this the little beggar? Who are you, little beggar? Have you finally succumbed and sold yourself? How dare you? Lin Mingming retorted defiantly, her voice firm as she glared at the yellow-haired youth. This is my brother. Oh, your brother? He mocked, laughter erupting from him and the surrounding bikers. Then, he turned to Lin Tian. Hey, kid, how much did you pay? I offered her 200 last time for one night, and she refused. Whatever you paid. I'll give you double to let me have her. What do you say? Before his words could fully register, a sharp crack echoed as Lin Tian swiftly delivered a blow that sent the yellow-haired youth. Along with his motorcycle, soaring through the air, blood splattered as the youth tumbled, several teeth flying from his mouth. Lin Tian would not easily forgive those who spoke ill of his sister. He unleashed a powerful strike. The force was so tremendous that it rendered the motorcycle beneath him helpless. As the yellow-haired youth hit the ground with a thud, Lin Tian's calm voice resonated. Speak disrespectfully, and you shall be punished. It was only Lin Tian's words that jolted the surrounding onlookers from their stupor. What? You dare strike our young master? They exclaimed collectively. Brothers, get off. Teach him a lesson. With that, the group hastily donned their helmets and dismounted their motorcycles. They brandished various weapons, sticks, knives, and the like, casting ferocious glares at Lin Tian. Seeing the escalating situation, Lin Mingming's heart raced with anxiety as she stepped protectively in front of Lin Tian, exclaiming, Do not harm my brother. Despite having witnessed Lin Tian's prowess before, her innate concern for his safety surged forth. However, Lin Tian gently grasped Lin Mingming's small hand, surveying the aggressive crowd around them. He calmly inquired, Mingming, tell me, do these individuals frequently bully you? Looking into Lin Tian's tender gaze, a wave of reassurance washed over Lin Mingming. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded. Lin Tian did not need to know the specifics of her torment. He merely needed to understand the outcome. The mere fact that the yellow-haired youth had attempted to purchase his sister's company was more than enough to ignite Lin Tian's fury. What are you all waiting for? Charge at me, and ensure he won't recognize his own mother. The yellow-haired youth, still reeling from Lin Tian's blow, shouted in a fit of rage. The surrounding thugs' faces gleamed with a predatory light as one of them snarled. Kid, don't blame us. You brought this upon yourself by crossing our young master. You are doomed, brothers, attack. At his command, the group surged forward, brandishing their clubs and knives, ready to pounce upon Lin Tian. Yet, Lin Tian quickly assessed the situation, recognizing that these individuals were merely common thugs, lacking any martial prowess. He gently squeezed Lin Mengming's hand, urging her to remain calm. Then, with a swift motion, Lin Tian's figure transformed into a blur, stirring the air with a whoosh. The ensuing chaos erupted with a series of loud thuds, followed by anguished cries. The 6 or 7 assailants, unable to comprehend his movements, lay sprawled on the ground, utterly subdued, with no further sound, of course. Lin Tian had refrained from taking their lives. The scene left an indelible shadow upon them, one that would linger eternally in their memories. For instance, one individual found his right arm entwined with his own left leg, while another's left arm had been thrust into the posterior of yet another. Such grotesque and pitiful spectacles unfolded, rendering the distant figure of Huang Mao, seated on the ground, ashen-faced, with a heavy gulp. He swallowed hard. At this juncture, Lin Tian had already approached Huang Mao. The latter could hardly fathom the immense strength of his adversary. His subordinates, whom he had brought along, were unable to withstand even a single blow. Yet, anger still gleamed in his eyes as he bellowed at Lin Tian, "You rascal! You dare tread on my territory. How audacious to strike one of my Knife Alliance members, and even to lay a hand on me. I assure you, there will be no escape from Qinghe. That woman behind you shall be nothing more than my plaything." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's brow furrowed momentarily, observing the furious Huang Mao, who was gritting his teeth. Lin Tian shook his head slightly and replied in a measured tone, "It seems you no longer require this." With a sudden rush, Lin Tian's right leg stirred a whirlwind, transforming into a fleeting shadow. A resounding crack echoed through the air. An agonized scream, piercing and sharp like that of a woman, erupted from Huang Mao's throat. Veins bulged upon his forehead, and his eyes protruded in horror. He curled into a fetal position on the ground. Resembling a boiled shrimp, his hands clutching desperately at his lower regions, now stained with a copious amount of blood. "You bastard," he managed to utter, but the excruciating pain overwhelmed him, causing his eyes to roll back as he lost consciousness. Frothing at the mouth, regardless of the outcome, it seemed Huang Mao would no longer partake in the activities typical of men. Moreover, if no one discovered him collapsed here for an extended period, he would likely bleed to death. However, his fate was of no concern to Lin Tian, who had already turned to take Lin Mengming's hand, guiding her past the fallen bodies. He softly murmured, "Mingming, listen to my voice." A radiant smile illuminated Lin Mingming's face as she tightly clung to her brother's arm, exclaiming with innocent joy, "I'm not afraid. As long as you're by my side, I fear nothing." In the distance, in a city not far from Qinghe known as Lanhai, a mournful wail pierced the air from a villa nestled in the suburbs. "No. Why has my spirit tablet shattered? Who dares to slay a member of the Chen family?" Meanwhile, in a high-end residential complex where Mu Qianqian resided, a frantic figure knocked urgently on her door. Upon opening, Su Qiandu and Mu Feng stood at the threshold, urgency etched on their faces. A breathless man, seemingly Su Qiandu's secretary, who had not even paused for a sip of water, blurted out, "Mr. Su, I've located the person you requested. He just entered the Junlin Tianxia department store with a young lady." With a resounding slap to his thigh, Su Qiandu commanded his secretary, "Prepare the car. I must meet him immediately." At the Junlin Tianxia department store, Lin Mingming, hand in hand with Lin Tian, radiated excitement as she exclaimed, "Brother, it's been 10 years since we last visited Junlin Tianxia." With a pained yet affectionate smile, Lin Tian led his sister directly into an opulent clothing store. Once inside, he inquired, "Mingming, which one do you like? Brother will buy it for you." Surprised and slightly anxious, Lin Mingming replied, "But brother, these clothes are so expensive. Have no money." As she spoke, her gaze wandered in awe and curiosity around the store, finally resting on a pristine white dress displayed prominently on a pedestal. However, she quickly shook her head, diverting her gaze and pulling Lin Tian's hand, saying, "Brother, let us go. This isn't a place for us." Yet this time, Lin Tian did not acquiesce to his sister's wishes. Instead, he stepped forward, addressing the store attendant and pointing to the dress his sister had admired. "Please wrap this dress for me." At that moment, a sharp, piercing voice rang out from behind them. "Who dares to compete with me for this dress?" With a slight arch of his brow, Lin Tian turned. Suddenly, the store attendant, who had been absent since their entry, appeared from nowhere, exclaiming, "Ah, is that you, Miss Zhang? What a delightful surprise to see you here." A heavily made-up woman, clad in a black dress, sashayed into the store, exuding an air of arrogance. Two burly men in black, clearly bodyguards, followed closely behind her. Lin Tian. The makeup on her youthful face made her appear much older than her actual age. The store staff, who had previously shown no interest in Lin Tian and Lin Mingming, now surrounded the newcomer with obsequious smiles, eager to please. Miss Zhang, basking in the attention, cast a condescending glance at Lin Tian and Lin Mingming, then commanded the attendants, "That dress over there, the new arrival, wrap it up for me." The very dress Lin Mingming had admired was now the subject of Miss Zhang's claim. The attendants, with smiles plastered on their faces, rushed to comply, one of them stating, "Miss Zhang, your taste is impeccable. This limited edition dress is the only one in Qinghe, and it fits you perfectly. I will wrap it up right away." Initially, Lin Tian had no qualms about letting the woman take the dress. After all, he was not one to seek trouble. Yet, upon learning that it was the only dress in Qinghe, he felt compelled to speak up. "Excuse me, but we were the first to express interest in that dress and have already decided to purchase it." Lin Tian's tone remained polite, grounded in reason. However, Miss Zhang's brows furrowed at his words, and she snapped at the attendant. "What kind of establishment is this? How can anyone just waltz in and snatch what I have my eye on?" Seemingly dismissing Lin Tian entirely, she unleashed her ire upon the attendant. The attendant, now faced with Miss Zhang's fury, turned to Lin Tian with a frown. "When did you even come in? I didn't see you. And when did you decide on that dress? I didn't hear anything. First come, first served. That dress is for Miss Zhang." Lin Tian felt his brow furrow in disbelief at the blatant injustice. As the attendant finished speaking, Miss Zhang sneered, "What kind of country bumpkin dares to shop here? Can you even afford it? Will you pay with your face or your life?" Her tone dripped with disdain, provocation, and contempt. Lin Mingming, hiding behind Lin Tian, felt a surge of indignation at the insult directed towards her brother, a former heir of the world's foremost family. She could tolerate slights against herself, but not against her brother. With her head held high, she retorted, "You are the real country bumpkin. Don't you dare insult my brother." As she spoke, Miss Zhang's ire ignited, and she screeched, "How dare you, you little brat? You have the audacity to insult me? Are you tired of living?" At that moment, Lin Tian moved. Not even Lin Mingming, who had been holding his hand, saw his actions coming. A sharp crack resonated abruptly within the confines of the store. With a series of hurried steps, Miss Zhang appeared to lose her balance, staggering back 3 paces. Another sharp sound echoed as she fell heavily to the ground. A vivid crimson handprint materialized on one side of her face. A clear testament to the force of the slap. Dazed and bewildered, her pupils reflected a momentary loss of consciousness. Meanwhile, the 2 bodyguards behind her and the store staff were thrown into a state of shock. Miss Zhang. They were at a loss, frantically gathering around her. It was at this juncture that Lin Tian's calm voice emerged. "You spoke out of turn. A slap for your insolence." Subsequently, Lin Tian gently flicked his right hand, shaking off the flour that had clung to his palm. "Was it you who struck her?" The realization dawned on Miss Zhang's bodyguards as they turned to glare at Lin Tian, their eyes filled with deep-seated resentment. Pointing an accusatory finger at him, she shrieked, "Scoundrel! How dare you strike me? Do you know who I am?" She then bellowed at her bodyguards, "You useless fools! Why are you still standing there? Go and kill him. Kill him!" What sort of young lady was this? Why did she immediately resort to threats of murder? Following her command, the bodyguards, fists clenched, approached Lin Tian menacingly. One of them threatened, "You little brat, to dare strike our young lady. It seems you wish for death. Even if you kneel and apologize now, it will be too late." With that, he charged at Lin Tian with a roar. Sighing deeply, Lin Tian raised his right foot, executing a perfect arc in midair. Bang, bang. Two cries of agony rang out as teeth and blood splattered, sending the attackers crashing to the ground, unconscious, their bodies twitching momentarily before falling still. The store staff, along with the now swollen-faced Miss Zhang, were left in a state of stunned silence, especially Miss Zhang, who knew that her bodyguards were hand-picked experts. How could they be bested so effortlessly by this seemingly inconspicuous youth? "Now, can you wrap this garment for me?" Chapter 11. Kneel and apologize to Grandma. Lin Tian's voice was casual and untroubled. "Can you wrap this garment for me now?" It was as if the earlier chaos had nothing to do with him. Of course, the staff remained speechless, but Miss Zhang had already erupted in hysteria. "Scoundrel! You dare strike me, and you dare strike my people. I will ensure you do not leave Junlin Tianxia department store alive." As she spoke, she retrieved her phone from her purse, dialing a number swiftly. The call connected almost immediately. In the next moment, her voice transformed from a sharp shriek to a soft, whimpering tone as she pleaded into the phone. "Brother Qintian, where are you? I've been bullied. I'm at Junlin Tianxia department store." The urgency from the other end was palpable as she nodded. "Yes, right here in Junlin Tianxia." "Brother Qintian, bring more people. This person seems quite formidable. And my bodyguards are useless." Lin Tian appeared utterly unfazed by Miss Zhang's call for help. He turned once more to the store staff. "I say, can you assist me in wrapping this outfit?" The staff exchanged glances filled with disbelief. The previously sycophantic employee who had fawned over Miss Zhang approached Lin Tian, saying, "Kid, what are you thinking? You've angered Miss Zhang. Just wait for your demise." Just as the words left his lips, a low growl resonated from a middle-aged man. Silence. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, a sharply dressed man, adorned with black-rimmed glasses and a furrowed brow, approached. The staff immediately straightened, addressing him respectfully. "Manager." The employee who had challenged Lin Tian appeared exceedingly anxious, exclaiming, "Manager, this person dared to strike Miss Zhang and even snatched from her." A sharp crack. The manager raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to the employee, chastising him in a low voice. "Did you think I was unaware?" The slapped employee fell silent, cradling his injured face in indignation. The manager addressed the remaining staff with authority. "How many times must I remind you? Do not judge a book by its cover. Every customer in our store is a deity. Is this how you treat them?" His words rang with righteousness. He then turned to Lin Tian, bowing slightly. "Sir, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. I am the manager of this store, Zhu Peng. That I witnessed everything on the surveillance. You entered first and expressed interest in this garment. My employee's handling of the situation was inappropriate, and I apologize on their behalf." Lin Tian was somewhat satisfied with the manager's demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. "No problem. Now, can you wrap this garment for me?" Zhu Peng's gaze turned awkward at Lin Tian's request. To be frank, while he preached against judging by appearances, he himself doubted whether Lin Tian could afford the dress priced at 88,800. After all, Lin Tian's clothing, though tidy, was quite worn, and the girl accompanying him looked as if she were dressed as a beggar. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts, instead saying, "Sir, I advise you to leave while you still can, for your own safety. The person Miss Zhang called for is the son of the richest man in Blue Ocean City, and he is not someone you can afford to offend." "Zhu Peng, what do you mean by that?" At this moment, Miss Zhang's sharp voice pierced through once more. Sitting on the floor, she pointed at Zhu Peng's retreating figure, shouting, "I am a VIP customer at your store. I was assaulted here, and you dare side with him? What is your meaning?" Zhu Peng frowned at Miss Zhang's outburst and turned to her. "Miss Zhang, I am well aware of your temperament. While my employees may fear your family, I, Zhu Peng, do not. If necessary, I could invite my boss to discuss matters with your father." "You?" Miss Zhang gritted her teeth, clearly at a loss for words. Evidently, Zhu Peng's boss held considerable influence. Zhu Peng then turned back to Lin Tian, saying, "Sir, if you leave through the back door, you should still be able to escape." Appreciating Zhu Peng's attitude and methods, Lin Tian felt that allowing Zhu Peng to profit from this situation was perfectly reasonable. Therefore, he reiterated, "Please wrap this garment for me first." Zhu Peng hesitated, sensing Lin Tian's unwavering confidence, which made him feel somewhat insecure. Meanwhile, Miss Zhang, who had been throwing a tantrum, seized upon an opportunity, shouting, "Wrap it up. Zhu Peng, do wrap it for him. I want to see how these two country bumpkins can afford such expensive clothing, kid. Let me tell you, if you can't pay, kneel and call me grandma." You, Lin Mingming, who had long harbored discontent towards Miss Zhang, retaliated in anger. "If my brother can pay for it, you can kneel and call my brother grandpa." Lin Mingming's words were spoken in a fit of rage, and she immediately regretted them. However, Miss Zhang retorted without hesitation, "Call if you must. Do you truly believe your useless brother can come up with that much money?" Seeing the situation escalate, Zhu Peng had no choice but to call over a staff member. "Hurry, wrap this garment and take this gentleman to the checkout." At his command, an employee hurriedly approached Lin Tian, respectfully inquiring, "Sir, will you be paying in cash or by card?" In this scene, Lin Tian extracted a sleek black bank card from his pocket, which Zhu Peng hastily handed over to the store clerk without a clear glance, stating, "There's no password." "Understood." After taking the card, the clerk swiftly dashed towards the cash register. "Manager, the transaction failed. It seems the funds in the card are insufficient." "Ha ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Miss Zhang, seated on the floor, erupted into exaggerated laughter, akin to a shrew, even slapping her thigh in amusement. "Insufficient funds? Ha ha ha. Go on, keep pretending. It seems you can no longer maintain that facade, can you? You pauper, hurry, kneel before me and kowtow, calling me grandma." Chapter 12. The wealthiest versus the wealthiest son. Miss Zhang's piercing laughter reverberated throughout the store. Lin Tian's brow furrowed slightly. Although he had not used this card in a decade, he had been informed that it would not be frozen. This should not be happening. Meanwhile, Lin Mingming felt a surge of anxiety, clutching Lin Tian's clothing tightly. Zhu Peng's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness as he silently sighed. "I told you to leave quickly, yet you insisted on staying to show off. Now look where that has led you." His internal monologue abruptly halted as he caught sight of the clerk returning with the jet-black bank card. Zhu Peng's gaze narrowed in astonishment as he exclaimed, "What is this?" He promptly seized the card and commanded the clerk, "Go, fetch the POS machine from my office, quickly." The clerk, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, hurried towards the back of the store. Zhu Peng cradled the card in his hands, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Lin Tian, who appeared as unremarkable as an ordinary person. His body trembling involuntarily. On the other side, Miss Zhang remained oblivious, still shouting, "Zhu Peng, what do you mean? The store's POS machine couldn't process it. Do you think yours will work? Stop daydreaming, kid. Abandon any illusions you have and kneel." Calling me grandma, Zhu Peng, trembling, placed the black card atop the POS machine. Beep, transaction successful. The four crisp words echoed in everyone's ears. However, the machine continued to announce, "Esteemed Mr. Lin Tian, 888,000 yuan has been deducted from your account. It is our honor to serve you, Mr. Lin W." Miss Zhang gasped in disbelief. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why could Zhu Peng's machine process it when the other one couldn't? You must be cheating. This pauper cannot possibly be wealthy." "Esteemed Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. Our store's POS machine is of a lower tier and unable to recognize your esteemed Black Dragon card. I deeply regret the inconvenience caused. Please accept my apologies." As he spoke, Zhu Peng bowed deeply to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, relieved, thought, "That's more like it. The Black Dragon card is globally recognized as the highest tier of bank card. Aside from the cardholder, no one can freeze it. So how could the transaction fail?" Having confirmed the success of the transaction, Lin Tian received his card and remarked calmly, "Can you now wrap my clothes for me?" "Of course." Zhu Peng immediately turned, shouting at his subordinates, "What are you all waiting for? Quickly, wrap Mr. Lin's clothes." After issuing the command, Zhu Peng turned to Miss Zhang with a look of disdain. "Do you understand now? A person with a Black Dragon card requires no meddling from a mere nobody like me." At this moment, Miss Zhang was in a state of shock. After all, she was the daughter of a prominent family. Although she had never possessed the highest-tier bank card, she had heard of its existence. How could this seemingly impoverished young man actually hold a Black Dragon card? Impossible. It cannot be. He is just a pauper, absolutely incapable of possessing such a card. Suddenly, a young man's voice rang out from outside the store. "Who has a Black Dragon card?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Peng's brows furrowed. Meanwhile, Miss Zhang, who was still sitting on the floor in disbelief, lit up with excitement, her previous sharp tone replaced by a soft, pleading whine. "Brother Qin Tian, you're finally here. You must stand up for me." A young man, appearing to be in his 20s, dressed elegantly, entered with over 20 bodyguards trailing behind him, heading directly towards Miss Zhang. At this moment, Zhu Peng and the others noticed that the commotion had attracted a crowd of onlookers outside the store. Of course, Zhu Peng was indifferent to them. He turned to Lin Tian and said, "Mr. Lin, this is Qin Tian, the son of the Blue Sea Tycoon. He has a close relationship with Miss Zhang and may cause you trouble, but do not worry. I will contact our boss immediately. He will certainly come forward upon learning that a Black Dragon card holder is in our store." Lin Tian remained silent, considering that the son of a Blue Sea Tycoon was of no consequence to him. How audacious! Qin Tian, upon seeing the red handprint on Miss Zhang's cheek, was instantly filled with rage. He turned to Lin Tian and shouted, "You insolent pauper! How dare you strike my sister Siyu?" Miss Zhang had evidently exaggerated the events to Qin Tian, conveniently omitting the part about the Black Dragon card. Qin Tian glared down at Lin Tian with an air of superiority, bellowing, "You two filthy beggars have no right to trespass in this establishment, let alone strike someone. You're courting death." Attack! With his command, the bodyguards surged forward towards Lin Tian. Just then, a powerful voice from outside the store boomed, "Qin Tian, how dare you?" As these words echoed, the crowd outside parted, revealing a multitude of black-clad figures, their numbers exceeding those of Qin Tian's bodyguards, who rushed into the store, glaring fiercely at Qin Tian's entourage and Lin Tian. Amongst the throng of black-clad individuals, Su Qiandu, the tycoon of Qinghe, strode in with steady steps. Seeing Su Qiandu, Zhu Peng was momentarily stunned, instinctively exclaiming, "Mr. Su." Qin Tian also appeared taken aback, saying, "Uncle Su?" The crowd outside buzzed with excitement, murmurs rippling through as they recognized Su Qiandu. "The tycoon of Qinghe, is that really Su Qiandu? My goodness, I've only seen him in the news before. I can't believe I'm seeing him in person today. What brings him to Junlin Tianxia? The tycoon is shopping here. I'm shopping here too, so I'm equivalent to a tycoon. You must be joking. Stay quiet. Something significant seems to be unfolding." With purposeful strides, Su Qiandu approached Qin Tian, who wore a bewildered expression, and raised his right hand high. Slap! A resounding sound echoed as Su Qiandu delivered a sharp slap across Qin Tian's face. Chapter 13. The Old Servant, Paying Respects to the Master. The crack of the slap left everyone in shock. The tycoon of Qinghe, such a formidable figure, had just made an appearance and immediately struck a young man. What on earth was happening? The onlookers outside were left in a state of confusion, wondering how a mere clothing purchase could escalate to involve a tycoon. Wait, isn't there a bidding conference today? How could he abandon such an important event to come here? Indeed, I heard the bidding conference involves amounts reaching 30 billion. How could he possibly neglect such a significant project? Wait a moment. The person who was slapped is actually the son of the Blue Sea Tycoon, Qin Tian. Is that even real? Who else could openly slap the son of the Blue Sea Tycoon except Su Qiandu? Is he willing to offend the Blue Sea Tycoon for those two siblings? Could they possibly be related to him? There were indeed many wild speculations, but regardless of how they guessed, none would arrive at the truth. Su Qiandu's slap was filled with intense hatred, causing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of Qin Tian's mouth. He clutched his cheek in disbelief and stared at Su Qiandu, exclaiming, "Su Qiandu, what the hell do you mean by this?" His father held a position of equal stature in Blue Sea as Su Qiandu did in Qinghe. Privately, he would certainly address Su Qiandu as Uncle Su. But that did not imply a cordial relationship. Now, having been struck without provocation, Qin Tian could hardly tolerate it and erupted in furious insults directed at Su Qiandu. After all, he had his own powerful father backing him, someone whose status matched that of Su Qiandu, so he felt no fear. Su Qiandu regarded Qin Tian coldly, his tone devoid of any emotion, commanding, "Take your people and leave." His words were merciless and left no room for negotiation. How could Qin Tian allow himself to be driven away after being struck? If word of this got out, how could he, the son of a wealthy tycoon, maintain his reputation? He shouted back furiously. "What if I refuse?" The threat was palpable. Yet Su Qiandu was unfazed. After all, he was dealing with a mere brat. He fixed his gaze on Qin Tian and said icily, "Do not forget, this is Qinghe." Upon hearing this, the group of menacing figures behind Su Qiandu advanced menacingly. The bodyguards that Qin Tian had brought showed signs of hesitation. Though filled with resentment, Qin Tian understood that the circumstances were beyond his control. He realized they were in Qinghe, not his own blue sea. With a heavy snort, he looked past Su Qiandu and addressed Lin Tian, saying, "Kid, I will remember you." Without a moment's hesitation, he turned on his heels and declared, "Let us go." Su Qiandu made no attempt to stop Qin Tian's departure, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. Meanwhile, the young lady from the Zhang family was left dumbfounded at Su Qiandu's entrance. The Zhang family was indeed well known, but it paled in comparison to the wealth of Qinghe's richest. She found herself unable to even approach Su Qiandu for a conversation. All she could do was watch as her summoned brother Qin Tian was unceremoniously dismissed with a slap. How could she dare utter a single word? Su Qiandu had the audacity to strike Qin Tian. What was she, after all? Bowing her head in silence, she trailed behind Qin Tian, fleeing in panic. Yet, just as she was about to step out of the boutique, Lin Mengming's voice rang out from behind. "Hey, Zhang Miss, you haven't knelt down to call me grandpa yet." Upon hearing this, Zhang Siyu's body trembled violently. It was as if she had not heard anything, hastening her pace. However, at that moment, she heard Su Qiandu's voice. "You must be Zhang Siyu, am I correct?" Zhang Siyu's body quivered again, her face drained of color as she turned, her eyes wide with anxiety. Replying submissively, "Yes, Mr. Su, I am Zhang Siyu." Su Qiandu snorted disdainfully, saying, "I do not care what agreements you have made previously, but I advise you to comply." Zhang Siyu's pupils constricted suddenly, panic evident, yet a flicker of resentment lingered. Kneel down and call that impoverished wretch grandpa? Absolutely not. Such an act would be a grave insult to her and her family. Yet, she dared not oppose Su Qiandu, casting a pleading glance towards Qin Tian. At that moment, Qin Tian's eyes were filled with resentment as he glared at Su Qiandu but remained silent. After all, they were in Qinghe, not Blue Sea. Su Qiandu, observing Zhang Siyu's inaction, let out a cold laugh and ordered, "Someone, withdraw all investments related to the Zhang family." "No!" Zhang Siyu exclaimed in alarm. Almost every prominent family in Qinghe had business ties with Su Qiandu, the richest man in the area, as they sought to secure favor with him. If all of Su Qiandu's investments in the Zhang family were withdrawn because of her, their family would be doomed. It was clear that not only Su Qiandu but also the Zhang family would not spare her. With a resounding thud, Zhang Siyu knelt down abruptly, crying out towards Lin Tian, "Grandpa, I was wrong, Grandpa. I should not have tried to compete with you for clothes. Please forgive me." With each utterance of "Grandpa," Qin Tian's expression darkened further. He had summoned her to support her, yet instead of providing backup, he had been slapped and forced to watch her kneel. Each word felt like a slap to his face. With a cold snort, Qin Tian turned to leave, unable to suppress the resentment boiling within him. The irritating fly had finally departed. Su Qiandu, now visibly agitated, turned to Lin Tian, hastening to his side. He gazed deeply into Lin Tian's eyes, tears welling up, and then, without warning, he sank to one knee before Lin Tian, trembling as he proclaimed, "I, Su Qiandu, the humble servant, kneel before my master." The term humble servant left both Xu Peng and the boutique staff, along with the onlookers outside, utterly stunned, retreating several steps in disbelief. The esteemed richest man of Qinghe, a man in his 50s, was kneeling before someone who appeared to be in their 20s, dressed simply. And calling him master? Such an act surpassed all comprehension. Many stood frozen in place, resembling statues, while others rubbed their eyes in disbelief of the scene unfolding before them. At that moment, Lin Tian regarded the kneeling Su Qiandu, his expression unchanged, merely turning to Xu Peng, the store manager, and inquiring, "May I borrow your office?" Xu Peng, still in shock, nodded vigorously, stammering, "Yes, of course." Then, Lin Tian took his sister by the hand and headed toward Xu Peng's office. Upon reaching the door, he issued a sharp command, "Su Qiandu, come in." Chapter 14. Dare to strike me? I'll tell my father. Lin Tian's voice, tinged with anger, echoed through the room, jolting Xu Peng and the onlookers back to reality. However, what they saw next was truly astonishing. The richest man of Qinghe, Su Qiandu, was indeed crawling on the floor, making his way toward the office. He was actually rolling on the ground. This left the crowd bewildered once more. having just regained their composure from the earlier shock, only to find themselves plunged back into disbelief. Inside the office, only Lin Tian and Lin Mingming sat on the sofa, while Su Qiandu remained kneeling on the floor before them. Without waiting for Lin Tian to speak, Su Qiandu began to wail, tears streaming down his face. "Master, I have sinned. I am guilty." Lin Tian, with an impassive expression, narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "What sin do you speak of?" With a loud thud, Su Qiandu slammed his forehead to the ground, lamenting, "Master, I have been blessed by your favor and have soared to the heights of success, becoming the richest man in Qinghe. However, 10 years ago, during the Lin family's tragic massacre, I was powerless to assist. I was abroad at a summit when I learned of the incident, and by the time I arrived in Qinghe, it was too late." With another forceful thud, Su Qiandu pounded his head on the ground, crying out, "I am guilty, master. Punish me as you see fit. I would have no complaints even if you were to end my life." With yet another thud, blood began to seep from his forehead as he continued to beat his head against the floor, fervently bowing in reverence to Lin Tian. After countless repetitions, Su Qiandu's forehead was nearly drenched in blood. And finally, Lin Tian's voice broke through the chaos. "Enough." Upon hearing Lin Tian's voice, Su Qiandu's body trembled, yet he insisted on continuing to bow. Lin Tian turned to Lin Mingming, who promptly understood and stepped forward to grasp Su Qiandu's shoulders, saying, "All right, my brother says you may rise. I cannot rise. I must." Before Su Qiandu could finish, Lin Tian's voice thundered again, "Get up." The command sent a shiver down Su Qiandu's spine, and he sprang to his feet immediately. However, due to the previous bowing and the abruptness of standing up, a dizzying sensation swept over him, and it seemed he was on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Lin Tian gently lifted his right foot, and a chair flew beneath Su Qiandu's posterior. With a thud, Su Qiandu plopped down onto the chair, avoiding any intimate contact with the floor. "Thank you, master." Lin Tian gazed at Su Qiandu, letting out a faint sigh. He was well aware of the annihilation of the Lin family and bore no grudge against Su Qiandu a decade ago, as he was leading the northern border warriors to Tiandu. An assault on the Lin family was initiated. Those behind it ensured their plans were meticulously executed, strategically diverting powerful individuals associated with the Lin family, particularly those linked to himself. Thus, Su Qiandu had merely fallen into their trap, rendering him unable to assist the Lin family in any meaningful way. Observing Su Qiandu's bloodied visage, Lin Tian shook his head slightly, then raised his right middle finger. With a whoosh, a gleam of cold light flickered as a silver needle appeared firmly embedded in the center of Su Qiandu's forehead. Lin Tian then instructed, "All right, wipe the blood off your face." Su Qiandu hurriedly wiped his face with his sleeve, only to discover that the bleeding from his forehead had ceased in the blink of an eye. His blood had stopped flowing, and the dizziness had dissipated. Truly, he was deserving of the title master. A fervent admiration glimmered in Su Qiandu's eyes as he looked at Lin Tian. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's voice resonated once more. "Over the years, have you uncovered anything regarding the Lin family?" A pained expression instantly crossed Su Qiandu's face. No seemingly fearing Lin Tian's wrath, he quickly added, "Master, those individuals were meticulous in their actions. Not a single piece of information can be found. It appears only those who acted back then possess any knowledge. However," he continued, "Master, the Qinghe family seems to have previously declined these individuals' invitation to attack the Lin family. They might possess considerable information. The one family, just as Feng Zhangfeng had mentioned, it was astonishing that someone as formidable as Su Qiandu could uncover nothing. And no wonder Feng Zhangfeng had been so astonished to see him at the Feng family estate. Mistakenly believing the one family had betrayed them, it seemed imperative that he meet his fiancée from a decade ago, when Shanshan." Lin Tian nodded slightly. "All right, I understand. At this juncture," Su Qiandu promptly spoke again. "The Qinglong Commerce Group in my hands, I offer it to you." The Qinglong Commerce Group? It was the largest enterprise in Qinghe and among the top in the entire southern region. It was precisely due to this group that Su Qiandu had ascended to the status of Qinghe's wealthiest. However, Lin Tian regarded Su Qiandu and inquired, "What need have I for your Qinglong commerce?" Su Qiandu immediately asserted, "Master, this Qinglong commerce has always belonged to you. I merely safeguarded on your behalf." Lin Tian shook his head, then continued to safeguard it for me. Subsequently, Lin Tian stood up, approached Su Qiandu, and gently patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Keep a close watch on Qinglong commerce for me." Should you require anything, I will call you." After uttering these words, Lin Tian turned and departed, taking his sister with him. Su Qiandu, in a flurry, stood up and said, "Master, may I escort you?" Lin Tian replied, "No need." Meanwhile, Qin Tian, fuming with rage, was departing from Junlin Tianxia department store in his vehicle. At that moment, the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiyu, was gently embracing Qin Tian's neck and soon began to sob softly. Qin Tian glanced at Zhang Xiyu and asked, "Why are you crying?" With a pitiful expression, Zhang Xiyu replied, "Brother Qin Tian, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been beaten." Oh, how incendiary those words were. Did she not fear that her earlier attempts to soothe Qin Tian's anger would only reignite it? Qin Tian was indeed seething, yet felt powerless to let Zhang Xiyu alleviate his fury. Instead, he clenched his fists and declared, "Isn't Su Chindu supposed to be hosting the Qinglong Commerce Tender meeting in Qinghe today? It's rumored to involve a project worth 3 billion. This is Qinglong Commerce's key undertaking for the first half of the year. Why is he here instead of managing his tender meeting?" The son of the wealthiest man had long been aware of the tender meeting, and logically, Su Chindu should be quite preoccupied. Why, then, did he have the leisure to be here? Of course, while Qin Tian speculated, the sting of the slap on his face still lingered. Su Chindu, that scoundrel dared to strike me? Humph. I'll go tell my father. Chapter 15. Thank you for hitting my son on my behalf. After leaving the clothing store, Lin Tian took his sister for a stroll around the mall, purchasing a few essential items. No further incidents occurred, as the atmosphere in this expansive venue was entirely different. Now, as Lin Tian walked through the mall with his sister, they attracted a myriad of respectful and curious glances. Currently, Lin Tian was seated in a luxurious hotel suite. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Where Lin Mingming was taking a shower, of course, the bathroom door remained ajar, as Lin Mingming seemed concerned that Lin Tian might slip away unnoticed. This, unfortunately, left Lin Tian in a rather awkward position. The bathroom was made of transparent high-tech glass. If the door were closed, the glass would transform into frosted glass, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. However, should the door remain open, everything inside would be fully visible. After all, the person bathing was his sister. Throughout the ordeal, Lin Tian maintained a composed demeanor, focusing on his breathing, utterly refraining from looking up, for the scene within the bathroom was somewhat indescribable. Fortunately, the wait was not long, as he soon heard his sister's voice, "Brother." Upon hearing this voice, Lin Tian raised his head, and the sight before him instantly brightened. Lin Mingming, freshly washed, donned the latest limited edition dress. She appeared pure and adorable, exuding a natural charm, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Originally, Lin Mingming had a remarkable foundation, but due to a lack of suitable clothing and her previous state of disarray, she resembled a beggar. Now, however, Lin Tian felt as though he had elevated himself by associating with Lin Mingming. At this moment, Lin Tian stood up, took his sister's hand, and gazed at her delicate features, softly asking, "Are you tired? If so, you can rest for a while." "I'm not tired." Lin Mingming cheerfully shook her head and then inquired, "Brother, are we going to find Sister Shanshan next?" Lin Tian nodded. Indeed, he was on his way to meet Wen Shanshan. This fiancée from a decade ago stirred a hint of concern within him. After all, he had shared a close bond with this girl 10 years ago. Yet, a decade had passed. He had no knowledge of how she was faring now. Initially, Lin Tian had not intended to disturb Wen Shanshan, as he had vanished for 10 years, and she ought to have moved on with her life. However, with the Lin family's destruction and the absence of any leads, the only person who might possess information was the current Wen family. Thus, he had no choice but to meet Wen Shanshan. As Lin Mingming guided Lin Tian towards their meeting with Wen Shanshan, Su Qiandu, who had just exited a private hospital after bandaging his forehead, received a phone call from Lan Hai. Upon seeing the name Qin Feng flash on his caller ID, he furrowed his brows. A hint of displeasure crossing his features, he was well aware of what had transpired. Qin Feng was the wealthiest man in Lan Hai, and notably, he was the father of Qin Tian, the very son he had slapped. It was likely that this affluent heir had called his father to lament his misfortune. Now, the parent had come seeking retribution? Qin Feng would never amount to much. Su Qiandu answered the call directly, his tone laced with disdain as he asked, "What is it?" Upon learning that his son had been struck by Su Qiandu, Qin Feng was naturally incensed. However, given Su Chindu's status as Qinghe's wealthiest. He initially intended to adopt a courteous demeanor. To his surprise, the other party had no intention of reciprocating the civility. Qin Feng's tone swiftly turned frigid as he stated, "I hear you struck my son? I require an explanation. You can take your explanation and shove it." Su Chindu retorted without hesitation, unleashing a torrent of profanities at Qin Feng. The latter was left utterly dumbfounded. Was this truly a man of high standing, such as Qinghe's wealthiest? Why did his words drip with such coarse language? Anger flared in Qin Feng's eyes as he coldly exclaimed, "Su Chindu, what do you mean by this? Are you declaring war against Lanhai?" The term war here certainly referred to a commercial conflict. If the two wealthiest individuals were to embark on a commercial conflict, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the economies of both cities involved. However, Su Chindu remained unfazed by Qin Feng's threats, boldly declaring, "If you wish to wage war, I, Su Chindu, shall gladly oblige. But I advise you to first familiarize yourself with the mischief your son almost committed before you target Qinghe." Upon hearing Su Chindu's words, Qin Feng's expression darkened slightly. After all, he was a man of stature, and it was impossible for him to be simple-minded. The fact that Su Chindu was willing to confront him so fiercely suggested that his son had stirred up considerable trouble in Qinghe. Yet, he maintained an air of superiority, retorting, "Isn't my son merely attempting to teach a rural bumpkin a lesson? Why the fury? Rural bumpkin?" A hint of mockery and disdain crept into Su Chindu's voice as he coldly admonished, "Do you even know who this rural bumpkin is?" Qin Feng was taken aback and instinctively asked, "Who?" Su Chindu slowly uttered two words, "Lin Tian." "What?" Qin Feng's voice rose sharply over the phone, his tone laced with incredulity. He had previously scorned Su Chindu for his lack of decorum, yet now he found himself unable to contain his own surprise. Su Chindu's tone remained icy as he stated, "Do you think I would jest about matters concerning that man?" Gulp. Qin Feng swallowed hard, fully aware of the formidable reputation Lin Tian held. A decade ago, aside from those of their elite status, few knew that in the business circles of the southern region, Lin Tian wielded immense power, his influence stretching far and wide. Without Lin Tian's endorsement, Qin Feng would never have ascended to the position of the richest man in the Blue Sea. Such truths were seldom acknowledged. To many, Lin Tian was merely the young master of the Lin family, but to those in their circle, he was the true master. With a tremor in his voice, Qin Feng finally managed to say, "Thank you." His gratitude was directed towards Su Chindu for intervening and preventing his son from falling into calamity. However, Su Chindu coldly interjected, "The one you should thank is not me, but the master." Yes, of course," Qin Feng stammered. "I will go to Qinghe at once and personally apologize to the master." Upon hearing this, Su Chindu replied, "There's no need. The master is currently preoccupied and cannot attend to your son's affairs." Qin Feng, curious, inquired, "Why? Does the master have more pressing matters?" Su Chindu's calm voice responded, "The one family." Qin Feng gasped at the mention of those two words, his mind racing. He quickly deduced, the master intends to investigate matters from the past? But will the one family divulge any information? Su Chindu, emulating Lin Tian's chilling demeanor, replied, "If the one family proves obstinate, then their existence in this world will become unnecessary." Having said that, Su Chindu ended the call, turning to his subordinate and asking, "Is everything ready for today's bidding conference?" The subordinate, who appeared to be Su Chindu's secretary, promptly replied, "Mr. Su, everything has been prepared. All documents and contracts have been delivered to the venue. Moreover, as per your instructions, the winning company has been designated as the One Family's Wincy Group." "Good." Su Chindu nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the secretary, with a curious expression, ventured to ask, "But Mr. Su, I thought you were the chairman of Qinglong Trading Group?" With a swift motion, Su Chindu raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the secretary's face, coldly admonishing, "Remember, Qinglong Trading Group will always have one master, and that is Lin Tian." Chapter 16. A Meeting of Lovers. Bidding Conference. At the headquarters of Wincy Group, what was once a small company renting office space has now flourished into a grand building situated in the heart of Qinghe CBD, a transformation made possible through the unwavering support of Qinglong Trading Group over the years. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, this was all a voluntary initiative by Su Chindu, who recognized that when Shanshan was Lin Tian's fiancée at that moment, a young woman clad in flat shoes, jeans, and a white shirt hurriedly emerged from the building. Clutching a stack of thick documents, her phone wedged against her ear, her expression a mix of anxiety and urgency, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. "Mom, please don't worry. I've just left the headquarters, and I've gathered all the necessary documents. I won't be late for today's bidding conference." On the other end of the line, the voice was far from pleasant. "Don't call me Mom. You're just a girl we picked up, and could you move a little faster? If you dare to be late, I swear I'll make you regret it." Despite the harshness of the voice, Wen Shanshan's face reflected a blend of pain and resignation. Clearly accustomed to such treatment, she continued in a gentle tone, "Mom, please calm down. I made a mistake, but I assure you I won't be late." Just as she finished speaking, a voice called out from behind her, "Shanshan?" Upon hearing her name, Wen Shanshan froze, her pupils dilating in shock. Many people called her Shanshan, but none compared to the sweetness of this voice, which he had yearned to hear for a decade. The woman on the phone continued to rant. But it was as if Wen Shanshan had become deaf to her words, her body rigid as she turned around. Suddenly, the documents she was holding slipped from her grasp, scattering across the ground, and her phone tumbled to the floor with a thud. The next moment, a scream erupted from Wen Shanshan's lips, a sound filled with excitement, joy, and the exhilaration of reunion. Passers-by turned to stare, their expressions a mix of confusion and astonishment. But Wen Shanshan paid them no mind. Tears streamed down her face as she flung her arms wide, rushing forward with abandon. With a soft thud, she crashed into the embrace she had longed for, Lin Tian. His eyes widened in surprise as he wrapped his arms around her, initially thinking that after 10 years apart, Wen Shanshan would have built a life of her own. Yet, it was clear that she had been waiting for him all along. A deep affection filled Lin Tian's gaze as he felt the warmth of her tears soaking through his shirt. "Lin Tian, my brother Lin Tian, I knew you weren't dead. I knew you would come back." When Shanshan's first inquiry upon seeing him was about their future together, it was evident that her love for him had not waned over the years. Feeling the warmth of her affection, Lin Tian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gently replied, "Yes, Shanshan. I have come to marry you." He repeated the words, wanting to reassure her. How could he ever betray the love of someone so devoted? The two remained entwined in each other's arms, with Wen Shanshan weeping quietly, unaware of the passage of time. Suddenly, Lin Mingming's voice chimed in, "Sister Shanshan, someone has called you multiple times." At the sound of Lin Mingming's voice, both Lin Tian and Wen Shanshan shifted their attention to her. Lin Mingming had gathered the scattered documents and the fallen phone in her arms. Upon seeing the scene, she gasped in shock and exclaimed, "Oh no!" Wen Shanshan hurriedly snatched the documents and phone from Lin Mingming's grasp. Lin Tian gently squeezed her cheek, saying, "It's all right, focus on what matters most." However, before he could finish, Wen Shanshan grasped Lin Tian's hand, insisting, "No." The sadness in her eyes was unmistakable. However, Lin Tian discerned an ominous undertone in Wen Shanshan's words, causing his brow to furrow slightly. He was aware that Wen Shanshan was, in fact, the adopted daughter of the Wen family. In such a lineage, the identity of an adopted daughter served merely as a tool to forge connections and consolidate interests. The Wen family had arranged the engagement with Wen Shanshan solely to align themselves with the influential Lin family. Fortunately, Lin Tian had no peculiar tastes. He believed that what he cherished was the best, and the two shared mutual affection. Yet now, the Lin family had been obliterated, and he had vanished a decade ago. If Wen Shanshan's parents sought to marry her off, it was unlikely to be to him. With this thought, Lin Tian gleaned from Wen Shanshan's expression that she had likely endured a difficult life over the past 10 years. He nodded slightly and said, When Shanshan observed Lin Tian's nod, her smile blossoming even brighter, that moment. Outside the Wen family mansion, a young man dressed in formal attire stood anxiously, his hair slicked back with shiny wax reflecting the light. As Wen Shanshan's vehicle came to a halt at the mansion's entrance, he rushed over and vociferously berated her, exclaiming, "Bastard child? How could such a term be uttered within the Wen family?" However, Wen Shanshan seemed accustomed to this derogatory address and meekly replied, "Cousin, I apologize for the delay. There were some matters on the road." Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a rush of wind by her ear as a figure suddenly appeared before her. It was none other than Lin Tiandian. The next moment, he raised his palm and struck Wen Shanshan's cousin across the face with a resounding slap. The sound echoed sharply as Wen Shanshan's cousin, Wen Yongqiang, was sent flying through the air, landing heavily on the ground. With a cough, blood and 2 teeth erupted from his mouth. Chapter 17. Striking the young. inviting the wrath of the elders? When Yongqiang could hardly believe that he merely intended to teach a lesson to a wild girl adopted by his family, yet suddenly found himself on the receiving end of a powerful blow. Groaning, when Yongqiang struggled to lift his head, clutching his swollen cheek, his eyes burning with rage as he glared at the man who had struck him. "You scoundrel! How dare you hit me?" he shouted, calling for help. In an instant, over a dozen servants wielding clubs surged forth from the one family mansion, pointing at Lin Tian. When Yongqiang bellowed, "Break this scoundrel's legs and throw him out." "Yes," the group of servants echoed in unison, charging towards Lin Tian. When Shanshan's expression turned to one of horror as she quickly spread her arms to shield Lin Tian, shouting at the approaching throng, "What are you doing? Stand back. I command you to retreat." Yet, the servants appeared oblivious to her pleas, continuing their advance. In a panic, when Shanshan turned to Lin Tian, yelling, "Lin Tian, run!" Then, she shouted once more at the servants, "Are you revolting? By the authority of the eldest daughter of the one family, I command you to stand down." However, the servants merely scoffed at when Shanshan's words, disdain evident on their faces. When Yongqiang stood behind them, sneering, "A picked-up wild girl, and she dares to call herself the eldest daughter of the one family? Beat her along with this man." "Yes," the servants roared in unison, brandishing their clubs menacingly, amidst the chaos. When Shanshan heard a deep sigh from behind her, the next moment, she felt the wind whip through her hair as a figure dashed forward. The sounds of impact followed, thud after thud, as all the aggressive servants of the one family collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. When Shanshan and when Yongqiang stood frozen in disbelief, with trembling voice, when Shanshan gazed at Lin Tian's broad, solid back and murmured, "Lin Tian, brother." Meanwhile, when Yongqiang looked on in fear, staring at the man before him, whose demeanor was unfazed, as if he had done nothing at all, the cold, emotionless gaze Lin Tian directed at him sent shivers down when Yongqiang's spine. "Why you dare to injure so many of my family members at the entrance of the one mansion?" Although when Yongqiang's tone was still threatening, the tremor in his voice betrayed his inner terror. He then shouted towards the mansion, "Help! Murder!" Unable to fend for himself, he called for reinforcements. Just then, a middle-aged man's voice emerged from within. "What is all this noise?" A middle-aged man and woman, both elegantly dressed, stepped out of the mansion, their expressions shifting to astonishment as they beheld the fallen servants. "Who did this?" When Yongqiang rushed forward, eager to report, "Uncle, Aunt, it was this bastard. He attacked us, Uncle. Quickly summon the one family's warriors to deal with him. He is causing trouble in our home." At that moment, when Shanshan stepped in front of Lin Tian once more, addressing the middle-aged couple, "Father, mother, you misunderstand. This is Lin Tian, my brother." The couple paused, their eyes narrowing as they locked onto Lin Tian. "Lin Tian? You are Lin Tian?" Lin Tian recognized them as well. The man was Wen Shanshan's father, Wen Feng, and the woman was her mother, Li Wan. Out of courtesy, Lin Tian stepped forward, offering a friendly greeting. However, Li Wan and Wen Feng frowned at his words, Li Wan cutting in sharply, "Why are you still alive? If you are, what business do you have in Qinghe?" "Mom," Wen Shanshan gasped, incredulously staring at her mother. Why did it seem as though her parents were wholly disinclined to see Lin Tian? Lin Tian had anticipated their attitude, and seeing their reaction only deepened his understanding of the one family's current circumstances. Ignoring Wen Shanshan's protests, Li Wan and Wen Tianfeng glared at Lin Tian, coldly stating, "A wretched dog from a family that has been exterminated dares to harm members of the one family? You must be tired of living." Before Li Wan could finish her tirade, her voice was abruptly cut off by a sharp crack, followed by a piercing scream. Li Wan, like when Yongqiang before her, was sent flying, crashing to the ground. The onlookers from the one family were left dumbfounded. How could this young man have the audacity? Only when Shanshan felt a strange sense of satisfaction. After all, her mother had insulted Lin Tian first, having been treated as an outsider by the one family throughout her life. Seeing Li Wan's fall elicited a sense of relief within her. "You dare strike me?" Lin Tian regarded Li Wan with indifference, stating flatly, "You speak ill of the Lin family? Slap her." "You?" Li Wan seethed, pointing a trembling finger at Lin Tian, before turning to Wen Tianfeng and whining, "Dear, he hit me." Wen Tianfeng, now snapping out of his stupor, turned to Lin Tian with fury, bellowing, "How dare you? Bring me reinforcements." As his words fell, a throng of armed servants surged forth from the mansion, all glaring at Lin Tian with hostility. Humph! I shall see how you leave the One family unscathed today. Chapter 18. Teaching the One family's servants a lesson. After issuing his threat, when Feng clearly prioritized the upcoming bidding event, turning away to approach the vehicles that had long been prepared. Over here, Li Wan echoed enthusiastically, Indeed, indeed, the bidding conference is the crux of the matter. As she spoke, she hastily scrambled to her feet. While covering her reddened cheek, she made her way towards a nearby vehicle. Even when Yongqiang glanced provocatively at Lin Tian before turning to follow suit. Meanwhile, Li Wan did not forget to shout at Wen Shanshan, You traitor, why are you still standing there? Hurry up! Hearing Li Wan's words, Wen Shanshan felt a pang of hurt for the first time in years, sparking within her a desire to resist. She shouted back defiantly, No! Why are you harming brother Lin Tian? He has done nothing wrong. If you send these subordinates away, I will go with you. The words fell upon Li Wan and Wen Tianfeng's ears like a spark igniting a powder keg, igniting their fury. When Tianfeng bellowed, Impudent, you unfilial girl! Li Wan interjected vehemently, Let me tell you, you can still come with us now, or else, I will kill your brother Lin Tian. No! When Shanshan exclaimed in terror, but soon, with gritted teeth, she declared, If you lay a finger on brother Lin Tian, I will die alongside him. At her proclamation, although Li Wan and Wen Tianfeng remained seething with rage, a flicker of contemplation crossed their faces as they exchanged glances. Observing this, a peculiar expression emerged in Lin Tian's eyes. It seemed that this bidding conference was indispensable for Wen Shanshan. Could it be that they were unaware of the various operational tactics and strategies of the Wenxi group? Were these matters solely managed by Wen Shanshan? With this thought, Lin Tian turned to look at Wen Shanshan, his gaze filled with unexpected surprise and a hint of delight. Once he rebuilt the Lin family, he would undoubtedly seek to make strides in business, and if Wen Shanshan possessed such talents, she could certainly become a significant asset to the future Lin family. Indeed, after exchanging a resolute glance, Li Wan and Wen Tianfeng gritted their teeth and commanded, Everyone, retreat. The members of the One family exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of what had transpired. Witnessing this, the innocent Wen Shanshan heaved a slight sigh of relief and turned to Lin Tian. Her face filled with apology as she said, Brother Lin Tian, I'm sorry, I don't know why this happened. I've caused you trouble. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry. Lin Tian smiled and gently ruffled Wen Shanshan's hair, assuring her, What does this have to do with you? Rest assured, I am fine on the other side. When Tianfeng spoke again to Wen Shanshan, Shanshan, can you come with us now? The bidding conference is about to begin. His voice was laced with suppressed anger, deliberately adopting a more palatable tone. When Shanshan hesitated, slowly nodding her head, truth be told, she did not wish to aid the Wen family. However, in her eyes, the Wenxi group was like a child she had nurtured, and she desired to see it prosper. Turning to Lin Tian, she said, Brother Lin Tian, I'm sorry. Lin Tian, aware of her intentions, waved his hand dismissively, Go on. I am fine. Li Wan's resentful gaze was fixed upon Wen Shanshan's retreating figure. Gritting her teeth as she thought, Once the bidding concludes, just wait and see how I deal with you. After Wen Shanshan entered the vehicle, Li Wan subtly turned her head and exchanged a knowing glance towards the interior of the One family villa. This glance went unnoticed by others, but Lin Tian observed it clearly, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. The One family vehicle sped away. Lin Tian turned to gently grasp Lin Mingming's hand, whispering, Mingming, close your eyes. Huh? Lin Mingming was completely unaware of her brother's intentions, but in the next moment, Lin Tian smiled and said, Brother will help your Shanshan sister teach those subordinates a lesson. Now that the obstacles had departed, Lin Tian, devoid of support, prepared for whatever might come next. Lin Mingming, realizing her brother's earlier words' true meaning, understood and obediently closed her eyes. The next moment, a soft buzzing sound resonated. Soon after, Lin Mingming heard a cacophony of thuds and cries of agony. Before long, Lin Tian's gentle voice reached her ears, Mingming, let us go. When Lin Mingming opened her eyes again, the area before the One family residence was filled with the sight of subordinates sprawled on the ground, writhing and wailing. If Li Wan and Wen Tianfeng were to witness such a scene, their expressions would surely be quite the spectacle. Qinghe International Conference Center. This is the largest conference center in Qinghe. Meanwhile, when Tianfeng, Li Wan, and when Shanshan arrived rather late, as the trio entered, Su Qiandu, standing in a luxurious box on the second floor, slowly rose, a smile gracing his lips. The protagonists have arrived. Let the bidding commence. Upon entering the venue, Li Wan and Wen Tianfeng encountered a couple. The husband immediately exclaimed, "Elder brother, sister-in-law, why have you arrived so late?" This person was none other than Wen Tianfeng's younger brother, Wen Tianyu. Li Tianfeng shook his head and inquired, "So, what is the situation? What did you find out?" With a look of delight, Wen Tianyu replied, "Elder brother, I have already spoken with Mr. Dong Tao. He said that our Wensi has been predetermined this time." "Really?" Upon hearing this, both Wen Tianfeng and Li Wan's faces lit up with joy. Wen Tianfeng even spotted a plump man across the hall and nodded in greeting. That moment, Wen Tianyu seemed to have discovered something and asked, "Sister-in-law, what happened to your face? Who hit you?" Mention of this ignited a blaze of fury within Li Wan's heart. It was none other than that useless young master of the Lin family. Lin Tian? Wen Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. That Lin Tian is still alive? Li Wan scoffed. What of it? He is nothing but a good-for-nothing stray dog. As she spoke, she turned and pointed an accusatory finger at Wen Shanshan, shouting, "Let me tell you, keep your distance from that useless Lin Tian." Just as Su Qiandu descended the stairs, he overheard someone disparaging his master as a good-for-nothing, and his eyes instantly filled with rage. Chapter 19. Someone, throw them out. Su Qiandu's gaze, sharp as a knife, suddenly fixed on the source of the voice. He saw Wen Shanshan's mother violently berating her, and shockingly, her ire was directed at his own master. Lin Tian? At this moment, Wen Shanshan, hearing her mother insult her beloved, was filled with panic as she cried out, "No, it's not like that. Mom, brother Lin Tian is not a stray dog. He is capable." Silence. The voice that interrupted was not Li Wan's, but that of Wen Shanshan's father, Wen Tianfeng. With furrowed brows, he glared at Wen Shanshan, reprimanding, "Do you not see where we are? Shouting so loudly, it's utterly disrespectful." At that moment, Wen Tianyu's sarcastic voice chimed in, "All for a good-for-nothing who has lost his home. This Lin Tian, who once was the young master of the Lin family, now that the Lin family is no more. What value does he hold?" On the other side, Wen Tianyu's wife chimed in, "Exactly, it would be better to marry a wealthy young master from another family. At least then, you wild girl could still benefit the one family a little. You all, I want to allow you to speak of brother Lin Tian like that. With the bidding about to commence, don't embarrass me here." Did they not think Wen Shanshan was already embarrassing herself? They forbade her from raising her voice. Few heard Wen Shanshan's words amidst the commotion, yet nearly everyone in the hall heard them berating her. Many even looked upon Wen Shanshan's plight with sympathy. Meanwhile, Su Qiandu let out a cold snort. "Humph, we are leaving." He strode forward with his secretary towards the elevated platform at the forefront of the bidding conference. Su Qiandu and his secretary's presence immediately captured everyone's attention. Upon seeing Su Qiandu, the host of the bidding conference promptly took the microphone, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Today, our bidding conference valued at 3 billion will commence shortly." 3 billion? Good heavens, such a sum was directly predetermined for the one family. Demonstrating Su Qiandu's immense favor towards Lin Tian's fiancée, the one family members also took note of Su Qiandu's figure. "Quick, quick, quick," Li Wan urged anxiously, pulling Wen Shanshan along. "Please take your seats, for we are about to commence. I can hardly contain my anticipation to finalize the contract with Qinglong Trading." Every member of the one family radiates excitement as they jostle through the crowd to find their seats. Over here, Wen Tianyu, whether out of a desire to boast or some other reason, leisurely speaks up. "Sister-in-law, fret not. Today's 30 billion project is already ours." The moment those words left Wen Tianyu's lips, a multitude of resentful glances were directed his way. Of course, some also displayed expressions of helplessness. As expected, the one family had once again been predetermined for the project. Although they felt a sense of helplessness, they could not escape the gnashing of their teeth. Upon hearing her younger brother-in-law's words, Li Wan noticed the gazes surrounding them and, instead of feeling ashamed, stood tall with pride, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is the strength of our Wensi Group. Only we, Wensi Group, are capable of accepting orders from Qinglong Trading. 30 billion. How mundane. What? 30 billion and you call it mundane?" This was clearly an attempt to incite envy. The crowd of competitors, filled with resentment, looked as though they wished to devour the one family whole. Yet, they dared not act, for the relationship between Qinglong Trading and the one family was far too ambiguous. Meanwhile, the one family, confronted with these fierce glares, instead felt an overwhelming sense of glory, and their spirits soared even higher, as if the greater the suffering of others, the more joy they derived. Good day to everyone. At that moment, a robust voice resonated through the venue's sound system. It belonged to Su Qiandu. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent, as all eyes turned to Su Qiandu, who strode confidently to the center of the stage. Among the most excited were the members of the one family, Wen Tianfeng, Wen Tianyu, Li Wan, and others, each gazing at Su Qiandu as if he were their long-lost father, their faces alight with the joy of awaiting their father's gift of New Year's money. However, Su Qiandu wore a stoic expression. After surveying the crowd, his deep voice slowly resonated. "You all know me, right? I am Su Qiandu." Following his introduction, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall, akin to a welcoming for the wealthiest individual among them. The one family clapped the hardest. Yet, Su Qiandu did not relish this adulation. Instead, he raised his right hand. The applause was abruptly silenced, leaving the hall eerily quiet. Such was Su Qiandu's authority. He then continued, "Before we commence this bidding conference, I have an announcement to make." Everyone present was momentarily taken aback. The bidding conference was not commencing directly. There was something more pressing. What could possibly be of greater importance than this 30 billion project? Could it be that there was another project to unveil? The attendees gazed at Su Qiandu with wide, curious eyes, while the one family appeared even more animated. Both them, it seemed as though Su Qiandu was about to declare that their Wincy group had won the bid. However, the next moment, Su Qiandu's voice rang out with two astonishing words. "Security. Expel the one family from Qinghe and the members of Wincy Group. They do not deserve to participate in my Qinglong Trading's bidding." The hall fell into a profound silence following Su Qiandu's proclamation. 3 seconds later, an uproar erupted. What did I just hear? The one family, who had maintained a dubious relationship with Qinglong Trading, was to be expelled? No way. I thought the one family was set to win the bid. How could it have turned out like this? What on earth had the one family done to provoke Su Qiandu's wrath? Laughter and exclamations of disbelief filled the air. I knew it. The one family's arrogance would eventually lead to their reckoning. Amidst the tumult, Li Wan's incredulous scream pierced the air. She sprang to her feet, her complexion pale, staring at Su Qiandu on the stage in disbelief, exclaiming, "Mr. Su, could you please explain why this is happening? Was it not agreed that today's project was predetermined for our one family?" Predetermined? Upon hearing Li Wan's words, Su Qiandu's fury intensified, and he bellowed, "I'd rather designate it to a dog than to your one family. Security, throw them out." Chapter 20. What on earth has our one family done? The security personnel, who had also been caught off guard by Su Qiandu's sudden decision, snapped back to reality after his furious shout. In an instant, over a dozen security guards surged from the edges of the hall, converging upon the one family. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At that moment, Wen Tianyu let out a desperate scream. This sudden turn of events felt like a bucket of ice-cold water dumped over the heads of the one family, who had been on the brink of securing a 30 billion project. They were utterly bewildered by the chaos that had unfolded. The security guards began to physically hoist the members of the one family from their seats. Li Wan was lifted off the ground, her legs flailing wildly as her eyes bulged with rage, continuously shrieking, "Let me go! This is not how it should be. This deal was meant for our one family. It is impossible, absolutely impossible." Meanwhile, although Wen Tianfeng did not struggle, his face was ashen, and disbelief filled his gaze as he shouted at Su Qiandu from the stage. "Mr. Su, you're joking, right? Over the years, our one family has collaborated flawlessly with Qinglong Trading. What on earth is happening today?" However, Su Qiandu paid no heed to Wen Tianfeng's pleased eye in his eyes. The one family had forfeited their right to exist in this world for daring to insult and slander his master. Lin Tian at S. When Tianfeng saw his words falling on deaf ears, he frantically searched the crowd until he spotted Dong Tao, who was trying to remain inconspicuous. With a powerful voice, he called out, "Mr. Dong, didn't you tell me our one family was already predetermined? How could it have come to this?" Startled by Wen Tianfeng's outcry, Dong Tao jumped out from the crowd, shouting at the security guards, "They are slandering us. He then turned to Wen Tianfeng, yelling, "You fool! Your Wen family is on the brink of destruction. Do you want to drag me down with you? Attack! Muffle his mouth." As a high-ranking member of Qinglong Trading, Dong Tao's words spurred the security guards into action, mercilessly assaulting not just Wen Tianfeng, but the entire Wen family. "Don't hit me! Not the face, my mouth!" The hall echoed with the anguished cries of the Wen family members. Before long, they were forcibly ejected from the venue. Only Wen Shanshan remained, standing in a daze, completely oblivious to the unfolding events. As the security guards seemed to overlook her, the hall fell silent once again. No one spoke, as they all sensed that Su Qiandu, the wealthiest man in Qinghe, was genuinely enraged. Su Qiandu's voice cut through the silence once more. "Dong Tao." The nervous Dong Tao trembled, his face draining of color, standing rigidly in place. "Why yes, Mr. Su," Su Qiandu bellowed. "Get over here." Without hesitation, he turned and walked away, disregarding the bidding conference for the 30 billion project entirely. In his mind, Lin Tian would always take precedence above all else. After being expelled from the venue, the Wen family continued to create a ruckus at the entrance, attempting to force their way back in. Eventually, a large number of individuals clad in black appeared, all affiliated with Qinglong Trading. Despite the Wen family's recent ascent to a prominent clan in Qinghe, they were reluctant to openly confront Qinglong Trading, especially since it had been Qinglong Trading that had elevated their status. However, they had not encountered Lin Tian during their exit. Thus, he remained entirely unaware of the Wen family's expulsion from the bidding conference by Su Qiandu. Upon returning to the Wen family residence, the members, Wen Tianfeng, Wen Tianyu, Li Wan, and Li Wan's sister-in-law, sat bruised and battered, gasping for breath. Around them, their subordinates attended to their needs, each one eager to serve. The sole individual remaining unscathed is Wen Shanshan, who stands in the center of the hall with a bewildered expression. Meanwhile, Wen Yongxiang, who had stayed at home earlier, is equally alarmed as he witnesses his parents and his uncle and aunt transformed into their current state. In a frenzy, he exclaims, "What has happened? Mom, Dad, Uncle, Aunt, what is going on? What has transpired? Weren't you supposed to attend the Qinglong Commerce bidding conference? How did it come to this?" When Tianyu glares at his son and barks, "Get lost! Don't clutter my sight. You ask me, but who should I ask?" Despite his harsh words, after berating his son, he turns to his elder brother, Wen Tianfeng, and inquires, "Brother, why don't you call Mr. Dong to find out what has occurred? Wasn't it agreed that our Wen family had already been pre-selected? How could we be expelled from the venue?" At this moment, Wen Tianfeng looks at his younger brother with irritation, retorting, "Why should I inquire about that scoundrel? The reason we are suffering is precisely due to that rascal's instigation." As soon as he finishes speaking, Wen Tianfeng's phone suddenly rings. Upon seeing the caller ID, he is momentarily taken aback before promptly answering, his demeanor shifting to one of obsequiousness as he says, "Mr. Dong, Mr. Dong, you have finally called us." Just moments ago, he had been cursing Dong Tao as a scoundrel, and now he adopts a completely different expression. Continuing, when Tianfeng asks, "Mr. Dong, what exactly has happened today?" Dong Tao's furious voice erupts from the other end of the line, resonating clearly throughout the living room, leaving all the Wen family members stunned. Dong Tao's raging words echo, "You should ask yourself and your Wen family if you have provoked someone you shouldn't have. And now you have the audacity to question me? Let me tell you, from now on, if anyone asks, do not say you know me. Furthermore, I will return all the money you gave me. That's it. We shall not meet again." With that, he hangs up forcefully, leaving Wen Tianfeng in a state of shock. Glancing around uncertainly, he hesitantly wonders, have we provoked someone we shouldn't have? The other members of the Wen family, having overheard Dong Tao's remarks, are equally perplexed. Li Wan shakes her head, asserting that shouldn't be the case. Our Wen family has always been upright. How could we have offended anyone? At this moment, when Yongqiang cautiously speaks up, "Aunt, could it be related to Lin Tian, who caused a ruckus at our Wen family previously?" When Yongqiang's comment is far from baseless, he recalls Lin Tian's earlier words, suggesting he could assist with matters concerning Qinglong commerce. At the time, no one in the Wen family believed him, and certainly, no one believes it now. "Stop spouting nonsense," Li Wan retorts, while Wen Tianyu, enraged, bellows, Lin Tian? The Lin family has long been extinguished. He is nothing but a stray dog now. How could Mr. Su possibly have any connection to Lin Tian? Get out, get out. Don't make me hit you." Clearly intimidated, when Yongqiang retreats, but his gaze falls upon Wen Shanshan. Well, if I dare not provoke my father, should I fear you, you illegitimate child? He points an accusing finger at Wen Shanshan, shouting, why are you unscathed? Speak. Is this matter somehow connected to you? What? When Shanshan is taken aback by her brother's harsh words, I don't know. The members of the One family seem unwilling to afford her a chance to defend herself. Li Wan stands up, her expression filled with disdain as she glares at Wen Shanshan, saying, so it's you. You wild girl. I wondered why Mr. Su suddenly became so furious and claimed we had offended someone we shouldn't have. It must be because you, this unwanted wretch, have stirred trouble with others. Haven to you. This group of Wen family members places the blame squarely on Wen Shanshan, treating her as the scapegoat. You wild girl. If you've done something wrong, can't you even admit it? Wen Tianyu accuses her, pointing a finger at her. If you didn't provoke Mr. Su, why would our Wen family be expelled? Tears brim in Wen Shanshan's eyes as she feels utterly lost. She has no idea what has transpired, yet everyone continues to fixate on her. Humph. You have no words to counter, do you? When Yongqiang adds fuel to the fire, leaving Wen Shanshan at a loss for how to defend herself against the accusations. Unwilling tears slowly stream down her cheeks. At this moment, when Yongqiang suddenly brightens, a lewd smile creeping onto his face as he proposes, Aunt, I might have a solution, but I wonder if you would be willing to part with your daughter? Hearing Wen Yongqiang's words, Li Wan scoffs. What is there to be reluctant about for a picked-up girl? Indeed. When Yongqiang nods vigorously, Aunt, you and Uncle have kept Wen Shanshan around because of her beauty and figure, intending to use her to curry favor with the powerful. Now, who would have thought she would offend Mr. Su? However, although Mr. Su is not young, he is still a man. I see that Mr. Su is in good shape. Why not let Wen Shanshan accompany him? As he speaks, a suggestive glimmer appears in his eyes. The entire Wen family is momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. Li Wan and Wen Tianfeng lock eyes, and Li Wan asks, you mean, let this wild girl accompany Mr. Su for a night? When Yongqiang nods emphatically, not just one night. Whatever duration Mr. Su requires, let her accompany him for that long. This way, not only will today's issue be resolved, but our Wen family can also forever bind ourselves to Qinglong commerce. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Li Wan and Wen Tianyu light up with excitement. What a brilliant idea! No. When Shanshan's anguished voice suddenly erupts, her eyes red and tears streaming down her face as she screams, I want to go. I want to marry Lin Tian. I want to marry Lin Tian. Shut your mouth. Li Wan raises her hand, poised to strike Wen Shanshan. However, when Yongqiang surprisingly intervenes, protecting Wen Shanshan as he pleads with his aunt, please, don't hit her. What if Mr. Su dislikes her if she gets hurt? Good point. Li Wan narrows her eyes at Wen Shanshan, declaring, let me tell you today, whether you like it or not, you will accompany Mr. Su. Otherwise, I will drag you to the backyard, disfigure your face, and break your limbs. Then we shall see if your stray dog of a fiancé, Lin Tian, will still want you. When Shanshan's face turns pale, her pupils widen in terror as she shakes her head repeatedly, murmuring, no, I want tea, I want tea. She cast a pleading gaze towards Wen Tianfeng, who sat silently in the back. Dad, please persuade Mom. I am your daughter. To her astonishment, Wen Tianfeng merely glanced at Wen Shanshan with an expressionless face, uttering not a single word before turning away. Despair enveloped her. All that remained in Wen Shanshan's heart was an overwhelming sense of hopelessness, coupled with a slowly rising tide of disappointment towards her parents, Wen Tianfeng, Li Wan, and the entire Wen family. As she looked at the faces of those she considered her kin, it felt as though her heart were dying. She bit down hard, drawing blood from her lips. A hoarse, jarring voice broke the silence. What the hell? Chapter 22 Matriarch. What are you doing? Sitting in her executive chair, her eyes glinting with ferocity, she exclaimed, damn it. This oblivious Wen family dares to curse the master behind their backs. They are truly courting death. No, I must sever all ties with the Wen family. After all, there is no necessity for their existence in this world. With this thought, Su Qiandu pressed the button on her answering machine. Come in. Bring me all the contracts related to the Wen family. Before long, a person clad in a Qingtong commerce uniform rushed in, holding a thick stack of documents. President Su, this is what you requested. Before he could finish, Su Qiandu's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she sprang from her chair with a start and waved her hand at the employee who had just entered. You may leave now, and please close the door." The employee, diligent and uncomplaining, turned and exited the office, closing the door behind him. Su Qiandu assumed a respectful demeanor as she answered the call, speaking cautiously. "Master, did you need me?" Indeed, the call was from Lin Tian. Earlier, she had exchanged contact information with Wen Shanshan, agreeing that after the bidding conference, when Shanshan would reach out to her. That moment, she could inquire about the clues from that year. However, Lin Tian had waited in vain for Wen Shanshan's call, and when he tried to reach her, she did not answer. Thus, he resorted to calling Su Qiandu. Lin Tian's voice came through her phone. "Has your bidding conference concluded?" "It has ended. More precisely, I didn't even hold it. It was over long ago." Lin Tian paused slightly before continuing. "The Wen family members were the first to leave. They should be at the Wen family's residence by now, right?" In Su Qiandu's understanding, the powerful master Lin Tian was aware of the Wen family's disparaging remarks and intended to make them vanish. Thus, he relayed the Wen family's movements to Lin Tian. However, she heard Lin Tian's puzzled voice. It ended long ago. Strange." Without elaborating, Lin Tian hung up. Su Qiandu, intrigued by the oddity, pondered what was strange. Yet, before she could contemplate further, the answering machine on her desk rang again. "President Su?" "Miss Wen Shanshan requests an audience." Wen Shanshan? Su Qiandu's pupils contracted once more. After all, Wen Shanshan was the master's fiancée. Although the Wen family no longer warranted existence, Wen Shanshan was different. Su Qiandu was well aware of the bond between Wen Shanshan and Lin Tian. Moreover, since Wen Shanshan was not of the Wen family's bloodline, she could not strictly be considered one of them. Su Qiandu rushed to the answering machine and called out loudly, "Please invite Miss Wen Shanshan in at once." Before long, the tear-streaked Wen Shanshan entered Su Qiandu's office. As the door closed behind her, Su Qiandu greeted her with a smile that resembled an apologetic grin. However, the next moment, thud, Wen Shanshan unexpectedly knelt before Su Qiandu. "What on earth?" Su Qiandu was taken aback and hastily jumped aside, utterly unprepared to accept such a grand gesture from Wen Shanshan, exclaiming, "Matriarch, what are you doing? Please, rise, matriarch." Although Wen Shanshan should have found the term peculiar, she was too preoccupied to care. She had agreed to her family's demands to meet Su Qiandu, but to accompany him for a night? Absolutely not. Thus, she intended to earnestly beseech Su Qiandu to spare the Wen family. If he refused, Wen Shanshan would rather perish than surrender her purity to anyone other than Lin Tian. She spoke earnestly, "Mr. Su, I apologize. It is all my fault. I do not know when I offended you. I seek your forgiveness. Mr. Su, why are you kneeling?" Before Wen Shanshan could finish her apology, she noticed that, unbeknownst to her, Su Qiandu had also knelt down. Su Qiandu felt a pang of distress. "My goodness. Why do you ask me why I am kneeling? I wish to help you up, but I dare not touch you. Seeing you kneeling forces me to prostrate myself." With that thought, Su Qiandu truly lay flat on the ground, addressing Wen Shanshan loudly, "Matriarch, could you please rise? If you continue kneeling, my life will be forfeit." The scene in the office was utterly bizarre. Wen Shanshan's face was stained with tears, yet her expression was one of confusion. "Matriarch? Mr. Su, what do you call me? And why are you behaving this way?" Su Qiandu, still in agony, replied loudly, "Please, get up. Once you do, I will explain." Upon hearing Su Qiandu's words, Wen Shanshan cautiously stood up. Su Qiandu finally exhaled deeply, supporting himself on the ground as he slowly rose, rubbing his sore back while saying to Wen Shanshan, "Do you believe that my decision to expel the Wen family today is because of you?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of despair crossed Wen Shanshan's eyes, and she helplessly replied, "My family." The words family sounded so harsh on her tongue. "They all believe it is my fault. To hell with that." Su Qiandu exclaimed loudly, startling Wen Shanshan. He then addressed her, "As it stands, Wen Shanshan had come to seek Su Qiandu with a death wish, only to find herself bewilderingly prostrated before him and leaving Qingtong commerce in a daze." Meanwhile, in a high-end residential area of Qinghe, Lin Tian rented an apartment for himself and his sister. Lin Mingming stood at the door, holding Lin Tian's hand, and asked, "Brother, are you going to find Sister Shanshan?" Lin Tian nodded with a smile, saying, "Of course, for the Wen family possesses the clues to the extermination of my Lin family." Lin Mingming nodded in response, "Brother, please be careful." Hearing her words, Lin Tian's brow raised slightly, and a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he nodded in agreement. Chapter 23. What? Is there no man left in the one family? In the one family villa, Li Wan, ice pack pressed against her eyes, gazed in astonishment at the unharmed Wen Shanshan and asked, "You didn't go, did you?" Faced with Li Wan's interrogation, Wen Shanshan, bolstered by Su Qindu's direct assurance, replied confidently, "I met with Mr. Su." Met him? Li Wan paused momentarily, then immediately inquired, "What did Mr. Su say? He ask you to sleep with him?" Upon hearing the phrase sleep with him, a deep revulsion surfaced in Wen Shanshan's eyes. She replied firmly, "Mr. Su told me that the expulsion of my Wen family from Qingtong commerce has nothing to do with me. I have not offended anyone. Rather, it is you, the one family, who have provoked someone you should not have. Mr. Su also instructed me to convey to you all to be cautious." The words "you and family" slipped from Wen Shanshan's lips, revealing her utter disappointment in the one family. Li Wan and the others were momentarily taken aback, but soon, Li Wan erupted in fury. "You little bastard, what are you saying? How dare you tell us to be cautious?" On the other side, when Tianyu coldly interjected, "Wen Shanshan, you didn't go, did you? What you just said was all fabricated, wasn't it?" Meanwhile, when Yongqiang glared at her, his voice shrill as he declared, "Well done. You little bastard. How dare you use Mr. Su to insult us? I see you truly have a death wish." Subsequently, he turned to Li Wan and remarked, "Auntie, it seems that this one Shanshan will not shed tears until she sees the coffin." At that moment, Li Wan's eyes were nearly ablaze with fury. Well, it is precisely because of that Lin Tian that you now dare to defy us, and even have the audacity to suggest we should be cautious? Bring it on." After Li Wan's words fell, a clamorous rush ensued as over a dozen of the one family's servants charged forth, surrounding the panicked Wen Shanshan. She was utterly unprepared for the situation to escalate in such a manner. In her bewilderment, she exclaimed, "This is what Mr. Su instructed me to convey to you. I did not fabricate anything. Moreover, Brother Lin Tian is not a stray dog, even at such a critical moment." Wen Shanshan did not forget to defend Lin Tian. However, Li Wan was entirely unconvinced, snorting coldly, "At this juncture, you still dare to speak for that stray dog? Strip her of her clothes and give her a good beating." "No, no," Wen Shanshan cried out in despair, clutching her chest with both hands. Wen Yongqiang wore a lecherous grin as he rubbed his hands together, approaching Wen Shanshan with malicious intent. "Allow me to take care of the stripping." He. With a sinister smile, Wen Yongqiang reached out his wicked hands towards Wen Shanshan. But at that very moment, there was a resounding bang. A tremor reverberated through the air. A massive door plank unexpectedly flew into the one family's hall. The next second, with a loud thud, it crashed directly into Wen Yongqiang's face. A scream erupted as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose. "Yongqiang!" A woman's horrified voice called out as Wen Tianyu's wife rushed towards her son. Meanwhile, Wen Tianyu, Wen Tianfeng, and Li Wan sprang to their feet, bellowing in unison towards the entrance of the hall. "Who?" A resonant, icy voice echoed. "From the Qinghe Lin family, Lin Tian, Brother Lin Tian." The tall, imposing figure of Lin Tian strode forward with steady steps. The one family's servants, armed with clubs, glared at him with fury, yet none dared to advance. The reason was simple. Behind Lin Tian, the heavy door, which required the strength of two to open, had been effortlessly kicked aside, crashing into the one family's hall. Such power was certainly not possessed by an ordinary individual. "Ah, so it's you? The stray dog?" Li Wan's shrill voice pierced the air. "You dare to come to our one family? You even dare to injure my nephew? You are truly seeking death." Hearing her command, all the members of the one family were incited. "Seize him. Break his limbs and toss him into the street to beg." Yes, in the living room, over a dozen of one family servants, along with dozens more in the courtyard, exchanged glances and shouted in unison, "Brother Lin Tian, be careful!" In Wen Shanshan's alarmed cry, the group of servants revealed their vicious expressions and charged at Lin Tian. "Oh, still calling him Brother Lin Tian?" When Yongqiang sneered, he was about to become a cripple. However, just as he spoke, his voice was abruptly cut off as if something had lodged in his throat. When Yongqiang, along with the remaining Wen family members, had their eyes widened in disbelief, their pupils dilating. The sounds of thuds and crashes filled their ears, but these noises did not emanate from Lin Tian. Instead, they came from each of the one family servants who were sent flying. Lin Tian advanced step by step, and not a single servant could impede his progress. Anyone who approached him was immediately sent hurtling backward, spewing blood. By the time Lin Tian stepped into the hall and approached Wen Shanshan, the unconscious forms of the one family servants were strewn across the courtyard. The scene was utterly chilling. Lin Tian's brother. When Shanshan gazed at Lin Tian's resolute face, the despair that had once clouded her features now vanished with his arrival. Her eyes sparkled with the brilliance of the stars, fixated solely on Lin Tian. Lin Tian gently raised his hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, then took her small hand in his, softly saying, "Shanshan, let us leave this place. Let's depart from the one family." As she listened to Lin Tian's tender voice, when Shanshan could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks, she repeatedly nodded, saying, "I." She stepped forward a couple of paces, pointing at Wen Shanshan, and shouted, "Otherwise, I will lock you in a dog cage." Just as her words hung in the air, a sharp crack resounded as Lin Tian's palm struck Li Wan's face with great force. With a thud, Li Wan, her cheek swollen, fell heavily to the ground. Lin Tian regarded her with the disdain one might reserve for refuse, slowly stating, "What? Is there no one left in the one family? Allowing an outsider to act so arrogantly?" Chapter 24. "I come to the one family for only two matters." Lin Tian's words dripped with deep sarcasm, as if he were striking the faces of all the one family's men present, including the eldest, Wen Tianfeng, and the second son, Wen Tianyu. "You?" Wen Tianfeng glared at Lin Tian, stepping forward as he voiced his outrage. "Lin Tian, how dare you? A stray dog from a destroyed family dares to act ferociously in the one family? Do you truly believe we are without men?" Lin Tian, now facing the finally standing Wen Tianfeng, casually dug into his ear and remarked, "Oh, it turns out the one family still has men. How delightful." Lin Tian's sarcasm was evident. Had it been earlier, when Shanshan might have felt a twinge of sympathy for her parents. However, at this point, she understood she was merely a foster daughter, and she recognized that these people had never regarded her as kin over the years. Thus, she no longer cared. At that moment, Li Wan's voice, filled with despair, emerged. You dare to hit me?" After becoming the wife of the one family patriarch, she had never endured such humiliation, let alone being slapped in the face. Tears of humiliation streamed from her eyes as she turned to Wen Tianfeng, her voice sharp. "Tianfeng, summon our family's patron to deal with him. I want him dead. I want that scoundrel dead." "Emph!" Wen Tianfeng grunted coldly and directed a fervent shout towards the back of the hall. "Patronly, please, lend us your strength to punish this Lin family's rogue." As soon as Wen Tianfeng's words fell, a melodious sigh echoed. Alas, then, a gentle breeze swept through. An elderly man with a white beard floated down from the rear of the hall into the one family's main chamber. Upon the appearance of this elder, Li Wan hurried to rise from the ground, bowing deeply with her husband and Wen Tianyu towards him. "Patron, please take action and uphold justice for our one family." This elder, patronly, was clearly a martial artist of considerable prowess. With narrowed eyes, he surveyed the composed Lin Tian before him, slowly speaking. "Did you defeat all of these one family servants?" After a moment of contemplation, patronly nodded. "A young man with such strength at this age is indeed a promising talent. What a pity! Had you not provoked the one family, I might have taken you as my disciple, but now..." With a cold snort, an ominous aura radiated from patronly, suddenly pushing the surrounding one family members away. The overwhelming force surged toward Lin Tian, enveloping him in an instant. Despite the pressure closing in on him, Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged as he nonchalantly replied, "If this is all you can muster, you may not be worthy of being my master." Hemph! Patronly let out a cold snort again, and facing Lin Tian's dismissive demeanor, he bellowed, "You insolent brat! You are the one who is arrogant." Lin Tian retorted, his voice booming. With a soft hum, a ripple of energy emanated from him, and in the next moment, patronly let out a muffled grunt, staggering back 3 steps and clutching his chest, utterly astonished as he stared at the unmoving Lin Tian. This is impossible," patronly gasped, his beard trembling in disbelief. Although he had not exerted his full strength while pressuring Lin Tian, the mere force of Lin Tian's yell had managed to push him back. How could that be possible? How could someone so young possess strength surpassing his own? He was incredulous. It appears that you possess a certain level of skill, but let us draw the line here. Li Gongfeng, undeterred, summoned the energy from his dantian, slightly bending his knees, preparing to charge at Lin Tian for a close-quarters brawl. Just then, an aged voice resonated from the back of the hall. Mr. Li, stand down. You are no match for him. Li Gongfeng's momentum faltered instantly as he turned, filled with indignation. At that moment, a frail elder, appearing to be in his 80s or 90s, leaned on a cane, slowly emerging with the assistance of a middle-aged man in his 50s. Upon sighting this elder, the members of the One family, Wen Tianfeng and Wen Tianyu, were immediately astonished. They rushed forward, expressing their concern. The elder who had appeared was none other than Wen Tianfeng and Wen Tianyu's father, the highest-ranking member of the One family, Wen Xinghe. Logically speaking, Wen Xinghe was only in his 60s. However, his health had deteriorated to such an extent that it hinted at undisclosed circumstances. Wen Xinghe cast a fleeting glance at his two sons before stating, "Am I not accompanied by Dr. Ma?" The middle-aged man supporting Wen Xinghe was none other than the renowned physician of the southern region, Ma Weibang. After a slight nod, Wen Xinghe turned his gaze towards his sons and remarked, "Shall I leave the matter at hand to you, or should it be entrusted to Li Wan?" His voice rose slightly, tinged with irritation. At this, Wen Tianfeng and Wen Tianyu lowered their heads in embarrassment, while Li Wan behind them shrank her neck slightly, bowing her head in silence. At that moment, Wen Xinghe took a couple of steps forward, gazing intently at Lin Tian, his expression shifting in his dimly lit pupils. A hint of moisture appeared, and with a quavering voice he spoke. It was evident from Wen Xinghe's address to Lin Tian that he once held a deep affection for him. The marriage between Wen Shanshan and Lin Tian had been a decision made in consultation with Lin Tian's grandfather. It was decided years ago that the eldest daughter of the One family would be betrothed to Lin Tian. However, due to the inability of Wen Tianfeng and Li Wan to bear children, Wen Xinghe had permitted them to adopt one, in order to fulfill the agreement with the Lin family. Little did they know that the situation would culminate in this manner. Lin Tian, recalling Wen Xinghe's kindness from his childhood, nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Grandpa Wan, it has been a long time." Just then, Wen Tianyu interjected, "This." Clearly, Wen Xinghe was entirely unaware of the events that had transpired, his eyes reflecting astonishment and confusion as he regarded Lin Tian. Lin Tian, holding Wen Shanshan's hand, maintained a calm demeanor and stated, "I have come to the One family today to accomplish two things. The first, to take Wen Shanshan away. The second, to uncover the clues regarding the annihilation of the Lin family." Chapter 25. Who says the Tai Divine Needle is lost? Upon Lin Tian's mention of the clues surrounding the annihilation of the Lin family, Wen Xinghe's gaze shifted abruptly, revealing a peculiar glimmer. Although this glimmer was fleeting, Lin Tian captured it with clarity. He was certain that Wen Xinghe held knowledge of the events from that time. Before Wen Xinghe could speak, Wen Tianfeng stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Tian, exclaiming, "What business do you have in our Wen family seeking knowledge about the annihilation of the Lin family? You also harmed my family members and servants. Our Wen family should have been involved in that affair, ensuring the complete eradication of your Lin family bloodline." Slap! The sound of a sharp slap echoed as Wen Xinghe delivered a resounding blow to Wen Tianfeng's face. "Father? Why did you strike me?" Wen Tianfeng looked at his father with a sense of grievance. "Nonsense!" Wen Xinghe shouted angrily. "What are you babbling about?" Cough, cough. It seemed that Wen Xinghe was incensed by Wen Tianfeng's attitude, leading to a fit of violent coughing. Amidst his coughing, he admonished, "Our Wen family has always cough, 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 maintained a good relationship with the Lin family. How could we possibly be involved in the annihilation of the Lin family?" Cough, cough, cough. Wen Xinghe's coughing grew increasingly frantic. The members of the One family were instantly alarmed, rushing forward in concern. "Father, are you all right? Please, do not become agitated." On the other side, Wen Tianyu glared fiercely at Lin Tian, shouting, "It's all your fault. Look at what you've done to our elder. Is the One family's propensity for shirking responsibility ingrained in their very bones?" Meanwhile, the violently coughing Wen Xinghe shot a glare at Wen Tianyu before turning with difficulty to address Lin Tian, saying, Xiao Tian, I do know a bit about the events from that time. I will." But before he could finish, a spurt of dark red blood erupted from his mouth. "Father," even Wen Shanshan, standing behind Lin Tian, gasped in horror, "Grandpa." After all, she had lost faith in Wen Tianfeng and Li Wan, But Wen Xinghe had always treated her with kindness. Amidst the cries of alarm from the Wen family, Wen Xinghe collapsed to the ground, his bloodshot eyes wide open. "Father, what has happened to you?" The middle-aged man who had been supporting Wen Xinghe maintained a serious expression, holding onto him tightly, before commanding in a low voice, "Quickly, lay elder Wen flat on the ground." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's instructions, Wen Tianfeng and Wen Tianyu acted without hesitation, gently placing Wen Xinghe's body on the floor of the Wen family hall. Subsequently, Wen Tianfeng anxiously turned to the middle-aged man, saying, "Dr. Ma, please, examine what is wrong with my father." Ma Weibang, recognized as the most esteemed physician in the southern region, adopted a grave demeanor, immediately kneeling beside Wen Xinghe to check his pulse with 3 fingers. The surrounding crowd remained silent, fearing they might disrupt Dr. Ma's examination. Before long, Dr. Ma's brow furrowed even deeper. His hoarse voice broke the tension. "The elder's health is not good. His bodily functions are rapidly declining. It is likely that it won't be long before Elder Wen passes away." "What? How could this be?" Both Wen Tianfeng and Wen Tianyu cried out in anguish. "Dr. Ma, please, think of a way to save my father." The one pleading was naturally the second son, Wen Tianyu. Meanwhile, Wen Tianfeng turned abruptly to point at Lin Tian, shouting, "You bastard! You have driven my father to this state. I will kill—" Before he could finish, a cry of agony escaped his lips as Lin Tian seized his outstretched finger and twisted it backward at a 90-degree angle. The connection between fingers and heart is profound. Wen Tianfeng's cries were more heart-wrenching than those of a slaughtered pig. Yet, in the face of Wen Tianfeng's despairing wails, Lin Tian merely stated, "This is the 3rd time you have pointed your finger at me today. Since you no longer wish to keep your finger, there is no need for it to remain." With that, there was a sudden sound. A scream even more horrific than before erupted as blood splattered. Wen Tianfeng's finger was brutally torn from his hand. Seeing such a gruesome spectacle, Wen Shanshan instinctively covered her eyes and hid behind Lin Tian. However, she felt no pity for her so-called father, for he was unworthy. Husband, Li Wan, witnessing her husband's dire state, rushed to his side with a cry. Meanwhile, Li Gongfeng let out a cold snort. "Humph! Kid, you possess an audacious spirit to dare act violently at this moment." As he spoke, his aura surged ominously, preparing to strike at Lin Tian. However, at that moment, Dr. Ma's voice thundered, "Everyone, be quiet. Stop this commotion. Do you wish to see Elder Wen perish?" Upon hearing Dr. Ma's command, Wen Tianfeng bit his lip tightly, suppressing the intense pain in his hand, for the life of his father took precedence. Nevertheless, this did not prevent him from casting a resentful glare at Lin Tian. On the other side, Li Gongfeng clenched his teeth, enduring the situation. Truth be told, Li Gongfeng had always held a grudge against Lin Tian, especially after being interrupted just as he was about to take action. It was said that he was not Lin Tian's match. Lin Tian was merely a child yet to mature. How could he possibly be his opponent? He had long harbored a desire to teach Lin Tian a lesson, to prove himself. However, there has never been an opportunity. His hand, it itches. "Master Ma, have you thought of a solution? Please, I implore you, save my father." At this moment, when Tianyu anxiously addressed Master Ma, on the other hand, Ma Weibang furrowed his brows and spoke in a low voice. "With my current medical skills, I can only administer acupuncture to slow the decline of the old gentleman's bodily functions. But I cannot guarantee how much longer he will live." "What?" Upon hearing Ma Weibang's words, Wen Tianyu's eyes filled with profound sorrow, yet he still questioned with a hint of disbelief. "Master Ma, is it truly impossible to save my father?" As Ma Weibang retrieved silver needles from his medicine chest, he slowly shook his head, saying, "Unless the long-lost Tai Divine Needle resurfaces, it may be possible to preserve Wen Laoye's life." "What?" The members of the Wen family were engulfed in deep despair and melancholy upon hearing Master Ma's words. However, on Li Wan's face, there was no trace of sorrow. Instead, a flicker of concealed delight sparkled in her eyes. Naturally, Lin Tian could not agree and subtly scoffed, thinking to himself, "Who says the Tai Divine Needle has been lost?" Of course, Master Ma could not hear his inner thoughts. At this moment, Master Ma had already drawn the silver needle and was poised to pierce Wen Xinghe's forehead. However, upon witnessing this scene, Lin Tian frowned slightly and spoke directly. "Master Ma, are you attempting to kill Old Wen outright?" Chapter 26. I will not let you off. The moment Lin Tian's words escaped his lips, he was met with the furious glares of everyone in the hall, including Master Ma, who was in the midst of healing. Hemph. Master Ma, observing Lin Tian's youthful demeanor, deemed it audacious for him to question his medical expertise. Choosing to ignore him, dismissing him as nothing more than a mere child spouting nonsense, it was best to focus on treating the old gentleman. Though the members of the one family were seething with anger, they remained silent, fearing to disturb Master Ma's efforts to save a life. Just as Master Ma was about to lower the second silver needle, Lin Tian's voice rang out once more. I advise you to consider carefully before you insert that needle. You, Master Ma, who had been fully concentrated on treating Wen Xinghe, was momentarily disturbed by Lin Tian's incessant interruptions, disrupting his calm demeanor. He abruptly halted his actions, turning to Lin Tian with an irate shout. Kid, are you wishing for the old gentleman to die even faster? Facing the furious Master Ma, Lin Tian merely waved his hand dismissively. I believe it is you who desires old Wen's demise to come sooner. You! What a bold young man! At this point, when Tianyu could no longer contain himself, bursting forth to angrily rebuke Lin Tian. You scoundrel! You want my father to die, don't you? How dare you question Master Ma's medical skills? Master Ma is recognized as the foremost physician in the southern region, having practiced for decades without a single error. You, a worthless fool who knows nothing, what qualifications do you have to speak? Since someone has already taken it upon themselves to flaunt their superiority, Master Ma naturally elevated his status, looking down upon Lin Tian with contempt, coldly snorting before raising his silver needle once more to pierce Wen Xinghe. Lin Tian, however, frowned slightly. In truth, he could easily disregard Master Ma's treatment of Wen Xinghe, as any adverse outcome would undoubtedly discredit Master Ma. But, if Wen Xinghe were to die, wouldn't that sever his lead on the path of revenge? Thus, at this moment, Lin Tian bellowed towards Master Ma. Stop! Lin Tian's shout, imbued with formidable energy, surged forth towards Master Ma. The next moment, a scream erupted as Master Ma was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Ouch! Master Ma clutched his rear in irritation, furiously demanding, Kid, what the hell are you trying to do? Master Ma, are you all right? The members of the one family were instantly taken aback, rushing forward to assist Master Ma. At this moment, the ever-watchful Li Gongfeng's eyes glimmered with a hint of bloodlust. He bellowed at Lin Tian. Kid, you have some nerve. How dare you openly obstruct Master Ma from treating old one? If I don't intervene, it would be against all reason. Come at me. Li Gongfeng's eyes shone with excitement, for he had finally found an opportunity to strike Lin Tian, proving his own strength. He was determined to no longer let others think that after so many years of martial training, he was inferior to a mere boy. Buzz. His body surged forward, rapidly approaching Lin Tian and causing the air around them to resonate. However, Lin Tian remained unfazed, simply snorting. Get lost with that, he swung his right hand forcefully. The next moment, a dull thud echoed as Lin Tian's fist struck Li Gongfeng's chest with a force he could not defend against. Fift. Blood gushed from Li Gongfeng's mouth and nose, sending him flying. Li Gongfeng! The sight prompted gasps of astonishment from the one family once again. Li Gongfeng crashed heavily to the ground, his complexion pale, clutching his chest in terror as he stared at Lin Tian, who stood unscathed. No, it can't be. This is impossible. Li Gongfeng finally understood the extent of Lin Tian's formidable power. Previously, their confrontation had only been a clash of momentum, which had not psychologically pressured Li Gongfeng too much. But now, this opponent had casually dealt him a severe blow, and judging by Lin Tian's demeanor, it seemed he had not even exerted his full strength. A mere flick of his hand had rendered Li Gongfeng in such a state. The words of Wen Laoyi echoed in Li Gongfeng's mind. You are no match for him. How could he have felt so unconvinced back then? Yet now, it was evident that even if the other party sought to kill him, it would be effortlessly achieved. In an instant, he felt as if all those years of martial training had been in vain, realizing he was no match for a mere 20-something youth. Pfft. Another mouthful of bitter blood erupted from Li Gongfeng's lips. At this moment, Lin Tian was entirely unconcerned with Li Gongfeng's thoughts, striding directly towards Wen Xinghe, who lay in the center of the hall. Wen Tianfeng, Wen Tianyu, and the other members of the Wen family looked at Lin Tian with fear in their eyes. Retreating repeatedly, They were acutely aware of Li Gongfeng's strength, for he was a genuine martial artist capable of feats ordinary people could not achieve. Now, that even Li Gongfeng had been effortlessly sent flying by Lin Tian. Just how terrifying was this Lin Tian? As Lin Tian approached Wen Xinghe, the nearby Master Ma, nursing his injuries, cried out in alarm. What are you planning to do? Are you going to harm Old One? Quickly stop him. Do not let him near Old One. Hearing Master Ma's urgent cries, Wen Tianfeng and Wen Tianyu simultaneously shouted, Lin Tian, what are you doing? Stay away from my father. Get back. Although they said this, neither brother moved to obstruct Lin Tian. Wen Tianfeng's right index finger was already incapacitated. Wen Tianyu feared becoming like his elder brother. Realizing they could not halt Lin Tian's advance, Wen Tianfeng turned his gaze towards Wen Shanshan behind Lin Tian, shouting once more, Wen Shanshan, you treacherous wretch. Are you still a member of the One family? Will you merely watch as Lin Tian kills your grandfather? At this moment, did they finally remember Wen Shanshan? Treating her as one of their own after having previously locked her away in a dog cage. Wen Shanshan, uncertain of Lin Tian's intentions, looked at him with curiosity and hesitation but remained silent. Lin Tian seemed to sense Wen Shanshan's gaze, turning slightly and gently addressing her. Shanshan, I can heal Grandpa One. Do you believe in me? Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Wen Shanshan felt no hesitation in her heart. Nodding emphatically, Brother Lin Tian, I believe in you. You? Hearing Wen Shanshan's words, Wen Tianfeng was incensed, once again shouting hoarsely. Wen Shanshan, you wretch! I admit we have not treated you well, but your grandfather has always cared for you since childhood. Is this how you repay him? At this point, Wen Shanshan stepped forward, shedding her usual timidity, and boldly addressed Wen Tianfeng. It is precisely because I wish to repay my grandfather that I must heal him. Moreover, I trust Brother Lin Tian. He would never harm Grandpa. I believe in Brother Lin Tian. He can save Grandpa. He is undoubtedly far superior to your so-called Master Ma, and also, Wen Tianfeng, from this moment onward, I shall no longer be the daughter you and Li Wan adopted. If you dare to call me a bastard again, I will not let you off the hook. Chapter 27. Could this truly be the Tai Divine Needle? At this moment, Wen Shanshan's demeanor astonished Wen Tianfeng, Wen Tianyu, and even Li Wan, their eyes wide with disbelief and shock, tinged with a semblance of fear. When had they ever witnessed Wen Shanshan in such a state? Speaking to them in that tone? The former Wen Shanshan was always submissive and trembling. Yet now, she audaciously addressed both Wen Tianfeng and Li Wan by name. Furthermore, she outright declared that she was no longer their adopted daughter. She even threatened Wen Tianfeng and Li Wan, warning them that should they call her a bastard again, she would not spare him. After a brief moment of bewilderment, a grimace of ferocity appeared on Wen Tianfeng's face. He could not fathom that the previously timid Wen Shanshan could pose any threat to him. How could she possibly think she would not let him off the hook? He bellowed at Wen Shanshan. Very well, you, ungrateful wretch, without the One family, what are you? I shall see how you intend to not let me off the hook. Listening to Wen Tianfeng's words, a serene smile akin to Lin Tian's graced Wen Shanshan's face. And with keen interest, she replied, Wen Tianfeng, do not forget, for all these years, I have been managing the Wensi Group. Though I hold no official position, my understanding of the Wensi Group surpasses yours by leaps and bounds. Likewise, I am well aware of how to bring the Wensi Group to utter ruin, and how to ensure your complete disgrace. What? Upon hearing Wen Shanshan's declaration, Wen Tianfeng's brows furrowed sharply, panic and dread flickering in his eyes. He realized that what Wen Shanshan said bore the truth. Although she had been working under his and Li Wan's arrangement without any official title, she understood the Wensi Group better than any of them. Thus, her words were anything but mere alarmist rhetoric. Why you actually dare? When Tianfeng stammered, his voice trembling, at this moment, however, when Shanshan paid him no heed, turning confidently to Lin Tian and saying, Brother Lin Tian, I trust you. Do as you wish, for no one dares to stop you. In truth, Lin Tian had already cast a glance of admiration at Wen Shanshan the moment she stepped forward. Her transformation filled him with a sense of gratification. When Shanshan had finally learned to resist, with a gentle smile, he gave her a thumbs up and nodded before approaching Wen Xinghe. Kid, you. Both Wen Tianfeng and Wen Tianyu regarded Lin Tian's actions with expressions of anger and astonishment. Yet, they dared not intervene, fearing they would be swiftly vanquished by him. Moreover, They were apprehensive that Wen Shanshan might indeed leverage her knowledge of the Wincy group to bring about their total downfall. With the bothersome flies out of the way, Lin Tian could finally focus on treating Wen Xinghe in peace. He placed 3 fingers on Wen Xinghe's pulse. As expected, the previous Master Ma did possess some skill. It was indeed as he claimed. However, one point he had misrepresented. Though Wen Xinghe's bodily functions were rapidly declining, he was not on the brink of death. Rather, his body was in a dormant state due to specific influences. The acupuncture technique used by Master Ma was a forceful method to activate Wen Xinghe's internal organs into overdrive. If Wen Xinghe were truly dying, that technique would have been somewhat effective. Here, Lin Tian hesitated no longer, gently closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. In the next moment, a gust of wind erupted. Lin Tian's right hand shot up, revealing a silver gleam between his index and middle fingers. With faint currents of air swirling around it, as if he were channeling his internal energy outward, at that instant, Master Ma, sitting off to the side, felt his pupils constrict in shock. The Tai Divine Needle? He exclaimed. Yet, he quickly shook his head, exclaiming, impossible, absolutely impossible. The Tai Divine Needle has been lost for over a century. How could a mere youth in his 20s possess such a technique? But in the next moment, Lin Tian's right hand accurately landed on Wen Xinghe's forehead. Subsequently, his left hand rose, revealing another silver gleam accompanied by soft currents, which he then placed above Wen Xinghe's neck. Lin Tian alternated between his left and right hands, and the air around him resonated with the currents he generated, creating a low humid. It was as if an invisible shield enveloped Wen Xinghe, with the fluctuations of air forming patterns reminiscent of star maps or human pulses on his body. Master Ma could no longer contain himself. With a sudden movement, he sprang to his feet, his right hand trembling as he pointed at the scene before him, his pupils quaking with disbelief, his expression capturing utter incredulity. His lips quivering as he stammered, This, could it truly be the Tai Divine Needle? Then, as if driven by a whirlwind, he dashed to the side. Searching frantically through his medical box, he unearthed an ancient tome. Flipping through its pages, the illustrations and descriptions matched perfectly with what unfolded before his eyes. Indeed, it was the Tai Divine Needle. Master Ma's entire being trembled with excitement, his eyes reflecting a fervent thrill. Meanwhile, a panicked Wen Tianyu rushed to Master Ma's side, speaking quickly with urgency. Master Ma, you must think of a way to stop him. Stop him? Master Ma turned to Wen Tianyu, perplexed. Stop what? Wen Tianyu pointed towards Lin Tian, insisting, Stop that bastard from harming my father. Smack! Before Wen Tianyu could finish his sentence, Master Ma raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. Though Master Ma's strength was no match for Lin Tian's, it was sufficient to leave Wen Tianyu bewildered. You Master Ma, why? Despite the Wen family's current status, Wen Tianyu was still a member of the family, but before the first divine physician of the southern region, his status held little weight. With anger in his eyes, Master Ma glared at Wen Tianyu. You would have me stop Lin Tian from saving Elder One? Do you wish for your father to perish? What? Wen Tianyu was left utterly dumbfounded by Master Ma's words. Chapter 28. Master Ma, why are you kneeling on the ground? Upon hearing Master Ma's words, not only was Wen Tianyu stunned, but so was Wen Tianfeng. What was happening? How could Lin Tian, in Master Ma's eyes, be recognized as a divine physician? Did this have something to do with Master Ma's earlier mention of the Tai Divine Needle? They recalled that Master Ma had stated that only the long-lost Tai Divine Needle could save their father. Yet, if the Tai Divine Needle had been lost for over a century, how could this Lin Tian possess it? This dog of the Lin family, who had disappeared for a decade, this mere 20-something youth, not only wielded formidable martial prowess, but also such extraordinary medical skills. In that instant, they found themselves at a loss for how to react to the unfolding events. Master Ma remained silent, and the surrounding onlookers dared not utter a word. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's movements were as swift as lightning. Master Ma watched intently, yet still could not discern Lin Tian's actions. Moreover, Lin Tian performed the Tai Divine Needle technique without once opening his eyes. However, every point where his hands landed was remarkably precise. Not long after, Lin Tian's movements came to a halt. After a brief pause to collect himself, he exhaled a breath of turbid air, finally opening his eyes. At that moment, a splatter erupted. A thick, black liquid spewed forth from Wen Xinghe's mouth and nose. Dead? Witnessing this scene, both Wen Tianfeng and Wen Tianyu exclaimed in unison. However, just as they were about to rush to Wen Xinghe's side, they were sternly halted by Master Ma's commanding voice. "Do not move!" He quickly approached Wen Xinghe, crouching down to place his hand on Wen Xinghe's pulse. As time passed, the radiance on Master Ma's face grew increasingly pronounced, and surprise illuminated his eyes. The next moment, he exclaimed, "He is fine, completely healed. The ailments afflicting the venerable master one have astonishingly all been cured." What? When Tianfeng and Wen Tianyu stood in stunned silence, absorbing the exclamations of the esteemed physician, Ma, their gazes flickered, ultimately resting upon Lin Tian, revealing a complex array of emotions. At that moment, a sudden thud echoed through the air. The once squatting Ma now knelt upright upon the ground, facing Lin Tian. In the next instant, a sharp crack resounded as Ma raised his palm and delivered a resounding slap to his own face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he loudly proclaimed, "Divine Physician Lin, I was wrong. Previously, I failed to recognize your greatness and spoke a multitude of foolish words." Crack! Another resounding slap. "It is all my fault. I am but a foolish child, lacking in wisdom. Divine Physician Lin, I beseech your forgiveness." Crack! A further slap echoed as he struck his own face again. The members of the one family stood in utter disbelief, including the still-seated Li Gongfeng, a Weibang, a figure of esteemed status in the southern region. Known for his unparalleled medical prowess, was now kneeling before a youth in his 20s, repeatedly chastising himself and apologizing. If word of this scene were to spread, it would surely be met with incredulity. At this moment, Lin Tian merely cast a calm glance at the kneeling Ma, remaining silent. Meanwhile, when Shanshan, visibly anxious, approached Lin Tian and grasped his hand with concern, inquiring, "Brother Lin Tian, how is my grandfather faring?" Lin Tian smiled, gently pinching Wen Shanshan's cheek as he reassured her, "Do not worry, Grandfather One is now free from grave peril and can live for several more decades." Splendid. Upon hearing Lin Tian's response, Wen Shanshan's face lit up with joy as she tightly embraced his arm, exclaiming, "I knew you could do it, Brother Lin Tian." Meanwhile, Ma Weibang, still kneeling, gazed at Lin Tian with eyes brimming with admiration. In the next moment, he suddenly thudded his forehead against the ground. This action left Lin Tian with a perplexed expression. Then, Ma's voice rang out, "Divine Physician Lin, I, Ma Weibang, humbly request to be accepted as your disciple. I am willing to serve you faithfully, risking life and limb without hesitation." What a spectacle! The first physician of the southern region openly sought to be a disciple of a youth in his 20s. Particularly in the realm of medicine. One can only imagine the reactions of those unaware of the situation. Even now, the one family members were left agape, their mouths agape and eyes wide, rendered speechless. Lin Tian, with an expression of bemusement, replied to Ma Weibang, "What are you doing? I do not take disciples." Undeterred by Lin Tian's rejection, Ma Weibang pressed on, "Is it because I am unworthy?" "Indeed," Lin Tian replied bluntly, nodding. His words bore no hint of restraint. How could someone as illustrious as the first physician of the southern region be deemed unworthy? Ma Weibang's expression turned awkward, his eyes twitching in embarrassment. Yet, he bore no resentment towards Lin Tian, for he recognized the truth in the assertion. Thus, he raised his voice once more, "Divine Physician Lin, I do not seek to be your disciple. I would gladly be your aide, your subordinate, or even your servant. I implore you, take me with you." Astonishingly, Ma Weibang was willing to debase himself to become Lin Tian's servant just for the chance to stay by his side. Remarkable! Yet, Lin Tian merely shook his head and replied, "I have never lacked servants." Another rejection? Disappointment welled in Ma Weibang's eyes as he found himself at a loss for words to sway Lin Tian further. However, the expressions of Wen Tianfeng and Wen Tianyu turned peculiar, each silently scoffing. "You, a mere dog of the Lin family, claim you have never lacked servants? How absurd!" Yet, they dared not voice their derision. After all, they could not contend with Lin Tian, who possessed genuine and formidable medical skills. Just as Ma Weibang contemplated one last desperate plea, a series of coughs interrupted the tension. The aged voice of Wen Xinghe suddenly commanded everyone's attention. "Father! Dad!" In the astonished cries of Wen Tianfeng and Wen Tianyu, Wen Xinghe, who had previously lain unconscious, slowly pushed himself up from the ground. shaking his head in confusion. What has happened? Why was I lying on the ground? When Shanshan, who had been standing by Lin Tian, rushed forward with excitement. Grandfather, how do you feel? Are you well? You suddenly coughed blood and collapsed, but brother Lin Tian came to your rescue, upon hearing her words. When Xinghe paused momentarily before, in a sudden burst of realization, he stood upright, exclaiming in delight. I feel an unending surge of strength coursing through my body. What is this? I feel as if I have regained my youth. The elated Wen Xinghe resembled a child in his 50s or 60s, yet his gaze sharpened as he turned to Ma Weibang, perplexed. Why are you kneeling on the ground? Chapter 29. The sky of the southern region is about to collapse. Upon hearing Wen Xinghe's innocent inquiry, Ma Weibang's expression twitched awkwardly. How could he explain his kneeling? I am merely beseeching this young man to take me as his disciple. Yet, how could he utter such a humiliating truth? Meanwhile, Wen Xinghe cast a delighted glance at Lin Tian and exclaimed, I hear from Shanshan that it was you, young Tian, who healed my ailments. Lin Tian regarded Wen Xinghe with a serene smile. Slowly nodding. Seeing Lin Tian's affirmation, Wen Xinghe's emotions surged, and he stepped forward, grasping Lin Tian's hand, tears glimmering in his aged eyes. Young Tian, you cannot fathom the torment of my ailments over the past decade. I have sought countless physicians, all to no avail. Even the first physician of the southern region, Ma Weibang, could only prolong my life with medication. You are my savior, the savior of the entire Wen family. The savior of the entire Wen family? When Tianfeng and Wen Tianyu exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of awkwardness and disbelief. The very person they had ridiculed and belittled had now been hailed as the benefactor of their family by their father. Was this not a resounding slap to their faces? Yet, their faces had long since been bruised. A few more slaps were inconsequential, having grown accustomed to it. Lin Tian, observing the excited Wen Xinghe, calmly inquired, Grandfather Wen? Now you may tell me what transpired back then. Indeed, Lin Tian had not forgotten his purpose in coming to the Wen family. He sought the clues surrounding the massacre of the Lin family. He had learned that the Feng family was responsible for the destruction of his own, and he had since annihilated them. However, with the Feng family's demise, the trail had gone cold. Now, all hope rested on the venerable Wen patriarch before him. Wen Xinghe's expression turned serious as he regarded Lin Tian. Young Tian, do you truly wish to know? Lin Tian's gaze was resolute as he nodded emphatically. Of course, witnessing Lin Tian's unwavering determination. Wen Xinghe made up his mind, replying, Young Tian, I do not know much about the events of that time. However, 10 years prior, on the eve of the Lin family's destruction, 4 prominent families approached me. 4 prominent families? Lin Tian's interest piqued. Who were they? Wen Xinghe promptly responded. The Qinghe Feng family, the Qinghe Luo family, the Qinghe Zhang family, and the Lan Haichen family. The Feng family, the Luo family, the Zhang family, the Chen family. Lin Tian enunciated the names of these 4 families with gritted teeth, his eyes ablaze with vengeful fury. Wen Xinghe nodded slightly and remarked, among the 4 great families, the Feng clan possesses the weakest strength, entirely devoid of martial artists. The most formidable is undoubtedly the Chen family of Lan Hai, a lineage steeped in martial traditions, endowed with immense resources, and having nurtured a multitude of martial practitioners. However, here Wen Xinghe's tone shifted, and he continued, I firmly believe that the most powerful Qin family does not serve as the leader among these 4 families. The true dominant clan ought to be the Luo family of Qinghe. Lin Tian, upon hearing Wen Xinghe's assertion, revealed a flicker of confusion in his eyes and inquired, Grandfather Wen, what leads you to this conclusion? Wen Xinghe responded slowly, because I sense that the events surrounding your Lin family from years past were not solely orchestrated by these 4 clans. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's gaze narrowed significantly. Could it be that there are others lurking in the shadows? Was the downfall of the Lin family a consequence of additional conspirators? Wen Xinghe's voice continued to resonate. Given the Lin family's status as the foremost clan, even if all 4 families united their forces, they would still be no match for the Lin family. Through my past dealings with the Luo family, I have discerned that they seem to maintain ties with certain powerful factions. Thus, I surmise that the true orchestrator should be the Luo family of Qinghe. Qinghe Luo family. Lin Tian silently echoed the name of this clan within himself. He recalled, a decade ago, Prior to his enlistment in the northern border to train as a martial soldier, and before participating in the defense of Tiandu, the Luo family had perpetually trailed behind the Lin family. Acting as sycophants, showering praises upon the Lin clan, it was astonishing to realize that the most notorious traitors in Qinghe were indeed the Luo family. Lin Tian's fists clenched tightly, his aura brimming with an uncontrollable intensity. When Shanshan, nearest to Lin Tian, immediately sensed the shift in energy and gently grasped his hand. Feeling the warmth emanating from Wen Shanshan, Lin Tian's racing heart gradually calmed. A hint of sorrow flickered in Wen Xinghe's eyes as he stated, "Back then, they approached me, urging me to lead the one family in the campaign to annihilate the Lin family, but I resolutely refused. Subsequently, I endeavored to relay the information in advance, enabling the Lin family to prepare. However, they enacted a complete blockade against the one family, preventing anyone from leaving. They even severed our phone and internet connections. In the end, I was left powerless to witness the demise of the Lin family." As he spoke, tears of anguish welled in Wen Xinghe's eyes, and in the next moment, he lamented, "Oh, my dear brother. I am so sorry, Xinghe. I truly apologize." The dear brother Wen Xinghe referred to was none other than Lin Tian's grandfather. At this moment, Lin Tian perceived the genuine emotion radiating from Wen Xinghe. It was evident that he was not merely performing. Given Lin Tian's formidable prowess, had Wen Xinghe been feigning, he would have discerned it immediately. If that were the case, the one family would have surely vanished from this world. Lin Tian spoke slowly, "Grandfather Wen, I understand. Thank you." With those words, Lin Tian did not linger any longer. He took Wen Shanshan's hand and turned to exit the Wen family estate. Sensing a shift, Wen Xinghe quickly called out, "Xiao Tian, what do you intend to do?" Wen Xinghe hurriedly stepped forward, pleading, "Xiao Tian, please do not act rashly. I know you hail from the northern border martial soldiers. But you alone cannot contend against so many families." Northern border martial soldiers? At the mention of this phrase, Li Gongfeng, who lay in the corner, initially exhibited surprise, followed by a look of relief. He was astonished that the northern border martial soldiers had been eradicated a decade ago, yet relieved to understand why he had been no match for Lin Tian. He was indeed a northern border martial soldier. Little did Li Gongfeng know, and neither did Wen Xinghe, that Lin Tian was not merely a product of the northern border martial soldiers. He had been the architect of their creation. "Rest assured, Grandfather Wen, I am well aware of my measures." Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Wen Xinghe exhaled softly. However, Lin Tian's next statement caused all present in the one family hall to collectively gasp in shock. With Wen Xinghe staggering back several steps, Lin Tian's deep voice resonated. "The Feng family has already been annihilated." "What?" Lin Tian's tone was remarkably calm, yet to Wen Xinghe and the others, it struck like thunder, reverberating through their hearts. The Feng family had been eradicated by Lin Tian. Although the Feng family ranked as the weakest among the four great clans, they were still a prominent family in Qinghe. How could Lin Tian possess such terrifying strength? Moreover, from Lin Tian's words, it seemed that the Luo, Zhang, and Chun families would likely share the same fate. Realizing this, Wen Xinghe swallowed hard, fearfully murmuring, "The sky in the southern border is about to collapse." Chapter 30. The One Family Brothers to Betray. As the members of the One family were engulfed in shock, a woman's piercing scream suddenly pierced the air. "You cannot leave." The source of the scream was none other than Li Wan, the wife of Wen Tianfeng. Upon hearing Li Wan's outcry, the members of the One family exchanged peculiar glances, especially Wen Tianfeng, who had lost a finger and now looked at his wife with an expression that suggested he wished to slap her. For Lin Tian had become overwhelmingly powerful. Although he harbored immense anger towards Lin Tian, he did not dare utter a word, fearing that Lin Tian might retaliate and eliminate them all after all. He had just wiped out the Feng family. Their sole martial practitioner had been rendered incapacitated by Lin Tian's mere slap. Was it not akin to courting death to speak out now? As Li Wan's voice reached him, Lin Tian halted, frowning as he slowly turned to fix an icy gaze upon her. The members of the One family, with the exception of the elderly patriarch, felt their hearts leap into their throats. Even Li Wan trembled, instinctively swallowing hard. Subsequently, her tone shifted, tinged with trepidation. Lin Tian. Young Master Lin, I wasn't referring to you. I was speaking of Wen Shanshan." It was evident that Li Wan had begun to fear Lin Tian. The extent of his martial prowess and medical skills was beyond her comprehension. Though she still harbored anger towards him, she certainly did not dare provoke him now. She quickly averted her gaze from Lin Tian, turning instead to Wen Shanshan, her brows furrowed as she stated, Wen Shanshan, do not forget your status. This is your home. How brazen. How could Li Wan utter such words with a straight face? Lin Tian remained silent, trusting that Wen Shanshan would make a wise decision. Thus, he directed his gaze toward Wen Shanshan, who, unaware of Lin Tian's gentle eyes, retorted with a hint of derision, My home? Ask yourself, ask your husband, ask your brother-in-law's family. On which day have you ever regarded me as one of your own? You? Hearing Wen Shanshan's resolute voice, Li Wan's pupils quivered slightly, her body trembling, whether from anger or some other emotion was uncertain. Wen Shanshan continued with unwavering conviction, her voice ringing clear, in the entire Wen family. Only grandfather has truly regarded me as family. Only he has the right to utter such words. Thereafter, she turned to Wen Xinghe, a look of helplessness gracing her features as she said, Grandfather, it seems Shanshan will no longer be able to stay by your side to serve you. I must leave with brother Lin Tian. Please forgive me. Upon hearing this, Wen Xinghe did not hesitate but immediately replied, Shanshan, what are you saying? He stepped forward, grasping Wen Shanshan's hand, and continued, Grandfather knows that over the years, you have endured too many grievances within this family. As he spoke, his eyes reflected a deep sense of compassion. Wen Xinghe went on, Father. At the utterance of these words, Li Wan screamed once more. Be quiet. Wen Xinghe whipped around to glare at Li Wan, raising his hand in warning. With a resounding slap, he struck her face, causing her to stagger back, her eyes wide with terror. Ignoring Li Wan, Wen Xinghe turned back to Lin Tian with an apologetic demeanor, saying, Xiao Tian, I apologize for the trouble these people have caused you. Lin Tian shook his head slowly, choosing not to elaborate further. Wen Xinghe then addressed Wen Shanshan, Remember to inform me about your wedding with Xiao Tian. I wish to witness your marriage in person. Listening to Wen Xinghe's words, a glimmer of emotion welled up in Wen Shanshan's eyes as she nodded emphatically and said, In the end, Wen Shanshan was still taken away by Lin Tian. If not, would we allow her to suffer in such a family? The one family did, and that Wen Yongqiang, who was severely injured by Lin Tian in one blow and has now fallen into a coma, currently receiving treatment and care from Dr. A. in the Grand Hall of the One family. Just as before, when Feng, when Tianyu, and Li Wan sat together, their expressions grim. Each of them bore the marks of recent injuries, their faces bruised and battered, with fresh wounds adorning their bodies. Humph! When Tianyu let out a heavy cold snort, his face twisted with resentment as he growled, That bastard Lin Tian. How dare he beat my son to such a state? We may not be his match now, but one day, I will make him pay in kind. That scoundrel Lin Tian. Beside him, Li Wan echoed. Lin Tian even dared to forcibly take Wen Shanshan away in front of us. That ungrateful wench, how could she just leave with that scoundrel? It infuriates me. Hearing Li Wan's words, Wen Tianfeng shot her a disdainful glance, thinking to himself, Why didn't you speak like that in front of Lin Tian earlier? You even called him young Master Lin. What a hypocrite! Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. That moment, an icy smile suddenly appeared in Wen Tianfeng's eyes as he slowly said, Tianyu, there's no need to be overly anxious about Lin Tian. Just because we are not his opponents does not mean others aren't. Wen Tianyu, taken aback by his brother's words, instinctively asked, Brother, what do you mean? With a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes, Wen Tianfeng continued, Isn't Lin Tian seeking revenge on the Luo family, the Zhang family, and the Qin family? Just imagine, if we inform these three families that a remnant of the Lin family still lives, what would they do? Upon hearing Wen Tianfeng's words, a spark of cunning ignited in Wen Tianyu's eyes. In the next moment, the two brothers exchanged glances and erupted into a wild, arrogant laughter, as if they had already envisioned Lin Tian lying lifeless in the streets. Chapter 31. Kid, I've finally found you. When Tianfeng, driven by determination, turned to the outside and shouted, Come here. He then yelled again, Can't anyone hear me? Just as he was about to lose his temper. When Tianyu suddenly recalled something, saying, Brother, it seems our servants have all been. Upon hearing his brother's words, Wen Tianfeng's face flushed with embarrassment, a hint of awkwardness crossing his features. Clearing his throat, he growled, Rest assured, the harm he has inflicted upon us, we will repay him tenfold. With anticipation in Wen Tianyu's eyes, Wen Tianfeng dialed the first number. The call connected quickly, and an elderly, hoarse voice answered, "Hello?" When Tianfeng respectfully inquired, "Is this the head of the Qin family from Qinghe?" There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by a tone of displeasure as the voice asked, "Who are you? How did you get my number?" When Tianfeng smiled faintly, feigning mystery as he replied, "Boom," a resounding noise erupted from the other end, as if someone's formidable aura had exploded, startling even when Tianfeng. Soon, an enraged voice roared, "Impossible! Lin Tian has been dead since the Tiandu defense battle 10 years ago." When Tianfeng took a moment to steady himself before responding, "What?" the head of the Qin family erupted in a furious scream. Realizing his words had struck a chord, when Tianfeng boldly declared, "That's all I wanted to say. Goodbye." With a click, he hung up. When Tianyu, eyeing his brother, eagerly asked, "Brother, what happened?" A satisfied smile graced Wen Tianfeng's face as he replied, "I could tell the head of the Qin family is furious. As if Lin Tian has killed his son." "Really?" A look of surprise crossed Wen Tianyu's face. "Good. I can't wait to see how Lin Tian meets his end." His expression twisted into a malevolent grin, as if he believed Lin Tian would soon find himself without a burial place. When Tianfeng continued, "Now I'll call the heads of the Luo and Zhang families. They shouldn't have lost anyone to Lin Tian, right? Since they're all in Qinghe, I might as well invite them for a meeting." When Tianyu nodded in agreement, "That would be best. They should at least know our family's plight." When Tianfeng began searching through his contacts for the numbers of the Luo and Zhang family heads. Meanwhile, Lin Tian remained blissfully unaware of the schemes brewing in the one family villa, as he had essentially severed ties with them. All he knew was that this moment marked the happiest time of his life thus far. Free from the burdensome affairs of corporate business and liberated from the scorn and punishment of his elders, he was only accompanied by the woman he loved deeply, wandering through the familiar yet strange streets of Qinghe. As Lin Tian led Wen Shanshan toward the upscale apartment complex he had rented, they walked slowly, seemingly savoring a fleeting moment of tranquility. Wen Shanshan, holding Lin Tian's hand, frequently cast affectionate glances his way, her eyes brimming with love. Though their pace was leisurely, the path eventually came to an end, and soon the entrance of the upscale community loomed before them. Just then, a graceful figure emerged from the complex. Upon spotting Lin Tian, her gaze sharpened, and a distinct excitement and surprise lit up her eyes. In the next moment, she dashed toward Lin Tian and Wen Shanshan, stopping in front of them to salute sharply. "Sir, we meet again." Observing this woman's salute and her words, it was evident she was a public servant trained in some formal institution. Lin Tian, intrigued, asked, "Do you know me?" Upon hearing Lin Tian's question, the woman's face flushed with embarrassment and helplessness. Yet, undeterred, she replied, "Sir, you may have forgotten, but I was the one who stopped you at the airport security check today, Mu Qianqian." "Oh, it's you?" Lin Tian's expression shifted to one of realization. As Mu Qianqian beamed with surprise, ready to speak further, Lin Tian unexpectedly turned away, pulling his companion along, ignoring her completely as they continued toward the community's entrance. Mu Qianqian stood frozen, perplexed. What was happening? Why was he acting so aloof? Was he still upset about the airport incident? She had already apologized, hadn't she? In truth, while Lin Tian remembered Mu Qianqian, it was merely a fleeting impression, thus he saw no reason to be warm towards her. However, just as they had taken a few steps, the sound of roaring engines pierced the air. 7 or 8 unmarked vehicles suddenly appeared, blocking Lin Tian and Wen Shanshan's path. An ominous voice rang out. "Kid, I've finally found you." Chapter 32. "Does your father not tell you who your mother is?" "Kid, I've finally found you." With that sinister voice, dozens of black-clad individuals armed with clubs and knives descended from the unmarked vehicles. Among them, Lin Tian recognized the leader as Qin Tian, the formidable aide summoned by the Zhang family's young lady, Zhang Siyu, during their encounter at Junlin Tianxia Mall. Rumor had it that Qin Tian's background was quite impressive. Though Lin Tian was unaware of the specifics, faced with the menacing group before him, a sense of resignation washed over Lin Tian. Why could these clowns never be rid of? At that moment, Qin Tian, wielding a metal baseball bat, strode toward Lin Tian and boasted, "Kid, now that Su Qindu is no longer backing you, let's see how you plan to die." Qin Tian's face contorted with rage, a testament to the profound humiliation he had endured from that public slap. At this moment, when Shanshan, observing the menacing crowd before her, felt a surge of anxiety and trepidation. grasping Lin Tian's arm tightly. She nervously inquired, "Brother Lin Tian, who are they?" On the other hand, Lin Tian responded with an air of indifference. "Nothing to worry about, just a few bothersome maggots." "You?" The moment Qin Tian heard Lin Tian refer to him as a maggot, he was consumed by a fury that ignited in his eyes. After all, he was the son of the richest man in Blue Sea. How dare anyone insult him so blatantly in his presence? With a fierce glare, Qin Tian bellowed at Lin Tian, "You brat! Do you have the audacity to insult me? Do you even know who my father is?" Indeed, as expected from the son of a tycoon, his every utterance revolved around his father. However, Lin Tian remained unfazed, casually probing, "Who is your father? Did your mother not tell you?" Upon hearing Lin Tian's nonchalant remark, Wen Shanshan's expression morphed into one of bemusement. Almost stifling a laugh, it was not just her. Even the faces of the several subordinates Qin Tian had brought along appeared rather peculiar. Only Qin Tian seemed oblivious, responding with a naive puzzlement. "What do you mean? My mother didn't tell me." Witnessing Qin Tian's reaction, Wen Shanshan could no longer contain herself and let out a chuckle. The expressions of Qin Tian's followers grew even more bizarre. One of the subordinates, looking awkward, approached Qin Tian and whispered something in his ear. In response, Qin Tian's face darkened with rage as he slapped the subordinate across the face, scolding, "Who the hell are you calling a bastard born of a father but raised without one?" The subordinate, clutching his face in grievance, replied, "Young master, it wasn't me. It was him." That moment, Qin Tian finally grasped the implication behind his earlier threat regarding his father. Enraged, he let out a furious roar. Brandishing the baseball bat in his hand, "Everyone, charge! Let's take this bastard down." Qin Tian could no longer contain his fury. He led the charge, swinging his baseball bat towards Lin Tian. Naturally, his followers followed suit. Rushing forward. Just then, Mu Qianqian's voice rang out, "Stop!" Initially, Mu Qianqian stood frozen, pondering why this man exuded such an icy demeanor. She observed as he and the woman beside him were cornered by a band of thugs, all wielding weapons and intent on causing harm. As an elite security officer from the Public Security Bureau, she felt compelled to intervene. However, her voice seemed to have no effect. Qin Tian and his gang showed no signs of halting their advance. Desperate, Mu Qianqian shouted again, "I am from the Qinghe Public Security Bureau." The mere mention of the Public Security Bureau proved to be impactful, as the group led by Qin Tian indeed halted their advance. At that moment, Mu Qianqian positioned herself between Lin Tian and Qin Tian's group, glaring fiercely and proclaiming, under the broad daylight, "You dare to wield weapons and attempt to commit violence in the streets? Everyone, come with me." Though clad in civilian attire and without a firearm, Mu Qianqian's words resonated with authority. However, the odd looks on Qin Tian and his gang's faces revealed their skepticism. Qin Tian directly challenged her. "You from the Public Security Bureau? Where is your proof? Where are your credentials?" Mu Qianqian found herself momentarily speechless. Normally, even in casual clothes, she would carry her identification. However, today she had merely stepped out to buy laundry detergent and hadn't anticipated such an encounter, leaving her without any credentials. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Tian and his men grew emboldened, taunting her, "Little girl, you play the part well, but do you really think you can intimidate us? Fine, then we'll deal with you too." Charged with that, Qin Tian swung his baseball bat again, and his gang surged forward. "You?" Mu Qianqian gasped in shock, but her training kicked in, and she readied herself for confrontation. She turned to the bystanders, urging, "Run, call the police." Then, with a fierce cry, she launched herself at the oncoming thugs. A lone woman, facing dozens of assailants, displayed no signs of retreat, showcasing the depth of her father's teachings. Yet, she was merely a security officer, capable of handling one or two adversaries, but overwhelmed by the sheer numbers. Soon, she found herself entangled in the fray, while the remaining assailants were focused solely on Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian stood his ground, not budging an inch. Witnessing this, Mu Qianqian shouted urgently, "Run! What are you waiting for?" But just as her warning left her lips, she froze. The previously aloof man had transformed into a blur, effortlessly maneuvering through the throng of assailants, even keeping hold of Wen Shanshan's hand. Then came a cacophony of sounds as the thugs attacking Lin Tian were swiftly dispatched one by one. They fell to the ground, some unconscious, others writhed in agony, clutching their bent limbs and screaming as if they were being slaughtered. How is he so formidable? Even if he was a veteran from the Tian-Du defense battle, how could he single-handedly take down so many, while carrying an ordinary woman without a scratch? In that moment of Mu Qianqian's astonishment, a chilling sound pierced the air as Qin Tian, his face twisted in rage, swung his bat at Mu Qianqian's head with all his might. A loud crash echoed, and blood trickled down Mu Qianqian's forehead, yet she felt no pain. The blood was not hers. On my hand, my hand. Qin Tian's anguished cries filled the air. The blood belonged to him. Seeing Mu Qianqian in peril, Lin Tian, who had been momentarily distracted, realized he could not remain indifferent. After all, she had referred to Su Qiandu as Uncle Su, indicating a decent relationship. He could not just stand by. With a swift kick, he sent a baseball bat, lying on the ground, hurtling towards Qin Tian's raised arm, striking it with the force of a bullet. Qin Tian's arm bent at an unnatural angle, the bone protruding through the skin, blood splattering everywhere, including onto Mu Qianqian's face. It was only then that she comprehended the gravity of the situation. Had Lin Tian not intervened, she would have certainly been severely injured or worse. Ignoring the now pitiful Qin Tian, she turned to Lin Tian, her voice trembling. Thank you. Lin Tian merely waved her off, saying, "You're from the Public Security Bureau, correct?" Mu Qianqian nodded mechanically. Lin Tian continued, "Then you can handle these people. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." He turned, as if nothing had transpired, leading Wen Shanshan towards the entrance of the community, leaving behind a bewildered Mu Qianqian and the fallen thugs. Staring at Lin Tian's retreating figure, Mu Qianqian was filled with shock. As the daughter of the Mu family, she had always been at the top of her class in combat training. She believed herself to be on par with soldiers from the army. Yet, how could her skills seem so juvenile in comparison to a veteran who had fought in the Tian-Du defense battle? Was this what they called flashy yet ineffective techniques? In a moment of self-doubt, she was suddenly interrupted by Qin Tian's agonized cries for help. "Help! Call an ambulance!" Turning back, Mu Qianqian was horrified to see Qin Tian's arm in a grotesque state, causing her stomach to churn. She quickly retrieved her phone and dialed the Public Security Bureau. At this moment, Lin Tian had already escorted Wen Shanshan into the upscale residential complex. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Qianqian was also oblivious to this development. A scene unfolding outside the community had caught the keen eye of a middle-aged man, none other than Mu Qianqian's father, Mu Fenghua. Standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of his home, Mu Fenghua trembled with excitement, his pupils glistening with fervor, even misting over with emotion. Nearby, a middle-aged woman, clearly Mu Fenghua's wife and Mu Qianqian's mother, observed her husband's agitated state and anxiously inquired, "Lao Mu, what is the matter? Please do not frighten me." In response, Mu Fenghua turned to grasp his wife's hand tightly, his voice unsteady as he repeated, "Mu Fenghua." His wife looked at him with confusion, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. However, before she could voice her concerns, Mu Fenghua, in a frenzy, dashed out of the door without even changing his slippers. The apartment door swung wide open, revealing Lin Mingming, whose anxious figure stood at the entrance, constantly peering towards the elevator. She was worried about her brother, fearing for his safety, and perhaps concerned that he might vanish once more. Yet this time, she could breathe easy. "Brother, Sister Shanshan," upon catching sight of her brother and future sister-in-law in the corridor, Lin Mingming could no longer contain her excitement. With a joyful exclamation, she rushed forward, enveloping Wen Shanshan in a warm embrace, her eyes sparkling with delight as she exclaimed, listening to Lin Mingming's words. Wen Shanshan felt a wave of emotion, hugging the petite figure tightly and nodding earnestly in response. In that moment, Lin Tian observed his fiancée and sister with a gentle smile, feeling the warmth of home wash over him. He waved cheerfully and said, after the three of them entered the room, Lin Tian casually pushed the door closed, which swiftly shut behind them. Just as the door was about to close, an exclamation rang out from the corridor, "Master!" Bang! The door slammed shut. "Ouch!" came a cry of pain. Inside the room, Lin Tian, Lin Mingming, and Wen Shanshan were momentarily taken aback. Curiously, Wen Shanshan asked, "Did you hear that noise just now?" Lin Mingming nodded. "It sounded like someone fell outside." "Since someone is out there, let us take a look," Lin Tian replied, turning back to reopen the door. To his surprise, a middle-aged man appeared at the threshold. clutching his nose and groaning in agony. This man was none other than Mu Qianqian's father, Mu Fenghua. It dawned on the trio inside that the noise was not a fall, but rather a collision with the door that had just been closed. Seeing the man in pain, Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan, both kind-hearted, rushed to express their concern. "Sir, are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Upon hearing the women's voices, Mu Fenghua's demeanor shifted. His arms dropping limply at his sides. Blood streamed from beneath his nose, but he seemed unfazed as he abruptly knelt before Lin Tian, exclaiming, "Old servant Haizi, pays homage to the master," with a resounding thud. Mu Fenghua bowed deeply, his forehead striking the floor with a forceful reverberation. Witnessing this display, Wen Shanshan's eyes widened in shock, gasping in disbelief. Who was this man, and why did he refer to himself as an old servant while performing such a grand gesture before her fiancé? Of course, Lin Mingming had witnessed a similar scene before, when Su Qindu had previously performed such theatrics at the Junlin Tianxia Mall. Although she had seen it before, she could not suppress her astonishment. Just how many servants did her brother have? Lin Tian regarded Mu Fenghua with a calm yet stern expression, then turned to Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan, stating matter-of-factly, Wen Shanshan has yet to grasp the situation. But Lin Mingming quickly took her hand, pulling her further inside. "Sister Shanshan, come with me," as the two girls retreated into the inner room. A flicker of anger ignited within Lin Tian. He swiftly lifted his right foot and delivered a fierce kick to Mu Fenghua. "Ah!" Mu Fenghua cried out in pain, his body arcing through the air before crashing against the wall on the opposite side of the corridor. Lin Tian's icy voice rang out, "You, the highest authority in the Public Security Bureau. Where were you when my Lin family was annihilated?" Chapter 34. The disappearance of the Shin family? The whereabouts of my aunt. The commotion outside startled Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan, who had just entered the room. Instinctively, Wen Shanshan attempted to venture outside, but was promptly restrained by Lin Mingming, who shook her head resolutely. When Shanshan looked at Lin Mingming with curiosity, "It sounds like a fight is breaking out outside?" Lin Mingming chuckled and shook her head. "Sister Shanshan, my brother can handle his own affairs. We should not go out and complicate things for him." "Not all right." While Wen Shanshan felt a twinge of concern for Lin Tian, she acquiesced to Lin Mingming's words, deciding to remain in the room. Outside the room, in the corridor, a spurt of blood erupted from Mu Fenghua's mouth, his complexion paling instantly. Yet, without hesitation, he scrambled to his feet. Crawling on all fours towards Lin Tian, wailing in despair, "Master, the old servant is guilty. Punish me as you see fit. I accept all consequences." Seeing Mu Fenghua, a pitiful sight with tears and snot streaming down his face, Lin Tian felt a surge of anger. However, he did not intend to punish Mu Fenghua. Drawing from past experiences with Su Qindu, it was evident that Mu Fenghua likely had not been present in Qinghe when the Lin family was destroyed. If he had been, the events would not have been so shrouded in mystery. Lin Tian was not one to judge without understanding the full picture, so he merely frowned and coldly muttered, "Get inside, and do not embarrass yourself here with that." He turned and strode back into the room, while Mu Fenghua remained on the ground, crawling into Lin Tian's rental apartment. The door slammed shut behind them. Although the corridor had returned to calm, the two neighboring households remained in a state of shock. The earlier commotion had been quite loud, prompting the residents of both apartments to peek through their peepholes to assess the situation. Upon witnessing Mu Fenghua crawling into a young man's home like a dog, both households were left dumbfounded. One wife, looking bewildered, turned to her husband and exclaimed, "Darling, did I just see that correctly? Wasn't that person Mr. Mu?" After all, Mu Fenghua had been the highest-ranking official in the Public Security Bureau of Qinghe, well known among the community, so they recognized him immediately. The husband, equally astonished, nodded stiffly before shaking his head in disbelief. Then nodded again, stammering, "Yes, it is him." "Who is that young man?" The man was so bewildered he could barely articulate his thoughts. A similar scene unfolded in the neighboring apartment. Yet, neither Lin Tian nor Mu Fenghua cared in the slightest about the reactions of the onlookers. Especially Mu Fenghua, who could maintain a facade of dignity before others, but in front of Lin Tian, he was willing to humiliate himself without a second thought. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had settled onto the sofa in the living room. While Mu Fenghua knelt in the center of the room, head bowed, too fearful to raise his gaze. Lin Tian regarded him coolly and spoke slowly, "Haizi, what do you wish to say?" Upon hearing this, Mu Fenghua's eyes brimmed with tears as he choked out, "Master, You do not know how long it has been since anyone called me old servant Haizi, master. I miss you. Mu Fenghua had earned the nickname Haizi due to his darker complexion when he had served Lin Tian. Lin Tian had never known his real name, always referring to him simply as Haizi. Otherwise, when Mu Qianqian mentioned her father's name, Lin Tian would have recognized it immediately. Lin Tian observed the weeping Mu Fenghua with a mix of disdain and understanding, realizing that his suspicions were correct. When the Lin family was destroyed, Su Qiandu had been abroad for business, while Mu Fenghua had been summoned to the capital for a work report, conveniently absent during the calamity that befell the Qinghe region. As Mu Fenghua spoke, a sense of desolation flickered in his eyes. After this incident unfolded, I mobilized every resource at my disposal to investigate and uncover the identity of the true culprit. However, those in higher authority exhibited a rather nuanced stance on the matter, and I faced accountability for my indiscriminate deployment of personnel, ultimately being coerced into an early retirement. Upon hearing these words, Lin Tian's gaze narrowed slightly, and his brow furrowed in contemplation. It seemed that those above were also implicated in this affair. The sound of Lin Tian's iron fists clenching echoed ominously. How dare they? With a sudden surge of fury, Lin Tian's aura erupted, instilling a sense of dread akin to a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, causing Mu Fenghua to tremble. His complexion paling. I vowed to defend Tiandu with the northern border warriors. And they dare to strike at my Lin family from behind? Lin Tian was now engulfed in a tempest of rage. In that moment, he resolved that if those in authority were complicit, no matter their identity, the supreme commander of the northern border warriors would spare no enemy. At this juncture, Mu Fenghua remained silent, overwhelmed by Lin Tian's formidable presence, which rendered him speechless. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Lin Tian gradually regained his composure. Hatred aside, he understood the necessity of proceeding step by step. Continue, he urged. Seemingly liberated, Mu Fenghua resumed, Master, although I have retired, I have been investigating this matter from behind the scenes for years. I uncovered something peculiar. After the annihilation of the Lin family, the Shin family vanished. Shin family? Lin Tian paused momentarily upon hearing this family name. The Shin family was the clan of his mother. His mother was once the eldest daughter of the Shin family. But could his mother's family also be connected to the downfall of the Lin family? Impossible. His initial reaction was disbelief. How could the family he belonged to annihilate his own Lin family? Mu Fenghua continued. Master, I suspect that the disappearance of the Shen family was not due to their attack on the Lin family, but rather, they seem to have uncovered certain secrets regarding the Lin family incident and hid away for self-preservation. Is that so? Lin Tian's brow furrowed slowly. Subsequently, Mu Fenghua elaborated. I have been tracking the whereabouts of the Shin family, and a week ago, I discovered that the youngest princess, Shun Lingxi, appeared in Qinghe, little aunt? Lin Tian instinctively gasped in surprise. Indeed, Shun Lingxi was the youngest sister of his mother, making her his relative. He immediately inquired, where is she now? Upon hearing Lin Tian's question, Mu Fenghua awkwardly shook his head. She merely made an appearance and then, just as Mu Fenghua began to speak, his phone rang unexpectedly. Chapter 35. The Hollow Shell of a Little Ant. As the ringtone echoed, Mu Fenghua's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly stated, Master, this ringtone is for my subordinate specifically set up for investigating the Lin family incident. There may be news regarding the Lin family's affairs. At Lin Tian's signal, Mu Fenghua swiftly answered the call and activated the speakerphone, eager to inform Lin Tian of any developments related to the Lin family incident. Soon as the call connected, a man's urgent voice came through, Mu, it's bad. Hurry to the Haiqing venue. Taken aback by the urgency, Mu Fenghua instinctively asked, what happened? What's going on? The voice on the other end hastily replied, Shin Lingxi has been captured by the young master of the Luo family at the Haiqing venue. With a jolt, Lin Tian sprang to his feet from the sofa. Master, you, Mu Fenghua began, but before he could finish, the door to the rental apartment suddenly swung open, and Lin Tian's figure vanished in an instant. Mu Fenghua stared blankly at the empty corridor, his mind in a daze. Mu, what should we do? Should we rescue her? I feel that Shin Lingxi is in grave danger. This Mu did not denote Mu Fenghua as a company CEO, but rather indicated his role as the operational commander of the Lin family investigation. Listening to the voice on the phone, Mu Fenghua's expression grew peculiar, and he slowly replied, You all stay put and disperse the personnel you brought. Surround the perimeter of the Haiqing venue, and regardless of what transpires there, act as if you've seen nothing, as if nothing has occurred. Ah? The person on the other end was evidently baffled by Mu Feng's directive, particularly since he had previously emphasized that Shen Lingxi's situation was of utmost priority. However, before he could voice his confusion, Mu Fenghua ended the call, leaving behind a bewildered expression in Qinghe. At the Haiqing Club. It was nighttime, and the Haiqing Club was ablaze with lights, as if hosting a grand ceremony. However, the venue was not open to the public today. Nonetheless, it did not hinder the throngs of people inside. The Haiqing Club was a property of the Luo family, and thus all present were affiliated with them. Servants, subordinates, or bodyguards, numbering in the hundreds, congregated in the central square. Notably, every individual present was male, and none were women. Each man's face bore an expression of exhilaration, as if a momentous occasion were about to unfold. At the forefront of the central square stood a large stage, illuminated by flashing lights. A young man, wearing a triumphant smile and holding a microphone, ascended the stage. The moment he took the stage, cheers, applause, and shouts erupted throughout the venue. This young man was Luo Yonggang, the heir of the Luo family. At that moment, Luo Yonggang appeared to revel in the adoration, basking in the limelight for a full 5 minutes before raising his hand to quell the uproar. Clearing his throat into the microphone, he began, "Everyone, why so joyous? Are you all impatient to claim your own pets?" As his words fell, the crowd erupted once more into cheers and shouts, with a lewd grin plastered across his face. Luo Yonggang boisterously declared, "Good, do not fret. Your young master will not shortchange you. Allow me to elucidate today's event rules." Gazing at the eager men below, his smile widened. "As you all know, our Luo family has captured the former beauty of Qinghe, Shen Lingxi. At this point, the crowd grew restless, and even before Luo Yonggang finished his sentence, cheers erupted once again. Maintaining his grin, Luo Yonggang continued, "Everyone present can begin to draw lots using your phones. From number 1 to the last number, each of you will have a share. According to the number drawn, you will claim Shen Lingxi, and within this day, you may do with her as you wish. However, do take care not to kill her. There are others waiting in line." With Luo Yonggang's words, laughter erupted across the central square, a cacophony that was jarring and unpleasant. Joining in the laughter, Luo Yonggang then bellowed, "Enough chit-chat! Bring that pet forward." As his command resonated, a fervor swept through the crowd, each man displaying a predatory glint in his eyes. Amidst the clamoring, a figure approached the stage, holding a chain. At the other end of the chain was a disheveled woman, her appearance a stark contrast to her former beauty. This woman bore visible signs of torment, clear fingerprints on her face, blood at her nose and mouth, and her clothing revealed harrowing whip marks on her exposed skin. This woman was Shen Lingxi, Lin Tian's little aunt, once the most beautiful woman in Qinghe. Yet now, her once vibrant eyes were hollow and devoid of life, her spirit seemingly extinguished, as she was mechanically led to the center of the stage. The audience, numbering in the hundreds, fixated on her, their eyes alight with depravity, with some even licking the corners of their mouths in anticipation. In Luo Yonggang's eyes, there was not a trace of compassion as he cast a fleeting glance at Shen Lingxi, who resembled a mere shell of a person. He then addressed the microphone once more, saying, "Do not dare claim that your young master has treated you poorly. I assure you, I have yet to lay a hand on this woman. I merely sought assistance to provide you with a slight training, ensuring that you may find a modicum of comfort when you take on the role of director in the future." "Ha ha 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 ha. Thank you, young master. The young master is benevolent. He is forever a deity." The venue erupted once more with thunderous applause and cheers. "Enough." At this moment, Luo Yonggang waved his hand, saying, "Cease your clamor. The event is about to commence. Everyone, take out your phones." With a rustling sound, the several hundred individuals below moved in perfect unison, eagerly preparing. They understood that anyone could become the master of this bitch, but the closer one's number was to the front, the better the experience would undoubtedly be. Luo Yonggang observed their fervent expressions with a satisfied grin, then waved his hand. "Begin." With his command, the crowd below erupted into a frenzy of activity on their phones. Meanwhile, as these individuals frantically tapped away, Luo Yonggang slowly crouched down, casting a gaze devoid of any pity upon Shen Lingxi, and spoke in a low, deliberate tone. "Shen Lingxi, you now have one last opportunity. Reveal to me the location where the Shen family is hidden, and I may spare you from being handed over to these scoundrels." allowing me to enjoy you alone. That must surely be a more favorable outcome for you. No? The Luo family, too, was in pursuit of the Shen family's whereabouts. Chapter 36. Qinghe Lin family, Lin Tian. Luo Yonggang's words were laden with a lewd undertone. Yet it was evident that the Luo family seemed to be seeking the whereabouts of the Shen family as well. However, at that moment, Shen Lingxi appeared to be utterly devoid of spirit, resembling a mere automaton, lost in a stupor. Noticing Shen Lingxi's lack of response, Luo Yonggang let out a derisive snort. Humph. Not going to speak? Then do not blame me. Just as his words fell, a commotion erupted throughout the venue. What the hell? I'm number 200. If it's my turn, how long will that take? No way, someone must be cheating. How could their speed be so astonishing? Amidst the cacophony, a loud, jubilant voice suddenly rang out. Number 1. I am number 1. Ha 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 ha. I am number 1. I am number 1. This bitch is mine. The speaker leapt with glee, and all eyes turned toward him with a mix of envy, jealousy, and even hatred. He was a balding man, appearing to be around 50, with a mouth full of rusty teeth, a crooked smile, and a large mole on the tip of his nose. He even sported a dogskin plaster on his forehead, and his clothes were stained with grease, his fingernails encrusted with dirt. As if he had not washed his hands in over a decade, repulsive in every sense, at this moment, Luo Yonggang on stage looked at this man, bursting into a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha, kid, you are in for a treat. Now, what are you waiting for? Come up and take your bitch away. All right, the man exclaimed, his face lit with excitement, drooling as he rushed toward the stage, repeatedly thanking Luo Yonggang. Thank you, young master, thank you. Luo Yonggang waved his hand dismissively, saying, What are you thanking me for? This is merely your good fortune. Now, enjoy her first time. Do as you please, but remember, do not kill her. The man's face contorted into a grotesque grin. He then approached Shen Lingxi, who was slumped on the ground, licking his lips as he said, Don't worry, little beauty. I will take good care of you. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Shen Lingxi exhibited no reaction whatsoever, for she had nearly succumbed to complete madness. But perhaps that was for the best. She couldn't possibly be overwhelmed by endless despair at this juncture. Could she? The man could no longer contain himself, reaching out with his filthy, foul hand toward Shen Lingxi's delicate face. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, a sharp sound akin to something piercing the air echoed. Suddenly, a massive sign emblazoned with the words Qinghe Haiqing Venue streaked across the sky, hurtling down toward the balding man with alarming speed. Damn! Luo Yonggang exclaimed as he dodged to the side. Rolling away, he narrowly escaped. But the man beside Shen Lingxi was not so fortunate. With a thunderous crash, a scream erupted. The enormous sign crashed squarely onto the man's back, sending him flying, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, crashing to the ground in a state of unconsciousness. Witnessing the man sprawled in a pool of blood, Luo Yonggang turned pale, sweat beading on his forehead, scrambling to his feet as he shouted into the microphone. Who the hell did that? Not only he, but the hundreds of individuals below also furrowed their brows, their eyes scanning the surroundings in anger and confusion. That moment, a voice that seemed to emerge from the depths of hell resonated throughout every corner of the Qinghe Haiqing venue. Qinghe Lin family. Lin Tian. The voice thundered like the roar of divine retribution, unyielding and relentless. Upon hearing this voice, Luo Yonggang's eyes widened in disbelief, and he shouted hoarsely, Impossible! The Lin family has been eradicated. That wretch Lin Tian perished long ago in the defense of Tiandu. In response, a series of heavy footsteps echoed ominously, thud, thud, thud. The sound of a single pair of footsteps was unmistakably clear to everyone's ears, causing the several hundred individuals below to instinctively take 2 steps back in trepidation. Lin Tian's figure materialized at the entrance of the Haiqing venue. At that moment, Lin Tian's eyes brimmed with rage, his pupils a deep crimson. This crimson was not merely from blood vessels bursting but was infused with a palpable aura of vengeance. His clenched fists trembled with fury, veins bulging on his forehead. The first thing he noticed was Shen Lingxi, bound at the center of the stage. That was his little aunt. But why had she been reduced to such a state? Luo Yonggang. The Luo family, Lin Tian had already learned from Old Master One that the Qinghe Luo family seemed to be the leading force among the four great families. He had intended to personally visit the Luo family the following day. Did the Luo family truly seek their own demise so eagerly? At this moment, Luo Yonggang, observing Lin Tian's emergence at the entrance, was struck with incredulity. That was Lin Tian, despite a decade passing. His image was indelibly etched in Luo Yonggang's memory. Now, he found himself in a state of panic. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Lin Tian cannot possibly still be alive. Regardless of whether it was possible or not, Lin Tian stood before him, undeniably alive. Luo Yonggang, in disbelief, felt a surge of fear rising within him, a primal instinct stemming from the legacy of the once mighty first family of the world, the most illustrious young master. However, this fear did not linger for long, as he was surrounded by hundreds of his own men, and Lin Tian was but one lone figure. With this thought, Luo Yonggang regained his confidence and bellowed at Lin Tian, "Now? Let me finish what I could not complete back then." After he finished speaking, a glint of cruelty flickered in his eyes as he shouted, "Everyone, listen! Attack!" The hundreds below roared in unison. With a contemptuous smile, Luo Yonggang pointed at Lin Tian and commanded, "Seize him! Whoever brings me Lin Tian's head shall become the eternal master of Xin Lingxi. This bitch." The moment Luo Yonggang's words fell, the venue erupted in fervor. The frustration they had felt moments ago was transformed into a fervent zeal. Each one of them gazed at Lin Tian as if he were a treasure capable of altering their fates. "Ah, kill him!" The roar echoed as the crowd surged toward Lin Tian, a sea of black surging forth. But these servants and bodyguards were merely ordinary individuals. What chance did they stand against someone who could contend with the leaders of the 30-nation coalition and the northern martial elite? What chance did they truly have? Chapter 37. Lin Tian, you are truly deserving of death. What chance did they possess? The answer was, of course, zero. Lin Tian gazed impassively at the throng of eager assailants rushing towards him, each seemingly viewing his head as a mere trophy to be seized. A glimmer of bloodlust ignited in his eyes. A thunderous explosion resonated. The stone pavement beneath Lin Tian shattered instantaneously. He surged forward, barreling into the hundreds of adversaries ahead. The debris from the explosion pierced the foreheads of several individuals at the front, causing them to collapse lifelessly on the spot. Yet, Lin Tian did not falter in his advance. His iron fists transformed into a fearsome meat grinder, the sound of impact echoing relentlessly. Each individual met their demise with a single blow. Before they could even approach Lin Tian, they crashed into his fists. As unyielding as granite, each one fell lifelessly at once. Some had their skulls obliterated, while others bore gaping wounds in their chests. A few attempted to shield themselves with their arms, only to have their limbs crushed. Bones piercing their own chests, despite the hundreds in number, they fell like wheat before Lin Tian's onslaught, each one succumbing in rapid succession. On the stage, Luo Yonggang was utterly flustered. He was in a state of complete panic. His pupils trembled violently, fixated on Lin Tian, who resembled a deity of death, relentlessly approaching him. The very essence of fear enveloped him. Lin Tian was terrifying beyond measure. As the heir of the Luo family, Luo Yonggang had encountered martial artists before. He understood the disparity between them and ordinary people. He had witnessed his family's martial artists handle dozens of assailants with ease, even holding their ground against scores of foes. However, he had never encountered a martial artist as vicious as Lin Tian. One man against hundreds, dispatching them as easily as swatting away children, and these children would not see the dawn again. Luo Yonggang was gripped by dread. He began to retreat slowly. Upon witnessing Lin Tian send another of the Luo family's subordinates flying, he could no longer maintain his composure. He turned and fled towards the back of the stage, abandoning Xin Lingxi, who was slumped in the center of the stage. That moment, Lin Tian resembled a blood-soaked demon. His body splattered with the blood of his adversaries, yet not a single drop belonged to him. In no time, there was not a single individual left to draw breath in the arena. Except for Lin Tian, whose fists dripped with blood, the hundreds of Luo family members lay lifeless in a matter of moments. Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged. He noticed that Luo Yonggang had vanished. However, more crucial than Luo Yonggang was the well-being of his aunt. With a soft hum, Lin Tian transformed into a streak of light. appearing before his aunt. Fortunately, Luo Yonggang was absent at that moment. Had he been present and witnessed Lin Tian's ability to fly, he would likely have been struck dead by fear. Lin Tian knelt, concern etched on his face as he called out gently, "Aunt, Aunt, can you hear me?" He beheld the myriad of injuries marring Shen Lingxi's body, his heart shattering. Yet, he could not unleash his full aura. Fearing it would harm her further, relentlessly, he called out softly once more, "Aunt, please look at me, alias Lin Tian. Your little Tian. Do you remember me?" At long last, perhaps due to the utterance of his name, a flicker of life returned to Shen Lingxi's vacant eyes. Yet, she still appeared somewhat dazed. Nevertheless, her pupils began to focus on Lin Tian's face. As her gaze settled on him, they quivered gently. Her cracked lips trembled as a hoarse, almost broken voice emerged, "L. Tian?" Hearing her voice, Lin Tian could no longer contain himself. Tears streamed from his eyes. He fervently nodded, "Yes, Aunt, it's me, little Tian, L. Tian." Shen Lingxi whispered again, and soon, parched tears began to cascade down her cheeks. The next moment, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Lin Tian swiftly caught her limp body, anxiously checking her pulse. He discovered that, aside from her external injuries and profound emotional trauma, she was not in immediate danger, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, witnessing his aunt in such a pitiful state ignited a tempest of fury within him. He raised his head and unleashed a roar akin to a wounded beast into the heavens. "Luo family, I will ensure that none of you die peacefully." His voice resonated so powerfully that it even reached Luo Yonggang, who was frantically fleeing in a car from the rear of the Haiqing venue. He had driven off, abandoning his driver, who had likely perished beneath Lin Tian's fists. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on that now. Hearing the roar from the Haiqing venue, Luo Yonggang trembled uncontrollably, unable to contain his bladder, wetting his pants. Nevertheless, he pushed those thoughts aside, swallowing hard as he murmured, "How can Lin Tian be so strong? How can he be this formidable? Thank heavens I ran fast." As he glanced back, watching the Haiqing venue grow increasingly distant, a vengeful glint flickered in Luo Yonggang's eyes. "He killed so many of my Luo family members. He truly deserves to die." Just as those words left his lips, a blinding beam of headlights abruptly engulfed him, plunging him into momentary blindness. Terrified, he screamed as he heard the jarring screech of brakes. The next moment, a resounding crash echoed, and he felt an overwhelming impact. Darkness enveloped him, and he lost all consciousness. Meanwhile, Lin Tian cradled his unconscious aunt in his arms, stepping over the bodies of the Luo family members as he exited the Haiqing venue. Just as he emerged, the roar of an engine filled the air. A heavily modified George Patton came to a halt before him, and Mu Fenghua hurried out from the vehicle, rushing towards Lin Tian. He dropped to his knees, exclaiming, "Master, Hazy has captured Luo Yonggang." "He is in the car, Luo Yonggang." The mere mention of the name ignited an inferno of rage within Lin Tian. Without hesitation, he strode toward the car Mu Fenghua indicated. However, Mu Fenghua called out urgently, "Master, do you intend to kill Luo Yonggang?" Hearing this, Lin Tian paused, turning to Mu Fenghua with a piercing gaze. "What, are you afraid?" "No," Mu Fenghua vehemently denied, then continued, "Master, I found some photos and videos in Luo Yonggang's car. I believe that simply killing him would be too lenient. He should endure endless torment." Chapter 38. Presenting the Dragon Head. Upon hearing Mu Fenghua's words, Lin Tian's brows furrowed deeply. He sensed something significant in Mu Fenghua's expression. Those photos and videos were likely connected to his aunt. Lin Tian's voice grew somber as he inquired, "Where are they?" Mu Fenghua promptly replied, "In the car, master. Please get in." Lin Tian opened the rear door of the vehicle, gently laying his aunt Shen Lingxi on the spacious back seat. He then climbed into the car himself, his indifference towards the situation evident. Lin Tian's gaze fell upon a stack of photographs wedged behind the passenger seat. As he grasped them, a terrifying aura emanated from his eyes, causing the vehicle to tremble from within. His pupils were instantly suffused with crimson. Just as he had suspected, the central figure in the photographs was indeed his aunt, Shen Lingxi. However, she was depicted in a state of grave injury. In some images, she was gagged, tears of despair glistening in her eyes. In others, she was seen crawling on the ground, a chain around her neck. Eating from a dog bowl, Lin Tian could barely endure the sight of 3 photographs before a chilling aura erupted from his grasp. The thick stack of photos disintegrated into dust, swirling in the air. His body trembled slightly, his breath becoming erratic. At that moment, Mu Fenghua, who had just settled into the driver's seat, sensed the instability of Lin Tian's aura and hesitated to speak, fearing that any additional words might ignite Lin Tian's wrath upon himself. At this moment, faint blue veins had already emerged on Lin Tian's forehead, yet his voice did not resonate with explosive intensity. Rather, it sounded quite hoarse as he slowly uttered, "Where's the video?" Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Mu Fenghua in the driver's seat hurriedly handed a tablet from the passenger seat to Lin Tian in the back. Upon opening the tablet, Lin Tian discovered that it contained nothing but video files, hundreds of them. To be precise, from the contents of the earlier photographs, Lin Tian could surmise what the videos depicted. To be honest, he was hesitant to click on these video files, fearing he might witness an even more tragic state of his aunt. Nevertheless, he ultimately selected one of the shorter videos. As the video began, a woman's piercing scream suddenly erupted from the tablet. Recognizing that it was indeed his aunt's voice, Lin Tian noted that her current tone was not yet as hoarse as it would become. Shortly thereafter, he heard a loud thud. His aunt was kicked violently in the chest, causing her to tumble out of the frame. Lin Tian's fists clenched tightly, and his back teeth ground together. The figure of Shen Lingxi, his aunt, who had fallen to the ground, scrambled to her feet, her face pale and eyes brimming with despair as she screamed at someone outside the frame, "Don't come over. Please, let me go, I beg you." Hearing his aunt's anguished cries, tears of sorrow welled up in Lin Tian's eyes. Then, the image of Luo Yonggang appeared in the video. His expression was twisted with malice, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His gaze filled with a vicious glint. He stepped forward and seized Shen Lingxi by the hair. A chilling scream escaped her lips. Luo Yonggang cruelly pulled her head into the camera's view. Grinning as he instructed her, "Look here, ha 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 ha." Amidst Luo Yonggang's sadistic laughter, Lin Tian could faintly hear his aunt's desperate pleas. "No please, no." With a resounding slap, Luo Yonggang delivered a vicious blow to Shen Lingxi's face, causing her to fall heavily onto her back. He then spat on her and, with a taunting expression, declared to the camera, "To anyone who sees this video, whether from the Lin family or the Shen family, brace yourselves." At this point, as if recalling something, Luo Yonggang added with a mocking grin, "Oh, I almost forgot. All the bastards from the Lin family must be dead by now, right? It's such a pity that they won't get to see this video. What a shame indeed. Ha 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 ha. But the Shen family should do well to hide, lest I find you." After uttering these words, Luo Yonggang turned and kicked Shen Lingxi in the stomach, roaring, "Tell me, where is your Shen family hiding now?" With a voice filled with despair, Shen Lingxi cried out, "I don't know. I truly don't know." Yet, Luo Yonggang paid no heed and, without hesitation, unbuckled his belt and with a resounding crack, struck Shen Lingxi's body. Her agonized scream made Lin Tian's heart lurch. He instinctively shut his eyes and abruptly turned off the video on the tablet. Indeed, he could not bear to watch any longer. This was his aunt, a dear family member, subjected to such inhumane treatment, coupled with what Mu Fenghua had informed him earlier, having seen his aunt's figure in Qinghe a week ago before she completely disappeared, proved that she had endured at least a week of torment before this moment. Reduced to a state akin to that of a soulless being, the impact was not merely physical, but psychological as well. Luo Yonggang. Lin Tian's voice, though lacking in explosive force, was rendered exceedingly hoarse, sending shivers down Mu Fenghua's spine as he sat in the passenger seat. Feeling a chill creep along his back, Lin Tian turned to glance at his unconscious aunt, Shen Lingxi. His eyes filled with sorrow, Mu Fenghua cautiously inquired, "Master, where shall we go now?" Lin Tian lifted his gaze slightly and replied, "To the Lin family villa." The Lin family villa? It had been reduced to ruins. Why would Lin Tian want to go to such a place? Nevertheless, there must be a reason behind his master's decision. And Mu Fenghua knew he had only to follow his orders without question. Without uttering a word, he started the vehicle, heading towards the Lin family villa. As the vehicle roared to life, Lin Tian retrieved his phone from his pocket and found a number saved under the label 0 in his contacts. Dialing it directly, the call connected swiftly, and even before the first ring had completed, a low voice emanated from the other end. "Greetings, Dragon Head. Following this, there was the sound of a thud, indicating that the caller had immediately knelt down in reverence on the other side of the line. Dragon Head. This title was a specific designation used by the Beijiang warriors to refer to their leader. The Beijiang warriors, the most mysterious and powerful group in this world. No one knew how many warriors there were, nor the extent of their strength. Perhaps even they themselves were unaware of such details. Meanwhile, Lin Tian spoke into the phone. Have Group D come to Qinghe to find me. Chapter 39. Kill, revive, then kill again. At the Lin family villa, Lin Tian disembarked from the vehicle under Mu Fenghua's respectful guidance. He left his aunt in the car, as the oppressive aura surrounding the ruins of the Lin family villa was too intense. And given her current state, Shen Lingxi was unfit to exit the vehicle, being lost in unconsciousness. Lin Tian beheld the desolation of the Lin family villa, littered with graves. His heart convulsed violently. This was the second time he had witnessed the villa's condition, yet he could not quell the fury swelling within him. Bring Luo Yonggang out. Upon hearing Lin Tian's command, Mu Fenghua wasted no time and dashed toward the vehicle's trunk, flinging it open. Inside lay a bloodied and unconscious Luo Yonggang. Though Mu Fenghua had long since retired, being a martial artist made it easy for him to hoist Luo Yonggang out. Lin Tian observed Luo Yonggang draped over Mu Fenghua's shoulder. Memories of the videos and photographs he had seen in the car surged back. His fists clenched once more. With a faint hum, the air trembled as Lin Tian materialized beside Mu Fenghua. Seizing Luo Yonggang by the neck with one hand, Mu Fenghua felt a sudden lightness on his shoulder, and in an instant, Luo Yonggang was no longer there. Lin Tian effortlessly lifted Luo Yonggang's body and strode into the ruins of the Lin family villa, with Mu Fenghua hastily following behind. However, Lin Tian's pace was astonishingly swift. When Mu Fenghua reached the rear of the Lin family ruins, he heard a startled exclamation. "Where am I?" It was Luo Yonggang's voice. Lin Tian had awakened him by his own means. Now, Luo Yonggang sat amidst the rubble, his face pale and filled with terror. His gaze soon locked onto Lin Tian. Lin Tian? Upon recognizing Lin Tian's visage, Luo Yonggang shrieked in horror. The memory of Lin Tian, a veritable harbinger of death at the Haiqing conference, resurfacing in his mind. Unable to contain his fear, he bellowed, "You can't kill me. I'm the eldest son of the Luo family. If you take my life, the Luo family will never let you off." Lin Tian merely inclined his head slightly, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Luo Yonggang. The latter gulped nervously, shuffling backwards on the ground before once again shouting, "Lin Tian, you'd best think this through. Let me go now, and you still have time. If my Luo family discovers my disappearance and comes looking for me, not only will you face a fate worse than death, but your aunt Shen Lingxi and your fiancé, you will also be subjected to unspeakable horrors. They will be reduced to mere playthings for all men." As he uttered these words, a frenzied expression marred Luo Yonggang's face, his eyes glinting with sadistic delight. Even at this juncture, the inherent malevolence within him remained unchanged. Upon hearing Luo Yonggang's proclamation, Mu Fenghua, who had just arrived at the scene, wore a look of resignation, letting out a soft sigh as he thought, "Is he seeking death?" Indeed, Lin Tian took a decisive step forward, grasping Luo Yonggang by the ankle. The latter's eyes widened in terror as he exclaimed, "What are you doing? You lunatic! Are you trying to die?" Before he could finish his sentence, a terrified scream erupted from his mouth. Lin Tian grasped Luo Yonggang's ankle with one hand, spinning him around and, with a resounding thud, slammed him violently into the ground. Blood erupted from Luo Yonggang's mouth and nose in a torrent. A pained groan escaped his throat. Yet, Lin Tian showed no mercy, lifting him once more from the ground with renewed force, and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. With a sickening sound, a mouthful of blood accompanied by what appeared to be internal fragments burst forth. Luo Yonggang's body flew away like a kite with its strings severed, landing far off, devoid of life. Witnessing this scene, Mu Fenghua was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it agreed that Luo Yonggang was to endure endless torment? Why had he been killed outright? Cautiously, Mu Fenghua approached Lin Tian and whispered, "Master, you killed him? Rest assured, I shall not allow him to die," Lin Tian declared as he stepped toward the now silent Luo Yonggang. In the next moment, his right hand transformed into a blur, producing a multitude of silver needles that cascaded over Luo Yonggang like petals from a celestial maiden. A sharp inhalation pierced the silence. Miraculously, Luo Yonggang, who had seemed on the brink of death, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, bewildered. What is happening to me? From a distance, Mu Fenghua appeared as though he had seen a ghost. His pupils widened in astonishment. Trembling fingers pointed forward, lips quivering as he stammered, "This, my heavens!" Lin Tian had, right before his eyes, resurrected what he believed to be a lifeless man. This was beyond anything he could fathom. Furthermore, Luo Yonggang, revived, seemed to be in remarkably good condition. However, that state would soon change. A chilling scream of agony reverberated throughout the ruins of the Lin family estate. Even Mu Fenghua, witnessing this, displayed an expression of reluctant sympathy, his body trembling slightly. Yet, he could not feel pity for Luo Yonggang. It was all deserved. At that moment, Mu Fenghua's memories, long sealed for a decade, resurfaced the ominous phrase that had loomed over their group, falling into the hands of the northern martial soldiers. Even wishing for death is a luxury. Indeed, for Luo Yonggang now, death might be the most blissful outcome. His cries had transformed from pleas for mercy to desperate requests. "Please, just kill me, I beg you. In my suffering, I truly understand my mistakes. Please, just kill me." But would Lin Tian fulfill Luo Yonggang's wish? The answer was unequivocally no. Meanwhile, as Lin Tian tormented Luo Yonggang, an uproar surged throughout Qinghe. The news of the Feng family's annihilation rapidly spread through the upper echelons of Qinghe that very night. Many families expressed shock and sorrow. Yet, beneath it all, curiosity prevailed. Who was responsible? Who possessed the audacity to obliterate the entire Feng family, leaving no survivors, during the patriarch's 80th birthday celebration? The guests who attended the celebration had been expelled by Lin Tian, all claiming that the perpetrator was Lin Tian of the Lin family. However, none of the prominent families believed them. In their minds, Lin Tian had perished a decade ago during the Tiandu defense. Surely, this individual was merely an impostor seeking personal revenge under the guise of the Lin family's name. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the heads of two other families among the four great families of Qinghe, the Luo and Zhang families, had gathered in the same tea house private room, in the luxurious top-floor private room of the Hongxing tea house. Two elderly men, appearing to be in their 60s or 70s, sat across from each other. Though they bore the marks of age, their postures remained upright, their eyes gleaming with vitality, exuding an air of authority that dissuaded ordinary people from meeting their gaze. Clearly, both were martial artists. The elder with a slightly more formidable presence was Luo Jinyu, the head of the Luo family, while the other was Zhang Chaoyang, the head of the Zhang family, gently swirling his teacup. Zhang Chaoyang leaned toward Luo Jinyu and spoke softly, "Brother Luo, have you also received an anonymous call?" Luo Jinyu nodded slowly. "The anonymous call informed me of the Feng family's destruction. I was skeptical at first, but it appears to be true." Zhang Chaoyang nodded in agreement, adding, "When I was invited to meet here, I thought it was a scam, yet the Feng family truly met with calamity." Zhang Chaoyang continued, "Brother Luo, who do you think could have made this call?" Luo Jinyu frowned, shaking his head. "There's no rush. We shall know soon enough." Just as Luo Jinyu finished speaking, the door to the private room swung open. Both men lifted their gazes to the entrance. A figure clad in a black cap, face obscured by a mask, and wearing a black trench coat, stepped inside. Notably, his right hand remained concealed in his coat pocket. Observing his attire, Luo Jinyu and Zhang Chaoyang felt a wave of caution wash over them. Yet, they sensed no martial aura from this individual, so they refrained from taking action. The man approached the round table and respectfully addressed them. "Head of the Luo family, head of the Zhang family, greetings. I am Wen Tianfeng from the Wen family, here to pay my respects." With that, he removed his cap and mask, bowing deeply before Luo Jinyu and Zhang Chaoyang. Upon recognizing Wen Tianfeng, both elders displayed expressions of surprise, exchanging glances. Zhang Chaoyang spoke up, his tone lacking warmth. "What brings you here?" Their relationship with the Wen family had been strained, especially since they had sought the Wen family's involvement during the Lin family's downfall, only to be met with a firm rejection. However, the one who had refused them was not Wen Tianfeng, but rather the elder Wen Qinghe. Wen Tianfeng, unfazed by Zhang Chaoyang's demeanor, continued, "I presume you both have heard the news of the Feng family's demise?" The two exchanged glances, and Luo Jinyu replied, "If you have something to say, please do so quickly. Our time is limited." When Tianfeng pressed on, "May I ask if you know who was responsible for the Feng family's destruction?" Zhang Chaoyang, growing impatient, retorted, "Isn't it just a person claiming to be Lin Tian from the Lin family? This fellow is merely using the name of a deceased person to commit violence, fearing his identity will be exposed." Fearing exposure? When Tianfeng's eyes gleamed with a hint of derision at Zhang Chaoyang's words. "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Chaoyang felt mocked by Wen Tianfeng's smile, causing his tone to turn icy. When Tianfeng replied directly, that individual is not at all concerned about his identity being revealed, for he is Lin Tian himself. "What?" Both Luo Jinyu and Zhang Chaoyang exclaimed simultaneously, their astonishment palpable. They gazed into Wen Tianfeng's confident eyes. Sinking into contemplation, Zhang Chaoyang blurted, "Impossible. Wasn't it said that Lin Tian perished alongside the 30 Nations coalition 10 years ago?" Luo Jinyu added, "He committed suicide." When Tianfeng's expression mirrored its earlier amusement as he replied, "Are you unaware? The Feng family was annihilated by his hand alone. Every member of the Feng family was slain by him." "What are you saying?" Luo Jinyu and Zhang Chaoyang cried out in disbelief. Their astonishment now heightened. They knew well that while the Feng family was the weakest among their clans in terms of martial prowess, they had experts from the Blue Sea Qin family providing protection. How could the Qin family's experts allow the Feng family to be left unguarded? Was it possible that the combined strength of the Qin family and the entirety of the Feng family could not withstand Lin Tian alone? Lin Tian could not possibly be that strong. This is a shared sentiment between Luo Jinyu and Zhang Zhaoyang. Yet when Tianfeng shook his head resolutely and stated, "Believe it or not, Lin Tian is already aware of your Luo family and Zhang family's connection to the annihilation of the Lin family years ago. He will undoubtedly seek vengeance against you. I advise you to unite and find a way to eliminate Lin Tian before the impending crisis strikes." Upon finishing this statement, when Tianfeng rose and, turning to leave, declared, "I've said all I needed to say. What you choose to do is entirely your concern. I was never here today." Just as when Tianfeng was about to exit the private room, Luo Jinyu's hesitant voice broke the silence. "Why should we trust you? Your Wen family had a rather favorable relationship with the Lin family back in the day. How can you prove the veracity of your words?" After hearing this, when Tianfeng slowly turned around, leisurely revealing his right hand, which was missing a finger. Both Luo Jinyu and Zhang Zhaoyang were taken aback by this revelation, prompting Zhang Zhaoyang to inquire, "Did Lin Tian do this?" When Tianfeng, gazing at his mutilated hand with a bitter resentment, rasped, "It was merely because I pointed at him that he had my finger torn off. Humph. Therefore, I desire his demise. I want this wretched creature to have no place to rest." With that, when Tianfeng made no further delay and turned to leave, shutting the door behind him, leaving the two family heads gazing at each other with uncertainty. Zhang Zhaoyang then said to Luo Jinyu, "Luo Jinyu," with furrowed brows and a contemplative expression, slowly shook his head and remarked, "I feel that when Tianfeng is not to be trusted, it's possible that the old fox, when Xinghe, is up to something." However, just as Luo Jinyu finished speaking, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open from the outside. A servant rushed in, exclaiming in panic, "Master, it's terrible. The young master is missing." "What?" With a jolt, Luo Jinyu sprang from his chair. The servant before him was indeed one of his own Luo family members, whom he recognized well. "You must be mistaken." Yonggang went to the Haiqing venue. "How could he possibly be missing?" Luo Jinyu questioned anxiously. The servant's face was pale, filled with terror, as he stammered, "Yes, the Haiqing venue. It's filled with corpses. Everywhere are corpses. It's too tragic, too tragic." Chapter 41. Disturbance in Qinghe. "Quickly, take me there." Following Luo Jinyu's piercing scream, only a bewildered Zhang Zhaoyang remained in the tea house's upper-level private room. Watching Luo Jinyu and the Luo family members hastily depart, he stood up, a wary expression crossing his face as he murmured, "This is bad. It seems that when Tianfeng's words were indeed truthful, we must prepare immediately." As Luo Jinyu made his way to the Haiqing venue, a deafening roar erupted from the ICU of Qinghe First People's Hospital. "Damn it! Is this the work of that bastard?" A muscular, bald man, clad in a tank top and shorts, stood there, his eyes bloodshot, fists clenched tightly, his arms resembling tree trunks. Within the ICU, a figure lay unconscious, connected to an oxygen mask, propped up in critical condition. It was the young master of the Knife Alliance, who had previously sought to pay Lin Tian for Lin Mingming's hand. After Lin Tian had incapacitated him with a single kick, he could no longer partake in the activities he once relished. The furious voice emanating from outside the ICU belonged to Lu Yidao, the Knife Alliance leader and father of this young master. At that moment, a frantic Knife Alliance underling rushed out of the hospital corridor. Addressing Lu Yidao, leader, according to the brothers who were with the young master, it was that little beggar, often seen near the ruins of the Lin family, who found a partner. The young master attempted to buy the beggar from this partner. But unexpectedly, damn it! Lu Yidao bellowed, his eyes wild with rage. That was my only heir. If he is ruined, does that not mean the end of the Lu lineage? Why on earth would this fool choose a beggar over any other woman? And how dare that bastard partner of his cripple my son? Bring everyone here, he commanded, and a throng of subordinates rushed forth, standing at attention before him. Lu Yidao instructed them loudly, spread the word. I want every disciple of the Knife Alliance out searching for this bastard. Yes, the group responded in unison before swiftly dispersing. Lu Yidao then called out, Ahu, Abeo. As his voice fell, the sound of rushing wind accompanied the entrance of two formidable fighters before Lu Yidao. He looked at them and ordered, You two must also go. Upon finding him, seize him at once and bring him before me. I shall personally flay him alive. Understood. After their departure, Lu Yidao cast a pained gaze into the ICU room. A sudden breeze announced the arrival of a shadowy figure behind him, appearing as if materializing from the darkness, silent as a whisper. Lu Yidao, catching sight of the figure's reflection in the glass, spoke in a low tone. Along? Is there something amiss? The figure behind him replied calmly. I've assessed the young master's injuries. They are not the handiwork of an ordinary person. I suspect that if we truly find this individual, Ahu and Abeo may find themselves at a disadvantage. Oh? Lu Yidao's expression shifted to one of surprise as he turned to Along and asked, Can you confirm this? Along, with a serious demeanor, nodded and said, I will follow and observe. If the situation proves dire, I shall intervene. Good. Watching Along depart, Lu Yidao's gaze grew contemplative. He pondered why a person of considerable strength would engage in such a fray over a mere beggar. This behavior did not align with that of a skilled fighter unless, perhaps, this beggar was of particular significance to him. At this thought, Lu Yidao's pupils widened slightly as he grasped a potential lead. The ruins of the Lin family? The beggar? Could this beggar be a remnant of the Lin family? Could the sudden appearance of this formidable individual be Lin Tian, who had annihilated the Feng family? As the leader of the Knife Alliance, how could Lu Yidao remain oblivious to the news of the Lin family's massacre of the Feng family? Initially, he had considered it a case of mistaken identity, but now, connecting it with his family's plight. A serious expression spread across Lu Yidao's face as he slowly retrieved his phone. Meanwhile, at the Haiqing venue, Luo Jinyu stood trembling in the very spot where his grandson once stood, his eyes filled with horror and anguish. The bodies strewn before him were all members of the Luo family. Father, where is Yonggang? What has happened to Yonggang? A middle-aged man burst into the Haiqing venue, and upon witnessing the sea of corpses, he froze in shock, a chilling sensation coursing through him, one he had never experienced before. This man was Luo Yonggang's father, Luo Zhong, who approached his father with a look of dread, and as he noticed Luo Jinyu's trembling form, he seemed to grasp something and stammered, Father Ice Yonggang. Before he could finish, another servant rushed over, exclaiming loudly, Master, we've reviewed the surveillance footage and discovered that the young master was forced into an unmarked George Pattonist trunk, seemingly heading towards the Lin family ruins. What the hell? Luo Zhong's face flushed with rage, yet a flicker of relief washed over him, knowing his son was still alive. Bring me the others here, the surrounding Luo family members replied in unison. With a wave of Luo Zhong's hand, unbeknownst to them, Lin Tian was currently engaged in the relentless torture of Luo Yonggang, reviving him only to torture him anew. This was not due to any sadistic pleasure Lin Tian derived from it, but rather because it was precisely what Luo Yonggang deserved. At this moment, Luo Yonggang could only emit agonizing cries, rendered speechless as he had bitten off his own tongue to escape the torment. Now, he had become a mere shell of a man, pale and devoid of life in his eyes. Lin Tian relentlessly plunged Luo Yonggang's head deep into the ruins countless times. An enraged voice erupted from outside the Lin family villa. Lin Tian, you bastard! Return my son to me. Chapter 42. Who gave you this confidence? Lin Tian, you bastard! Return my son to me. Upon hearing this furious shout, Mu Fenghua immediately turned, a flicker of tension appearing in his eyes. Yet overshadowed by a greater fury, he swiftly addressed Lin Tian, "Master, it is Luo Yonggong's father, Luo Zhong, the heir to the Luo family's next generation. It seems they have discovered that we brought Luo Yonggang here and likely brought a considerable number of people. Master, do you need me to contact our men?" At these words, a calm smile graced Lin Tian's face, its curve sharp as a blade. He responded nonchalantly, "They have come at the perfect time. It saves me the trouble of personally seeking retribution from the Luo family." After uttering this, a deafening explosion reverberated through the AI. Mu Fenghua realized Lin Tian's figure had vanished, leaving behind a massive pit where he once stood, a testament to the sheer force of his departure. Just as Mu Fenghua prepared to pursue, Lin Tian's voice echoed through the heavens. "Haizi, keep an eye on Luo Yonggang. Do not let him escape." Upon hearing this, Mu Fenghua paused, glancing at the bloodied Luo Yonggang amidst the ruins and smirking slightly to himself. He mused at this state, can he still run? That would indeed be a miracle. Nevertheless, despite his thoughts, he dared not neglect the task assigned to him by Lin Tian. Outside the Lin family ruins, the Luo family members were scattered across the landscape, including several martial artists. After all, the Luo family was the most powerful clan in Qinghe. Even their patriarch was a formidable martial artist, so it was entirely reasonable for the Luo family's subordinates to include martial artists. At this moment, Luo Zhong stood at the forefront, hands on his hips, his face contorted with intense rage and malice, pointing at the ruins before him and bellowing. "Lin Tian, you remnant of the Lin family. I cannot believe you survived the Battle of Tiandu 10 years ago. The Lin family has been annihilated, and you, a mere stray dog of the Lin family, dare to lay hands on my Luo family members? I demand you come out at once and return my son to me, or I may generously leave you with a whole corpse. Otherwise, I will ensure you meet the same fate as all the Lin family members." Dying like a stray dog without a burial place, with a thunderous sound, Luo Zhong's words had barely settled when a cacophony of crashing stones erupted. Luo Zhong's expression shifted to one of sheer horror as he stepped back, swiftly retreating. Although Luo Zhong was also a martial artist capable of evading, the ordinary subordinates behind him were not so fortunate. The sounds of various cries and wails echoed as the frontmost subordinates were seemingly mowed down by a machine gun, their bodies riddled with countless small blood holes, leading to their immediate demise. Luo Zhong's fury reached a boiling point as he roared, "Lin Tian, you audacious fool!" As the dust and debris slowly settled, Lin Tian's figure materialized before them all. Upon seeing Lin Tian, the surrounding crowd instinctively took a step closer. Standing alone against this sea of people, Lin Tian exhibited no emotion, his demeanor tranquil, as if he were surveying the world from above. "Lin Tian!" Luo Zhong stepped forward, his eyes filled with venomous rage, demanding, "You dare to harm others? Return my son to me." Lin Tian regarded the furious Luo Zhong with indifference and replied, "Your son has already become a sacrifice for the souls of my fallen Lin family." "What?" Luo Zhong's eyes nearly exploded with rage at Lin Tian's words. "You scoundrel! The worthless lives of all your Lin family members cannot compare to my son. How dare you allow your filthy bloodline, akin to maggots, to sacrifice my son? I will kill you." The throng that accompanied Luo Zhong seemed to have ignited their own inner fury, each of them charging towards Lin Tian with fervent shouts. As Luo Zhong's crimson gaze gleamed with a cruel light, he envisioned Lin Tian being torn to shreds, a fitting sacrifice for his son. Yet in the next moment, a resounding crash echoed. Those closest to Lin Tian were suddenly propelled backward as if struck by an explosion, blood spewing from their mouths and noses. Lin Tian, who had previously remained still, now moved. His gaze was fixed solely on Luo Zhong, whose incessant verbal assaults against the deceased Lin family had thoroughly provoked him. Filled with overwhelming murderous intent, Lin Tian advanced step by step toward Luo Zhong. The crowd surged forth in waves, launching their attacks, but Lin Tian ignored them completely, regardless of fists or weapons, with a mere wave of his hand. The attackers found their chests caving in, blood erupting forth as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this, Luo Zhong trembled slightly. He was stunned, an amalgamation of shock and boundless fear coursing through him. He understood that Lin Tian was a martial artist and had brought several novice martial artists among his followers. In his mind, given Lin Tian's young age of merely 20-something, How strong could he truly be? Yet, to his astonishment, even when attacked simultaneously by these novice martial artists, they could not even scratch Lin Tian. Lin Tian strode confidently toward Luo Zhong, who could hardly comprehend the unfolding scene. The ground before the Lin family ruins was already strewn with corpses. The sight evoked memories of the massacre of the Lin family, though this time, it was the Luo family members lying lifeless. Lin Tian had now reached Luo Zhong. With a thud, Luo Zhong's legs buckled, and he collapsed, pallid and trembling, gazing up at Lin Tian, who resembled the Grim Reaper. Though Luo Zhong was also a martial artist, he was of a lower tier. Many of those who had previously besieged Lin Tian were nearly on par with his strength. If that group could not contend with Lin Tian, how could he? At this moment, Lin Tian lowered his gaze to Luo Zhong, as though observing an insignificant insect. His voice was hoarse, ringing like a death knell for Luo Zhong. Speak. How do you wish to die? Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Luo Zhong's expression twisted once more into a snarl, and he roared at Lin Tian, Die? The one who will die is not me. But you! You are indeed powerful, but before my Luo family, you are nothing but a waste. A bastard. With that, he swiftly drew a pitch-black handgun from his clothing, pointing it at Lin Tian, a cruel and mocking smile stretching across his face. Ha! Did you expect this, Lin Tian? Though you are a martial artist, can you withstand a bullet? To be honest, Lin Tian found this proclamation rather peculiar. The word struck a chord within him. The patriarch of the Feng family had once uttered something similar. Moreover, the weapon he wielded was merely a small handgun. Who exactly had instilled such confidence in Luo Zhong? Regardless of who it was, a gunshot rang out. Bang! Flames erupted. In the next second, impossible! Luo Zhong screamed. His voice strained to the brink of breaking. Chapter 43. Not even the king of the south can stop it. Luo Zhong could hardly believe his eyes. He watched as the bullet he had fired was effortlessly pinched between Lin Tian's fingers. Neutralized of all its momentum, Lin Tian held the bullet as casually as one might grasp a peanut with chopsticks. At that moment, Lin Tian regarded the pale, trembling, and twisted Luo Zhong as one would a mere jester. His gaze seemed to ask, Have you come to your senses? Indeed, Luo Zhong had awakened to reality. With a thud, the handgun slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. He had finally comprehended the insurmountable chasm that lay between their strengths. Lin Tian looked at Luo Zhong and slowly stated, I have but one question for you. Who orchestrated the massacre of my Lin family? Indeed, Lin Tian's foremost objective remained to uncover the mastermind behind the annihilation of his family. Upon hearing this question, Luo Zhong's face contorted into a grimace before he howled, No one instructed us. If you wish to blame someone, blame your Lin family for deserving death. The Lin family has no right to exist in this world. Go ahead, kill me. Regardless, my son has already been slain by you, and now you have taken my life as well. The Luo family shall never let you go. We will ensure your demise is far worse than that of the Lin family's vermin. Upon hearing these words, Lin Tian's emotions stirred no further. He merely spoke with a calm demeanor. Then you may as well die. Rest assured, all members of the Luo family will soon join you in the afterlife. After uttering this, Lin Tian clenched his fist and struck towards Luo Zhong's head. Stop! At that moment, a furious shout echoed through the mountains, so loud that the trees trembled with ripples. Yet, can mere volume halt Lin Tian's actions? With a soft sound, Luo Zhong's head shattered like a watermelon. In the instant of Luo Zhong's demise, a figure landed heavily 10 meters away from Lin Tian. This individual appeared to be of similar age to Luo Zhong, clad in what resembled a standard military uniform. Upon witnessing the mangled remains of Luo Zhong, the man's eyes bulged with rage, his fists clenched as he roared, You brat! You have the audacity to kill in my presence? Kill in your presence? Lin Tian regarded the enraged man before him and casually inquired, And who might you be? A member of the Luo family? Humph! The man scoffed, addressing Lin Tian with a loud voice. You brat! Today you shall die, and I will ensure you understand the gravity of your fate. I am Lu Tianyu, commander of the Qinghe War Zone under the Southern King of the Southern Territory. Luo Zhong was my dear friend, and you dare slay him before me? Are you prepared for your demise? Lu Tianyu, commander of the Qinghe War Zone? Lin Tian recalled having crossed paths with this Southern King a decade ago. This Southern King commands the entire Southern Territory, the highest-ranking individual beneath the Southern Ward Godi in the south. He is regarded as a figure who stands above all others. However, with Luo Zhong now deceased, what does it matter if the commander of the Qinghe war zone has arrived? Even if the Southern King himself were present, Lin Tian would not hesitate to eliminate Luo Zhong. Lin Tian, his expression unfazed, addressed Lu Tianyu. As the commander of the Qinghe war zone, why are you alone? Where are your warriors? Hearing Lin Tian's disdainful tone, Lu Tianyu's eyes flickered with a hint of derision as he replied, to deal with you? We need not involve the warriors of our war zone. I alone am sufficient. He then took a stance, slowly stating, although I've never laid eyes on you, I've heard of your reputation. You hail from the Northern Territory? Lin Tian, correct? Your martial skills are indeed formidable, but they suffice only against ordinary warriors. I am a yellow-level warrior. Ordinary warriors, even your Northern Territory soldiers, are beneath my notice. In my eyes, you are but a rat I can easily crush beneath my foot. A yellow-level warrior? Upon hearing this title, Lin Tian felt a sense of resignation. He recalled that it had been 2 decades since he himself had reached the yellow level. In this world, individuals are categorized as either ordinary people or warriors, with warriors further divided into junior and senior ranks. The junior warriors are those Lin Tian has encountered previously, while senior warriors are classified into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Although the yellow level is merely 1 tier above the junior rank, not all warriors can attain it. Each yellow-level warrior is a local overlord in a small city. Even without joining a war zone, they can become the chief elder in a prominent family. Thus, one can appreciate the might of a yellow-level warrior, perhaps the very source of Lu Tianyu's confidence. Observing Lin Tian's silence, Lu Tianyu wore a smug smile as he taunted. What's wrong? A lowly waste, are you afraid? It's too late for fear now. If you had known this would be your fate, why did you act so recklessly? I assure you, I will not kill you. I intend to take you to the Luo family and let old Master Luo decide your punishment. Listening to Lu Tianyu's words, Lin Tian remained unperturbed, merely responding, You won't kill me? But I assure you, I will kill you. Ha. This Lu Tianyu seemed to have heard the funniest joke of his life, retorting, I shall see how you, a pathetic fool, can possibly slay me. With that, he let out a mighty roar, launching himself into the air and charging towards Lin Tian. Surrounding him was a faint yellow aura, the hallmark of a senior warrior. His fist, imbued with this energy, descended upon Lin Tian's head with a ferocious force, even slicing through the air with a whooshing sound. Lin Tian stood still, showing no signs of movement, appearing to Lu Tianyu as if he were utterly incapable of perceiving his speed, leaving him no time to react. In his mind he thought, should I hold back a bit? I wouldn't want to accidentally kill this simpleton with a single blow. But the next moment, a soft sound rang out. Lu Tianyu froze, realizing that his powerful punch had been effortlessly caught in Lin Tian's hand. No, impossible? Lu Tianyu gasped internally. When Lin Tian remained motionless, he had assumed the opponent was simply too weak to gauge his speed. Yet now, Lin Tian had captured his forceful strike with ease. This was not a matter of being too weak to react. It was a display of overwhelming strength, indicating Lin Tian felt no need to evade. As Lu Tianyu prepared to exert all his strength to withdraw his fist from Lin Tian's grip, the next instant, a crisp crack resounded. Lu Tianyu's fist, the size of a sandbag, was crushed within Lin Tian's grasp. The sound of bones shattering and blood spurting forth accompanied Lu Tianyu's agonized screams. His fist had been reduced to powder. Had it not been for the blood gushing from his forearm, one might have believed he no longer possessed a right hand. Staggering backward, Lu Tianyu clutched his right forearm with his left hand, yet he could not staunch the bleeding. The blood flowed forth as if the dam had burst. Relentlessly pouring out in terror, he gazed at the unmoving figure of Lin Tian before him, exclaiming in disbelief, Impossible! You cannot be a Xin-level warrior. It's absolutely inconceivable. A Xin-level warrior? Indeed, within Lu Tianyu's understanding, a Xin-level warrior was the pinnacle of power. Especially considering Lin Tian's youth, he could hardly believe he was a yellow-level warrior, let alone a Xin-level one. But is Lin Tian truly just a Xin-level warrior? The truth of Lin Tian's strength is something a dead man is unworthy to know. He coldly regarded Lu Tianyu and inquired, Since you were such close friends with Luo Zhong, were you involved in the annihilation of the Lin family years ago? Did the warriors of the Qinghe war zone play a role? Or did the Southern King himself partake in it? Chapter 44. Do you want me to bathe my aunt? Hearing Lin Tian's interrogative tone, Lu Tianyu's gaze flickered restlessly. Lin Tian keenly detected a hint of panic in Lu Tianyu's eyes. He was certain that Lu Tianyu must know something regarding the Lin family's massacre. How dare you lay a hand on me? I am the commander of the Qinghe War Zone under the Southern Army. You are declaring war on us all. However, Lin Tian had no intention of sparing Lu Tianyu's life. For Lu Tianyu's silence would not prevent others from revealing the truth. If no one were to inform him, he would simply proceed down the path of the Southern Army, battling until he could confront this Southern King Lu Tianyu spoke of. Lin Tian slowly shook his head, addressing Lu Tianyu. I'm sorry, you've provided an incorrect answer, which means you must die. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyu's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed in alarm. You mean to kill me? I am the commander of the Qinghe War Zone. He had repeated this statement thrice. Yet did Lin Tian truly remain unaware? But did Lin Tian care? Lu Tianyu, horrified, shouted. You cannot kill me if you do. The Southern Army will hunt you down relentlessly. Once they learn of your demise, you... Bang! A dull thud interrupted Lu Tianyu's words. Standing there, his face pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, he struggled to lower his gaze. A massive void had appeared in his chest. His heart, once intact, was now utterly obliterated, a testament to Lin Tian's formidable strength. Thud. Lu Tianyu's limp body gradually collapsed to the ground, his wide, terrified eyes remaining open in death. Having completed all of this, Lin Tian stood still, slowly lifting his gaze to the dim moonlight in the sky. He beheld the multitude of gravestones scattered throughout the ruins of the Lin family. A faint glimmer of tears welled in his eyes, and clenching his fists tightly, he uttered, Rest assured, the souls of the Lin family, Lin Tian, shall undoubtedly avenge you. Regardless of the individuals or forces involved, I will ensure they all descend to the depths below, personally atoning for their sins to you. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The very moment Lin Tian's words fell, a streak of lightning split the previously clear night sky, followed by a torrential downpour. Raindrops fell densely upon Lin Tian, and it was unclear whether it was rain or tears upon his face. However, his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. In the kingdom of Mufeng, George Patton. Lin Tian gently cradled his slumbering aunt in his arms as they made their way to the upscale apartment he had rented for the nearly lifeless Luo Yonggang. Lin Tian had confined him in the basement of the Lin family's ruins. While Luo Yonggang certainly deserved his fate, Lin Tian believed that it was not he who should exact vengeance upon him, but rather his aunt. For now, though, his aunt's spirit had suffered immense torment, and everything had to wait until she had recovered. Originally, Mufeng had intended to accompany Lin Tian upstairs, but he gently declined. As the door swung open, his sister Lin Mingming and fiancé Yuan Shanshan anxiously awaited at the threshold. Upon seeing the woman in Lin Tian's arms, both gasped in astonishment. Aunt? Lin Tian's aunt was, of course, also their aunt. The two rushed to Lin Tian's side, their eyes filled with tears as they gazed upon the visible scars marring her skin. Lin Mingming, heartbroken, stammered, Brother, what happened to Aunt? How could she have ended up like this? Feeling the anguish of his siblings, Lin Tian shared their sorrow. A faint sadness etched upon his face as he shook his head slowly. Perhaps due to their exclamations, or perhaps because Xin Lingxi had been roused from her slumber, she gradually opened her eyes. Upon seeing herself cradled in Lin Tian's embrace, there was no hint of panic in her pupils. Merely a trace of reassurance. As Lin Tian gently set Xin Lingxi down, Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan approached with concern, asking, Aunt, how are you? You've suffered so much. They were all kin to Xin Lingxi. Yet upon seeing the two, her eyes suddenly filled with profound fear. Gripping Lin Tian's sleeve tightly and retreating behind him, trembling slightly it seemed that only Lin Tian could offer her a sense of security. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan's hearts ached even more. With tearful eyes, they implored Lin Tian, Brother, what on earth happened to Aunt? Why doesn't she recognize us? Sighing softly, Lin Tian replied, In the past week, Aunt has endured relentless torment, and her spirit has been severely shattered. She is now akin to a walking corpse. What? At Lin Tian's words, the sorrow on Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan's faces became unbearable. How could this be? Did that bunch from the Luo family do this? Lin Mingming exclaimed angrily, clenching her fists. Isn't it enough that they annihilated our Lin family? Why must they torment Aunt further? She is not even a member of the Lin family. Crying, Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan embraced each other, while Wen Shanshan gently comforted Lin Mingming without uttering a word. Observing his family in such distress, Lin Tian's fists clenched once more, and he declared coldly, "Fear not. The enemies of the Lin family shall all be sent to hell, one by one," in an effort to help Shun Lingxi acclimate. Lin Tian gently took her hand and softly said, "Aunt, do not be afraid. They are our family. This is Ming Ming, my sister. Do you remember? And this is Shanshan, my fiancée. You should remember her too?" Listening to Lin Tian, Shun Lingxi's gaze remained anxious, yet upon hearing the name Xiao Tian, she finally showed a flicker of recognition, her lips moving as she murmured, "Xiao Tian, Xiao Tian." Repeating only those two words, her small, scarred hands clung tightly to Lin Tian's, refusing to let go. Witnessing this, Lin Tian felt a pang in his heart. Meanwhile, when Shanshan spoke up, "Lin Tian, it seems that you are the only one who can soothe Aunt now. Ming Ming and I should keep our distance for the time being. Aunt needs a familiar presence to adjust. If we approach too quickly, I fear she may not be able to handle it." Acknowledging Wen Shanshan's wisdom, Lin Tian sighed deeply and conceded, "For now, it must be this way." However, he immediately instructed, "Ming Ming, didn't Ti buy you many clothes today? Aunt's size is similar to yours. Quickly find a few clean outfits. Those on her cannot be worn any longer." "Understood." Lin Mingming swiftly turned and dashed in the direction indicated. Then Lin Tian addressed Wen Shanshan, "Shanshan, I may need to trouble you with helping Aunt bathe." When Shanshan responded, "What are you saying, Lin Tian? Your aunt is my aunt. How can this be a burden? Leave it to me." Though Lin Tian's arrangements were indeed well thought out, complications arose during the execution. In the bathroom, Shin Lingxi adamantly refused to let either Wen Shanshan or Lin Mingming touch her. Clinging fiercely to Lin Tian's hand, shaking her head vehemently and only able to emit soft whimpers. The sheer helplessness of it all was unbearable for Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan to this point. Wen Shanshan turned to Lin Tian and said, "Lin Tian, it seems that you alone can help Aunt bathe." "What did you say?" Chapter 45. "Aunt, I apologize." Upon hearing Wen Shanshan's words, Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. His gaze, somewhat stiff, shifted to his aunt, Shun Lingxi. Though she was indeed his aunt, she was almost the same age as he was. His mother had been the eldest daughter of the Shun family, making Shun Lingxi the youngest sister of his mother. They had nearly been born in the same year. Upon realizing this, Lin Tian had previously marveled at how vigorous his grandfather was even in old age. Having grown up together, both were accustomed to each other's presence. Moreover, Shun Lingxi had once been the most beautiful woman in Qinghe, her figure beyond reproach. Even now, despite the scars marring her skin, Lin Tian knew he could mend them. But to give Shun Lingxi a bath. He was, after all, a young man full of vigor. Absolutely not. Naturally, Lin Tian's instinctive reaction was to shake his head in refusal. Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan exchanged glances, both displaying an expression of helplessness. When Shanshan encouraged, "Lin Tian, don't you remember? When you were little, you often bathed with Aunt." That struck a chord, and Lin Tian felt his face flush. He recalled that during their childhood, Shun Lingxi would indeed insist on joining him. She would even hop into his bathtub while he was bathing. However, that had been in their youth. Lin Tian protested, "Shanshan, that was in the past. We have all grown up." "Exactly." When Shanshan responded matter-of-factly, "If you weren't shy as a child, why are you shy now that you've grown?" Lin Tian instinctively wanted to refuse again, but Lin Mingming interjected, "Brother, just do it for her. Otherwise, what will we do now? Are we supposed to let her remain filthy and unbathed?" This left Lin Tian speechless. The bath was indeed necessary. After a week, who knew what Shun Lingxi might have accumulated on her? Not bathing was out of the question. Having him do it would breach the boundaries of propriety, yet allowing Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan to do so would be too much for Shun Lingxi's traumatized psyche to bear. There was no choice left. Lin Tian lowered his head, resigned, and murmured, "It seems there is no other option." Upon hearing Lin Tian's acquiescence, Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan's eyes sparkled with joy. Lin Mingming placed the clean garments in her hands directly on the bathroom counter. And together with Wen Shanshan, she declared, "Then we shall not disturb you any further," as they dashed out of the bathroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. "You two ungrateful women, at such a time. What use is loyalty?" sighed Lin Tian. expressing his exasperation. "Aunt, I apologize for the intrusion. We are about to take our bath." A sense of unease lingered in Lin Tian's mind regarding the phrasing of his statement. Yet he extended his hand toward Shenlingxi, brushing against her clothing. Remarkably, Lin Tian's presence proved to be significantly impactful. Even though both Wen Shanshan and Lin Mingming were women, their proximity to Shenlingxi instilled a sense of dread in her. However, as Lin Tian began to undress Shenlingxi, she surprisingly remained compliant, devoid of any reaction, her bright and beautiful eyes fixated on him. Lin Tian's movements were cautious, his face slightly flushed. He gradually peeled away Shenlingxi's garments. But soon his gaze transformed, replaced by a burning fury. His aunt's body was marred with grotesque scars. Aside from the key areas of her upper and lower body, which retained their beauty, the rest of her form was a tapestry of wounds. One could only fathom the immense suffering Shenlingxi had endured. Lin Tian's trembling fingers traced the scars on her body, his fury palpable, yet his tone remained remarkably gentle. "Aunt, do not worry. None of the Luo family members will escape. I shall avenge you." Shenlingxi stared intently at Lin Tian, her expression inscrutable, yet a single crystalline tear slowly rolled down her cheek. Before long, Lin Tian had led a fully dressed Shenlingxi out of the bathroom. He acted swiftly, for time was of the essence. After the fury subsided, what remained was the exquisite form of Shenlingxi in such an environment. Lingering too long would be unbearable for anyone. Once Lin Tian had guided the impeccably attired Shenlingxi from the bathroom, he discovered Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan already nestled in slumber within the bedroom, leaving no space for Shenlingxi. Moreover, given Shenlingxi's current state, it seemed that had he not been there to support her, she would likely have been unable to rest peacefully. Consequently, Lin Tian covered Wen Shanshan and Lin Mingming with a blanket and led Shenlingxi into another bedroom. The Bai family of four could finally enjoy a restful night. However, tranquility was absent before the ruins of the Lin family estate. "No, my son, my child." Luo Jinyu's anguished roar echoed throughout the mountains. Back at the Luo family, Luo Jinyu awaited news of his son, but his patience waned. Unable to contain himself any longer, he rallied a contingent of Luo family subordinates and made his way to the ruins of the Lin family villa. To his horror, he was met with an appalling sight. His son's head had been brutally smashed. Had it not been for the clothing and birthmark, Luo Jinyu might not have recognized him. Furthermore, everyone his son had brought along lay dead at the scene. With a heavy thud, Luo Jinyu collapsed before his son's lifeless body, wailing, "My son, why did I let you bring people to find that scoundrel Lin Tian? Why wasn't Ti the one to come? Lin Tian, you vile spawn of a filthy lineage, a wretched dog, how dare you kill my son? I will ensure you suffer." As Luo Jinyu's anguished cries reverberated, Lin Yonggang, confined in the Lin family's basement, heard every word, his eyes widening with a glimmer of hope. His grandfather had come. He yearned to cry out for help, but his body, broken and immobile, betrayed him. "No, grandfather, I am here. Save me." This desperate call echoed within him. Yet how could his grandfather possibly hear? Outside, Luo Jinyu's face contorted with rage and sorrow. As footsteps approached, an anxious figure rushed to his side and knelt. Before he could speak, Luo Jinyu rasped, "Send word down. All members of the Luo family, go find him. Discover where this scoundrel is hiding. I shall kill him with my own hands, sir. Sir, you must come see this." At the sound of his subordinate's voice, Luo Jinyu turned sharply, his heart swelling with curiosity as he rose and followed the direction indicated. In the next moment, his gaze narrowed in shock. This is Lu Tianyu? Commander Lu? He has been killed?" He was all too aware of Lu Tianyu's significance and the close friendship between Lu Tianyu and his son. Moreover, he recognized Lu Tianyu's formidable strength, a yellow-level warrior, far beyond his own capabilities. Behind him, his subordinates voiced their terror. "Sir, Lin Tian is far too powerful. Even Commander Lu has been slain. What shall we do?" Upon hearing this, Luo Jinyu's expression morphed in an instant. His grief transformed into astonishment and then into wild exuberance. As he erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! Lin Tian, you scoundrel, did you truly not realize Commander Lu's identity? How dare you kill a subordinate of the southern town king? You must be tired of living." The Luo family's subordinates exchanged bewildered glances, unsure if their master had lost his mind. Yet Luo Jinyu commanded, "Bring forth the news of Commander Lu's death to the southern town king's residence. Better yet, inform the king himself. Also, prepare a carriage. I must visit the Zhang family. I need to meet with Zhang Zhaoyang." Chapter 46. Those who insult the dragon's head shall die, at the Zhang family villa. In the main hall, Luo Jinyu and Zhang Zhaoyang sat at the forefront, while the Zhang family's eldest daughter, Zhang Siyu, stood nervously in the center, head bowed, as if awaiting judgment. Zhang Zhaoyang addressed her. "Speak. Recount to the head of the Luo family what you just told me." "Yes." Zhang Siyu replied meekly. "Today, I encountered Lin Tian at Junlin Tianxia and had a confrontation with him. Subsequently, I summoned Qin Tian, Master Qin. However, when Master Qin was about to take action against Lin Tian, he was driven off by Mr. Su Qiandu, who arrived on the scene. As of now, Master Qin is likely scheming on how to deal with Lin Tian. I am unaware of the specifics. While others might embellish their tales, her account was rather sparing in detail. Nevertheless, Luo Jinyu seized upon a key term. "Qin Tian, young Master Qin." He turned to Zhang Zhaoyang, remarking, "So this brat Lin Tian has even provoked the son of the Blue Sea Tycoon? What a bold move, disregarding the implications of Su Qiandu's intervention." After all, Zhang Siyu had not mentioned anything about Su Qiandu's later attitude towards Lin Tian. In her mind, she assumed Su Qiandu merely happened upon the situation and acted out of animosity towards Qin Tian, whose father was the Blue Sea Tycoon, while Su was the tycoon of Qinghe. Zhang Zhaoyang smiled at Luo Jinyu's words, responding, "That is indeed the case." Their eyes met, revealing a shared, cold amusement as they slowly declared, "Lin Tian, that scoundrel, dares to be so audacious? And he has the audacity to kill my son and grandson." As he spoke, Luo Jinyu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. After pouring a cup of tea for Luo Jinyu, Zhang Zhaoyang remarked, "However, this Lin Tian is merely a fool with bravery but no strategy. He shall not last long." Luo Jinyu scoffed at this, venomously stating, "And that woman he saved from my grandson, I wish for her to be a prostitute for all eternity." Following Luo Jinyu's declaration, Zhang Zhaoyang turned to his granddaughter, instructing, "You must find a way to contact young Master Qin. Ascertain his preparations. If he is not ready, he may come to our Zhang family for a discussion. After all, the more allies, the stronger our force." "Understood, grandfather." Zhang Siyu promptly agreed, oblivious to the fact that Qin Tian had already taken action against Lin Tian. Not only had he acted, but he had also lost an arm. And now he was likely detained at the Public Security Bureau. The following morning, Lin Tian awoke early, for he had no choice but to rise. In the depths of slumber, he felt something soft in his hand. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered his aunt, Shun Lingxi, gazing at him with a pair of bewildered eyes. To his astonishment, he realized that his right hand had somehow found its way into the collar of Shun Lingxi's garment. Startled, Lin Tian leaped back in fright. Fortunately, Shun Lingxi's consciousness had not yet fully returned. Had she been fully aware in that moment, who knows what chaos might have ensued. However, under such circumstances, the guilt Lin Tian felt was undeniably more pronounced. After Lin Tian helped Shun Lingxi out of bed, he found that Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan had already prepared breakfast. Upon seeing Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan, Shun Lingxi instinctively sought refuge behind Lin Tian, her demeanor wary as she observed them closely. Though both women felt a sense of helplessness, they were considerate enough to keep their distance from Shun Lingxi, striving to avoid causing her any further emotional distress. At the dining table, it was evident that Shun Lingxi was extremely hungry, yet she ate with great caution. Even when Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan offered her food, she would take it at arm's length, only feeling comfortable indulging in what Lin Tian provided. This realization deepened Lin Tian's feeling of heartache. Before long, breakfast was concluded, and Lin Tian donned his attire, preparing to leave. He took Shun Lingxi's hand and addressed Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan. "You two should remain indoors for now. Today, the situation outside may become perilous, and I intend to keep my aunt at home. Please help me take care of her." "Aunt?" Both Lin Mingming and Shun Lingxi were momentarily taken aback and exchanged glances before saying, "But she is quite frightened of us. Are we really capable of handling this?" Lin Tian nodded confidently and turned to Shun Lingxi, gently brushing his hand against her neck. Instantly, she seemed to succumb to a deep slumber, her body going limp. Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan stared at Lin Tian in astonishment, witnessing his unexpected maneuver. Lin Tian then laid Shun Lingxi down on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and turned to leave. As he reached the hallway, he could hear Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan's concerned voices. Be careful. Although Lin Tian smiled and nodded, assuring them of his safety, it was not himself who needed to be cautious, but rather others. Initially, Lin Tian had planned to visit the Luo family to attend to certain matters. However, with the appearance of his aunt, he learned that the Shun family, which she belonged to, had gone into hiding. It seemed that the Shun family possessed crucial information regarding the annihilation of the Lin family years ago. Most importantly, how could Lin Tian ignore the grievous injuries his aunt bore? Thus, he resolved to tend to her wounds first, which necessitated seeking out medicinal herbs. Yet, just as Lin Tian stepped out of the community gate, a harsh voice rang out from a distance. Kid, we've finally found you. As those words echoed, a horde of individuals, resembling petty thugs, swiftly surrounded Lin Tian. Each one glared at him with hostility, and among them, two figures exuded the palpable aura of novice martial artists. Observing the ragtag group before him, Lin Tian helplessly rubbed his ear and inquired. So, are you from the Luo family, the Zhang family, or perhaps some lackeys sent by that blue sea Qin Tian? The two leaders of the group exchanged bemused glances at Lin Tian's words, one of them scoffing. Kid, I never imagined you've offended so many notable figures. Kid, you must be quite deranged to pick a fight with such powerful enemies. Ah? Ha 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 ha. One of them suddenly burst into laughter, the absurdity of it all evident in his mirth. The other, frowning, addressed Lin Tian loudly. Kid, listen well. We are members of the Qinghe Blade Alliance. Upon hearing this title, a look of confusion washed over Lin Tian's face as he turned to the speaker, asking, is it well known? What? You mean to say you've never heard of the Blade Alliance in Qinghe? How have you survived to this day, you fool? Just then, a chilling voice reverberated through the air. Those who insult the dragon's head shall perish. This voice seemed to resonate from all directions, akin to the wails of vengeful spirits. The next moment, a couple of sharp sounds pierced the atmosphere, and two silver glimmers flashed. The expressions of the two leaders, Ahu and Abeo, remained unchanged, yet their voices abruptly ceased. Not only their speech, but even their breaths came to a halt. The thugs behind them remained oblivious to the unfolding horror, glancing at each other, bewildered as to why their leaders had suddenly fallen silent. One curious thug approached Ahu, lightly tapping his shoulder while saying, Brother Hu, what? The gasp that followed was instantaneous. The moment he touched Ahu, the latter's head rolled away from his neck, the severed edge impeccably smooth, as if polished. Not only Ahu, but Abeo's head also fell in a similar fashion, rolling away like a ball towards a nearby refuse pile. Ah, what? They're dead? The thugs surrounding Lin Tian turned pale, their eyes wide with terror. They had never witnessed such a scene before. Two leaders, who had brought them to confront someone, had just died without a sound. Trembling in fear, they began to flee, shouting, Murder! Run! There are ghosts! At that moment, a voice echoed through the air, Leave not a single one alive. In the next instant, several dark figures emerged from the surroundings, their movements swift and elusive, leaving afterimages in their wake. The very individuals who had encircled Lin Tian now fell like wheat before the scythe, not even a scream escaping their lips. Lin Tian stood impassively, observing the scene unfold. With the mention of the dragon's head, he recognized that the Northern Martial Brigade's D-Team had arrived. This was indeed their handiwork. However, Lin Tian's expression shifted slightly, a glimmer of intrigue igniting in his eyes. Just then, a dark aura enveloped him, not emanating from Lin Tian himself. Within this shadowy essence, an ethereal figure materialized behind him, pressing closely against his form. A sharp dagger rested against Lin Tian's throat as a chilling voice whispered in his ear. I must admit, you possess formidable strength and impressive subordinates. But assassination is my forte, and in my realm, no one escapes the bite of my dagger. Now, I present you with two choices. Either let me go, or face death. Those choices? Who do you think you are, to dictate my actions? This individual was none other than Ulung, who had previously speculated on Lin Tian's capabilities and deemed Ahu and Abeo unworthy opponents. Waiting in the shadows to lend support, Ulung had anticipated witnessing Lin Tian's prowess but was instead met with a scene of unimaginable terror. Lin Tian had not even lifted a finger. The surrounding environment had summoned powerful figures from the depths of the shadows. Realizing he was now being targeted by these formidable entities, Alung understood he could not flee. To escape would mean certain death. Hence, he focused on Lin Tian, believing that capturing him would allow him to negotiate his own survival. Yet, to his astonishment, Lin Tian stood unfazed, his gaze tranquil as he regarded the unfolding chaos, seemingly ignoring the dagger poised at his throat. Alung was taken aback. Was Lin Tian truly so unfazed? Is he not incredibly powerful? Could it be that he is, in fact, a mere waste of space? The true strength lies with his subordinates. With this thought, a sneer appeared on Alung's face as he mockingly whispered in Lin Tian's ear, "Your subordinates are so formidable, yet they follow you. A useless fool. What a waste." He continued, "Hurry. Let them release me, or I shall swiftly separate your head from your neck." However, despite Alung's menacing proclamation, Lin Tian remained utterly unresponsive. Meanwhile, the gangsters who had previously fled in panic had all met their demise. Suddenly, a series of swift sounds pierced the air. 10 resolute young men clad in black appeared in a neat row before Lin Tian. They regarded Alung, who had a knife pressed against Lin Tian's neck. With expressions of bewilderment, some even wearing sardonic smiles tinged with helplessness. Remarkably, they chose to ignore Alung entirely and directed their attention to Lin Tian, kneeling in unison, proclaiming loudly, "All members of the Northern Border Martial Soldiers Group D, we pay our respects to the Dragon Chief." What? Upon hearing their salutation, Alung, holding the knife at Lin Tian's throat, let out a gasp of astonishment. Northern Border Martial Soldiers? In this world, ordinary individuals may not be familiar with the Northern Border Martial Soldiers, but any martial artist would undoubtedly have heard of this esteemed group. The Northern Border Martial Soldiers were once regarded as the strongest assembly of warriors, with all powerful fighters taking pride in the honor of joining their ranks. They were invincible across the globe, which was precisely why 30 nations united 10 years ago to launch an assault on the Dragon Kingdom, their aim being the Northern Border Martial Soldiers. Yet, had they not perished in that conflict a decade ago alongside the Allied forces? Why, then, was the Northern Border Martial Soldiers resurfacing in Qinghe? Moreover, the very individual he had threatened was, astonishingly, the Dragon Chief of the Northern Border Martial Soldiers? In that moment, Alung grasped the reality. It was not Lin Tian who had been rendered speechless by fear, but rather, it was Alung himself who was perceived as a fool in the eyes of others. Even with a knife at Lin Tian's throat, he posed no threat whatsoever. "No, this cannot be." Alung's expression twisted into a snarl as he roared, raising his dagger high and plunging it toward Lin Tian's neck while shouting, "The Northern Border Martial Soldiers are finished. You cannot possibly be one of them." Clang. The sound of Alung's dagger shattering upon contact with Lin Tian's skin echoed through the air. Alung was left utterly stunned, his body frozen in place, pale-faced and trembling with fear. His full-force attack had failed to even graze Lin Tian. The dagger, infused with the martial artist's inner strength, had shattered upon mere contact with Lin Tian's skin. This was the mark of top-tier protective energy. How many top-tier martial artists exist in this world? All the formidable warriors belong to the Northern Border Martial Soldiers. Were they truly the Northern Border Martial Soldiers? Was the person he held hostage genuinely the Dragon Chief of the Northern Border Martial Soldiers? Had he lost his mind by daring to threaten the Dragon Chief? Regret, agony, and despair overwhelmed Alung. "Please, don't kill me, I beg you. Don't kill me, I was merely following orders." With a thud, Alung's legs buckled, and he sank to the ground. Chapter 48. I anticipate the day you become the Alliance leader. This Alung had actually knelt before Lin Tian, pleading for mercy. Lin Tian, with an expression devoid of any emotion, simply inquired, "Who sent you?" Without hesitation, Alung replied, "It was the Alliance leader of the Blade Alliance, Louis Dao." Upon hearing the name of the Blade Alliance once more, Lin Tian felt a sense of unfamiliarity. "What exactly is this Blade Alliance, and why does your leader seek trouble with me?" Alung, still kneeling, appeared awkward and helpless, even slightly smirking before responding. The Blade Alliance is an organization that operates in the underground of Qinghe, with a complex network of influence and numerous members. However, in terms of strength, he hesitated, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features before continuing, "As you saw earlier, I am the most powerful individual within the entire Blade Alliance." This revelation, Not only Lin Tian, but also the 10 members of the Northern Border Martial Soldiers Group exchanged bewildered glances. The strongest individual was none other than this man, who was now begging for mercy before Lin Tian. How had the Blade Alliance survived in this world, teeming with martial artists? Lin Tian pressed on. How does the Blade Alliance manage to thrive in Qinghe without any martial prowess? Along lifted his gaze slightly, seriousness etched on his face as he replied, because the Alliance leader Lu Yidao possesses the largest intelligence network in all of Qinghe. An intelligence network? Lin Tian's eyes narrowed at the mention of those words. Along continued. I cannot fathom the extent of the intelligence network under the Alliance leader's control. All I know is that every family in Qinghe, regardless of their size, purchases intelligence from him. The reputation of the Blade Alliance's intelligence network has even spread throughout the entire southern region. Oh, is that so? Lin Tian's mind began to race. An intelligence network renowned across the southern region. Perhaps it could provide answers regarding the events surrounding the Lin family or even the current whereabouts of the Shen family. However, Lin Tian refrained from expressing his thoughts openly, for some matters should not be shared with those he did not trust, especially since he had never heard of the Blade Alliance before, and they had audaciously sought him out. It was quite possible that the Blade Alliance was also tied to the enmity against the Lin family. Thus, Lin Tian inquired again, why, then, does your Blade Alliance target me specifically? Along's expression grew even more peculiar, and he awkwardly replied, well, you truly have a tendency to forget things, don't you? Did you not incapacitate our Blade Alliance's young master? He is currently lying in the ICU. I incapacitated a young master of the Blade Alliance? And he is in the ICU? Lin Tian was taken aback. When had this occurred? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. The young master of the Blade Alliance. Those 5 words triggered a memory within Lin Tian. Just yesterday, after locating his sister and having just annihilated the Feng family, he encountered a group of motorcycle gang members. It was that yellow-haired thug. This yellow-haired individual was Lu Yidao's son, Lu Yidao, who controlled the vastest intelligence network in the southern region. After incapacitating his son, would Lu Yidao be willing to provide information? Naturally, Lin Tian would not regret his actions, especially considering that yellow-haired thug, the young master of the Blade Alliance, had brought it upon himself. Lin Tian would not apologize to Lu Yidao for investigating the Lin family's affairs, nor would he rectify his son's condition. However, the intelligence network of the Blade Alliance was something Lin Tian could not afford to overlook. He turned his gaze toward Along, who was still kneeling. Along felt an icy sensation creeping up his spine as Lin Tian's low voice resonated in his ears. What is your name? Why, you may call me Along, or Xiaolong, as you wish. Along responded, trembling. With a hint of amusement, Lin Tian replied, Xiaolong, is it? His voice then took on a more serious tone. Do you wish to survive? Upon hearing this, Along nodded fervently, exclaiming in delight. Yes, yes, please, show me the way. Lin Tian smiled at Along and said, as long as you obey, you will live well. Lin Tian believed his smile to be quite serene, yet to Along, it felt akin to being targeted by the King of Hell. It was undoubtedly a smile of death. Consequently, Along stammered, I will obey. I will definitely obey. At that moment, Lin Tian gestured to one of the northern border martial soldiers standing behind him. The soldier promptly approached Lin Tian's side and respectfully addressed him. Dragon Chief, you claim to be the most formidable individual within the Blade Alliance. A long, heavy nod from Along followed. Are you able to access even a fragment of Lu Yidao's intelligence network? At this, Along awkwardly shook his head, responding, the leader's intelligence network is entirely under his control. He never allows anyone to accompany him when he gathers information. Even I can only wait at the entrance. Lin Tian nodded, not appearing disheartened, and inquired, do you possess the confidence to seize control of the Blade Alliance's intelligence network? Listening to Lin Tian's words, Along's expression turned tense. The intelligence network of the Blade Alliance was Lu Yidao's lifeblood. To claim it for oneself was no trivial matter. Such a resource requires more than mere martial prowess to acquire. He instinctively thought to say, that might be a bit difficult. However, upon seeing the smile in Lin Tian's eyes, he felt that uttering such a phrase could result in his immediate demise. Thus, at the brink of speaking, Along quickly changed his tune, exclaiming loudly, I am confident. His voice was so loud it seemed as if he had stepped on a tail. Lin Tian observed Along's fervent promise and nodded in satisfaction. He gestured towards a warrior from the northern border beside him. stating, "If you require assistance, feel free to liaise directly with him." Upon hearing this, Along's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. That was a warrior from the northern border. Their strength encompassed more than just martial capability. It was a comprehensive might. In that moment, Along's confidence surged, and an intense gleam ignited in his eyes, brimming with enthusiasm. He proclaimed loudly, "Rest assured, I will undoubtedly succeed. Please have faith, Lord Long's Ho." He had even begun to refer to Lin Tian as Long's Ho. Had he truly begun to see himself as Lin Tian's subordinate? Lin Tian bore a smile, gently patting Along's shoulder as he said, "Work diligently. I eagerly await the day you become the leader of the Blade Alliance." The mention of leader of the Blade Alliance caused Along's excitement to escalate even further. And he shouted at Lin Tian, "Long's Ho, I vow to complete the task." Chapter 49. Because he is your father's master. Along now felt as if he were basking in the warm sunlight. His spirits soaring. He had never imagined he would one day glimpse the hope of becoming the leader of the Blade Alliance. Today had been a roller coaster of emotions. What did it mean to experience the highs and lows of life? Initially, he had contemplated using his assassination skills to manipulate Lin Tian and secure his own life. Yet, he soon realized that no matter how refined his assassination techniques were, they were nothing but trifles in the face of Lin Tian's absolute strength. He could only kneel and plead for mercy, emitting sounds of despair, convinced he was destined to perish that day. However, suddenly, the situation took a remarkable turn. He had gained the recognition of Lin Tian, the leader of the Northern Border Warriors. The leader of the Northern Border Warriors intended to assist him in becoming the leader of the Blade Alliance. This was a tremendous stroke of fortune. Hence, he now exuded sheer joy, even whistling and singing as he strolled down the street. Observing Along's jubilant departure, the leader of the Northern Border Warrior Group D turned to Lin Tian and asked, "Long's Ho, will you truly let him go just like that? He did threaten you." Lin Tian maintained a calm smile as he replied, "Let us observe his performance. This individual still holds some value for me." "Understood, Long's Ho." The leader of the Northern Border Warriors bowed respectfully in acknowledgement. Lin Tian then addressed the leader of Group D. "Your name is Guahao, correct?" The leader of Group D immediately knelt on one knee. "Long's Ho, it is I." Lin Tian nodded. "Take your men to the Lin family villa immediately, clear it out, and find a way to rebuild it. That understood?" "Yes, Long's Ho." The 10 members of Group D responded in unison. Guahao then added, "Long's Ho, do you require additional personnel by your side?" Lin Tian shook his head. "Stay with me. Let the others attend to their tasks." "Yes, Long's Ho." After another loud affirmation, a series of whooshing sounds echoed as only Guahao remained before Lin Tian. Of course, the group had already cleared away all the bodies before departing. Lin Tian said nothing further and turned to walk in a certain direction. Meanwhile, within the detention center of the Public Security Administration in Modu, the sound of a young man's wailing echoed, "Dad, you've finally arrived. You must stand up for me. I have been bullied in Qinghe. You must seek justice for me." The source of this lamentation was none other than the infamous son of the tycoon, Qin Tian. His father, Qin Feng, had arrived in Qinghe, his face ablaze with fury as he observed his son clinging to his leg, tears and snot streaming down his face, even though one of his hands was heavily bandaged. Yet, Qin Feng showed no signs of sympathy. Instead, his eyes were filled with cold indifference. Qin Tian, showing no awareness of the situation, continued to cling to his father's leg, wailing, "Dad, it was Su Qiandu who hit me. He slapped me in front of so many people. And there's this fool named Lin Tian." Just as Qin Tian uttered this, Qin Feng's expression twisted into a grimace. He raised his hand, delivering a powerful slap across Qin Tian's face. Qin Tian let out a piercing scream. The force of Qin Feng's blow was so great it knocked out one of Qin Tian's teeth. Yet, it did not end there. Qin Feng raised his foot and viciously kicked Qin Tian in the abdomen. With a loud puff, the kick forced Qin Tian to spout blood from his mouth and nose. The staff at the Public Security Administration were utterly stunned. While it was permissible for a father to discipline his son, this was clearly an act of brutality. Just as they stood in shock, Qin Feng seized a metallic chair nearby, shouting, "I'll beat you to death, you ungrateful wretch." As he spoke, he aimed to smash it down upon Qin Tian's head. Was this truly a father? How could he be so merciless? The officials of the Public Security Administration rushed forward to intervene, exclaiming, "Mr. Qin, please calm down. This is your own son. Mr. Qin, this is the Public Security Administration. If this continues, we may have to detain you. They positioned themselves between Qin Feng and Qin Tian, fearing that Qin Feng might erupt again and severely injure his son. To this point, Qin Tian was utterly dazed. One half of his face was swollen, blood trickled from his mouth, and a prominent tooth was missing. His complexion was pale, marked by terror and profound confusion. Observing his enraged father being restrained, he found a flicker of courage and asked, "Why, Dad? What have I done wrong? Why are you hitting me?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng lunged forward furiously, and had he not been restrained, he certainly would have kicked Qin Tian in the face again, shouting, "You ungrateful brat! How dare you ask your father why? Do you even realize whom you've offended? Let me tell you, it would be too lenient to beat you to death." Qin Feng's words came out in a rapid-fire barrage, leaving Qin Tian utterly bewildered. Who had he offended? Why was his father so enraged? His father was the wealthiest man in Blue Sea, a prominent figure in the city. How could he be facing such dire consequences? Who was it? Su Qiandu? Impossible. Didn't his father always stand toe-to-toe with Su Qiandu? Could it be that Lin Tian? No way. He was just a country bumpkin, a mere fool. How dare you speak? Qin Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed a nearby chair. Unable to reach his target, he hurled it instead. With a loud crash, it struck Qin Tian squarely in the back. "Mr. Qin, calm down." The officials of the Public Security Administration gasped in alarm. Qin Tian cried out in pain, "Dad, what is the reason? What is the reason? Why?" Qin Feng, gritting his teeth, bellowed at his son, "Let me tell you why. Because the person you have offended is your father's master." What? This revelation stunned not only Qin Tian. Upon hearing these words, even the personnel from the Public Security Bureau present could not help but narrow their gazes in astonishment, instinctively letting out gasps of disbelief. The master of Qin Feng. Qin Feng, the wealthiest individual in Blue Sea. How could someone of such stature possibly have a master? Who would believe such a claim? Yet it was Qin Feng himself who uttered these words. Was this not the truth? Qin Tian was left utterly dumbfounded. He had never imagined that his father had a master behind him. Could this master be the young man he had derisively referred to as a country bumpkin? Impossible. That young man appeared so unsophisticated, akin to a foolish simpleton. What right did he have to be his father's master? Chapter 50. This elder is actually connected to the Lin family. Lin Tian and Gua Hao strolled through the streets of Qinghe. Lin Tian was, in fact, on a quest to find a pharmacy, for he needed to treat the ghastly scars on his Aunt Xinling CS body. As they walked, Lin Tian relayed to Gua Hao, "Are you aware of the Luo and Zhang families in Qinghe?" Gua Hao, with his head slightly bowed, respectfully replied, reporting to the Dragon Head, "I have heard of them." Lin Tian nodded and stated, "The Luo and Zhang families are the sworn enemies of the Lin family." Just as Lin Tian finished speaking, Gua Hao promptly inquired, "Dragon Head, shall we summon the brothers from the northern borders martial troops to eliminate these two families?" Listening to Gua Hao's words, Lin Tian slowly shook his head. "I will handle the matters concerning these two families myself. There is no need to create such a stir. Moreover, the mastermind behind the Lin family's massacre is not them, but someone else entirely, and I have yet to uncover the truth. In truth, Lin Tian could have ordered the northern borders martial troops to march southward, sweeping through any family they encountered. However, this would mean reintroducing the northern borders martial troops to the world. 10 years ago, it was their formidable strength that had attracted the coalition of 30 nations to attack the Dragon Kingdom. A decade ago, everyone believed that the northern borders martial troops had perished alongside the coalition, bringing about a decade of peace globally. If the northern borders martial troops were to reappear now, chaos would ensue. Lin Tian did not wish to confront troubles from around the world before he had even clarified the enemies behind the Lin family's massacre. Once he resolved the Lin family's tragic fate, even the return of the northern borders martial troops to the world would pose no issue. Lin Tian was unafraid, and the northern borders martial troops would undoubtedly hold no fear either. At this moment, Gua Hao understood Lin Tian's intentions and respectfully asked, "Dragon Head, do you require my assistance in any way?" Lin Tian nodded. "There are too many individuals in Group D. Let them focus on rebuilding the Lin family. You, on the other hand, should monitor the movements of the Luo and Zhang families, particularly their respective heads." "Yes, Dragon Head," Gua Hao responded loudly. But Lin Tian's voice continued, "Additionally, It is crucial to ascertain the origin of the martial experts concealed within these two families. Given their strengths, they should not possess such a multitude of martial artists, understood? Gua Hao affirmed loudly once more. And only then did Lin Tian wave his hand. Go. After Gua Hao's figure vanished, a cold glimmer appeared in Lin Tian's eyes. Initially, he had no intention of summoning the northern border's martial troops to Qinghe. Not even a single group. There were corpses left unhandled, the ruins of the Lin family awaited reconstruction, and he still needed to tend to his aunt's injuries while investigating the conspiracy behind the Lin family's annihilation. He felt stretched thin. Thus, he had called upon the northern border's martial troops, Group D, to Qinghe, finally acquiring some assistance to utilize his time more effectively. For example, while he was procuring medicinal herbs for his aunt, he could simultaneously monitor and investigate the Luo and Zhang families. However, Lin Tian's quest for medicinal herbs proved rather arduous. He wandered through numerous traditional Chinese medicine shops in Qinghe, visiting at least a dozen establishments. Yet to no avail. His voice, tinged with resignation, echoed in yet another shop. Do you not have any 20-year-old Wu Lai Huanglian? Standing outside the counter of the herbal shop, Lin Tian gazed at the staff within, who, with an equally helpless expression, shrugged. Sir, we truly do not have that. The item you seek is exceedingly rare. I dare say that not only our shop, but perhaps all the herbal shops in Qinghe could not gather even a single stalk of Wu Lai Huanglian. To be honest, Lin Tian required a 50-year-old specimen. However, after inquiring at several shops without success, he settled for the 20-year variant. Though not widely known, the rarity of this herb rivals that of the Tian Shan snow lotus. This was no ordinary Huanglian. It was a plant so rare it could be encountered only once in a millennium. If it was unavailable, Lin Tian could not compel anyone to procure it for him. Disappointed, he prepared to leave, contemplating whether he should call the northern border's martial troops to assist in the search. Just then, an elderly voice emerged from within the shop. Young man, are you in search of Wu Lai Huanglian? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Tian paused, a glimmer of hope illuminating his eyes as he turned to look inside. An elderly man, clad in white, emerged with a cane, his white beard contrasting with his youthful visage. Exuding an air of vitality, upon seeing the old man, Lin Tian immediately inquired, Yes, elder, do you have Wu Lai Huanglian? His tone was courteous, and the elderly man appeared amiable, yet he shook his head with a smile. I do not possess that item. But I know where you can find it. At long last, Lin Tian had received a glimmer of good news and promptly responded, Elder, could you kindly guide me? However, before he could finish, a harsh, grating voice interrupted from outside. Oh ho, old fellow! How dare you emerge from the back today? Upon hearing this voice, the old man's brow furrowed immediately. The shop attendant, too, appeared flustered, rushing out to stand protectively before the elderly man. Scowling at the intruder, Zhang Chenggue. What do you want this time? Zhang Chenggue? Upon hearing this name, Lin Tian paused, slowly turning to observe a man in his 30s, adorned with a large gold chain and a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his lips, swaggering in with 4 or 5 lackeys in tow. Upon seeing this man, Lin Tian realized he bore a resemblance to the Zhang family's young mistress, Zhang Siyu. He was indeed a member of the Zhang family? Lin Tian's fists clenched tightly. The elderly man, leaning on his cane, spoke with indignation. Zhang, I have declared that I will not visit your Zhang family. Humph. Zhang Chenggue retorted coldly. Old man, my father has extended an invitation for you to visit the Zhang family, which is a courtesy you should appreciate. Do not overstep your bounds. Confronted by Zhang Chenggue's aggressive demeanor, the old man's eyes were filled with disdain as he replied sternly. The Lin family was filled with loyalty and righteousness. Yet you have unjustly accused them and pursued them relentlessly? I shall never conspire with scoundrels such as you. In an instant, Lin Tian turned sharply, disbelief flickering in his eyes. This elder was aware of the Lin family's massacre and recognized the Zhang family as complicit in this heinous act. Furthermore, it seemed this elder held a significant connection with the Lin family, perhaps even a close one. The first individual who came to mind was the venerable patriarch of the Wen family. Wen Xinghe. Who, then, was this elderly man? As this thought crossed his mind, a surge of curiosity welled up within Lin Tian. Silence! Zhang Chenggue bellowed. The Lin family deserves death. They should not exist in this world. The Lin family has already been eradicated. How dare you? an insignificant old fool without any background or power, insult my Zhang family. I see you are asking for punishment. Zhang Chenggue stepped forward, a menacing expression on his face as he pointed an accusing finger at the elder. Stop! At that moment, a clear, melodious voice rang out. What are you doing? Do not lay a finger on my grandfather. A graceful young woman, clad in white, rushed in, her face filled with urgency, spreading her arms wide to shield the elderly man. Upon seeing her, a glimmer of desire ignited in Zhang Chenggue's eyes. Chapter 51. Father actually left behind a will. The elderly man gazed anxiously at the suddenly appearing young girl, uttering worried words. Upon hearing his voice, the girl, Yenner, turned around in haste to support him, saying, at this moment, Zhang Chenggue, who was puffing on a cigarette, let out a harsh, unpleasant laugh. He. As he spoke, he licked his lips, then he continued, I never expected that you, old man Nan, would have such a beautiful granddaughter. Your name is Yenner, I assenti it? Zhang Chenggue's gaze upon Yenner was reminiscent of a glutton eyeing a delectable feast, emitting a repulsive glint as he declared, rest assured, I shall treat you well. Saying this, he shamelessly licked the corner of his mouth while rubbing his hands as he approached Yenner. In the next moment, he reached out his sinful hands, preparing to give Yenner a big, unwelcome embrace. However, in an instant, with a swift motion, Yenner raised her foot and delivered a powerful kick to Zhang Chenggue's abdomen. Aya! Zhang Chenggue cried out, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Witnessing this scene, Lin Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this girl possessed such skills. Of course, while Yenner showcased some prowess, she was far from being a martial artist. Otherwise, Zhang Chenggue would likely have been sent reeling, spitting blood from that kick. You filthy bitch, how dare you strike me? Zhang Chenggue roared in fury as his 4 or 5 henchmen helped him up, glaring fiercely at Yenner. You filthy bitch. Today, I shall make sure you pay dearly for this. What are you all standing around for? Get her. Break her legs. Yes. His subordinates immediately complied, rushing towards Yenner. Yenner, taken aback, quickly assumed a defensive stance. Though she had some martial skills, she was no match for so many burly men. At that moment, with a loud thud, the old man struck his cane against the ground, bellowing, What do you intend to do? Do not lay a hand on my granddaughter. Lin Jinlong's will? Exclamation point. Upon hearing those 6 words, Lin Tian's body began to tremble violently. Who was Lin Jinlong? He was Lin Tian's father. His father had left behind a will and entrusted it to someone else for safekeeping. Furthermore, the Zhang family had learned of this matter and desired the will so desperately. What could possibly be written in that will? As Lin Tian's body quivered, his aura rapidly surged, yet none of the onlookers noticed this unfolding scene. Clutching his abdomen, Zhang Chenggue stood up, his face twisted in rage as he shouted, Old man Nan, let me tell you, I want that worm Lin Jinlong's will too. I want your granddaughter, and I want your life as well. Old man Nan, if you don't give it to me, I'll smash your shop and turn your home upside down until I find that damn will. And as for this granddaughter, I'll have my brothers have their fun with her until she is ruined. Ha! As he spoke, he seemed to envision this scene, erupting into a wild laugh. In the next moment, he waved his hand. Charge! His 4 or 5 henchmen sprang into action, rolling up their sleeves, ready to rush forward. But just then, the first henchman noticed a young man radiating an icy aura standing in his way. The man frowned and spoke directly. Kid, who are you? Don't meddle in our affairs. Step aside. Lin Tian looked up at the man before him, his pupils devoid of emotion, and slowly uttered in a hoarse voice, What if I must intervene today? Oh. Hearing this, Zhang Chenggue took a few steps forward, a mocking smile on his face as he addressed Lin Tian. Where did this stupid fool come from? How dare you obstruct the Zhang family's business? A mere clown. Didn't your mother tell you that those who know their place are wise? Don't bother with him. Break this kid's limbs and toss him onto the street for the dogs. Yes. With that, the man before Lin Tian threw a powerful punch at him. A dull thud echoed, followed by the splatter of blood and a scream. However, the scream did not come from Lin Tian. Zhang Chenggue's grin had not yet faded when he felt a rush of wind by his ear and noticed a few drops of blood on his forehead. The henchman standing directly before Lin Tian had been sent flying, narrowly missing Zhang Shiguei as he soared outwards. The drops of blood on Zhang Shiguei's forehead were from the henchman's mouth. With a thud, the henchman crashed to the ground, convulsing twice before falling silent. Everyone present was left stunned. Even the pharmacy staff, the old man, and his granddaughter Yenner stared in shock at Lin Tian. They hadn't even seen Lin Tian make a move. How had the opponent flown out, this unfamiliar young man? How had he accomplished such a feat? "You're asking for death." As they shouted, they began to surround Lin Tian. Hearing their shouts, Yenner quickly exclaimed, "Be careful." Indeed, she felt a surge of admiration for the stranger who had come to her aid. But did Lin Tian need to be cautious? He merely turned his head slowly, his cold gaze locking onto the approaching assailants. In the next moment, he moved. In the very next second, a series of dull thuds echoed, followed by more screams. The remaining henchmen, like kites with severed strings, flew out of the shop, their fates uncertain. Fortunately, this shop was tucked away in a secluded alley, and no passers-by were present. Otherwise, the streets would be filled with screams of murder. Yenner and the others were once again left speechless. They still had not seen Lin Tian's actions clearly. Yet they all understood that it was Lin Tian who had done this. How could this young man be so formidable? At that moment, Zhang Shiguei finally reacted. He turned to see the bodies of his henchmen outside, and with a twisted expression, he screamed at Lin Tian. "You bastard! You're asking for death? How dare you lay a hand on the Zhang family? Don't forget, this is Qinghe." Indeed, this was Qinghe. Had the Lin family not suffered a massacre, they would still be the sole rulers of Qinghe. Lin Tian's icy gaze bore down on Zhang Shiguei as he spoke in a low, gravelly voice. "What did you just call Lin Zhenlong?" Zhang Shiguei, caught off guard, shouted in confusion. "What the hell is Lin Zhenlong?" He asked Lin Zhenqiu. Crack! Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Tian vanished from sight, and a crisp sound echoed. Immediately after, Zhang Shiguei's screams erupted. My hand, my hand." Chapter 52. So many experts kneeling before him. Zhang Shiguei's right forearm had grotesquely bent at a 90-degree angle, with broken bones piercing through the skin, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Yenner, witnessing this horrific sight, felt a wave of nausea wash over her, her face paling. However, like her grandfather, her eyes were filled with intense curiosity. Why did this unfamiliar young man react so strongly to the name Lin Zhenlong? At this moment, Zhang Shiguei, writhing on the ground in agony, clutched his arm, gritting his teeth, his face ashen and beaded with cold sweat as he roared at Lin Tian. Bastard! You son of a bt! How dare you break my hand? I am of the Zhang bloodline. I will ensure you don't leave Qinghe alive." Lin Tian regarded the howling Zhang Shiguei with that same cold, unfeeling gaze and slowly replied, "Say that again. What is Lin Zhenlong's name?" "He is Lin Zhenqiu." Crack! Oh! The same scene unfolded once more, and this time, Lin Tian broke Zhang Shiguei's other hand. Now, Zhang Shiguei lay on the ground, rolling about in agony, resembling a grotesque creature. The intense pain rendered him incapable of forming a coherent sentence. Lin Tian's cold voice rang out again. "Repeat that." Zhang Shiguei was now thoroughly terrified. He realized that this man before him was utterly unafraid of any threats. He felt that if he were to hold on to his true self any longer, it was quite possible that his legs would betray him here today. Thus, Zhang Shiguei hastily let out a roar. "Lin Zhenlong, it's him, Lin Zhenlong. My hands," of course. Even as he changed his tone, he could not forget the excruciating pain coursing through his arms. Lin Tian remained firmly planted in place, gazing down at Zhang Shiguei, and slowly uttered, "Apologize. Apologize?" Zhang Shiguei grimaced, enduring the agony, and shouted again. "Who do you want me to apologize to? Don't make a move. I apologize. I was wrong. I apologize." Having barely uttered the first phrase, he noticed Lin Tian showing signs of action once more, prompting him to speak quickly. Lin Tian regarded Zhang Shiguei and reiterated slowly, "Apologize to Lin Zhenlong." "I apologize," Zhang Shiguei cried out. "I was wrong, Mr. Lin Zhenlong, I was wrong. You are not the insect. I, Zhang Shiguei, am the insect, a repulsive maggot. Is that enough?" Remarkably, Zhang Shiguei even dared to ask if that was sufficient. "It is sufficient." Upon hearing Lin Tian's affirmation, Zhang Shigui let out a slight sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, he heard the last words of his life. "You can go die." At that moment, Zhang Shigui had yet to react. With a resounding thud, his chest collapsed as he lay on the ground. Intestines, blood, and bone erupted from his mouth and nostrils in an instant. Zhang Shigui's eyes remained wide open. Departing from this world without a final blink, witnessing this scene, Yenner let out a startled cry, instinctively covering her mouth, her pupils dilating and her complexion paling. It wasn't just her. Even the clerk and the elderly gentleman displayed a glimmer of fear in their eyes. As they observed Lin Tian slowly turning away, they instinctively took a step back. Though they dared to confront the Zhang family, they had never witnessed someone die before their very eyes. Lin Tian, noticing the reactions of those present, understood their fear and concern. Thus, he took out his phone, dialed a number, and promptly stated, "Put aside your current tasks and come clean up here." He then reported an address before ending the call. Observing the three individuals still tense with anxiety, Lin Tian took a deep breath to compose himself and said gently, "Elder, do not be afraid. I am Lin Tian of the Qinghe Lin family." Upon hearing this name, the old man's gaze suddenly sharpened. In the next moment, his breathing became rapid as he leaned on his cane and hurriedly took 2 steps forward, his expression evidently excited as he addressed Lin Tian. You are Lin Tian?" Lin Tian, seeing the old man in front of him so fervent, felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart and nodded emphatically. "Yes, elder, I am Lin Tian." So similar." As he spoke, tears welled up in the old man's eyes. He stepped forward, discarding his cane, and embraced Lin Tian tightly, continuously patting his back and emitting a sound akin to weeping. Lin Tian couldn't recall having any significant impression of this elder. Yet why was the other party so emotional upon seeing him? However, it was evident that his father had entrusted this elder with his will, demonstrating profound trust in him. Lin Tian gently patted the old man's shoulder and said, "Over here." Suddenly, the old man turned to his granddaughter Yenner and exclaimed, "Yenner, quickly, go fetch the photograph I placed under my pillow." Upon hearing this, Yenner did not dare to delay and promptly dashed to the back. In a short while, she reappeared with a somewhat yellowed photograph. The elderly gentleman quickly took the photo and held it up before Lin Tian. As Lin Tian gazed at the photograph, his pupils instantly moistened, and his body trembled slightly, for within this image was his father, Lin Zhenlong. Lin Zhenlong held a swaddled infant in his arms, and beside him stood the young version of the elder, one hand resting on Lin Zhenlong's shoulder. The elder spoke to the photograph. "This is your father, and this person is me at that time. You were in that swaddle. I am your father's teacher." Lin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, turning to face the elder and exclaiming, "You are Elder Nan Huizhong?" "Indeed, it is I, Elder Nan Huizhong affirmed. Although Lin Tian had never met this elder, he could never forget how his father had once told him that Elder Nan Huizhong was his lifelong mentor, akin to a second father. Thus, addressing him as grandfather would not be inappropriate. "Grandfather Nan." Upon hearing Lin Tian address him as such, tears flowed uncontrollably from Elder Nan Huizhong's aged eyes. He grasped Lin Tian's hands tightly, his voice trembling as he said, "Ah, little Tian, it is good that you are alive. It is good." At that moment, several sounds of rushing air echoed from outside the shop. Upon hearing these sounds, everyone in the shop, except for Lin Tian, felt a surge of tension. As several figures clad in black appeared, Elder Nan Huizhong's granddaughter, Nan Yenner, stepped forward, frowning as she asked, "Who are you? People from the Zhang family?" However, these black-clad figures paid no heed to Nan Yenner. Instead, they knelt before Lin Tian's back, in unison proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Dragon Head. The members of the Northern Border Martial Battalion, Group D, have arrived." Lin Tian turned slightly, his expression indifferent as he nodded slowly. Subordinates acknowledged the command. Following this, the members of the Northern Border Martial Battalion immediately commenced their tasks. Nan Yenner was astounded to discover that these figures in black moved with such agility that their feet barely touched the ground, making no sound whatsoever, and their actions were executed with remarkable speed. They exuded a terrifying aura that made her reluctant to look directly at them. Her heart swelled with astonishment at Lin Tian. What was his identity that so many powerful individuals knelt before him? Chapter 53. The defense of Tiandu and the annihilation of the Lin family are intertwined. In the back hall of the pharmacy, Elder Nan Huizhong held Lin Tian's hand tightly, his face a mask of fury and sorrow. He recounted the tragic annihilation of the Lin family, recalling how Lin Jinlong entrusted his will to him in his final moments. Each scene played out as if it were a recurring nightmare for Elder Nan Huizhong. Lin Tian's pupils were blood-red at that moment. The deep-seated blood feud was utterly unmanageable, leaving Lin Tian unable to calm his emotions. The Zhang family, the Luo family, and the Chen family from Lanhai. These people must die, however. Despite the close relationship between Elder Nan Huizhong and Lin Jinlong, Zhang Shigui's earlier statement held truth. Elder Nan Huizhong had no family or background. His position in society, particularly in the medical field, was the only thing sustaining his existence in Qinghe. Therefore, he was unaware of the identities of those who had orchestrated the Lin family's downfall. Yet, Elder Nan Huizhong possessed Lin Jinlong's will. Rising to his feet, Elder Nan Huizhong said, "Little Tian, wait here. Grandfather Nan will fetch the will your father left behind." Leaning on his cane, he headed toward a room. Lin Tian clenched his fists, eagerly anticipating whether the will contained any crucial clues. Above all, he yearned to discover what instructions his father had imparted during his final moments. While Lin Tian waited, a soft voice, somewhat delicate, reached his ears. "Hello, Mr. Lin Tian, I am Nan Yenner." With curiosity in her eyes, Nan Yenner extended her dainty hand toward Lin Tian. He was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at Nan Yenner. He found her beautiful eyes curiously observing him. As the granddaughter of Elder Nan, she was also a friend of the Lin family. Thus, Lin Tian responded with a warm smile and gently shook her outstretched hand. "Hello?" Their hands parted almost immediately, but this brief interaction left a favorable impression on Nan Yenner. She addressed Lin Tian. Lin Tian, thank you for helping my grandfather and me today." Listening to her words, Lin Tian smiled and shook his head. The Zhang family is, after all, an enemy of my Lin family. Even if it weren't here today, they would have met their end. Although Lin Tian spoke with a calm tone, it sent a slight shiver down Nan Yenner's spine. However, she understood the reasons behind Lin Tian's animosity. Who wouldn't harbor such feelings when witnessing the annihilation of their family? Yet, curiosity gnawed at her, and she hesitated before cautiously inquiring. Who were those people you called earlier? They seemed quite powerful. Why did they kneel before you and call you Dragon Head?" Listening to the inquiries of Nan Yenner, there was nothing to conceal, and Lin Tian chuckled as he replied, "They are the northern border warriors." "What?" Upon hearing these 4 words, Nan Yenner sprang up from the ground, emitting a sharp gasp that seemed to startle Lin Tian as well. At that moment, Nan Huizhong emerged holding a locked small box, and upon observing his granddaughter's reaction, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Yenner, what's the matter? Why such a commotion?" However, Nan Yenner appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continually bouncing on the ground as she exclaimed loudly to her grandfather, "It's the northern border warriors. It's the northern border warriors." Upon hearing these words, Nan Huizhong's expression shifted abruptly, and he immediately lowered his voice to say, "Shuh, what are you saying? How can you shout the name of the northern border warriors so loudly? If someone hears this, it could lead to significant trouble." "But, Grandpa, Nan Yenner attempted to say more, but Lin Tian interjected curiously, addressing Nan Huizhong, "Grandpa Nan, what is the issue with the northern border warriors? Why can't we call them by name? What kind of trouble could arise?" Nan Huizhong quietly explained to Lin Tian, "Xiao Tian, you've been missing for 10 years, unaware. The term northern border warriors is not known to ordinary people. Only some martial artists or those who have encountered certain circles might have heard of it. It is said that 10 years ago, the northern border warriors participated in the defense of Tiandu, perishing alongside the coalition of 30 nations. However, it seems they were lured into Tiandu. The defense of Tiandu was, in fact, a trap set to annihilate the northern border warriors." "Oh?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's gaze flickered slightly, his brow arching gently, a peculiar glimmer appearing in his eyes. He was indeed unaware of this information. But he had harbored suspicions. The myriad signs surrounding the defense of Tiandu 10 years ago indicated that it should never have transpired. His northern border warriors should not have faced such formidable foes. However, the terror of the northern border warriors was beyond the imagination of mere mortals. Under Lin Tian's leadership, they not only survived but vanquished all invading enemies. Now, upon hearing the rumors expressed by Nan Huizhong, Lin Tian began to perceive an unusual connection, seemed to intertwine intricately with the annihilation of his Lin family. The only individuals aware of his identity as the leader of the Northern Border Warriors, aside from those of the Lin family, were the Southern Military District, the Northern Military District, and the War God of Longhua, among others. Could this matter be related to them? To eradicate him, to obliterate the Northern Border Warriors, to exterminate the Lin family, they would even go so far as to jeopardize Tiandu? Tiandu was the capital before the relocation of Longhua. Utilizing the capital for such a scheme, could it not imply a connection to a certain individual? Contemplating this, Lin Tian's gaze gradually darkened. To be frank, he found it hard to believe that this situation could involve people from that region. However, Lin Tian could not be entirely certain. He could only begin searching for clues among these lower-tier families. If, in due course, there were clear leads pointing towards them, Lin Tian would not hesitate to let them bear the wrath of the Northern Border Warriors' leader. Meanwhile, Nan Yin'er remained blissfully unaware of Lin Tian's contemplations, gazing helplessly at her grandfather. Sitting across from you is the leader of the Northern Border Warriors, and you dare to share the rumors you've heard about them? It truly is speechless. At this moment, Nan Huaizhong, oblivious to Lin Tian's true identity, continued. It is said that the Northern Border Warriors were all immensely powerful individuals. Before they perished, they uncovered this conspiracy. They were unwilling to accept their fate and transformed into vengeful spirits, roaming the world, dragging anyone who dared to speak of the Northern Border Warriors into the abyss. With a loud clap, Nan Yin'er covered her forehead, a look of anguish on her face. You dare to call the leader of the Northern Border Warriors a vengeful spirit? Good gracious, it's fortunate your relationship with the leader is amicable. If he were a stranger, wouldn't it be you, Grandpa, who was in the most perilous position? Nan Yin'er's reaction caught Nan Huaizhong's attention, and he turned to his granddaughter, inquiring with curiosity, Yin'er, what's wrong? Nan Yin'er, glancing at Lin Tian in distress, sighed and shook her head, saying, I'm fine. You should ask him instead. With that, she waved her hand towards Lin Tian. Nan Huaizhong, now intrigued, directed his gaze toward Lin Tian and asked, Xiao Tian, what is wrong with Yin'er? Lin Tian raised his head, suppressing his inner conjectures, and replied to Nan Huaizhong, Grandpa Nan, do I look like a vengeful spirit? Nan Huaizhong, momentarily taken aback, waved his hand dismissively, Xiao Tian, what nonsense are you speaking? How could you possibly be avenged? Wait. Suddenly, Nan Huaizhong paused, and in the next moment, he exclaimed, Xiao Tian, are you, perhaps, one of the Northern Border Warriors? Lin Tian, smiling, shook his head and replied, I am not da. Nan Huaizhong sighed in relief, you startled me. I thought you. Before he could finish, Nan Yin'er could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, yes, he is not one of the Northern Border Warriors. He is the entirety of the Northern Border Warriors. Chapter 54, Shattering the Heavens. What? Upon hearing his granddaughter Nan Yin'er's declaration, Nan Huaizhong gasped in astonishment, staring at Lin Tian in shock. Stammering, Xiao Tian, is what Yin'er said true? Lin Tian regarded Nan Huaizhong with a faint smile, nodding before saying, Grandpa Nan, in truth, the Northern Border Warriors are not as fearsome as you imagine. Upon receiving Lin Tian's confirmation, Nan Huaizhong fell into a stupor. Although he knew little about the Northern Border Warriors, he was acutely aware of their might, understanding that the defense of Tiandu 10 years ago was an offensive launched by the coalition of 30 nations against the Northern Border Warriors. Lin Tian, the leader of the Northern Border Warriors? How could he be so powerful? Why would anyone dare to target Lin Tian's family, the Lin family? Wait. Nan Huaizhong's eyes flickered. The massacre of the Lin family seemed to have occurred right after the news of the Northern Border Warriors' demise alongside the coalition of 30 nations emerged. In that instant, a hypothesis took root in Nan Huaizhong's mind, and he cautiously articulated, Xiao Tian, the mastermind behind the Lin family massacre is likely a formidable figure. As he spoke, Nan Huaizhong's voice held a note of hesitation and anxiety, tinged with concern for Lin Tian's safety. Upon hearing Nan Huaizhong's words, Lin Tian's gaze deepened, and he nodded slowly, speaking softly, whoever he may be, I, Lin Tian, will lead the Northern Border Warriors to unearth him and compel him to kneel before the Lin family to offer his apologies. Lin Tian's tone was calm, as if he were recounting a story, yet to Nan Huaizhong and Nan Yin'er, it resonated like thunder from the heavens, reverberating with immense force, leaving them momentarily unable to recover from the overwhelming atmosphere. It was Lin Tian who shifted the topic, asking, "Grandpa Nan, may I see my father's last letter?" Upon hearing this, Nan Huaizhong finally regained his composure and promptly placed the box before Lin Tian, saying, "Of course, this was meant for you from your father. I have not even looked at it all these years." Lin Tian, unaware if he had absorbed Nan Huaizhong's words, fixed his gaze intently on the box on the table. His eyes glistening with unshed tears, with trembling hands, he opened the box. Inside lay a letter, quietly resting, with the words inscribed on the envelope, "To my son Lin Tian, personally opened." Upon seeing these 6 words, Lin Tian could no longer hold back his tears, which streamed down his cheeks. This was his father's letter. Lin Tian recognized it and would never forget it. Moreover, when his father penned these words, he must have been gravely injured. Otherwise, the handwriting could not have been so unsteady. "Father," a mournful sound escaped Lin Tian's throat. Carefully, he retrieved the letter from the box, unfolding it. His father's familiar handwriting flooded his vision. "My son, by the time you read this letter, I may no longer be among the living." Lin Tian's tears flowed faster, unstoppable, as images of the circumstances surrounding his father's writing flooded his mind. As time passed, Lin Tian fought back his tears to read the letter left for him by his father. With a heavy heart, he firmly closed the letter in his hand. Taking a deep breath and wiping away the tears from his eyes, he reopened them, now devoid of sorrow, replaced instead by an intense hatred, mingled with a hint of surprise. The letter from his father did not reveal the identities of the enemies responsible for the annihilation of the Lin family. It seemed even his father was unaware. However, his father had mentioned a crucial matter within the letter, the Lin family's heirloom. His father emphasized its paramount importance, suggesting that the massacre of the Lin family was somehow connected to this treasured possession. It appeared that the heirloom was tied to a significant secret of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Furthermore, it had been concealed by the Lin family, with the clues to its hidden location residing within the Shen family, his mother's clan. Thus, his father urged him in the will to seek out the Shen family and recover the Lin family's heirloom. The final sentence of the letter was one that Lin Tian would never forget. "Avenge our Lin family." Clutching the will tightly, Lin Tian spoke in a hoarse voice. "Father, rest assured, I shall avenge the Lin family's great enmity in this lifetime." Although the will contained no clues regarding the family's enemies, the heirloom seemed to be inexplicably linked to the tragic fate of the Lin family. Could it truly be connected to the great secret of the Dragon Kingdom? Was this the proverbial case of the innocent suffering for possessing a treasure? If Lin Tian could locate the Shen family and, through them, uncover the heirloom, would the enemies who had once destroyed his family not come to him directly, eliminating the need for painstaking investigation? With this thought, Lin Tian realized that restoring his aunt's sanity had become a matter of utmost urgency. It was also because of his aunt that Lin Tian recalled his purpose for venturing out today, to procure medicine for her. Rising to his feet, Lin Tian placed the will back into the box and returned it to Nan Huaizhong. Nan Huaizhong looked at Lin Tian with confusion, to which Lin Tian responded, "Grandfather Nan, you need not worry about the Zhang family. Leave it to me." Lin Tian's assurance was met with unwavering faith from Nan Huaizhong, for he was the renowned dragon head of the northern martial soldiers. Lin Tian then inquired, "Grandfather Nan, can you now tell me where I might find the 5-split Huanglian?" Upon hearing Lin Tian's question, Nan Huaizhong slapped his forehead. "How could I have forgotten this? Little Tian, I must tell you, all the pharmacies in Qinghe do not have 5-split Huanglian. However, there is a Qinmen pharmacy located near the west suburbs of Qinghe and the east suburbs of Lanhai. Rumor has it they have acquired a wild specimen of 5-split Huanglian, though I am unsure of its age. But, little Tian, you should hurry. If you delay, it may be purchased by someone else." Excitement flickered in Lin Tian's eyes upon hearing Nan Huaizhong's words. Yet he instinctively questioned, "Grandfather Nan, did you not say that all the pharmacies in Qinghe were devoid of it? Why is this place different?" Nan Huaizhong smiled and shook his head. "This pharmacy belongs to the wealthiest family in Lanhai." Meanwhile, within the Qinghe Public Security Bureau, the wealthiest man in Lanhai, Feng, was dragging his son Tian by the ear, emerging from inside while scolding him. "Let me tell you, I have already sent someone to find out where the master is. Once we locate him, you will kneel and apologize, begging for the master's forgiveness." Chapter 55. I offer 2,500,000. In the western suburbs of Qinghe, Lin Tian rushed to the Qinmen pharmacy as directed by Nan Huaizhong. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was taken aback by the throngs of people bustling around, their voices a cacophony, a stark contrast to the quietude of the pharmacy at Nan Huaizhong's residence. It took considerable effort for Lin Tian to navigate through the crowd. Just as he entered the store, an exuberant voice rang out, "Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. Our auction for the 20-year-old 5-split Huanglian is about to commence." The speaker stood atop a high counter, his face radiating excitement as he held a tray showcasing a peculiar and fragrant medicinal herb. Upon sighting the herb, Lin Tian's eyes lit up with joy. This was precisely the vital medicine he needed for his aunt's recovery. Indeed, Nan Huaizhong's information had proven accurate. Moreover, the herb's quality and aroma clearly suggested it was well over 50 years old. Raising Lin Tian's suspicion about the seller's claim of it being merely 20 years old, it was a rarity for anyone to possess the discerning eye to evaluate 5-split Huanglian as he did. The staff continued, "Let us begin the bidding, starting at 500,000, with increments of no less than 50,000. Highest bid wins. Begin." "What? So expensive? This is outrageous." Upon hearing this, instead of an enthusiastic bidding war, a chorus of complaints erupted throughout the pharmacy. The staff, however, remained unfazed, wearing a calm smile as he explained. "Everyone understands the rarity of a 20-year-old 5-split Huanglian. How could it possibly be inexpensive? If you are unwilling to pay such a price, please take your leave." With that, a collective sigh resonated, and many chose to exit the store, recognizing the herb's value. The pharmacy soon became spacious, leaving only about 7 or 8 individuals, including Lin Tian. Among them were several middle-aged men who appeared to be genuine herbal merchants, while 2 others stood out. One was Lin Tian, dressed plainly, and the other was a flamboyant young man, adorned with extravagant clothing and a vape hanging from his neck, exuding an air of carefree arrogance. After watching the crowd depart, he sneered, "A bunch of broke losers." Lin Tian merely cast a fleeting glance at him, dismissing him as a spoiled rich kid. Meanwhile, the first bidder exclaimed, 500,000. "I bid 550,000, 70,000. As the price soared, Lin Tian remained silent. The herb was essential to him, and he was determined to acquire it. Lin Tian. This 5-split Huanglian was worth at least 5 million, and since the current bid hadn't even reached 1 million, he felt no urgency. Just then, the flamboyant young man interjected loudly, "I bid 2 million. His declaration rendered the pharmacy silent, shocking the herbal merchants who exchanged incredulous looks. The previous bid had just reached 800,000. How could he suddenly raise it by 120,000? As they hesitated, one man clenched his jaw and slowly raised his hand. "I bid 200. Before he could finish, the arrogant young man turned to him and warned, "Kid, I advise you not to speak. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences." At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the pharmacy as a dozen menacing figures stormed in, standing behind the young man and glaring at Lin Tian and the others. The others, except Lin Tian, panicked. You guys, this is robbery." Though they shouted indignantly, their bodies betrayed them as they retreated, hastily fleeing the pharmacy. The young man laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of broke losers daring to compete with me? Do you think I won't take you down one by one?" As he continued to boast, his gaze swept over the remaining bidders, radiating contempt and mockery, but he did not spare a glance at Lin Tian. To him, Lin Tian, dressed plainly and silent, seemed no more than a servant of the Qinmen pharmacy. Bidding? The young man believed Lin Tian was merely a lapdog at best. However, Lin Tian raised an eyebrow at the young man's arrogance. Pondering how brazen he was, threatening to eliminate them all, Lin Tian's eyes drifted toward the intimidating bodyguards accompanying the young man. In the eyes of others, these bodyguards exuded an air of formidable intimidation. Yet to Lin Tian, they were akin to mere air. Nevertheless, even though the individuals accompanying this wealthy young master were all martial artists, Lin Tian remained resolute in his determination to acquire the precious 5-fragmented Huanglian. For it was the most crucial medicinal ingredient for treating his aunt's injuries. Thus, without even casting a glance at the young master, Lin Tian boldly announced, "I bid 2,500,000. Chapter 56. If things do not become cleaner, it will not merely be a matter of slapping. I bid 2,500,000. Lin Tian's voice rang out abruptly throughout the entire apothecary. The young master, along with his group of robust bodyguards, turned in astonishment to gaze at Lin Tian. The staff member standing at the counter also shot a look of incredulity in Lin Tian's direction. Observing Lin Tian's modest attire, the staff member's expression turned peculiar, and he directly addressed Lin Tian, saying, "Sir, you are not here to cause trouble, are you?" "Cause trouble?" Lin Tian replied, slightly lifting his head. "Why do you say that? Aren't you in the midst of an auction? I desire that 5 fragmented Huanglian as well. Is there a problem?" The staff member's expression turned bizarre upon hearing Lin Tian's words. That moment, the young master suddenly erupted into a cacophony of derisive laughter. "Ha ha ha. Did I hear correctly? You want it too? Are you the one who is deluded, or is it my hearing that has failed me? 2,500,000. Can you impoverished wretch, even afford such a sum?" Not only did the young master mock Lin Tian, but he also beckoned his henchmen to join in the raucous laughter. However, Lin Tian did not spare him a glance and merely addressed the clerk once more. His tone calm and composed, "As I am currently the highest bidder, can you sell me that 5 fragmented Huanglian now?" "Humph." Before the staff could respond, the young master interjected with a scoff, his voice booming. "You dare to disregard me? I bid 3 million. The young master nearly screamed, as if he sought to overpower Lin Tian's presence with sheer force. Yet, Lin Tian's voice soon resounded, steady and serene. 3,500,000. "You!" The young master ground his teeth in frustration, a venomous glare crossing his face as he bellowed, "Brat, are you deliberately seeking trouble? I bid 3,600,000. His confidence in raising the bid had waned, and this time he had only added a mere 100,000. Lin Tian's lips curled into a slight smirk as he began to speak again. "I bid." "Shut your mouth," the young master roared, interrupting Lin Tian's words. "You scoundrel, you must be intent on provoking my ire today, aren't you? I warn you, if you dare to bid again, believe me, I shall incapacitate you on the spot." Lin Tian regarded the young master with a measured gaze and slowly declared, "I bid 4 million. "Ah, you're courting death." Following his words, he waved his hand and shouted to his group of bodyguards, "Go, incapacitate him. Cut out his tongue and feed it to the dogs," upon receiving their master's command. The bodyguards eagerly surged toward Lin Tian, their faces contorted with rage. Lin Tian, however, remained unperturbed, merely lowering his head with a soft sigh. The young master, witnessing Lin Tian standing there in bewilderment, wore a cruel smile. As if he could already hear Lin Tian's cries of agony in the next moment. Indeed, screams echoed through the air. However, they were not Lin Tian's. The young master's pupils widened in disbelief as he beheld his robust henchmen. One by one, flying backward like kites with severed strings, spitting blood and shrieking in agony. Of course, they were propelled toward the outside of the shop, for Lin Tian did not wish for the 5 fragmented Huanglian he coveted to sustain any harm. In an instant, the apothecary fell into silence. Lin Tian stood there, composed, gently clapping his hands, addressing the staff of the Qinmen apothecary. "Did you hear me? I bid 4 million. The staff member of the Qinmen apothecary, still in shock, snapped back to reality at the sound of Lin Tian's voice. He gulped, awkwardly turning to the young master and inquiring, "Young Master Han, will you continue to bid?" "Young Master Han?" Upon hearing this title, Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, sensing an unusual undertone. It appeared that acquiring the 5 fragmented Huanglian would not be as straightforward as he had anticipated. That moment, young Master Han emerged from his shock. His eyes filled with fear, yet his expression marred by resentment as he roared at Lin Tian, "Brat, I admit you possess some skill. However, with your pitiful appearance, I refuse to believe you can produce such funds. You, a pauper, only relying on a modicum of martial prowess, dare to vex me? I tell you, today I will watch you produce that 4 million. If you can, I shall spare you. If not, you shall witness the terror of the Blue Sea Han family." The Blue Sea Han family? Lin Tian had never heard of them, nor did he need to. Yet, it seemed he had caught a whisper of this name from the lips of the young lady from the Zhang family. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Tian retrieved a bank card from his pocket. Drawing from his prior experience purchasing clothing for Lin Mingming, he had deliberately chosen a standard bank card. Handing it to the staff member, eyeing Lin Tian's humble attire, received the card with skepticism. He fetched a POS machine from behind the counter and processed the transaction. Beep, beep, the mechanical notification resounded clearly throughout the apothecary. "What? No, It's impossible. Young Master Han suddenly became hysterical. Your machine must be malfunctioning, absolutely. How could this pauper possibly afford such a sum? As his voice trailed off, it was suddenly cut short by a sharp crack. With a resounding slap, young Master Han was sent flying, his two front teeth bloodied, arcing gracefully through the air. Thud. He hit the ground heavily. If your mouth continues to be this filthy, it will not merely be a matter of slapping you. You dare to strike me? You scoundrel, you. Before young Master Han could finish, the staff member exclaimed in shock, Young Master Han, are you all right? He rushed to young Master Han's side, helping him up with concern. Young Master Han, are you hurt? Quickly, let us go to the back. I'll tend to your injuries. As he spoke, the staff member genuinely assisted young Master Han toward the back of the apothecary. Observing this scene, Lin Tian's brow arched slightly, a glimmer of subtle intrigue flickering in his eyes. Chapter 57. Master, why are you kneeling? Meanwhile, the enraged young Master Han was being dragged to the back by the staff member. He glared furiously. Why are you pulling me? Let me go teach that. Shh. The clerk hastily urged young Master Han to lower his voice. Sensing something amiss, young Master Han gazed at the clerk with curiosity and inquired, What exactly are you trying to do? The clerk cautiously glanced towards the back entrance, confirming that Lin Tian was no longer in sight, and then replied, Young Master Han, I fear you cannot confront this man head-on at this moment. Why not? Young Master Han still harbored a sense of defiance, regarding the clerk with disdain. The clerk quickly whispered, Young Master Han, I understand your intention to acquire the 5 fragmented Huanglian to present to Master Ma. Correct? Master Ma? Lin Tian seemed to recognize that name. Young Master Han responded, Indeed. I hope Master Ma will accept me as his disciple. The clerk continued, Thus, you are determined to obtain this item. However, given that the individual outside is so formidable and your bodyguards have already been dispatched, if you continue to confront him directly, you may find yourself unable to secure the 5 fragmented Huanglian, and you may suffer even more. Although young Master Han is reluctant to admit it, what they say is indeed true. With such a level of martial prowess on the opposing side, all the individuals he brought along have already been dealt with. If they were to attack him, would it not be a simple and effortless task? Not only would he suffer a beating, but he would also lose the apprentice gift prepared for Master Ma. That would truly be a case of losing more than gaining. At this moment, young Master Han, with a hint of irritation, exclaimed, Then tell me, what should I do? A mysterious smile appeared on the staff member's face as he slowly revealed a tray from behind him, saying, Young Master Han, take a look. Upon seeing the tray in the staff member's hands, young Master Han's eyes suddenly lit up with intense delight. Is that the 5-section Huanglian? The staff member nodded and spoke. Young Master Han, take this with you for now. I will handle the matters here. Young Master Han, filled with joy, grasped the 5-section Huanglian tightly, turning to the staff member and asking, What is your name? The staff member, also beaming with happiness, replied, Young Master Han, my name is Lu Xiaowei. Young Master Han nodded with satisfaction. Good, I will remember you. Once this matter is resolved, come to the Han family. I will not treat you poorly. Thank you, young Master Han, thank you. Lu Xiaowei repeatedly bowed and expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, young Master Han turned and exited through the back door of the Qinmin pharmacy, tightly clutching the 5-section Huanglian. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaowei felt as if he had latched onto the Han family's support. His face beaming with exuberance. At that moment, Lin Tian remained in the hall, his gaze unchanged as he observed the staff member. Upon noticing that Lin Tian had not moved, a sense of triumph welled up within the staff member. He then hurriedly approached Lin Tian, holding out a box and saying, Sir, thank you for your patience. Here is your 5-section Huanglian. He actually produced another 5-section Huanglian. Indeed, the Qinmin pharmacy had received not just 1 but 2 specimens. The one young Master Han took was the one they had previously showcased, while the one now presented to Lin Tian was merely a 5-year-old specimen, certainly not worth the 4 million price tag. The moment Lin Tian took hold of the box, he could tell from its weight and the fragrance emanating from within that he had been duped. He slowly raised his gaze to Lu Xiaowei and stated, I want my 5-section Huanglian. Lu Xiaowei, unhurriedly responding, said, Sir, this is indeed your 5-section Huanglian. Why not open it and take a look? Lin Tian continued to regard Lu Xiaowei with an unchanging expression and replied, You swapped my 5-section Huanglian with the one young Master Han just took. Did you not? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaowei's expression shifted dramatically, and he abruptly shouted in a peculiar tone. What do you mean? Are you questioning me? Let me tell you. Our Qinmin pharmacy prides itself on integrity. What is yours is yours. There is absolutely no possibility of a swap. Are you trying to extort me? Lin Tian's keen perception detected that as Lu Xiaowei's tirade echoed through the pharmacy. A group of individuals clad in black began to appear from all directions. These figures were not from the Han family, but rather security personnel from the Qinmin pharmacy, a subsidiary of the Blue Sea Tycoon family. Such a prominent family would undoubtedly have its own security force. Lin Tian shook his head in resignation upon witnessing the emergence of these figures, pondering, why is it so difficult just to buy some medicine for my aunt? At that moment, an excited shout erupted from outside the pharmacy. Master, Master, I have finally found you. Following this, a rotund figure rolled in through the entrance. Upon seeing this figure, Lu Xiaowei's eyes widened in surprise, and a flicker of panic crossed his face as he exclaimed, President Qin, President Qin, what brings you here to our... No, President Qin, why are you kneeling on the ground? Lu Xiaowei had intended to welcome his master. Qin Tian, like a devoted servant, but unexpectedly, his master slid to his knees, coming to a halt right before Lin Tian. Lu Xiaowei, along with the surrounding black-clad bodyguards, was left in shock. Had President Qin slipped and fallen? Or had something else transpired? Before they could process what was happening, they heard their master, President Qin, bellow. What the hell are you all doing? Get down on your knees and bow. Lu Xiaowei and the others instantly froze, bewildered. What was happening? Kneel. Came Qin Feng's second furious command. A chorus of kneeling sounds filled the air as, in an instant, everyone in the Qinmin pharmacy, save for Lin Tian, was on their knees. Then, in the midst of Lu Xiaowei and the other stunned expressions, their master, Qin Feng, bowed deeply before Lin Tian and declared, Master, I am guilty, I am guilty. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xiaowei turned pale, his eyes rigidly shifting to Lin Tian's face, his body trembling uncontrollably. A foul liquid began to seep from his trousers. Chapter 58. Those who anger the master shall face death without mercy. Lu Xiaowei's body trembled violently, his eyes filled with profound despair and terror. Yet, he began to take deep breaths, striving to calm himself for the sake of survival. Naturally, it was all about preserving his life. He needed to devise a strategy immediately. Soon, this young man would undoubtedly reveal the truth about the drug swapped, at that moment. Yes, he would resolutely deny any wrongdoing, insisting he had done nothing. After all, there was no evidence against him, and without evidence, they could not harm him. With this thought in mind, Lu Xiaowei managed to regain his composure. Little did he know how naive he truly was. At that moment, Lin Tian observed Qin Feng kneeling on the ground, his expression tranquil. He recognized Qin Feng. Years ago, he had played a role akin to that of Su Qiandu, the tycoon of Qinghe, and was considered a servant. However, over the past decade, those servants had transformed into individuals of significant social standing. Lin Tian pondered whether he should feel gratified by this change. He then calmly inquired, Is this store yours? Qin Feng bowed low, dared not raise his head to meet Lin Tian's gaze, merely nodding earnestly as he spoke. Master, this store does not belong to me. It belongs to you. All the assets under my command are yours. I merely manage them on your behalf. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the surrounding bodyguards were taken aback, their minds utterly shattered. They were in the process of reconstructing their shattered worldview. When had they ever witnessed their boss, their master, groveling so pathetically? Who exactly was this young man before them? Just moments ago, they had been incited by Lu Xiaowei to confront him. Thankfully, President Qin's timely arrival had spared them from a catastrophic outcome. Now, they all knelt, heads bowed, bodies trembling, too frightened to glance at the unfolding scene. He is your subordinate. Qin Feng hesitated momentarily upon hearing this, then turned to the direction Lin Tian indicated, promptly responding, Indeed? Master, this is Lu Xiaowei, the one I assigned to oversee this establishment. Lin Tian chuckled lightly, then remarked, Qin Feng, you have truly trained an excellent subordinate. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's face paled, and he trembled slightly. If he could not discern the underlying meaning of Lin Tian's words, he was unworthy of his position as the Blue Sea Tycoon. Lin Tian's remark was clearly a mockery. Instantly, Qin Feng whipped around, fixing Lu Xiaowei with a cold and furious glare, shouting, "You scoundrel! What have you done to provoke the master?" Lu Xiaowei's body shook violently, and he hastily replied, "President Qin, however, before he could complete his sentence. Qin Feng's furious roar interrupted. "Silence, you need not say anything. Those who anger the master shall face death without mercy." Ah! Lu Xiaowei drew in a sharp breath, and the despair and fear that had previously clouded his eyes returned anew. This was far removed from what he had envisioned. How could his boss, with whom he had shared so many years, choose to disregard even a single word from him? Lu Xiaowei had entirely underestimated Lin Tian's standing in Qin Feng's eyes. "Qin Zong!" Lu Xiaowei cried out, his voice tinged with anguish. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already bellowed, "Bring this bastard to the backyard and deal with him." The bodyguards surrounding them exchanged glances, uncertain. After all, they had worked closely with Lu Xiaowei for quite some time. And Qin Feng's command elicited a moment of hesitation. "No. Qin Zong, I was wrong. I truly was." As Lu Xiaowei perceived the gravity of the situation, with no retreat left, he howled in desperation, even kneeling and turning towards Lin Tian. Thud! He knocked his head against the ground, then raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face, following it with a fervent cry, "Master, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake." Thud. Another resounding thump. Slap. Another fierce smack. "Master, I beg you to spare me. I swear I will never dare again. I truly won't." However, Lin Tian showed no inclination to acknowledge his pleas. Qin Feng, undeterred by Lu Xiaowei's supplications, roared once more. "What the hell are you all waiting for? Kill this bastard. Otherwise, I will kill you." The bodyguards of the Qinmin pharmacy shuddered at his words, for they knew Qin Feng was entirely capable of such threats. One by one, they responded, "Yes," and surged towards Lu Xiaowei. "No. Let me go. Spare me. I know I was wrong. I truly was." Lu Xiaowei's cries faded into the distance as they dragged him to the backyard. His voice ultimately vanishing, a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. At this moment, Qin Feng cautiously inquired, "Master, I have dealt with Lu Xiaowei. Are you satisfied with the outcome?" Lin Tian, with an indifferent tone, replied, "Not satisfied, In the next instant, Qin Feng raised his hand and slapped himself across the face, exclaiming, "Master, I am guilty. I submit to your judgment." The others, terrified, fell to their knees, trembling. They feared that to ensure Qin Zong's master was appeased, they too might meet a grim fate. Lin Tian regarded Qin Feng's self-inflicted punishment and raised a hand, saying, "It is not due to this matter. It is about the medicinal materials I prepared for my aunt, which that bastard you just dealt with swapped." Qin Feng paused momentarily, instinctively asking, "Master, to whom did he exchange your medicinal materials?" He recalled that the person had been addressed as Han Gongzi. Qin Feng's eyes widened, and he immediately responded, "Han Bin of the Han family?" Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. "You know him?" Qin Feng nodded, "Master, I understand why Han Bin sought the medicinal materials you prized. He wishes to apprentice under the renowned physician Ma of the Southern Territory." Physician Ma. Upon hearing this name, a spark of intrigue ignited in Lin Tian's eyes. Chapter 59. "My son, at your disposal." Lin Tian's curiosity was well-founded. Wasn't Physician Ma the same as Ma Weibang from before? He recalled how, back at the Wen family, Ma Weibang had wept and begged to be accepted as his disciple. How unexpected that this matter would circle back to him, Lin Tian then remarked. No wonder the young master of the Han family would appear in Qinghe. However, Qin Feng hesitated before speaking. "Master, the young master of the Han family, Han Bin, appearing in Qinghe, is likely not solely for the purpose of seeking a mentor." "Oh?" Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. "What else is there?" Qin Feng continued, "According to my investigation, the Han family has had a murky relationship with the Luo family in Qinghe for the past decade." The Luo family? Upon hearing this name, Lin Tian's expression tightened. He was all too familiar with that clan, imprinted indelibly in his memory. A family he could never forget. The Luo family had played a crucial role in the downfall of the Lin family in Qinghe. As per the information shared with him by Old Master Wan, the Han family had developed close ties with the Luo family a mere decade ago. Could such coincidences truly exist? Lin Tian's gaze grew somber. Yet he gazed down at Qin Feng and calmly stated, "However, your Qin family is also closely linked to the Zhang family in Qinghe, is it not?" At this, Qin Feng's body trembled violently. Then, with a resounding slap, He struck himself again, exclaiming, "Master, forgive my forgetfulness. I neglected to address the crucial matter." He then shouted towards the outside of the shop, "You scoundrel, come in here." As Qin Feng's command echoed, hurried footsteps approached a young man. His hand bandaged and in a cast, stumbled into the pharmacy. He immediately knelt, head bowed, trembling in fear, not daring to look up or utter a word. This young man was none other than Qin Tian, who had previously been skeptical of his father's words while working in the Public Security Bureau. Now, witnessing his father kneeling before this young man and acting decisively against a member of their household on a mere utterance was a sight he had never before witnessed. He finally comprehended the terrifying identity of this young man. Lin Tian addressed Qin Tian softly, "You share a close relationship with the Zhang family, do you not?" Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's body trembled violently. Qin Feng swiftly delivered a sharp smack to the back of Qin Tian's head, roaring, "Master is inquiring." In pain, Qin Tian stammered, I do not, Master. My relationship with the Zhang family is not good. It is that wretched Zhang Siyu who seduced me. I have only had physical transactions with that vile woman, nothing more, Master. I speak the truth, I truly do." Qin Tian's face paled, his body quaking, yet his words remained sincere. Aside from his physical entanglements with Zhang Siyu, he had no other connections. Qin Feng added, "Regarding the events of the past, I believe every family in Qinghe is implicated, which is why I warned everyone in our household to avoid entanglements with families from Qinghe. This unfilial son has acted behind my back." Grinding his teeth, Qin Feng's eyes glinted with malice as he declared, "Master, whatever punishment you deem fit for my ungrateful son, we will accept." Upon hearing this, Qin Tian looked up at his father in disbelief. "Whatever you wish to do. What if the other party decided to kill him? Father, are you truly willing to forsake your own son?" In Qin Feng's eyes, a son could be replaced, but if his master were displeased, it could mean the absolute ruin of the entire Qinmen. Lin Tian, casting a discerning glance at Qin Tian, recognized that the young man's words were indeed sincere. It was precisely because of Qin Tian's honesty that he was spared. Had Qin Tian been involved with the Zhang family in any deeper manner, Lin Tian would have had no qualms about eliminating a few more individuals. Without further ado, Lin Tian turned and made his way towards the exit of the Qinmen pharmacy, casually stating, "Qin Feng, I give you 1 day to locate Han Bin's whereabouts." "Yes, Master, I shall obey." After all, he was still his son. A twinge of concern was only natural. As Lin Tian reached the door, he paused, as if recalling something, and said, "By the way, Qin Feng, your son." Both Qin Feng and Qin Tian felt their hearts race anew. "Master, what is it?" Lin Tian replied, "His name is far too unpleasant." Qin Feng froze momentarily. Lin Tian. Qin Feng's complexion turned ashen, and he quickly exclaimed, "Forgive me, Master. I recognize my error. My son is unworthy of bearing such a name." The old servant is about to change his name. While Qin Feng is trembling with fear, Lin Tian has already departed from the Qinmen pharmacy. He gazes up at the somewhat murky sky of Qinghe, shaking his head in resignation. Just then, the previously anxious Qin Feng rushes out in a flurry, bending over to present Lin Tian with a bank card, exclaiming, "Master, how can you pay for medicine at your own pharmacy?" It is evident that as soon as Lin Tian left, the bodyguards of Qinmen pharmacy discovered this matter and informed Qin Feng. Observing the perspiring Qin Feng, Lin Tian comprehends that if he does not accept the bank card, Qin Feng will be unable to overcome his inner turmoil today. Thus, Lin Tian discreetly accepts the bank card into his possession. He knows that the sum within certainly exceeds the 4 million he previously spent. However, Lin Tian harbors little understanding of money. To him, it is merely a figure. As Lin Tian exits the Qinmen pharmacy, on the other side of Qinghe, Han Bin, the young gentleman who had swapped the 5-leaf Huanglian that Lin Tian had coveted, knocks on the door of Master Ma Weibang. Sporting a fawning smile, he opens his mouth and states, "Master, look at what I have found for you." Chapter 60. The man who even the divine doctor regards as divine? Ma Weibang furrows his brow, observing the exuberant Han Bin, before intently inquiring, "What is it?" Han Bin, unperturbed by Ma Weibang's serious demeanor, responds with a smile, "Master, whether you accept me or not is of little concern to me. I merely wish to present you with a fine gift with that." Han Bin slowly places the box containing the deceased Lu Xiaowei, which he had acquired at the pharmacy, onto the table before Ma Weibang and gently opens the lid. Immediately, an exotic fragrance wafts forth from the box. Weibang, initially inclined to refuse, is taken aback by the scent that invades his nostrils. He promptly bends down to inspect it in the next moment. A look of astonishment fills Ma Weibang's eyes. This is actually 5-leaf Huanglian, master. You have great discernment. Han Bin seizes every opportunity to flatter Ma Weibang, his eyes gleaming with a knowing smile. Ma Weibang, seemingly from nowhere, produces a pair of white gloves and puts on glasses. He carefully lifts the 5-leaf Huanglian from the box, scrutinizing it closely. As time passes, the astonishment on Ma Weibang's face intensifies, causing him to exclaim, "This is actually pure, wild 5-leaf Huanglian, and judging by its appearance, it could be 50 years old? 50 years?" Upon hearing Ma Weibang's words, Han Bin is slightly taken aback. He recalls that when he was at the Qinmin pharmacy, Lu Xiaowei had told him that this 5-leaf Huanglian was merely 20 years old. However, Ma Weibang's discernment far exceeds that of the pharmacist at Qinmin pharmacy. Observing Ma Weibang's reaction, Han Bin feels a surge of confidence. His smile becoming more pronounced. It seems that the likelihood of him successfully apprenticing under Ma Weibang has increased significantly. He further adds fuel to the fire. "Of course, master, if it weren't for such a remarkable item, how could I possibly present it to you? I spent a staggering 4 million on this little trinket. This 4 million was your expenditure? This is Lin Tian's money." Of course, in the end, Lin Tian did not actually spend any money. He even profited handsomely, as the bank card given to him by Qin Feng undoubtedly contained more than just the paltry sum of 4 million. Yet, Han Bin remains oblivious to this fact. In his heart, he revels in his good fortune, believing he has spent not a single cent. Meanwhile, Ma Weibang seems to be disregarding Han Bin's words. The excitement in his eyes grows more intense. But his elation is not solely due to possessing such a rare 50-year-old wild 5-leaf Huanglian. The most significant aspect is, with this item, could Lin the Divine Doctor possibly accept me as his disciple? Indeed, at this moment, Ma Weibang harbors thoughts strikingly similar to those of Han Bin. However, while Han Bin wishes to use this item to persuade Ma Weibang to take him on as an apprentice, if Han Bin were to learn of Ma Weibang's thoughts and realize that the Lin Tian spoken of by Ma Weibang is the very individual he encountered today, one can only imagine the expression that would cross his face. Han Bin, observing the silent Ma Weibang, inquires once more, "Master, do you like this item?" "Indeed," Ma Weibang instinctively replies. However, in the next moment, he realizes his response and coughs lightly, saying, "Han Bin, you have done well with this matter." Witnessing the satisfaction in Ma Weibang's nod, Han Bin feels an even greater sense of triumph and eagerly adds, "Master, can you accept me as your disciple now?" Upon hearing Han Bin's request, Ma Weibang pauses momentarily before responding, "Han Bin, I truly appreciate this item. I will consider your apprenticeship. However, I have another important matter to attend to. Once I have completed it, I will provide you with an answer." "All right." Thus, Han Bin, bewildered, finds himself hurriedly ushered out of Ma Weibang's home. What could possibly be more important than this 5-leaf Huanglian? Nevertheless, with Ma Weibang having opened the door a crack, the weight in Han Bin's heart gradually begins to lift. Yet, he notices that Ma Weibang, who was supposed to be at home, is now anxiously departing with the box he had just gifted him, as if he were on his way to meet someone. Seemingly intent on taking the item he had presented elsewhere, driven by curiosity, Han Bin stealthily follows Ma Weibang's figure. Within the apartment rented by Lin Tian, although he did not acquire the 5-leaf Huanglian today, he managed to gather a substantial amount of other medicinal herbs sufficient to commence treatment for his aunt, Shunlingxi. The sooner he heals her injuries and restores her consciousness, the sooner he can ascertain the location of the Shen family, thereby uncovering the secrets surrounding the annihilation of the Lin family. Inside the room, his aunt remains unconscious from the earlier procedures Lin Tian performed. Lin Mingming, filled with concern for her brother's safety, approaches him and cheerfully asks, "How is my aunt doing?" Hearing Lin Tian's question, Lin Mingming exchanges glances with Wen Shanshan, both shaking their heads with a hint of sorrow in their eyes. "Go boil the medicine. This is for my aunt. Use low heat for 3 hours." "All right." Both Wen Shanshan and Lin Mingming are eager to assist Lin Tian, so they cheerfully agree, taking the herbs Lin Tian provided into the kitchen. Just as Lin Tian is about to check on Shunlingxi's condition in the bedroom, the doorbell rings. Lin Tian raises an eyebrow slightly, then walks to the front door and opens it. Upon seeing the visitor, Lin Tian's brow furrows as he asks in a low voice, "How did you know I lived here?" The person standing at the door, ringing the bell, is none other than the Southern Territory Divine Doctor, Ma Weibang. At this moment, Ma Weibang wears a fawning expression as he addresses Lin Tian. "Divine Dr. Lin, if not this way, how could I demonstrate my determination to become your disciple?" Meanwhile, in the corner of the corridor, Han Bin leans against the wall, his expression one of shock and disbelief. He is keenly aware of the conversation between Lin Tian and Ma Weibang. Is it possible that someone could be referred to as a divine doctor by Ma Weibang? Furthermore, Ma Weibang wishes to be this person's apprentice. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous uproar. However, the voice of the other individual sounds somewhat familiar. Driven by curiosity, Han Bin slowly peeks his head out. Chapter 61. Let them all perish together. Han Bin had intended to merely peek, but upon doing so, he stands frozen in disbelief. The man standing before Ma Weibang is none other than the individual he encountered at the Qinmin pharmacy. How is this possible? Why is he here? And he is even referred to as Divine Dr. Lin by Ma Weibang. Ma Weibang wishes to apprentice under him. How can this be? Han Bin cannot believe his eyes and rubs them. Convinced that he must be witnessing an illusion, he remains in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Ma Weibang, growing impatient, exclaims, "Divine Dr. Lin, I have found something remarkable. You will undoubtedly appreciate it. Regardless of whether you decide to take me on as your apprentice, I feel compelled to present this to you." Upon hearing Ma Weibang's words, Lin Tian's expression suddenly turns peculiar. He recalls the earlier conversation with Qin Feng. Realizing that Han Bin is the one who sought out Ma Weibang to apprentice with him, bearing the 50-year-old five-leaf Huanglian he had coveted. Calculating the time, it seems that Han Bin should have indeed arrived at Ma Weibang's residence by now. Thus, the item Ma Weibang prepared for himself. It can't be just a coincidence, can it? Lin Tian, at this moment, spoke slowly. 50-year-old five-split Huanglian. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Ma Weibang was momentarily taken aback, and the next moment, a profound expression of admiration spread across his face. "Dr. Lin, you are truly remarkable. Your insight is nothing short of extraordinary. I knew I could not hide anything from you. You can discern that this is 50-year-old five-split Huanglian solely by its aroma." Ma Weibang recognized that this particular Huanglian was known for its unique fragrance. He had only confirmed its vintage after carefully examining it for quite some time once Han Bin opened the box. Yet now, Lin Tian could comprehend it so thoroughly merely from the faint scent he carried. Was this not divine insight? As he spoke, he retrieved the box from behind him. Upon seeing it, Lin Tian nearly burst into laughter. Wasn't this the very box from the Qinmin pharmacy? One must admit, Ma Weibang had delivered this item at a most opportune time. His aunt was currently in need of this medicinal herb. Frankly speaking, this was an unexpected delight for Lin Tian. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had yet to ascertain Han Bin's whereabouts. If Han Bin were to learn of this, his expression would surely be quite entertaining, wouldn't it? Just as Lin Tian had surmised, there was not a single flaw in his reasoning now. Hiding in the corridor's corner, Han Bin's expression was even more vivid than Lin Tian had anticipated. "Come in," Lin Tian beckoned. "All right." Ma Weibang, upon hearing Lin Tian's words, was filled with uncontainable joy, resembling a child who had just aced an exam and received a toy as a reward from his parents. Bouncing eagerly into Lin Tian's home, he even thoughtfully closed the door behind him. Han Bin, oblivious to what transpired within the room, felt an unbearable discomfort, akin to having swallowed a fly. Not only had he endured a beating, but he had also sneaked out through the back door of the Qinmin pharmacy. What a tremendous humiliation! He had initially thought he could slyly obtain a medicinal herb to please Ma Weibang. But unexpectedly, Ma Weibang was now presenting the very item he had acquired to the man who had once vied with him and had even beaten him. His heart seethed with indignation. Han Bin's face twisted in fury as he clenched his fists, letting out a cold grunt, his expression marred by resentment. "Impossible. Why is it this bastard?" He spat venomously, clearly directing his ire at Lin Tian rather than Ma Weibang. After all, Ma Weibang was a well-regarded healer of the southern realm, and even Han's family would have to show him some respect. "No, I cannot swallow this anger. How can that fool have such power? I must vent this frustration." As Han Bin harbored such thoughts, he realized that his path was becoming increasingly narrow. Meanwhile, Han Bin descended the stairs, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number, his voice icy as he instructed. Bring people here immediately. Bring as many as you can. I want blood. At Qinghe, at the Feng Tian tea house, 2 grand car convoys came to a halt in the parking lot. From one of the vehicles emerged 2 elderly men, both frowning, exuding an aura of authority. These 2 were Luo Jinyu, the head of the Luo family, and Zhang Zhaoyong, the head of the Zhang family. They exchanged glances but said nothing, turning to enter the tea house. Upon their entrance, a swarm of black-clad bodyguards descended from the 2 car convoys. They were the security personnel from both the Luo and Zhang families, numbering over 100. Each wore a serious expression, their demeanor fierce, swiftly surrounding the entire tea house as if guarding something of great importance. In the distance, a shadowy figure gradually faded into the darkness. This figure, with a few deft movements, appeared at the outskirts of several intersections. This person was Gua Hao. Inside the apartment rented by Lin Tian, Ma Weibang sat anxiously on the sofa, gazing at Lin Tian with eager anticipation. Lin Tian's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, he raised an eyebrow before answering the call. Gua Hao's voice came through the line, reporting to the dragon leader. The heads of the Luo and Zhang families have arrived at Feng Tian tea house. It seems they are about to engage in some clandestine dealings. Ma Weibang, seeing Lin Tian stand up, immediately felt a sense of urgency and hastily followed suit. Then, Lin Tian remarked, I have some matters to attend to. Ma Weibang quickly interjected, I shall take my leave at once. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Tian continued, you stay here and help me prepare the medicine. Upon hearing this, a radiant glow appeared on Ma Weibang's face. He immediately stood at attention, thumping his chest, and confidently declared, Rest assured, Dr. Lin, I will accomplish this task. The reason Lin Tian wanted Ma Weibang to stay was that this young man was indeed a skilled healer. Surely more adept at concocting medicine than Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan. As for Lin Tian, what was he going to do? With the heads of the Zhang and Luo families gathered, regardless of their conspiratorial intentions, it would be best to let them eliminate each other. Lin Tian had already departed from his rented apartment. As he exited the community, he spotted Han Bin squatting by the roadside, smoking. Han Bin, akin to a startled rabbit, quickly concealed himself among the bushes, his eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation. After all, he had witnessed Lin Tian's prowess, and alone, he would only face defeat. Watching Lin Tian's departing figure, Han Bin seethed. Why are these people arriving so slowly? His subordinates had yet to arrive, but he was determined not to let Lin Tian escape. Thus, he stealthily followed Lin Tian's path. At this moment, Lin Tian, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, bore a barely perceptible cold smile. In truth, he had noticed Han Bin watching him from the corridor earlier, but he had chosen not to confront him for the time being. Lin Tian intended to use Han Bin to ascertain whether the Han family had any connection to the tragic massacre of his own family. Now, seeing Han Bin stealthily follow, Lin Tian deliberately slowed his pace so as not to let this fool lose him. On the other side, within the Feng Tian tea house, not a single customer was present. Aside from the bodyguards stationed inside, the security from the Luo and Han families had completely encircled the tea house. In the hall of the tea house, directly in front of them, was a stage. Yet no performers graced it. In the front row of the audience, 2 elderly men in their 60s sat, Luo Jinyu and Zhang Zhaoyong. Both heads of their families wore exceedingly grim expressions. Luo Jinyu, evidently having gone a night without sleep, had bloodshot eyes and a hoarse voice as he inquired, Has your granddaughter managed to contact the young master of the Qin family? Zhang Zhaoyong slowly shook his head and replied, The young master of the Qin family has blocked my granddaughter's contact. What? Luo Jinyu's gaze narrowed, fury igniting within him as he bellowed at Zhang Zhaoyong, who assured me that this was foolproof. His tone bore a hint of accusation, as if addressing a subordinate. This tone irked Zhang Zhaoyong, yet he knew the Luo family was immensely powerful. Not only was Luo Jinyu himself a yellow-level warrior, but the Luo family also boasted at least 5 yellow-level warriors within their ranks. The Zhang family had yellow-level warriors too, but only 3, and Zhang Zhaoyong himself had not achieved that status. Thus, he dared not openly challenge Luo Jinyu. He gritted his teeth and replied, Luo family head, you are well aware of the Blue Sea Tycoon's stance toward our Qinghe's major families. For my granddaughter to have made contact with the young master of the Qin family is already a remarkable feat. Now, with the troubles in our Qinghe, it is only natural that the Blue Sea Tycoon's family would keep their young master away from us. Natural? As Zhang Zhaoyang spoke, Luo Jinyu's voice escalated further. You dare speak of normalcy? The Zhang family has not suffered any repercussions, but my Luo family, my son, and my grandson are all dead. They perished at Lin Tian's hands. Zhang Zhaoyang, witnessing Luo Jinyu's agitation, found himself at a loss for words. After all, he was still unaware that his own family member, Zhang Shiguai, had met his end at Lin Tian's hands, with no news of his fate having reached them. Luo Jinyu gazed at the speechless Zhang Chaoyang and let out a heavy sigh. Although his heart was filled with indignation, he understood that at this moment, internal conflict between them was absolutely impermissible. Luo Jinyu continued, I have already informed the personnel of the Qinghe War Zone in the Southern Town Army about Lin Tian's assassination of their commander. Upon hearing Luo Jinyu's words, a slight relief washed over Zhang Chaoyang's heart, and he responded, with the assistance of the Southern Prince, I cannot fathom how Lin Tian could evade death. As he uttered these words, a flicker of malevolence crossed Zhang Chaoyang's face. He then added, I have also dispatched our family's Shiguei to confront that old scoundrel Nan Huaizhong. I must pry the Lin family's legacy from his grasp. Once I retrieve the Lin family's secrets and make him and his granddaughter suffer excruciatingly until death, he shall learn the folly of aligning with such a despicable clan. A ferocious glint shone in Zhang Chaoyang's eyes. However, he soon expressed his concern. I wonder how Shiguei is faring. Just as Zhang Chaoyang finished speaking, a voice, slightly hoarse yet chilling, resonated from all directions within the tea house. Are you referring to him? The moment they heard this voice, both Luo Jinyu and Zhang Chaoyang felt their hairs stand on end, springing to their feet in alarm. Who? The speed of the shadow's approach caused even Luo Jinyu, a Huang-level warrior, to furrow his brow. They both instinctively sidestepped. Crash! The shadow crashed heavily onto the ground where they had just stood. It was none other than a corpse. No. Upon seeing the lifeless body, Zhang Chaoyang let out a heart-wrenching scream. Shiguei, indeed. The corpse was that of Zhang Shiguei. Previously, after the members of the Northern Border Martial Group D had cleared the bodies of Zhang Shiguei and his companions, they did not destroy them immediately. Lin Tian had instructed them to preserve Zhang Shiguei's body for its utility, as evidenced by the current situation. Who? Which scoundrel did this? Luo Jinyu exclaimed, frowning and shouting at the surroundings. Who dares to play tricks? Simultaneously, a low, hoarse voice filled with murderous intent echoed from all corners of the tea house. Qinghe Lin family, Lin Tian. As Lin Tian's lion-like voice boomed, he strode confidently through the entrance of the tea house. His eyes cold and filled with boundless killing intent, fixating upon Luo Jinyu and Zhang Chaoyang. Lin Tian? Both Luo Jinyu and Zhang Chaoyang shouted in unison, their voices tinged with both fury and disbelief. Luo Jinyu demanded, How did you get in here? Outside the tea house, the sounds of screams erupted, mingled with curses and the dull thuds of fists striking flesh, accompanied by the sounds of several people expiring from blood loss. The air was thick with the stench of blood. In the next moment, swish, 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 a few faint sounds rang out as black-clad figures appeared behind Lin Tian, kneeling in unison and declaring, reporting to the dragon head. Leave no one outside alive. Chapter 63. Is this all there is? Hearing the voices of the 10 individuals behind Lin Tian, both Luo Jinyu and Zhang Chaoyang felt their expressions shift, taking a step back in shock. An expression of astonishment flickered in their eyes. Leave no one outside. They realized that the previous sounds of battle, the screams, and the metallic scent of blood were all due to those they had brought. At this moment, the tea house, both inside and outside, fell into an eerie silence. Clearly, Lin Tian's followers had indeed slaughtered everyone outside. Who are these 10 individuals? They possess such formidable strength. Could they also be Huang-level warriors? If the 10 behind Lin Tian were truly Huang-level warriors, then both Luo Jinyu and Zhang Chaoyang felt that their lives were hanging by a thread. In truth, their apprehension was not unfounded. However, the Northern Border Martial Group behind Lin Tian was far more than merely Huang-level warriors. Lin Tian's gaze remained fixed on Luo Jinyu and Zhang Chaoyang. He merely nodded slightly and stated, All right, this matter no longer concerns you. You may leave. Yes, the 10 individuals did not hesitate in complying with Lin Tian's command. vanishing from behind him in an instant. Luo Jinyu and Zhang Chaoyang exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, before their eyes gleamed with excitement. Luo Jinyu scoffed, Lin Tian, I truly cannot decide whether to call you a fool or a simpleton. To be so audacious? You dismiss such powerful allies so easily? Lin Tian regarded Luo Jinyu and Zhang Chaoyang with an impassive expression and coolly replied, To kill you both? I alone am sufficient. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, both Luo Jinyu and Zhang Chaoyang burst into laughter. Zhang Chaoyang, gritting his teeth, glared viciously at Lin Tian and declared, A stray dog of a fallen family. How dare you bark in front of us? Luo Jinyu also snarled at Lin Tian, Heaven truly favors us. You dare to come knocking on our door. Do you really believe it is just the two of us here? After saying this, Luo Jinyu bellowed, Bring it on, with a resounding hum, as Luo Jinyu's voice echoed. The air inside the tea house trembled. In the next moment, 5 figures suddenly materialized at various corners of the tea house, each emanating an aura that ordinary individuals could not withstand. Zhang Chaoyang was momentarily taken aback at this sight and remarked, Master Luo, I never expected you to bring out your strongest forces. Luo Jinyu, without acknowledging Zhang Chaoyang, coolly replied, Master Zhang, at this juncture, there is no need for you to hold back. In response to Luo Jinyu's words. Zhang Chaoyang let out a cold chuckle. Good, everyone, come forth. Swish, swish, swish. With 3 more sounds, Zhang Chaoyang had also summoned all the Huang-level warriors from his family. Together with Luo Jinyu, a total of 9 Huang-level warriors and 1 half-step Huang-level warrior. Zhang Chaoyang now stood in the tea house. This formidable assembly was perhaps the mightiest force in Qinghe, rivaling that of the Southern Town Army and the Lin family of yore. The 10 of them surrounded Lin Tian, blocking all his escape routes. An expression of bloodthirsty excitement lit up the faces of Zhang Chaoyang and Luo Jinyu as they gazed at Lin Tian. In their eyes, today, Lin Tian was destined to die. However, Lin Tian merely cast a casual glance around before effortlessly stating, Is this all there is? Is this all there is? Upon hearing this, Luo Jinyu and Zhang Chaoyang exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions shifting to one of incredulity. Zhang Chaoyang looked at Lin Tian, exaggeratingly exclaiming, Hey, stray dog, have you been scared dumb? How can you start blabbering such foolishness now? Luo Jinyu snickered derisively. He's always been a foolish simpleton, like a moron. Why bother with him? Let him experience the harshness of reality. Lin Tian. Luo Jinyu turned to Lin Tian and shouted, Prepare to join your Lin family's ghosts and phantoms. Get him, kill him, and avenge my son and grandson. Zhang Chaoyang added. The 8 Huang-level warriors displayed calm, unfazed expressions, exchanging glances, smiles gracing their faces as they advanced towards Lin Tian. Yet, instead of attacking Lin Tian directly, they began to defer to one another. With one saying to another, Why don't you go first? That individual shook his head, replying, No, you should go. I initially thought this stray dog of the Lin family had something special, but it turns out he's just a brainless fool. Indeed. Another chimed in, How dare he face us alone? The Lin family consists of nothing but miserable vermin. What can they possibly offer? Kill him. I wouldn't even want to dirty my hands. One person surveyed the surroundings and shrugged, suggesting, What if we let this brain-dead fool take his own life? What do you all think? But before he could finish his sentence, a dull thud reverberated through the air, and a cloud of blood mist erupted instantly. The stench of blood surged forth as the headless corpse of that individual fell lifelessly to the ground. Lin Tian, who had previously been in the center of the encirclement, had somehow appeared behind him. And the entire tea house fell into a hushed silence. The words of that individual had barely escaped his lips before Lin Tian had obliterated his head with a single punch, as Lin Tian lightly waved his right hand. Shaking off the droplets of blood, he nonchalantly remarked, If you intend to strike, then do so. What with the incessant hesitation? Isn't it tiresome? You. This is impossible. How did you achieve this? The group that had previously exchanged taunts and apologies now erupted in disbelief. Even Luo Jinyu and Zhang Chaoyang's gazes narrowed significantly, revealing a glimmer of horror. In the next moment, Luo Jinyu bellowed at the top of his lungs, What are you waiting for? Attack him together. Kill him! At this juncture, the remaining few yellow-grade warriors no longer dared to be as lackadaisical as before. They exchanged serious glances and simultaneously launched their assault towards Lin Tian. Kill! Lin Tian surveyed the fierce-looking warriors surrounding him. Feeling the oppressive force emanating from the yellow-grade fighters, a faint smile crept upon his lips. Now this is more interesting. Just as these yellow-grade warriors approached him, a thunderous explosion erupted. Poo 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 poo. A series of sounds of spitting blood echoed forth. The yellow-grade warriors were sent flying as if severed from their strings, hurtling through the air. What? Chapter 64. The Self-Destructing Communicator? The grotesque expressions of Luo Jinyu and Zhang Chaoyang reflected their sheer disbelief as they exclaimed in unison. What? This is impossible. It absolutely cannot be. Their voices trembled with fear. Yes, warriors. They could discern that Lin Tian's earlier display was merely a surge of momentum. Yet, this single burst of energy had propelled all the yellow-grade warriors away. They were yellow-grade warriors, a class beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Not even an ordinary warrior could compare. Even Luo Jinyu, after decades of cultivation, had just managed to reach the yellow-grade level. Furthermore, 8 yellow-grade warriors constituted a force formidable enough to dominate the entire Qinghe region. Yet, they had been effortlessly sent flying by Lin Tian's mere display of might, spitting blood, wounded and collapsed. Surely, such feats could only be accomplished by a Xin-grade warrior, right? How old could Lin Tian possibly be? He was barely in his 20s. How could he possess such formidable strength? In truth, even Xin-grade warriors would find it impossible to achieve such results with just a surge of momentum. However, Luo Jinyu had never witnessed a Xin-grade warrior in action. Thus, his limited perspective restricted his imagination. At that moment, Lin Tian appeared unaffected, his icy gaze fixed upon Luo Jinyu and Zhang Chaoyang as he calmly inquired, "Now, are there any of you left?" Although his tone was low and unassuming, it struck Luo Jinyu and Zhang Chaoyang like a heavy blow, reminding them of their earlier mockery of him as a foolish imbecile, despite having 10 formidable allies to rely on. They had recklessly left him to face them alone. Wasn't he that tantamount to courting death? Now, as they observed the yellow-grade warriors, some embedded in walls and others sprawled on the floor, bleeding profusely from their mouths and noses, they realized they were on the verge of death themselves. This was not merely a slap in the face. They might soon pay with their lives. Luo Jinyu and Zhang Chaoyang exchanged glances, their faces betraying a bitter smile. They had never anticipated Lin Tian possessed such extraordinary strength. However, their expressions soon morphed into one of derision and malice as they shouted at Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, we concede that you are powerful, but do you believe that by killing us, the matter will simply conclude? Let me inform you, if we perish here, you will face relentless pursuit. There will be countless seeking vengeance on your behalf. Whether it be you, the woman from the Shun family you saved, or anyone connected to you. They all must perish. They will all become lost souls." In the next instant, they were astonished to discover that Lin Tian, who had been standing still, had vanished without a trace. Luo Jinyu's alarm heightened as he scanned the surroundings, but just then, a muffled sound resonated. Luo Jinyu felt a sudden warmth on his face. When he reached up to touch it, he found it was blood, crimson and fresh. He quickly turned to see Zhang Chaoyang beside him. His eyes wide open in death, his face ashen, sweat beading on his forehead. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose, splattering onto Luo Jinyu. Thud. Zhang Chaoyang's body collapsed heavily onto the ground, lifeless. Lin Tian stood behind him. Upon meeting Lin Tian's gaze, Luo Jinyu's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Luo Jinyu's teeth chattered, his voice quivering. Lin Tian regarded him steadily and slowly spoke. "Steady yourself. I will only ask once." The reason Lin Tian had not immediately attacked Luo Jinyu was that the old master had informed him that the leading families in Qinghe were the Luo family. Why did they wish to target the Lin family? Who else had set their sights on the Lin family? Luo Jinyu trembled slightly, retreating as he locked eyes with Lin Tian, his voice quaking. "Why you cannot kill me? You must not." Lin Tian, you. Observing Luo Jinyu's trembling voice, Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, noting the almost imperceptible movements of Luo Jinyu's concealed hand in his sleeve, seemingly manipulating something. Whoosh, in an instant, Lin Tian appeared at Luo Jinyu's side. Luo Jinyu's scream pierced the air as his forearm twisted at a grotesque angle, his cries echoing as if he were about to shatter his own teeth. The object in his hand had found its way into Lin Tian's palm. To Lin Tian's astonishment, it was a small communicator, He swiftly brought the communicator to his ear and demanded, "Who are you?" Crack! Just as Lin Tian's question fell, the communicator erupted in flames, exploding in his grasp. Fortunately, Lin Tian was shielded by the immense protective energy of a high-grade warrior, leaving him unscathed. Clearly, this communicator could be remotely controlled by the one on the other end. Upon hearing Lin Tian's voice, it was immediately set to self-destruct. Lin Tian seized Luo Jinyu by the throat, lifting the yellow-grade warrior from the ground, his voice resonating like a specter. "Who were you contacting?" Though Luo Jinyu's face was ghostly pale and contorted in agony, a sinister smile lingered upon his lips. "Lin Tung, you will die. Ha ha ha. You will die, not just you, but also those filthy wretches." Crack! Lin Tian abruptly snapped Luo Jinyu's neck. With that, the entirety of the Luo and Zhang families' fighting forces, along with their heads, lay dead. Lin Tian cast a glance at the charred communicator in his hand, his eyes flickering with contemplation. He surveyed the bodies strewn across the ground, his expression unfazed as he turned and walked away, as if the events that had transpired held no relevance to him. Meanwhile, outside the Feng Tian tea house, Han Bin, accompanied by a group of individuals, peered from the nearby woods, astonished as he gazed at the now deserted tea house. With a hint of hesitation, he remarked, Wasn't there a crowd around the tea house just moments ago? Why is there not a soul in sight now?" Just as he voiced his confusion, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Feng Tian tea house. Han Bin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he licked his lips and declared, "That's him. Did you see? Go! Break all his limbs." Chapter 65. "Grandfather, please don't kill me." His voice brimmed with exhilaration, as if the prospect of maiming Lin Tian was already a foregone conclusion. At that moment, Lin Tian had just stepped out of the Feng Tian tea house. As he emerged, the members of the Northern Frontier Warrior Group D, who had previously cleared the surrounding corpses, reappeared beside him. The sudden appearance of these black-clad figures caused Han Bin and his band of ruthless thugs to pause momentarily, their expressions revealing a flicker of tension. However, Han Bin boldly proclaimed, "What is there to fear? We have over 100 with us. They're just 10. What does it matter if a few more show up? We'll still take them down." With that, the group advanced towards Lin Tian once more. Meanwhile, Lin Tian and the members of the Northern Frontier Warrior Group D had long since noted the presence of this group. However, with over 100 individuals, they were still not as formidable as the guards who had previously defended the Feng Tian tea house, nor the bodyguards of the Zhang and Luo families. Hence, they hardly regarded them as a threat. From the very moment Lin Tian departed from the community, he was acutely aware of Han Bin's presence. It was his deliberate intention to allow Han Bin to follow him, seeking to ascertain whether the Han family had any connections to the tragic massacre of the Lin family. As he conferred with Luo Jinyu, however, Luo Jinyu appeared to be concealing something significant. As Lin Tian emerged from the Feng Tian tea house, he merely cast a fleeting glance in Han Bin's direction, extending his hand to retrieve the self-destructed charred communicator. He then spoke. "Guahao Long Shou, at your service." Guahao, the leader of the Northern Border Martial Squad's D group, promptly stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Lin Tian. Lin Tian placed the burnt communicator into Guahao's hands, instructing, "Yes." Without any hesitation regarding the feasibility of repairing the already destroyed device, Guahao accepted it. The matter of restoration was not his concern. Even if it were to be handed over to the Northern Borders research team, they would face no issues. Their duty was to obey the commands of Long Shou Lin Tian, delivering only the results he desired. After receiving the self-destructed communicator, Guahao inquired once more, "Long Shou, should we eliminate the leading individual among those approaching?" Lin Tian glanced ahead and replied calmly, "Capture the one leading. I have questions for him." "Understood. I shall obey." As Guahao affirmed his orders, Han Bin's voice rang out from the front, "Kid, are you prepared to meet your demise?" Han Bin, wearing an excited grin as he spoke, recalled how Lin Tian had astonished him with his strength at the Qinmen pharmacy. "However, can you take on a dozen men? Can you withstand 100? Do you dare to contend with me? Today, I shall ensure that you understand just how many eyes the King of Horses possesses. Attack him." It seemed that this group felt compelled to engage in verbal taunts before any physical confrontation, as if a battle could not commence without some preliminary exchanges of insults. Han Bin appeared to have completely forgotten that he had swapped out 50 pieces of fractured Huanglian, intended as a tribute to the esteemed Dr. Ma Weibang. only to have it end up in Lin Tian's possession. In Han Bin's eyes, Lin Tian had become akin to a fish on a chopping board, ready for him to butcher at will. Meanwhile, Lin Tian remained utterly unmoved, his expression unchanged. Guo Hao had already risen from the ground, his gaze devoid of any sympathy as he observed Han Bin and his entourage sprinting towards them. His voice low. "Did you hear what Long Shou said?" The remaining 9 northern border martial soldiers responded in unison. "We heard." Guo Hao then commanded, "Engage." "Yes." As the words left his lips, a resonating hum filled the air. Suddenly, Han Bin and his followers realized that the 10 individuals standing beside Lin Tian had vanished. The first muffled sound echoed. "Ah!" The first scream followed. Thud. The sound of a body crashing heavily to the ground reverberated. In an instant, their formation fell into disarray, figures flying backward and blood spurting forth amidst a chorus of anguished cries. Although Han Bin led the charge, he did not position himself at the forefront, but rather in the middle of the pack. After all, one could not expect him to take the brunt of the assault. Previously, Han Bin had sprinted towards Lin Tian with an enthusiastic smile, exuding an air of bravado. However, as time passed, the smile on his face gradually stiffened, then receded until it disappeared entirely. Eventually, as he slowed to a halt, his expression morphed into one of sheer terror and disbelief, contorting grotesquely. Standing frozen in place, Han Bin's body began to tremble violently, his complexion ashen. Veins bulging on his forehead, he watched in horror as his subordinates were sent flying. Like kites severed from their strings, utterly defenseless, as a figure clad in black charged towards him, Han Bin instinctively screamed. "No! Don't kill me!" He even raised his hands nervously to shield himself, tightly closing his eyes, unwilling to confront the impending reality. Yet, a whooshing sound sliced through the air next to Han Bin's ear, and a gust of wind nearly knocked him off balance. Surprisingly, he felt no pain. Why wasn't I struck? Han Bin pondered, momentarily taken aback with hesitation. He opened his eyes. The moment he did, a piercing scream escaped his lips, for he was greeted by Lin Tian's expressionless face. Just moments ago, Lin Tian had stood at the entrance of the Feng tea house. Now, he had inexplicably appeared before Han Bin, like a ghost materializing out of nowhere, startling him into leaping 3 feet into the air. Upon landing, he heard more whooshing sounds. The 10 black-clad figures reappeared behind Lin Tian, kneeling in unison, addressing him in unison. Reporting to Long Shou. Mission accomplished. Thud. Han Bin's pallid face crumpled as he collapsed to the ground, shouting, "Big brother, master, grandfather, I realize my mistakes, I truly do. Please spare my life." Chapter 66. Inform the Han family, Lin Tian has returned. What a sight it was. The esteemed young master of the Han family, kneeling before Lin Tian, pleading for mercy. One could only wonder how his own grandfather would react upon hearing his cries. Lin Tian regarded the sobbing Han Bin with an impassive expression, his voice low and deliberate as he asked, "Do you know who I am?" Kneeling on the ground, Han Bin, pallid and tear-streaked, cried out, "You are my grandfather. You are truly my dear grandfather. I bow to you. Please, spare me." With that, he prostrated himself heavily against the ground. Witnessing this, Lin Tian's expression shifted to one of bemusement. Did this fellow truly lack any sense of dignity? The scene did not escape Guo Hao and the other northern border martial soldiers, who exchanged glances filled with disdain and ridicule. Lin Tian then addressed Han Bin. "I am Lin Tian of the Qinghe Lin family." As he uttered these words, Lin Tian carefully observed Han Bin's reaction. If the Han family had indeed played a role in the massacre of the Lin family, they would certainly be aware of the Qinghe Lin family's name and, by extension, who Lin Tian was. Yet, the Han Bin before him remained as terrified as ever, wailing, "So it is Grandfather Lin. I, Han Bin, did not recognize you, and I have offended you. I am blind to your greatness. Please, Grandfather Lin, show mercy and spare me." Listening to Han Bin's pleas, Lin Tian's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Why did this man show no recognition upon hearing his name? Could it be that the Han family was genuinely uninvolved in the massacre of the Lin family? Truth be told, Lin Tian found it hard to believe. The massacre loomed large in his mind, a matter of utmost importance. He would rather mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than allow a single enemy to escape. Perhaps Han Bin was merely putting on an act, or perhaps he was genuinely ignorant of the truth. Yet, it was also possible that others in the Han family were complicit in the massacre but had kept Han Bin in the dark. With this possibility in mind, Lin Tian contemplated, narrowing his eyes as he slowly stated, "Enough. Stand up, I shall not kill you." Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Han Bin froze momentarily, then stammered in disbelief. "Oh, really?" Lin Tian replied coolly. "If you do not rise, I might reconsider." In response, Han Bin hurriedly bowed his head 3 times in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you for your mercy, Grandfather Lin." After that, he stood up from the ground, lowering his head respectfully before Lin Tian, and then apologetically stated, "Grandfather Lin, today I failed to recognize your greatness, and I owe you an apology." As he spoke, he slowly retrieved a bank card from his pocket. Though he hesitated, feeling a pang of reluctance, he gritted his teeth and presented it to Lin Tian, saying, "Grandfather Lin, this card contains 3 million, which was originally intended for purchasing the Huanglian today." As Han Bin reached this point, a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. He was well aware that it was the 5-split Huanglian that had incurred Lin Tian's ire. Nevertheless, he continued, "It's merely a token of my regard. I understand, Grandpa Lin, that you are not in need of money, but I implore you to accept it." Indeed, Lin Tian was far from lacking in financial resources. During his time at the Qinmin pharmacy, he had spent 4 million with ease, while he himself hesitated to part with 3 million from his own pocket. To be candid, since Lin Tian had instructed him to rise, he had not ceased observing Han Bin's countenance, hoping to discern some unusual emotion. However, either Han Bin's acting was exceptional, or he was entirely oblivious to the matters of the Qinghe Lin family. For if Han Bin were truly aware of the Lin family's tragic history, witnessing Lin Tian's survival would undoubtedly incite a vendetta akin to that of the Feng, Luo, and Zhang families. He would never consider offering an apology with monetary compensation. Yet, whether Han Bin was ignorant of this fact did not preclude the suspicion surrounding his family. Thus, Lin Tian shook his head and replied, "You need not offer me money. Instead, I would like you to assist me with a task." Instantly, Han Bin perked up, declaring, "Grandpa Lin, just say the word, and I shall exert every effort to fulfill your request." Lin Tian regarded Han Bin with a deliberately forced smile, patting him on the shoulder as he said, "It is quite simple. You are from the Blue Sea Han family, correct?" Han Bin nodded vigorously. Lin Tian continued, "Very well, very well." Han Bin accepted this with great enthusiasm, yet he seemed oblivious to the underlying implications of Lin Tian's words. Han Bin's sincerity was palpable, prompting Lin Tian to refrain from refusing as he tucked the 3 million yuan bank card into his pocket. Today, Lin Tian was puzzled. He had set out to purchase medicine for his aunt, Shenlingxi, and yet he had acquired the 50-year-old 5-split Huanglian and various herbs without spending a single cent, instead profiting 3 million. Who could he possibly explain this to? Just then, Lin Tian's phone rang urgently, the caller ID displaying his fiancée Yi Wenshanshan. Upon answering, he heard her anxious voice, "Brother Lin Tian, it's terrible. Aunt has woken up, and Dr. Ma is injured." Chapter 67. Can I take over here? Aunt has awakened, and Dr. Ma is injured? As for Dr. Ma, that would be Ma Weibang. Lin Tian was unaware of how he had sustained his injuries. Nevertheless, his aunt's mental state was his foremost concern. Thus, Lin Tian promptly instructed Guahao, "Clean this place up, then proceed with your duties." Understood. After the northern border soldiers acknowledged Lin Tian's orders, they looked up and found that he had already vanished. Upon opening the door, they were met with a scene of bloodshed and the anguished cries of Ma Weibang. Lin Tian observed that Ma Weibang was gripping his left hand tightly, his left pinky and ring fingers gruesomely severed at the wrist. As if cleaved off by some sharp object, "Dr. Lin?" Upon catching sight of Lin Tian, Ma Weibang gasped in shock, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. Lin Tian stepped forward without uttering a word, producing a gleaming silver needle seemingly from nowhere, and deftly inserted it into Ma Weibang's wrist as he instructed. "Now, release your grip and keep your hand flat. Do not move." Ma Weibang's heart raced at Lin Tian's command. "Is this sufficient? I have lost 2 fingers. The priority is to staunch the bleeding. If I press down, the blood will flow more slowly, and now you want me to let go." Ma Weibang was about to protest, but Lin Tian furrowed his brow and said, "If you wish to keep those fingers, you will do as I say." At those words, Ma Weibang shuddered and complied. All right. To his astonishment, the anticipated scenario of blood gushing forth did not materialize. Instead, the bleeding from the severed area of his left hand ceased. It was evident that the wound had not healed. The gruesome injury remained, yet not a single drop of blood flowed forth. Ma Weibang stared in disbelief at the silver needle embedded in his wrist, understanding that it was the needle's effect that had halted the bleeding, and it was Lin Tian who had inserted it. Dr. Lin A. Weibang's voice trembled, his eyes filled with unwavering admiration, akin to an unending river. However, Lin Tian had no time to indulge in Ma Weibang's reverence, for he had heard his sister Lin Mengming's piercing scream, "Aunt, put down the knife." Following this was a cacophony of hurried footsteps. Lin Tian then saw Lin Mengming and Wen Shanshan rushing out of the bedroom in a panic, pursued by a woman with a grotesque visage. Clutching a kitchen knife, her face pale, tears streaming down her cheeks as she screamed, "Stay back!" "No!" She seemed to have lost all reason, relentlessly lunging at Lin Mengming and Wen Shanshan. The knife was stained with blood, clearly that of Ma Weibang's left hand. Upon seeing Lin Tian, Lin Mengming and Wen Shanshan exclaimed in unison, "Brother Lin Tian, be careful, get away." How could Lin Tian abandon the two women at such a moment? He swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself between them and the descending knife. He faced Shen Lingxi, who was poised to strike, and shouted, "Aunt!" At the sound of Lin Tian's voice, Shen Lingxi's knife halted abruptly just 5 centimeters from his face. Her fierce expression slowly softened, and the rage in her eyes gave way to clarity. Gradually, her hands relaxed, and she gazed blankly at Lin Tian, whispering hoarsely, Shout Tian!" With a clatter, the knife fell from Shen Lingxi's grasp, and she took a few dazed steps towards Lin Tian, opening her arms and gently embracing him. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mengming and Wen Shanshan sighed in relief, collapsing onto the sofa, drenched in sweat. In that moment, Lin Tian held his aunt tenderly, his eyes glistening with sorrow and compassion. The transformation of his once vibrant aunt into this state was entirely due to the malice of Luo Yonggang, the heir of the Luo family. Initially, Lin Tian had intended to restore her physical injuries before extracting information about the Shen family's whereabouts from her. However, it now seemed that during the torment inflicted by Luo Yonggang and his associates, they had relentlessly interrogated her about the Shen family's location. If he were to bring up the Shen family now, it would only exacerbate her suffering. Thus, Lin Tian realized that discerning the Shen family's whereabouts through his aunt would be a monumental task. Yet, this was a matter he could not ignore, for the Shen family held the key to the location of the Lin family's ancestral treasure. The treasure was likely connected to the massacre of the Lin family. Yet, seeing his aunt in such distress truly pained Lin Tian, he took out his phone and dialed a number, and Guohao's voice resonated on the other end. "Longsho, you called for me?" Lin Tian's voice was low and tense, as if he were biting down on his words. "In the Lin family's basement, there is a person. Have your men torment him 10 times daily. But do not kill him. I want him alive, understood?" "Yes, Longsho." The individual in the Lin family's basement was none other than Luo Yonggang. Perhaps the sudden madness had drained him, and now he was asleep. This was fortuitous. Lin Tian turned to Ma Weibang and said, "Let me reattach your fingers." Upon hearing these words, Ma Weibang was momentarily stunned and instinctively responded, "Right here?" Lin Tian gazed at Ma Weibang and replied, "If not here, then where else? We must act swiftly. If we delay any longer, I fear I may not be able to save even your fingers." However, within Ma Weibang's understanding, while a severed finger could indeed be reattached, it necessitated surgical intervention, microscopes, inhalational anesthesia, and various advanced equipment for meticulous surgical procedures. Yet, Lin Tian was proposing to perform this operation right here? Was that truly feasible? Meanwhile, filled with concern, Ma Weibang extended his hand, while at the same time, a weary figure pushed open the door to the grand residence of the Qinghe Luo family and stepped inside. This individual appeared to be in his 40s, exuding an aura of terror that eclipsed even that of Luo Jinyu, the head of the Luo family. Upon entering, he let out an exclamation of excitement. Chapter 68. A gift from the Qinghe Lin family. It was Luo Han, the second son of the Luo family, who stood taller and more muscular than his elder brother, Luo Zhong. However, as he ventured deeper into the Luo family mansion, his expression gradually turned rigid. He realized that the usually bustling residence was eerily devoid of life since his arrival. After traversing the front courtyard, Luo Han's gaze narrowed sharply upon the sight of white cloth. He noticed the white fabric draped from the beams and the mourning wreaths. These were only prepared when there had been a death in the family. Luo Han's face paled in shock as he let out a furious roar. Following this, a resounding crash echoed beneath his feet as the bluestone path cracked under his immense strength. Demonstrating Luo Han's formidable power, he charged directly into the rear hall. There, he finally spotted a few members of the Luo family, but they were still few in number. A butler knelt on the ground, his face contorted with anguish. Among them was a middle-aged woman, pale and with cracked lips, kneeling in the center of the hall. Appearing utterly lost, in front of her lay a massive coffin, with a plaque inscribed with the name Luo Zhong. "Elder brother?" Luo Han uttered a sorrowful exclamation. Then, he collapsed to his knees beside the distraught woman, tears of grief welling in his eyes as he said, "Sister-in-law, what has happened? What has befallen my elder brother? You must avenge the master and the young master. Avenge them." The butler, seemingly loyal, began to weep as he spoke. Hearing this, Luo Han was momentarily taken aback before he muttered in disbelief, "My nephew is also dead?" It seemed that Luo Han's anguished roar stirred the woman, his sister-in-law, who slowly regained clarity in her eyes. Upon seeing Luo Han, she suddenly grasped his shoulders and, looking into his eyes, rasped, "Luo Han, you must avenge your elder brother and your nephew." Lin Tian? Luo Han was momentarily startled by the mention of this name. Unable to comprehend who Lin Tian was. At that moment, the butler interjected, "Second master, he is the eldest son of the Lin family." Lin Tian, the Lin family? No matter how many years passed, the name Lin family loomed over each of them like an imposing sky. In that instant, Luo Han recalled who Lin Tian was. The very same Lin Tian who perished in the defense of Tiandu a decade ago? It was inconceivable. He could not possibly still be alive. The plan for the defense of Tiandu was foolproof. The plan for the defense of Tiandu? At that moment, Lin Tian was absent. The defense of Tiandu was merely a plan? And that plan aimed to eliminate him, Lin Tian? If the defense of Tiandu was indeed a scheme, then those who acted against the Lin family could not possibly have been just the prominent families of Qinghe and Lanhai. It must have involved the entire southern region and, indeed, those high-ranking leaders frequently seen in the news media, each with greater authority than the last. They could not be exempt from culpability. Upon hearing Luo Han's words, his sister-in-law instinctively inquired, "The plan for the defense of Tiandu? What sort of plan?" Luo Han shook his head in response, "I do not know the specifics. I only know that this plan was designed to ensure Lin Tian's death in Tiandu." "But how did he survive?" Suddenly, Luo Han seemed to have an epiphany and turned to the butler, asking, "By the way, when Lin Tian made his move, did you notice if he was alone or accompanied by numerous terrifying figures in black?" The butler shook his head, replying, "According to our investigation and the surveillance from the Haiqing venue, he was alone." Upon hearing this, Luo Han's face relaxed, and a cruel smile crept upon his lips as he spoke through gritted teeth. After making a fierce vow, Luo Han immediately turned to the butler and asked, "Where is Lin Tian?" The butler shook his head, saying, "I do not know." However, the family head took 5 esteemed elders to meet with the head of the Zhang family. They should have located Lin Tian by now. Hearing this, a nonchalant expression appeared on Luo Han's face as he turned to his sister-in-law and began to speak when suddenly a deep voice resonated from outside the Luo family residence. "This is a gift from the Qinghe Lin family to the Luo family." Following this, a sound of air vibrating filled the space as a rectangular shadow hurtled through the entrance of the Luo family, heading straight for the hall at the back. Luo Han was taken aback. Realizing the danger as he shouted, "Sister, be careful," he quickly pulled his sister-in-law aside. However, Luo Han could only save one person. The butler was not so fortunate. Bang! A resounding crash accompanied by a piercing scream echoed as the massive rectangular object crushed the butler beneath it, causing him to spit blood, his eyes wide open, lifeless. Luo Han was horrified as he realized the object that had killed the butler was a gigantic coffin. At that moment, with a thunderous noise, the lid of the coffin, which had not been securely fastened, suddenly slipped off, revealing a bloodied corpse within. It was none other than Luo Jinyu. Luo Han's eyes widened in rage as he let out a piercing scream of fury. "No! Father! It cannot be! How could this happen?" He unleashed a feral roar, and with a thunderous stomp, he charged out of the Luo family mansion. Who did this?" Lin Tian, Is it you, you bastard? Show yourself if you dare. Of course, it was not Lin Tian who had committed these acts. At that moment, he was still at home reattaching Ma Weibang's fingers. This deed was carried out by Guo Hao, acting under Lin Tian's orders. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Guo Hao observed the furious Luo Han with a blank expression, having no intention of intervening, for he understood that the head of the Long family would need to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 69. Han family, I hope you will not regret it. In the luxurious apartment rented by Lin Tian, Ma Weibang's face was ashen, hesitantly staring at Lin Tian before swallowing hard and saying, Divine Dr. Lin, do you not require a microscope? Then, Divine Dr. Lin, would you like to administer anesthesia? Lin Tian, listening to Ma Weibang's anxious tone, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This young man was clearly worried and frightened. Yet he dared not openly question Lin Tian's capabilities. Truth be told, had it not been for Ma Weibang's injuries stemming from his connection to Lin Tian's aunt, Lin Tian would have been disinclined to assist him. As a physician, Ma Weibang understood the significance of his fingers. Observing the tense Ma Weibang, Lin Tian spoke calmly, Do you not trust me? Upon hearing this, a look of embarrassment crossed Ma Weibang's face. To be honest, he did harbor some doubts in this regard. However, he dared not voice them, for he had repeatedly referred to Lin Tian as Divine Dr. Lin and even wished to apprentice under him. Would he not seem insincere if he expressed disbelief in Lin Tian's medical skills? Thus, with a heavy heart, Ma Weibang gazed at his injured fingers and resolutely nodded at Lin Tian, declaring, Divine Dr. Lin, I believe in you. Please proceed. As he spoke, Ma Weibang tightly closed his eyes. The sensation was akin to a valiant willingness to face death for a greater cause. Lin Tian gazed at Ma Weibang, unable to suppress a hint of amusement that flickered in his eyes. Nevertheless, he held unwavering confidence in his own capabilities. For Lin Tian, such healing had become second nature. He took a deep breath, allowing his aura and gaze to settle into a state of tranquility. Subsequently, his hands began to dance rhythmically in the air, even conjuring a faint luminescence within the atmosphere. In his grasp were 2 silver needles. Undoubtedly, the act of healing extended beyond the mere presence of these needles. The true essence lay in the ripples emanating from Lin Tian's hands, reminiscent of a vital energy or an enigmatic current. Others could not comprehend it, yet it evoked an inexplicable awe. Take, for instance, when Shanshan and Lin Mingming, both of whom stood transfixed, staring at their brother's silhouette, as if he had transformed into something unreal. This scene seemed to belong to the realm of television dramas or literary works they had only encountered in fiction. As for the extraordinary spectacle unfolding, Ma Weibang remained blissfully unaware, his eyes tightly shut in anxious anticipation of fate's judgment. Meanwhile, as Ma Weibang wrestled with his nerves, Han Bin, upon encountering the gates of the Han family estate, exhaled a long sigh of relief. It appeared that a meeting was taking place in the back hall of the family residence. And to his astonishment, all members of the household were present. Occupying the principal seat was the patriarch of the Han family, Elder Han, alongside an elderly woman, presumably Han Bin's grandmother. Surrounding them were his father, uncles, and even his elder and younger siblings. What could possibly be amiss? As Han Bin's voice echoed, every gaze in the room swiftly turned towards him, filled with indignation. Han Bin's father, the 4th son of the Han family, rose abruptly, advancing toward Han Bin with fury etched upon his face. He raised his hand high and struck Han Bin across the face with a resounding slap. A loud crack reverberated through the air. Han Bin stumbled to the ground, clutching his face, disbelief etched in his eyes as he addressed his father. Dad, what are you saying? That money was earned by me. Nonsense. Han Bin's father retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You've never learned anything worthwhile. What do you think you are? I don't know you. You think you can earn money? Even a toad couldn't soar to the heavens, to say the least. Han Bin's father was indeed well acquainted with his son, and his words were a perfect summary of Han Bin's character. Yet, in that moment, Han Bin's anger surged forth as he exclaimed, Dad, I am your son. How can you say such things about me? However, it seemed that Han Bin's father paid no heed to his words, coldly continuing, in Qinghe, did you not transfer over 100 of our Han family members? Where are they? Clutching his face, Han Bin gradually rose from the ground and replied. They died. Just as Han Bin uttered those 2 words, his father struck him again, and in a loud voice he scolded. I thought you were just being cheeky, but you actually screamed. They died. They were all killed by Lin Tian of the Lin family in Qinghe. Han Bin's words erupted from the tumult of his pent-up rage. He had braced himself for another round of his father's wrath, but upon hearing his declaration, the entire back hall of the Han family fell into stunned silence. Han Bin, still with his eyes closed, anticipated another blow but was met instead with a chorus of rapid breaths. Curiosity piqued, he opened his eyes only to find every member of the Han family staring at him in shock and disbelief. Confused, Han Bin began to check himself for any abnormalities and stammered, "Wait, is there something wrong with me?" Suddenly, Han Bin's father seized his shoulders and, his voice trembling, demanded, "Who did you just say? Who killed our people?" Observing his father's frantic demeanor, a sense of foreboding crept into Han Bin's heart. He swallowed nervously and replied, Lin Tian." With a thunderous impact, his words ignited chaos in the back hall of the Han family. How could this be? Why was Lin Tian still alive? It was impossible. Hadn't he already perished? Han Bin watched as the members of the hall appeared as if facing an imminent threat, utterly bewildered. Hesitantly he inquired, "Is there something I am unaware of?" Just then, before he could finish, his father struck him again, bellowing, "Get out of here, you bastard. You only create trouble. Leave. Get out." Cast out from the hall, Han Bin clenched his fists. His expression contorted with rage and resentment, gnashing his teeth as he silently roared, "You have never regarded me, Han Bin, as a person. Humph. You refuse to inform me? Fine. Just hope that you won't regret it." Chapter 70. Disciple Ma Wei Bang. I bow in gratitude to my master. Meanwhile, Han Bin buried the seeds of hatred within his heart, not due to Lin Tian, but rather because of his own family. The Han clan.as for what Han Bin would do next. No one could yet foresee. In the apartment rented by Lin Tian, Ma Wei Bang, drenched in sweat and with his eyes tightly shut, fervently prayed to the heavens when he heard Lin Tian's voice. "All done." Ma Wei Bang was momentarily taken aback. All done? Instinctively, he opened his eyes. Thick bandages still enveloped his hand, and he had no knowledge of what lay beneath. Yet, he could distinctly feel the presence of his fingers. This is unbelievable." Ma Wei Bang raised his left hand, his voice trembling. "This is far too fast. I felt nothing, and it's all better." It was as if Lin Tian had completely overturned Ma Wei Bang's understanding of medical science. Such rapid recovery and the ability to reattach 2 fingers without any anesthetic. How could he feel no pain? This was beyond his comprehension. Yet, the evidence lay before him. In fact, he could even exert force and perform slight movements with those 2 fingers. Thump! Ma Wei Bang collapsed to his knees once more, bowing deeply to Lin Tian, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Divine Dr. Lin. Thank you, Divine Dr. Lin. To be honest, when you mentioned treatment earlier, I momentarily harbored doubts about your abilities." Smack! He raised his good hand and slapped himself across the face. Observing Ma Wei Bang's reaction, both Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan exchanged bewildered glances. Lin Mingming whispered, "What's wrong with him? Why is he reacting so dramatically?" "My brother healed his hand, yet he continues to slap himself." Wen Shanshan, amused by Lin Mingming's words, chuckled and replied, "Mingming, do you know who this Dr. Ma is?" Lin Mingming shook her head, bewildered. "I don't know." Wen Shanshan promptly elaborated, "This Dr. Ma, known as Ma Wei Bang, is widely recognized as the foremost divine doctor in the Southern Region's Medical Association. He witnessed my brother's miraculous medical skills while at the One Family home and has since become an ardent admirer of him." Hearing Wen Shanshan's words, Lin Mingming's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "My brother is the idol of the Southern Region's greatest divine doctor. Does that mean he's even greater than a divine doctor?" Wen Shanshan grinned and affirmed, "Indeed." Lin Mingming exclaimed, "My brother is simply astonishing." Lin Tian, oblivious to his sister's starry-eyed admiration, extended a hand to assist Ma Wei Bang to his feet and remarked, "You have indeed aided me today. Your injury arose from my actions, so it is only natural that I provide treatment. There is no need for such gratitude." However, no sooner had Lin Tian finished speaking than, thump, Ma Wei Bang unexpectedly knelt once more. Banging his head against the ground and earnestly imploring, "Divine Dr. Lin, please take me as your disciple." Lin Tian felt a wave of exasperation wash over him at this unexpected request, just as he was about to refuse again. When Shanshan stepped forward, exclaiming, "Lin Tian, brother?" In this moment, when Shanshan gazed at Lin Tian with a unique glimmer in her eyes and said, "Brother Lin Tian, Dr. Ma is genuinely sincere. Why not consider accepting him as your disciple? By taking Dr. Ma as your apprentice, you would not lose face. After all, the prominent families throughout the southern region are constantly seeking ways to curry favor with him." When Lin Tian heard the first half of Wen Shanshan's statement, he felt indifferent. However, upon hearing the latter part, his gaze slightly lifted, revealing a hint of surprise and relief. What did Wen Shanshan mean by her second statement? The phrases prominent families and southern region held the key. Lin Tian understood that those who initially targeted the Lin family could not possibly be limited to the few families he was currently investigating. There must be other forces at play. During his decade-long absence from the southern region, the major powers had undergone significant changes, and he was unfamiliar with many. Yet, Dr. Ma Weibang was the foremost physician in the southern region. This group of influential figures would never dare to offend a doctor. They were constantly vying for Dr. Ma's favor and establishing connections with him. If Lin Tian could leverage his relationship with Ma Weibang, perhaps it would open a new avenue for investigating the Lin family's tragedy from 10 years ago. His fiancée, Wen Shanshan, was indeed talented, managing the Wensi group with remarkable efficiency. At that moment, Ma Weibang was unaware of Lin Tian and Wen Shanshan's thoughts. He simply listened to Wen Shanshan's words, believing she was advocating for him, and immediately echoed her sentiment, saying, "Indeed, Lin Shini, I will not bring you any shame. I promise." Lin Tian observed Ma Weibang, who was kneeling with an expression of eager anticipation. And with a gentle smile, he slowly replied, "Since Shanshan has spoken on your behalf, then I shall accept you." Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Ma Weibang let out the most joyous exclamation of his life. "Thank you, Lin Shini?" "No, thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down his face. He turned to Wen Shanshan and exclaimed, "Thank you, Miss Wen, thank you." Before he could finish, Wen Shanshan interjected, "I am no longer a member of the Wen family." Why apologies, Wen. For a moment, Ma Weibang was at a loss for how to address Wen Shanshan. However, he quickly brightened and exclaimed, "Thank you, Shermu." Of course, Wen Shanshan was the fiancée of his master, which made her his Shermu. Hearing this, Wen Shanshan blushed slightly, casting a shy glance at Lin Tian before lowering her head. "All right," Lin Tian interjected, "rise." "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Ma Weibang repeatedly expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply each time. Bowing to his master was not shameful. After completing these formalities, Ma Weibang finally stood up, tears of excitement still lingering on his face as he looked at Lin Tian and said, "Master, whatever you command, your disciple shall attend to immediately." Lin Tian pointed to Ma Weibang's left hand and remarked, however, Ma Weibang appeared unusually enthusiastic, almost as if he were reluctant to leave. Yet Lin Tian furrowed his brow and said, "What? Are you disobeying after just becoming my disciple?" The authority in Lin Tian's words was profound. Ma Weibang promptly stood at attention and proclaimed loudly, "Understood." He carefully exited Lin Tian's home, leaving it once again enveloped in silence. Lin Tian gazed at his aunt, who lay quietly on the bed, her breathing steady. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Lin Mingming, "Go fetch the medicine I asked you to prepare. I need to treat Aunt Shun's wounds." Chapter 71. "It may hurt a bit. Bear with it." Lin Tian poured out the entire concoction he had prepared. None of it was intended for his own use. If Ma Weibang were to witness this scene, he would surely be heartbroken. 50-year-old natural huanglian, such a rare medicinal herb, was being wasted. However, what Lin Tian required was the residue and paste left after boiling. To treat external wounds, it needed to be applied all over Shun Lingxi's body. In the room, only Shun Lingxi and Lin Tian were present. Initially, Lin Tian intended to treat Shun Lingxi while she was asleep, as applying the medicinal paste would require removing her clothing. However, unexpectedly, Shun Lingxi seemed to awaken as if sensing his presence. Her bewildered, bright eyes fixated on Lin Tian, and that gaze instilled a sense of guilt within him, as if he were about to do something inappropriate to his aunt. Yet, Lin Tian's sole intention was to treat Shun Lingxi's injuries. "Nothing more ahem." He coughed awkwardly before saying, "Aunt, I am going to treat your wounds now, so please don't think too much of it. I may need to." Lin Tian intended to clarify that, although Shun Lingxi was currently disoriented, She was unaware of her actions. However, he did not expect that before he could finish his explanation, Shun Lingxi made a swift movement. In an instant, she sat up and swiftly removed her garments. The speed of her actions startled Lin Tian. As he gazed at this beautiful sight before him, he found himself somewhat flustered. Shun Lingxi seemed to turn around as if to give Lin Tian a clearer view. Ahem, no need to move. Lie back down, please. Even though Shun Lingxi's body was marred with gruesome scars, any other man witnessing this scene would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with fervor. However, such an intoxicating display could not be carelessly employed on the same person, as it might inflict irreversible damage to their mind. Thus, Lin Tian had no choice but to proceed cautiously. Shun Lingxi obediently reclined back onto the bed. Lin Tian took a deep breath, his eyes regaining clarity. In the next moment, his gaze locked onto the grievous scars. Even though he had seen these scars many times before, his anger surged anew. After exhaling a breath of frustration, he spoke softly, "You may feel a little pain soon, but bear with it. It will pass quickly. Here I come." With that, Lin Tian dipped his hand into the medicinal paste and began to gently apply it, starting from the scars on Shun Lingxi's neck and spreading it evenly across her body. As the paste enveloped the scars, Shun Lingxi furrowed her brow, her complexion paling slightly, and she emitted a soft whimper that resembled suffering. A flicker of confusion and fear crossed her eyes, as if the pain reminded her of some tragic experience. Yet upon realizing that the person treating her was Lin Tian, her gaze regained clarity, and she slowly closed her eyes, enveloped in a trust towards him that was devoid of any reason. Although Shun Lingxi's voice could evoke an array of thoughts, Lin Tian seemed entirely oblivious to this, having entered a state of intense focus. His hands meticulously coated the scars on Shun Lingxi's body with the medicinal paste, ensuring that not a single mistake occurred. Lin Tian was acutely aware of the effects of the remedy he had chosen. It could work wonders on the scars, but might cause harm to the unblemished skin. Thus, he could not afford any errors. Fortunately, Lin Tian was indeed Lin Tian. He could perform intricate tasks without any advanced equipment, let alone the simple act of applying medicine. Nevertheless, even with his expertise, it took him nearly 2 hours to apply the paste thoroughly across Shun Lingxi's body. After 2 hours, Shun Lingxi appeared as if she were entirely enveloped in the medicinal paste, the scars replaced by layers of healing substance. He then carefully retrieved an object resembling a rolling pin, which contained a multitude of silver needles. After extracting these needles, Lin Tian called out to the outside, "Meng Meng soon." His sister Lin Meng Meng rushed in. Upon seeing Shun Lingxi's current state, her nose tinged with a hint of sadness, and concern filled her eyes. Lin Tian handed the now empty medicine jar to Lin Meng Meng and said, "Next, I will perform a set of acupuncture techniques called the 13 Ghost Needles. While I am executing this technique, no one must disturb me, Meng Meng. Do you understand?" Lin Meng Meng nodded vigorously towards Lin Tian and said, "Rest assured, brother. Sister Shanshan and I will absolutely not disturb you. We will silence our phones before we go out." Lin Tian merely acknowledged her with a nod, choosing not to elaborate further, and slowly closed his eyes, as if in a meditative state. Meanwhile, Lin Meng Meng carefully cradled the medicine jar and cautiously exited the room. Under the curious gaze of Wen Shanshan, she informed her that their brother had instructed them not to interrupt. However, at that moment, the doorbell rang insistently. A flicker of irritation crossed the faces of Lin Meng Meng and Wen Shanshan. To prevent the persistent ringing from continuing, both rushed to the door and flung it open. Wen Shanshan, her voice laced with annoyance, exclaimed, "Who is it? Why are you ringing the bell so loudly?" The person outside had no knowledge of the activities within, and the volume of the doorbell bore no relation to the force with which it had been pressed. Yet, the individual outside dared not speak, for it was Ma Weibang, who had returned once again. And the one reprimanding him was his own mentor. With a bewildered expression, Ma Weibang quickly lowered his voice to apologize. "Mentor, I'm sorry, I was wrong. But, Mentor, why is this happening?" When Shanshan, unaware of Ma Weibang's return for a specific purpose, felt no animosity towards him and explained in a hushed tone, "Your master is currently performing the Ghost Gate 13 Needles technique, and no one is to disturb him. Do you understand?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Ma Weibang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. With a sharp clap, Lin Meng Meng swiftly struck his mouth with her hand, angrily demanding, "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Although Ma Weibang managed to control his volume, his expression was exaggerated as he hissed, "It's impossible. The Ghost Gate 13 Needles has been lost for thousands of years. How could my master possibly know it? Chapter 72. This Han Bin could be useful. Listening to Ma Weibang's astonished tone, Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan began to comprehend the reason behind his intense reaction. Lost for thousands of years? Is that true? How could Lin Tian know it? Nevertheless, Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan held absolute trust in Lin Tian. Lin Mingming, still in disbelief, responded, "Are you serious? It can't be that severe, right? Lost for thousands of years? My brother is not yet 30. Are you implying that he is some ancient demon of several thousand years?" While Lin Mingming's jesting continued, Ma Weibang's expression remained unchanged, for he knew that he spoke the truth. His eyes, wide with shock, seemed to reflect a sense of terror as he reiterated, "I assure you, everything I said is true. I have only seen this technique in ancient texts, and I can guarantee you that no one else possesses this knowledge. Of course, even if it were his master." Lin Tian, he felt a twinge of disbelief. Observing Ma Weibang's demeanor, which did not appear to be exaggerated, the two women exchanged glances, and when Shanshan inquired, "Then what is this Ghost Gate 13 Needles used to treat?" According to the ancient texts, the Ghost Gate 13 Needles were said to counteract a myriad of malevolent afflictions. In modern medical terms, it could be equated to treating conditions such as depression, obsessive-compulsive disorder, and schizophrenia. Upon hearing Ma Weibang's explanation, Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan exchanged looks of realization. They then remarked, "That settles it. It seems brother truly knows this technique. Our aunt is currently suffering from severe mental distress." At this point, Wen Shanshan looked at Ma Weibang and asked, "If this technique is so valuable, why has it been lost?" Ma Weibang's expression grew somewhat awkward before he slowly replied, "Mentor, because the Ghost Gate 13 Needles require 13 silver needles to puncture 13 vital acupoints on the human body." "Do you know what those 13 acupoints are?" Both Wen Shanshan and Lin Mingming shook their heads in confusion. Weibang swallowed hard and explained, "These 13 acupoints are the 13 fatal points on the human body. If even one of them suffers any injury or sharp contact, the person will die on the spot." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan gasped in shock. "Good heavens, 13 fatal points? No wonder this technique is called the Ghost Gate 13 Needles. Because these 13 acupoints are indeed the gateways to death." At this moment, both Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan were enveloped by a sense of dread. Ma Weibang continued with a resigned tone. "The Ghost Gate 13 Needles must be executed with absolute precision, without any margin for error. Otherwise, the patient will perish instantly. This is also the reason for the technique's obscurity." However, Ma Weibang slowly raised his bandaged left hand and added, "If Master truly knows this technique, I believe he can execute it flawlessly. Indeed, there is no one else in this world capable of performing the Ghost Gate 13 Needles, if there were to be such a person." In Ma Weibang's mind, it would undoubtedly be Lin Tian at that moment. The fervent admiration and awe in Ma Weibang's eyes for Lin Tian were nearly overwhelming, completely beyond his control. When Shanshan and Lin Mingming exchanged glances, reassuring themselves, brother Lin Tian will surely succeed. Of course, if Lin Tian could not, then who else could possibly accomplish it? Just then, Lin Tian's voice rang out. Upon hearing him, Ma Weibang, Lin Mingming, and Wen Shanshan froze momentarily and then jumped in surprise. Lin Mingming immediately responded, "Brother, I'm sorry. Did we disturb you? We'll leave right away." As they spoke, the three indeed turned to head down the hallway. Lin Tian, with a weary gesture, said, "It's all right, it's already finished." "Finished?" At Lin Tian's words, Ma Weibang, Lin Mingming, and Wen Shanshan were taken aback once more. Weibang then exclaimed excitedly, "Master? The Ghost Gate 13 Needles? You've completed it?" Lin Tian casually nodded. "Isn't it just 13 needles? It's simple." Upon hearing Lin Tian's nonchalant tone, Ma Weibang's eyelid twitched involuntarily, and he awkwardly replied, "Master, those 13 acupoints are the 13 fatal points. A slight misstep could lead to death." Listening to Ma Weibang's anxious tone, Lin Tian remained unfazed and replied calmly, "Good heavens, what kind of person could say something like that?" Not only Ma Weibang, but Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan also wore expressions of exasperation. Thankfully, the one saying this was Lin Tian and not someone else. That would have been too comical. Lin Tian then addressed Ma Weibang, and after receiving his reminder, Ma Weibang suddenly came to a realization and said, "By the way, Master, young Master Han Bin from the Han family of Blue Sea wishes to take me as his disciple. If it were before, I might have made the decision unilaterally, but now that I have a master, I must. Han Bin? Upon hearing this name, Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. He had been observing this individual, uncertain of whether Han Bin had shown any reaction upon hearing about the Qinghe Lin family, nor did he know what influence the Han family had regarding the tragic events that befell the Lin family. If Han Bin held any special significance, it might not be unwise to make use of him. Lin Tian then addressed Ma Weibang. That 5-split Huanglian was given to you by Han Bin? Correct? Huh. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Ma Weibang was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly knelt on the ground and exclaimed loudly, Master, I am guilty. I concealed this matter from you, Master. I doubt enough. Lin Tian waved his hand at the overly cautious Ma Weibang. He truly was being overly meticulous. Lin Tian smiled at Ma Weibang and said, Since you have accepted his offering, you certainly shouldn't act ungratefully, right? Ma Weibang, taking Lin Tian's guidance to heart, immediately responded, Master, I understand. Good. As Ma Weibang left once more, just as he had exited, a voice called from the bedroom, Xiao Tian, are you there? Chapter 73. The Agreement Between Aunt and Mother? Hearing this voice, Lin Tian, Lin Mingming, and Wen Shanshan were initially taken aback. Then their faces lit up with expressions of delight. The three of them turned and dashed into the bedroom. In the bedroom, Shen Lingxi, still adorned with medicinal mud, stood on the floor, her face a canvas of curiosity as she observed her condition. However, Lin Tian, Lin Mingming, and Wen Shanshan could clearly see that Shen Lingxi's pupils were no longer dull and lifeless. Instead, they sparkled with a lively brilliance. Emotions had begun to surface. Auntie, how are you feeling? Although Lin Tian was aware that his 13 ghostly needles would undoubtedly have an effect, the sight of his aunt's improvement filled his heart with immense joy. Shen Lingxi looked up at Lin Tian, Lin Mingming, and Wen Shanshan, her voice laced with surprise as she exclaimed, Xiao Tian, Mingming, Shanshan, what are you all doing here? And what is this on my body? Shen Lingxi recognized Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan. This was wonderful. Tears of excitement welled up in the eyes of both Wen Shanshan and Lin Mingming. Lin Tian too felt a surge of exhilaration as he addressed Shen Lingxi, Auntie, please take a shower and wash off this medicinal mud. Then put on some clothes. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Shen Lingxi belatedly realized that she was completely unclothed. Ah, she gasped, her fair cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She quickly covered her face and dashed into the bathroom. Although Shen Lingxi was overwhelmed with shyness, Lin Tian's heart soared with happiness, for the restoration of his aunt's consciousness was the greatest blessing of all. Before long, the sound of running water ceased. Suddenly, with a splash, the bathroom door swung open, and Shen Lingxi emerged, droplets of water clinging to her skin, her expression one of astonishment and delight as she exclaimed, Xiao Tian, my injuries, they're all healed? As she spoke, tears of joy streamed down her cheeks. It was evident that even during her previous state of delirium, she had been aware of what had transpired, conscious of the gruesome scars that marred her body, and appreciative of Lin Tian's tender care. Though her condition had rendered her somewhat oblivious to these horrors, she understood the extent of her previous disfigurement. Now, to find herself entirely unblemished was a cause for overwhelming elation. However, amidst Shen Lingxi's excitement, Lin Tian found himself in a rather awkward predicament. He covered his nose and slightly turned his head, his expression tinged with embarrassment as he suggested, Auntie, I know you're very happy right now, but could you please put on some clothes? Indeed. Shen Lingxi had rushed out from the bathroom in a state of undress. Though Lin Tian had previously bathed Shen Lingxi, at this moment, she bore no scars whatsoever, revealing a flawless physique, a sight that was undeniably captivating. After all, Lin Tian was a young man full of vigor. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Shen Lingxi suddenly came to her senses. Yet, observing Lin Tian's flustered demeanor, she found herself harboring a strange impulse, her cheeks reddening further as she boldly declared, What is there to be afraid of? I still remember how you personally bathed me. Ah? Lin Tian stared in shock at his aunt. Meanwhile, Shen Lingxi confidently turned and strode back into the bathroom. Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan exchanged amused glances, stifling their laughter at Lin Tian's now crimson face. It was evident that their aunt had genuinely returned to herself. Nevertheless, Shen Lingxi, being an innocent young woman, felt a twinge of shyness, silently chiding herself. Shen Lingxi, what has come over you? Why are you being so shameless? How will Xiao Tian ever look at me the same way again? Shen Lingxi, Have you truly lost your composure so quickly? Have you forgotten the promise you made to your elder sister? Shen Lingxi's elder sister was Lin Tian's mother. What could that promise entail? It seemed to bear some connection to her current state of undress before Lin Tian. As for what Shen Lingxi had promised Lin Tian's mother, he remained entirely oblivious, feeling only a desperate urge to escape the situation. At that moment, like a beacon of hope, his phone rang. Without hesitation, Lin Tian answered the call. On the other end, Guahao's voice resonated, reporting to the Dragon Head, "We are ready for the reconstruction of the Lin family." However, Lin Tian inquired, sensing hesitation in Guahao's tone. "But what?" Guahao replied, "Dragon Head, what shall we do about the graves of the Lin family's ancestors?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's gaze darkened. Indeed, the graves of the Lin family's forebears were situated within the courtyard of the Lin family estate. If they were to rebuild the estate, would they simply level these graves? This was a matter for which they lacked the authority, requiring Lin Tian's input. With a measured breath, Lin Tian responded, "Wait for me. I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, he promptly exited his rented apartment, seeking a brief respite from the current turmoil. At the Lin family estate, Lin Tian stood before a chaotic array of graves. His fists clenched tightly. He had visited these resting places of his family countless times, yet his anger remained unabated, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. The great injustice against the Lin family had yet to be avenged. Behind him, the 10 members of the Northern Territory's Martial Soldiers D Group stood silently, awaiting his command. After a prolonged silence, Lin Tian inhaled deeply, preparing to speak when suddenly, his gaze flickered. Not only him, but the Northern Territory soldiers behind him also paused, exchanging wary glances. Guahao then spoke up urgently, "Martial warriors, a large number are approaching, and it seems they are not from the same faction." As soon as Guahao finished speaking, a voice filled with rage erupted from outside the ruins of the Lin family estate. "Lin Tian, you wretched dog, I know you're hiding in there. Come out. Just like the maggots of your Lin family, you'll become lost souls, forever unable to find peace." Hearing the slurs directed at their Dragon Head, Guahao and the others seethed with anger. Guahao immediately asserting, "Dragon Head, should we go out and eliminate them?" Lin Tian, standing with his back to them, clasped his hands behind him and shook his head slowly. Without his command, they knew better than to act. The taunts from outside grew even more fervent. "You coward! If you want to come out, I'll lead my men inside and trample every grave of your Lin family." With that, a cacophony of noise erupted. The high wall surrounding the Lin family ruins came crashing down, and a muscular man with an intimidating presence, flanked by dozens of aggressive men, stormed in. They halted abruptly upon seeing the 11 figures standing in the courtyard. The imposing figure at the forefront, clad in black, was none other than Luo Han, the second son of the Luo family. At that moment, Luo Han had inexplicably gathered a formidable group of warriors, including at least 10 Huang-level martial artists. It was astonishing, considering that the entire Luo family, aside from Luo Han and the family head Luo Jinyu, boasted only 6 Huang-level fighters. Luo Han himself was a peak Huang-level martial artist, and within such a short time, he had somehow amassed a powerful following. No wonder he had seldom been seen in Qinghe. He must have been involved with some formidable faction elsewhere, within the ruins of the Lin family estate. The gates and walls had been intended for reconstruction. Now, they had been violently demolished, sparing the Northern Territory soldiers considerable effort. In the courtyard stood the graves of the Lin family's ancestors, and there stood Lin Tian and the 10 members of the Northern Territory's Martial Soldiers D Group. Quietly observing, they exuded no remarkable aura, appearing as ordinary individuals. Yet, this alone caused Luo Han and his men to hesitate. Luo Han, wary, stepped forward, pointing a finger accusingly at Lin Tian as he shouted, "Lin Tian, are you prepared to die?" Hearing Luo Han's voice, Lin Tian turned slightly, meeting Luo Han's fierce gaze with an impassive expression. "You are from the Luo family?" "Humph." Luo Han scoffed at Lin Tian's inquiry, then shouted, "I am indeed from the Qinghe Luo family. The second master, Luo Han. What's it to you? Are you frightened upon hearing my name? How dare you slay a member of the Luo family? Today, I shall teach you the true meaning of death. I will trample upon the graves of every member of the Lin clan, ensuring that they shall find no peace in death." At this moment, Luo Han's countenance was twisted and malevolent, his explosive muscles giving him the appearance of a hellish demon. radiating a palpable aura of menace. Yet, to Lin Tian, the malevolence that emanated from Luo Han appeared as if it were inconsequential. He gazed calmly at Luo Han, slightly opening his arms, and addressed him. I stand here, with the resting place of my Lin family behind me. Come forth, and let me witness how you intend to desecrate the burial grounds of my kin. Lin Tian's words were spoken with a tranquil ease. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the 10 members of the Northern Border Martial Squad D Group slowly turned to face Luo Han. Their gazes icy and resolute. Luo Han, for reasons unknown, felt a shiver run down his spine, an unsettling sensation creeping over him. It was not just him. The group behind Luo Han shared the same inexplicable feeling, exchanging bewildered glances, completely unaware of what had transpired. Regardless of whether it was Luo Han or his entourage, they were entirely certain that the 10 individuals before them, including Lin Tian, exuded no aura or oppressive presence characteristic of martial artists. To them, these 11 appeared to be nothing more than ordinary individuals devoid of martial prowess. A flicker of hesitation crossed Luo Han's eyes. He knew Lin Tian possessed a certain level of martial strength, for otherwise he could not have entered the ranks of the Northern Border Martial Squad. Yet, Luo Han remained oblivious to the true extent of Lin Tian's abilities. While Luo Han was aware of Lin Tian's status as a martial artist, his subordinates were evidently unaware of this fact. One man, radiating the aura of a yellow-level martial artist, turned to Luo Han and inquired, "Brother, is this the scoundrel who killed our father and elder brother?" He then addressed the group behind him. "Brothers." Subsequently, Luo Han pointed a finger toward Lin Tian and proclaimed, "This is the one, the remnant of the Lin family, that wretched worm. He has slain my father, my elder brother, and my nephew. Brothers, how can he stand before us so brazenly? What shall we do?" Upon hearing Luo Han's words, the others erupted in a unified battle cry. "Kill!" As they shouted, the group advanced a step forward. A sinister smile crept onto Luo Han's face as he bellowed at Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, have you contemplated how you shall meet your demise?" Lin Tian, hearing Luo Han's furious roar, helplessly rubbed his ear and replied, "I was eagerly awaiting your arrival to trample upon the graves of my Lin family. Are you going to make a move, or shall you continue to dawdle like a coward?" "You?" Luo Han, incensed by Lin Tian's flippant remarks, pointed an accusing finger at him and roared, "Lin Tian, you are on the brink of death, yet you remain so arrogant? I tell you, I have brought 15 yellow-level martial artists, and the remainder are all half-step yellow-level experts, and I myself stand at the pinnacle of yellow-level. How do you intend to contend with me? 15 yellow-level martial artists and numerous half-step yellow-level experts. Such formidable strength could easily level Qinghe." A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Tian's eyes. From their exchanges, it seemed they all hailed from the same sect. Is there truly a martial sect in this world that has gathered such prowess? Even 10 years ago, the young master of the world's foremost family, Lin Tian, would have been oblivious to this. What changes have transpired in this world over the past decade? While Lin Tian pondered this, Luo Han misinterpreted his silence as fear and chuckled maliciously. "Ha ha ha. Foolish wretch, are you trembling in fear? Now you understand the disparity in our strengths, do you not? I command you to kneel at my feet, lick my shoes, and shout 3 times. Grandfather, I was wrong. Only then may I spare your life." As Luo Han's words echoed, Lin Tian looked up with curiosity and asked, "Shout 3 times what?" "Luo Han, grandfather, I was wrong." Upon hearing Luo Han's words, Lin Tian interjected, "Speak louder. My ancestors of the Lin family cannot hear you." "You?" Luo Han suddenly realized that he had been outmaneuvered by Lin Tian, finding himself in the absurd position of apologizing on the ruins of the Lin family. "Ah, how infuriating! You insolent fool who relies solely on words. I'll kill you. Charge." Unable to contain himself, Luo Han commanded his followers, who surged forward as if invigorated by the call to battle. Meanwhile, Lin Tian calmly stated, "Leave this Luo Han to me." The subordinates replied in unison. Understood with a hum, the 10 Northern Border martial soldiers vanished from sight. Chapter 75. Go to hell and apologize to the Lin family. A savage and cruel gleam flickered in Luo Han's eyes as he unleashed his exaggerated musculature. In but 3 strides, he closed the distance to Lin Tian, delivering a mighty punch aimed squarely at him. The force was tremendous, the the sound of his fist slicing through the air akin to a bullet being fired. Yet, this punch met only empty space. Luo Han stood there, bewildered, as his fist had seemingly struck nothingness. How could this be? Lin Tian had been right in front of him, completely motionless. Surely, it must be that his fury had clouded his vision. In Luo Han's perception, Lin Tian was indeed formidable, at least a yellow-level martial artist, but he was certain that he could not be a match for him. With a triumphant smile, he taunted, "Lin Tian, you have grown too complacent, allowing me to approach you so easily. Where are your subordinates? Have they been rendered speechless by fear?" As Lin Tian regarded the self-satisfied Luo Han, he spoke with a detached calmness. Listen to Lin Tian's words. And Luo Han paused momentarily, confused. In an instant, he turned around, only to behold a sight he would never forget. The 10 black-clad figures who had once stood between him and Lin Tian were now sprinting away from him, heading in the opposite direction. These shadows seemed to morph into phantoms of the night, weaving through the throngs of individuals before them. With each passing shadow, bloodshed ensued. Heads flew, and bodies crumpled, their chests caving in and limbs shattering. The cacophony of screams, the splatter of blood, and the desperate gasps of those lying on the ground, choking on their own blood, reverberated within Luo Han's mind. No, this cannot be. His fellow disciples, who had once stood strong beside him, were being cut down like wheat before a scythe, many unable to even glimpse their assailants before losing all light in their eyes. In mere moments, a series of footsteps echoed as the 10 impeccably clean black-clad figures landed firmly on the ground, leaving behind a scene of utter silence, littered with lifeless bodies. They then turned to face Lin Tian, kneeling on one knee, and in unison proclaimed, "We report to the Dragon Head, mission accomplished." These 8 words struck Luo Han like a heavy hammer to the chest. His face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and his body trembled involuntarily. How could these 10 be so powerful? They had faced 15 yellow-level experts and numerous half-step yellow-level martial artists. Even with such a numerical advantage, they had been completely annihilated without even seeing their opponents' faces. As a peak yellow-level martial artist himself, Luo Han could not fathom how he could possibly triumph over so many opponents in such a short span of time. Even with 10 of himself, it would be impossible. Who are they? Why do they possess such terrifying strength? Why are they all subordinates of Lin Tian? Cough, cough. Lin Tian cleared his throat softly. At that moment, Luo Han felt as if his very spine was attempting to flee from his body. He pivoted abruptly, thud. With a resounding crash, whether due to weakness in his legs or overwhelming terror, he collapsed to his knees before Lin Tian. Lin Tian regarded this brawny man, who boasted the coveted pinnacle of yellow-level strength, now kneeling before him, with an expression of bemusement and remarked, "Oh? Why have you knelt?" Lin Tian's words echoed with the same derision that Luo Han had once directed at him. Hearing his own past taunts now felt painfully jarring, he gazed at the composed Lin Tian, as if witnessing the judge's pin of the King of Hell. The dread emanating from the depths of his soul was utterly uncontrollable. With a resounding thud, this monk unexpectedly bowed to Lin Tian, subsequently exclaiming, "Grandfather, I was wrong. What a monk indeed." One can only wonder what expressions Luo Jinyu and Luo Zhong would wear in the underworld upon seeing their family's monk in such a pitiful state before Lin Tian. Lin Tian slightly bent forward, lowering his gaze upon the monk, and remarked, "Did you not claim that I killed your father and your elder brother? Is it appropriate for you to kneel before an enemy who has slain your father and brother? Admitting your faults?" Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, the monk's body trembled violently, and then, gritting his teeth, he responded, "Back then, they conspired with several prominent families to annihilate the entire Lin clan. They brought this upon themselves." "Ah, what a monk! Now you realize that your Luo family is responsible for the deaths of the Lin family. Yet you still assert that your father and brother deserve their fates." Lin Tian mused that if Luo Jinyu and Luo Zhong were to hear this, they might very well rise from their coffins in fury. Lin Tian regarded the kneeling monk with a scornful gaze and inquired, "Tell me, aside from the Luo family, Zhang family, Feng family, and Chen family, who else was involved in the downfall of my Lin family? Who commanded your father, Luo Jinyu?" Indeed, Lin Tian sought to glean any potential clues about his family's enemies from the monk's lips. The monk, flustered, hurriedly uttered, "Apart from these families, I only know that the Han family from Lanhai was involved, for I witnessed the head of the Han family. Lin Tian's brow arched slightly. Indeed, the Han family was intertwined with the events of that era. But why was Han Bin's reaction so peculiar? Curiosity stirred within Lin Tian as the monk continued his frantic outcry. All of this was orchestrated by my father and elder brother. They were fully aware of the situation, and it was they who instigated the attack on the Lin family. Thus, their deaths were justly deserved. Good heavens, this monk died in Lin Tian's eyes. He was all bluster, lacking the substance of Luo Zhong's son, Luo Yonggang. Lin Tian chuckled softly and asked once more, "Did you not also strike against my Lin family?" The monk faltered, his demeanor becoming increasingly frantic. He then struck his head again, shouting, "Grandfather, I was wrong." This marked the third time the monk had uttered those words. Though the first was extorted, the latter two were entirely sincere. Lin Tian gazed at the monk before him, the fury within him barely contained. The embers of wrath flickering to this day, for this monk was also one of the Lin family's foes. However, instead of attacking him directly, Lin Tian bellowed, "Your voice is too soft. My ancestors from the Lin family did not hear." This was the second time Lin Tian had said such a thing, yet the impact of this utterance was strikingly different. This time, the monk lifted his head, seemingly ready to tear his throat as he bellowed, "Grandfather, I was wrong." This time his voice was indeed much louder, yet Lin Tian merely shook his head and continued, "Still too soft. I believe you should personally descend below and apologize to them." With a swift motion, Lin Tian's merciless hand rose abruptly. The monk, taken aback, exclaimed, "You cannot kill me. I am a member of the Haoshi Alliance." Pfft. What is the Haoshi Alliance? Lin Tian had never heard of it and cared not. The monk's head exploded in a mist of blood upon his shoulders. However, after swiftly dispatching the monk, Lin Tian raised his head and shouted, "Having enjoyed such a splendid show for so long, how much longer do you intend to hide?" Chapter 76. Have the hired warriors reappeared? After witnessing such a prolonged spectacle, how much longer do you plan to hide? Lin Tian's words carried a tempestuous momentum, sweeping across the ruins of the Lin family, stirring up the dust and debris from the ground, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. Yet, the members of the Northern Frontier Warriors group remained utterly unresponsive. Clearly having noticed the hidden figures lurking in the shadows, suddenly, a languid round of applause erupted from within the dense forest. A familiar voice then pierced the air. "Impressive. I never anticipated you possessed such strength." Upon hearing this voice, a peculiar glimmer sparkled in Lin Tian's eyes. Even the members of the Northern Frontier Warriors group wore expressions of bewilderment. They soon beheld Along from the Blade Alliance, emerging from the forest while applauding, flanked by dozens of masked individuals, their gender indiscernible, yet exuding an aura of ferocity. Along strode at the forefront of the group, clapping his hands, casting peculiar glances at Lin Tian, and loudly proclaimed, "Lin Tian, you truly live up to being the young master of the world's foremost family. Who would have thought that such a formidable monk would fall before you in a single blow?" "I am in awe." To those behind him, Along's words sounded like mockery. Yet, his intent was genuine admiration and respect for Lin Tian. Hearing Along's words, the members of the Northern Frontier Warriors group could hardly suppress their laughter. They not only recognized but also understood that Along was merely putting on a show. Clearly, his arrival today with this group was not of his own volition. He must have received instructions from Lu Yidiao, the leader of the Blade Alliance. The individuals trailing Along were undoubtedly not his loyal subordinates. Lin Tian discerned this as well. He was quite perceptive. Moreover, when faced with immense profit, Along would never betray his own interests. For instance, the choice between becoming a personal bodyguard to the leader of the Blade Alliance or securing a favorable relationship with the Northern Frontier Warriors to become the new leader of the Blade Alliance was an exceedingly simple decision for anyone. Lin Tian deliberately addressed Along. "Oh, what is this? You Blade Alliance members are still unwilling to give up?" Along, fully aware of Lin Tian's inquiry, stood firmly before the group he had brought, his back to them, and wore a facade of respect while maintaining a decidedly casual tone. "You have provoked the Blade Alliance and incapacitated our young master. We shall not rest until we have our vengeance." Had this been anyone else, they would have already begun cursing Lin Tian, yet Along dared not, even in pretense. Along's voice had scarcely faded when he continued, "Do you see the individuals behind me? They are special hired warriors summoned by the leader of the Blade Alliance." Upon hearing Along's proclamation, the masked individuals behind him visibly hesitated. Then, one of the black-clad figures directly whispered to Along, "Our identities must not be revealed." Along, of course, heard the words of the figure behind him but seemed wholly unconcerned, continuing, "Had this been in the past, I would have directly asked, 'Are you prepared for your demise?'" Yet the same reasoning applied. He dared not. Hearing Along's words, the figure behind him furrowed his brow, a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes, sensing something amiss, yet they could not pinpoint the discrepancy at that moment. Lin Tian, upon hearing Along's remarks, raised an eyebrow. "Hired warriors." Those four words rang a bell point 10 years ago, during the defense of Tiandu. Not only had Lin Tian heard of them, but so had the 10 northern frontier warriors behind him. Although it was claimed that the coalition of 30 nations had besieged Tiandu with hundreds of millions of troops, while indeed there were that many, the most formidable and principal force was composed of hired warriors. The northern frontier warriors had been dispatched to Tiandu specifically to confront these hired warriors. At that time, the number of hired warriors vastly outnumbered the northern frontier warriors by a factor of 100 or even 1,000. That battle had been exceedingly arduous, yet the northern frontier warriors had managed to annihilate the enemy without suffering a single casualty. The hired warriors of that era were far more formidable than the group now following Along. The individuals behind him were merely mid-level yellow-tier warriors, hardly worthy of the northern frontier warriors' attention. However, 10 years ago, both the northern frontier warriors and Lin Tian had believed that all hired warriors had perished. Who would have thought that new hired warriors would emerge? This revelation surprised both Lin Tian and the members of the northern frontier warriors. Yet, Lin Tian held another perspective regarding hired warriors. Upon realizing the connection between the defense of Tiandu and the conspiracy to annihilate the Lin family, it was evident that these hired warriors were likely involved as well. Along was certainly aware that the individuals he brought were no match for Lin Tian and the northern frontier warriors. Otherwise, he would not have approached so brazenly without prior warning. At this moment, Aaron ceased his idle chatter, for he found himself bereft of words. With a decisive gesture, he bellowed, "Charge! Whoever brings me Lin Tian's head shall claim the highest bounty." As he uttered these words, an unsettling mixture of regret and apology glimmered in his gaze directed at Lin Tian, as if he were silently pleading for forgiveness. Meanwhile, the throng of mercenary warriors behind him, despite sensing an air of disquiet, remained undeterred in the face of the promised reward. One by one, their formidable auras surged forth. It was at this juncture that a resounding howl echoed through the heavens. "Ha ha ha ha! Lin Tian, I never imagined you had so many enemies. You truly deserve to die." With that, an overwhelming tide of thousands emerged from the dense forest, all clad in identical uniforms. The leader among them wore a uniform that Lin Tian recognized all too well. It belonged to the commander of the Southern Town Army's Qinghe war zone, a figure he had previously slain. Lin Tian struggled to recall the name of that individual, noting only that he seemed to be missing a rank insignia on his shoulder. The trained and lethal aura emanating from this multitude indicated they were seasoned warriors. Forged in the crucible of battle, at that moment, the man leading the charge fixated his furrowed brow upon Aaron and declared loudly, "Brothers of the Blade Alliance, have you come to slay that scoundrel Lin Tian as well?" "Ah, their commander is Lu Tianyu." Lin Tian even smacked his forehead, realizing how hard he had strained to remember this person's identity. The man's voice continued, Chapter 77. What if we don't act and he escapes? Hearing the words of the man clad in the Southern Town Army's commander uniform, a flicker of anxiety crossed Aaron's eyes. He was acutely aware of the formidable reputation of the Southern Town Army. Why had the dragon head of the Northern Border Warriors provoked such a force? Aaron then spoke up. Not just this commander from the Southern Town Army. The leader, seemingly anticipating Aaron's inquiry, placed a hand on his hip, took a deep breath, and proclaimed, "Before you stands Zhang Shiyu, Vice Commander of the Southern Town Army's Qinghe War Zone." Zhang Shiyu? Upon hearing this name, Lin Tian's brows arched slightly. First, this man bore the surname Zhang. Second, he bore the name Zhang Shiyu, reminiscent of Zhang Shirgue, the individual he had slain in Old Master Nan's establishment. The similarity in their names and, upon closer inspection, their appearances suggested they might be related. Lin Tian addressed Zhang Shiyu directly. "Are you of the Zhang family?" Upon hearing Lin Tian's question, Zhang Xiyu turned his gaze toward him, a smirk of mockery and cruelty twisting his lips as he replied, "Indeed. Lin Tian, I am of the Zhang family, my father. Zhang Zhaoyang Lin Tian. There is something you may not know. Our family played a part in the annihilation of your Lin family. Ha 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 ha." Zhang Xiyu erupted into laughter. Lin Tian regarded him with an expression of perplexity. Even the members of the Northern Border Warriors squad, standing behind him, wore expressions of confusion. How could Zhang Xiyu be laughing in such a dire situation? Lin Tian then confronted Zhang Xiyu. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Zhang Xiyu paused for a moment, then instinctively replied, "How do you know?" But he quickly shook his head and boomed, "What a pity you weren't present when we hunted down all the Lin family members. You should have heard the pleas for mercy and the wails of despair. It was music to our ears. Ha 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 ha." As he spoke, Zhang Xiyu licked his lips, as if savoring the taste of bloodshed. Lin Tian's pupils darkened instantly, a faint murderous intent flickering in his gaze. This aura remained undetected by Zhang Xiyu or the warriors of the Southern Town Army. Yet the members of the Northern Border Warriors squad cast sympathetic glances in Zhang Xiyu's direction. Unaware of the shift in Lin Tian's demeanor, Zhang Xiyu pointed at him and shouted, "Lin Tian, you fool! Instead of hiding away and living in obscurity, you dare to ambush and attempt to kill our commander Liu? To oppose the Southern Town Army is to court death. I advise you to kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps the Southern King will show you mercy and leave you with a whole corpse." Zhang Xiyu grinned maliciously at Lin Tian, as if eagerly awaiting his submission. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Northern Border Warriors squad were ablaze with fury. How dare he demand their dragon head kneel in supplication? This was a death sentence. Guahao stepped forward, addressing Lin Tian. "Dragon head, shall we strike?" Lin Tian merely replied coolly to Guahao, "Leave Zhang Xiyu to me." Zhang Xiyu, hearing Guahao's words, scoffed mockingly. "Oh, you number only 10 and still think to resist? Have you lost your minds? Ha 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 ha. Truly, Lin Tian's companions are all fools." Suddenly, Zhang Xiyu's laughter was interrupted by a violent fit of coughing, as if he had choked on his own derision. After a couple of coughs, he crossed his arms and spread his legs, declaring, "You, Lin Tian, are the first to boast before the Southern Town Army. My mind has changed. Kneeling is futile. Instead, come over and crawl through my legs. Perhaps I will grant you a whole corpse if I feel generous." To Aaron, Zhang Xiyu had already become a mere specter. Just then, a series of explosive sounds echoed through the air. Bang, bang, bang. The 10 members of the Northern Border Warriors vanished from sight, leaving behind deep craters where they had stood. Zhang Xiyu remained, his arrogant smile still plastered on his face, anticipating Lin Tian's plea for mercy. But then, a chorus of anguished screams erupted from behind him. Zhang Xiyu's expression froze, and instinctively, he turned to see a bizarre spectacle unfolding. His own Southern Town Army warriors were flying through the air. Defeated, at that moment, Aaron snapped into action, urgently shouting, "Quick, everyone, assist our brothers in the Southern Army." Aaron was more anxious than the Southern Army warriors themselves. Knowing the Northern Border Warriors had made their move, he realized that none of the Southern warriors would survive if his mercenaries did not intervene. If they witnessed the might of the Northern Border Warriors and fled, what then? Following Aaron's command, the mercenaries surged forward, aiming for Lin Tian, who stood unguarded. Little did they know, death had already marked them. With a flurry of sounds, the leading mercenaries found their heads severed cleanly from their bodies, bidding a permanent farewell to life. Meanwhile, Guahao stood silently before them, clutching a sharp blade. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Zhang Xiyu, still maintaining his earlier posture, found his pupils frozen and his complexion pale. He had brought thousands of soldiers from the Southern Town Army, yet they were utterly powerless against the onslaught of just 9 opponents. All he could hear were the sounds of screams, cries of agony, and the deaths of his comrades as he stood there, dazed and trembling. Zhang Xiyu heard a voice that nearly made him wet his pants. "What was it you wanted me to do just now?" Chapter 78. Little Slave Aaron, kneeling before the dragon head. "What was it you wanted from me?" The voice was calm, deep, and gravelly, emanating from Lin Tian. Zhang Xiyu's body trembled violently, and he turned around in shock. At some point, Lin Tian had appeared directly behind him. Perhaps startled by Lin Tian's sudden emergence, Zhang Xiyu screamed and raised his fist high, striking Lin Tian with all his might. Bang! A dull thud resonated through the air. Blood gushed from Zhang Shiyu's mouth as his body flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground. He let out a pained wail, clenching his left hand tightly around his right forearm, which had been utterly shattered. Moreover, Lin Tian did not retaliate at all. His opponent's fist landed firmly against Lin Tian's chest. However, it felt as if all the strength in Zhang Shiyu's body had been unleashed. Striking with the force of a blow against a mountain forged of steel, the adversary remained utterly unperturbed. While Zhang Shiyu's right hand was rendered useless, in a state of terror, Zhang Shiyu gazed at Lin Tian and howled. "No, impossible. How can you possibly be a high-level martial artist? What's impossible about it?" Lin Tian's protective aura was all too real. Just as Zhang Shiyu finished his exclamation, the air around them fell silent. The sounds of cries and flesh meeting flesh abruptly ceasing. Zhang Shiyu looked around, and an even more horrifying scene unfolded before his eyes. The mountains were littered with countless corpses of the Jiannan army warriors. Alongside the mercenaries brought by along the air was thick with the stench of blood. Even someone like Zhang Shiyu, who had experienced the battlefield, felt his stomach churn. Aside from Lin Tian and his 10 subordinates, only Along remained standing in the fray. Zhang Shiyu looked at Along as if he had found a glimmer of hope. He failed to notice that Along had not engaged in the battle, but believed that Along had survived amidst the onslaught of powerful warriors, proving the strength of his adversaries to be genuine. In that moment, Zhang Shiyu abruptly turned, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lin Tian, roaring, "Lin Tian, do you know who you have killed? They were all warriors of the Jiannan army. What is the point of your meaningless chatter?" Zhang Shiyu was adamant that such threats were far from futile, and he continued to bellow, "You have wiped out the entire Jiannan army of the Qinghe battle zone. Lord Jiannan will surely be enraged upon learning this. He will undoubtedly dispatch 1,000,000 Jiannan soldiers to hunt you down to the ends of the earth. You will never be able to reincarnate. Cherish your final moments." After uttering these words, Zhang Shiyu suddenly soared into the air, flying towards Along. The threats he had just spoken were meant to instill fear in Lin Tian's heart, hoping to divert his attention and find a chance to escape. But his escape route led directly to Along. Zhang Shiyu cradled his injured right hand and urgently shouted at Along, "Brother of the Blade Alliance, save me. Take me with you." Along, observing Zhang Shiyu barreling towards him, merely smirked slightly. He then lifted his right foot. Zhang Shiyu rushed forward, unable to evade in time. With a thud, he collided solidly with Along's foot. In terms of martial prowess, Along seemed to have a slight edge over Zhang Shiyu, who was already gravely injured. How could he withstand the impact? With a cough, blood spewed from Zhang Shiyu's mouth and nose. His face pale, he clutched his chest in disbelief as he stared at Along. He gasped, another spurt of blood escaping as he felt desperation rise within him. Then, Along slowly knelt to the ground before Lin Tian, declaring loudly, "Little servant." Along pays respects to the dragon head. Zhang Shiyu was left dumbfounded. Wasn't Along a member of the Blade Alliance? The Alliance's leader had even gone so far as to hire mercenaries to hunt Lin Tian. Why was he now kneeling and bowing to Lin Tian? Fortunately, the mercenaries had already perished. If they had witnessed this scene before their demise, would they not become vengeful spirits? Regardless, Zhang Shiyu's mind was now a blank slate. A soft thud broke the silence, causing Zhang Shiyu's pupils to twitch. Another thud echoed, the sound of Lin Tian's heavy footsteps approaching him. The third thud resonated like a death knell, growing ever closer. Ultimately, driven by fear, Zhang Shiyu let out a piercing cry, "You can't kill me, Lin Tian. I am not merely the deputy commander of the Jiannan army. I am also a member of the Zhang family. My father is a yellow-level martial artist, and there are 3 yellow-level martial artists in my household. If you kill me, the Jiannan army will not spare you. Nor will my father." Even at this juncture, Zhang Shiyu dared to threaten Lin Tian, even invoking his deceased father. In a rare moment of mercy, Lin Tian responded to Zhang Shiyu, "Why do you believe I would fear your threats?" Zhang Shiyu's face twisted in rage, and he abruptly pulled out his phone, dialing a number. The first call went unanswered, heightening his sense of dread. The second call, only answered at the last moment, revealed a panicked male voice on the other end, crying, "Young master. The master is dead. The second master is also dead. They were all killed by Lin Tian." "What?" Zhang Shiyu's pupils dilated in shock as he finally grasped the meaning behind Lin Tian's gaze. Understanding why Lin Tian had encouraged him to contact his family, it turned out that the leverage he had thought to wield against Lin Tian had been entirely eradicated by Lin Tian himself. His father was dead, his brother was dead, all at the hands of Lin Tian. A furious roar erupted from Zhang Shiyu, his eyes filled with rage as he screamed at Lin Tian, "You bastard! Why did you kill my father and my brother?" "Why?" Lin Tian questioned, his expression calm. "Why did your Zhang family, back then, choose to kill members of my Lin family?" Zhang Shiyu's voice was nearly hysterical as he shouted, "Because they deserve to die. How dare the likes of your Lin family compare to my Zhang family? You scoundrel Lin Tian, no matter how strong your martial skills, you are still a lowly being. You cannot kill me today. You shall be the one to perish." With that declaration, Zhang Shiyu suddenly drew a peculiar handgun from his clothing. This firearm was unlike any ordinary pistol, its barrel flaring out in a trumpet-like shape, reminiscent of a bizarre toy gun. The magazine appeared encased in a transparent material, through which flickering blue electrical currents could be seen. To be honest, neither Lin Tian nor the members of the North Border martial soldiers had ever encountered such a weapon. However, the kneeling along gasped in alarm. "This is bad. Dragonhead, be careful. That is an electromagnetic gun developed by the Monitoring Martial Bureau specifically to deal with martial artists." The Monitoring Martial Bureau? Lin Tian had indeed heard of this term. It emerged in a world where martial artists proliferated, for conventional law enforcement could not effectively manage them. Thus, the Monitoring Martial Bureau was established, wielding the authority to oversee martial artists and developing various peculiar weapons to counter them. The electromagnetic gun was one such invention. Turning to Along, Lin Tian inquired, "What is this electromagnetic gun?" "This gun can disrupt the connection between a martial artist and their dantian using powerful bioelectric currents, causing them to lose all their strength in an instant. I managed to acquire one through a friend in the Monitoring Martial Bureau." Along explained, "I never expected to use it today." "Lin Tian, you shall become my first victim." Along, now panicking, shouted, "Dragonhead, be careful. Even a martial artist would be powerless against this electromagnetic gun." "A martial artist?" Lin Tian, upon hearing Along's words, raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise creeping into his expression as he murmured, "Is it truly that formidable?" Zhang Shiyu, overhearing Lin Tian's mutter, grinned savagely, his malicious smile widening as he roared, "Now you know fear? It's too late. Prepare to die, you worthless scum." With a thunderous bang, a blue and white beam erupted from the handgun in Zhang Shiyu's grasp. Dragonhead, Along, witnessing this, cried out in alarm, scrambling to his feet and rushing towards Lin Tian in an attempt to save him. Yet, he failed to notice that not only did Lin Tian remain motionless, but even the members of North Border Martial Soldiers D Group standing behind him did not react. The blue and white orb crackled ominously in the air before crashing into Lin Tian. In the next instant, the orb detonated around him, forming a vast electric net that ensnared Lin Tian completely, the crackling sound of electricity reverberating ominously. "Ha ha 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 ha." Zhang Shiyu rose to his feet, laughing maniacally. His pupils were a vivid crimson. Despite suffering severe injuries and receiving the devastating news of his father's and brother's deaths, Zhang Shiyu had succumbed to madness. Gazing at Lin Tian, ensnared within an endless electric net, he stood tall and roared, "Lin Tian, you wretched scum, perish at once. Join the ranks of wandering souls alongside your lowly Lin family." As he spoke, Zhang Shiyu limped toward Lin Tian, who was enveloped in the electric web, raising his firearm once more, aiming it squarely at Lin Tian, seemingly intent on ensuring his ghastly demise by electrocution. However, before he could pull the trigger, he felt the weight of the pistol in his hand suddenly increase. To his horror, he discovered that Lin Tian, who was completely shrouded in the electric net, had raised his hand and firmly pressed it against the firing pin of Zhang Shiyu's gun, rendering it utterly useless. "Why you?" Zhang Shiyu stammered, realizing that the electromagnetic gun, which could incapacitate practitioners of the Xin level, had no effect on Lin Tian whatsoever. In an astonishing display, Lin Tian lifted his other hand, effortlessly sweeping aside the electric net, which flickered a couple of times on the ground before extinguishing completely. This is impossible. This cannot be," Zhang Shiyu exclaimed, his voice trembling with despair and disbelief. Meanwhile, The approaching Along stood frozen, equally bewildered. He could not fathom why the feared electromagnetic gun was utterly ineffective against Lin Tian. This is meant to counter Shin-level practitioners. No Shin-level warrior could. Zhang Shiyu's words became increasingly incoherent. With a slight exertion, Lin Tian disarmed Zhang Shiyu of the electromagnetic gun. Observing it calmly, he remarked, "Shin-level? I haven't been one for quite some time." What? Both Zhang Shiyu and Along felt as if an invisible, merciless grip had seized their throats. Shin-level? I am no longer one of them. What could this possibly mean? Was Lin Tian's strength now beyond that of the Shin level? Could he be at the Earth level? But Lin Tian was so young, barely in his 20s, not even 30, an Earth-level practitioner. Such beings were beyond the realm of imagination for Zhang Shiyu and Along, who had never even heard of them, let alone encountered one. Yet, could Lin Tian truly be merely an Earth-level practitioner? This was inconsequential. Lin Tian looked down at the now bewildered Zhang Shiyu and softly said, "Go, reunite with your father." In that instant, a dull thud echoed as Zhang Shiyu's eyes bulged in terror, blood vessels bursting forth. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and with a thud, his limp body collapsed to the ground, lifeless and unblinking. No one witnessed how Lin Tian struck. All that was clear was that Zhang Shiyu had met his end there. Even though Along had not seen Lin Tian's movements clearly, he found it less perplexing now. For within his understanding, Lin Tian had ascended to a realm far above his own, that of an Earth-level practitioner. Thud. Along's body also crumpled to the ground, his complexion pale and trembling. His heart brimmed with dread. Despite being in the service of Lin Tian, he found it impossible to quell his fear, for the other was indeed an Earth-level practitioner, a legendary existence. Meanwhile, Lin Tian did not dwell on Along, but instead contemplated the electromagnetic gun in his hand. Pondering its implications, it seemed that an ordinary person could wield it. If an ordinary person possessed this weapon, they could potentially stand against Shin-level practitioners. This realization clarified why Lin Tian had previously murmured about its formidable nature, not out of fear, but rather as a comparison under equal conditions. With this thought, another idea blossomed in Lin Tian's mind. If Mingming, Shanshan, and my aunt could possess such weapons, it would provide them with a measure of protection in my absence. Chapter 80. Her life. My aunt personally comes to collect. Having arrived at this conclusion, Lin Tian turned his gaze toward Along and inquired, "Along, do you know how many of these weapons the Monitoring Bureau has in stock?" Along, trembling on the ground, was filled with trepidation at the thought of Lin Tian. Upon hearing Lin Tian's voice, he dared not neglect the matter and stammered, "At that." Reporting to the Dragon Head, due to the immense power of this weapon and the considerable time, effort, and financial resources needed for its development, the Monitoring Bureau is not well equipped. It seems only individuals of significant authority possess them. Along's voice quavered, and one might have mistaken his shivering for a reaction to the cold. Lin Tian's expression darkened slightly. Indeed, Along spoke truthfully. The notion that an ordinary person could possess the means to contend with Shin-level practitioners was hard to believe. Moreover, developing such weaponry was undeniably arduous. If it were as simple as widespread distribution, then practitioners would become utterly obsolete in this world. Since the Monitoring Bureau possessed but a scant few, Lin Tian turned to Gua Hao and handed him the electromagnetic gun, instructing, "Find someone to deliver this to the northern region and hand it over to the research team. Urge them to replicate it swiftly." "Yes, I shall obey," Gua Hao acknowledged, vanishing in an instant to execute the task. Meanwhile, Lin Tian noticed Along's shivering form and asked, "What troubles you? Are you cold? Or injured?" No, nothing," Along stammered, his voice a jumble, his face pale as he kept his head lowered, unable to meet Lin Tian's gaze. Observing Along's state and glancing at the now extinguished electric net, Lin Tian seemed to grasp the situation and smiled, saying, "Are you afraid?" The moment Lin Tian uttered those 3 words, Along felt as though he might wet himself. Unable to lift his head, paralyzed by fear, Lin Tian's smile widened, and he continued, "Rest assured, you are not my subordinate now, are you? There is no need for fear. It is others who should be afraid." Why did Lin Tian's tone evoke the feeling of soothing a frightened child? His seemingly casual words carried weight, as Along understood the underlying message. Loyalty to Lin Tian was paramount. Any deviation from his directives could spell doom. This was the terrifying pressure emanating from an Earth-level practitioner. Along bowed his head deeply to the ground in submission, proclaiming, "I, Along, shall forever be the servant of the dragon head." It seemed that with this resounding oath, Along's trembling began to subside. Observing Along's prostration, Lin Tian remarked, "How have you fared with the tasks I assigned you?" Along, not daring to delay, responded eagerly, reporting to the dragon head, "My inquiries have yielded progress. I discovered that the intelligence organization of the Knife Alliance's leader, Liu Yid, was not self-assembled." "Oh?" Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, regarding Along with renewed interest. "Do you know how to contact this organization?" Lin Tian's interest in the Knife Alliance stemmed from the vast intelligence network Along had mentioned, which could uncover the truth behind the annihilation of his Lin family and identify his enemies. Now that he knew the network did not belong to the Knife Alliance but rather another organization, could he abandon the Knife Alliance and directly reach out to this new entity? Hearing Lin Tian's query, Along's voice trembled with anxiety as he cautiously replied, "I apologize, Dragon Head. It is my incompetence. I have yet to ascertain the details. Please grant me more time." Along's fear was palpable. As if any misstep in his words could lead to his immediate demise by Lin Tian's glance, he understood well that such investigations required time and posed numerous challenges, thus he did not expect Lin Tian to hastily eliminate him. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Very well, you have done well. Continue your inquiries. Should you require assistance, remember your contact." Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Along released a long sigh of relief, his heart swelling with excitement. After all, Lin Tian had just praised him, acknowledging his efforts. Tio earned the commendation of the Dragon Head of the Northern region, now presumed to be an Earth-level practitioner, was a stroke of fortune beyond measure. Along could not contain his elation, exclaiming, "Thank you, Dragon Head. The little servant is determined to strive diligently and will undoubtedly not disappoint the Dragon Head. Off you go." Over here, Lin Tian has nothing left to convey to Along. The subsequent matters are no longer related to Along. After receiving Lin Tian's instructions, Along bowed once more before him and then swiftly departed, as if lingering even a moment longer might provoke Lin Tian's ire. Meanwhile, after Along's departure, Lin Tian turned to the northern martial soldiers behind him and instructed, "Do not disturb the ruins of the Lin family any further. Instead, reconstruct a new edifice atop the mountain, reminiscent of the former Lin residence." Very well. Even after enduring 3 waves of encirclement and ambushes, Lin Tian has not forgotten the purpose of his visit. Indeed, was it not the northern martial soldiers who were preparing to rebuild the Lin family? Uncertain of how to address the graves of their ancestors, that prompted them to summon Lin Tian personally? In truth, Lin Tian had already devised a plan. However, just as he was about to speak, that Luohan appeared, did he not? "Yes, the subordinate obeys." Lin Tian nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to turn away. Yet, just as he did, an idea seemed to strike him, prompting him to inquire once more, "By the way, how is that Luo Yonggang in the basement?" One of the northern martial soldiers promptly replied, "Reporting to the Dragon Head, as per your command, we administered 10 beatings yesterday, and 2 more remain for today, which we shall complete shortly." "Good," Lin Tian nodded and remarked, "Do not kill him. His life is to be collected by my aunt, personally." The subordinate obeys. On the other side, outside the conference hall of the Blue Sea Han family, Han Bin's furtive figure crouched just beyond the wall, clutching a recording device, stealthily capturing the sounds within the chamber. The voice of the family patriarch, Old Master Han Tung, resonated clearly through the device. "How is it that Lin Tian is still alive? Did not General Long inform us that he was certain to perish during the defense of Tiandu?" The northern martial soldiers have always been a significant concern for General Long. He would undoubtedly ensure their eradication without fail. Yet how is it that Lin Tian still breathes? Chapter 81. The Monitoring Bureau takes over. Who is this General Long spoken of by Han Tung? This title bears an uncanny resemblance to how the northern martial soldiers refer to Lin Tian as Dragon Head. It is evident that General Long regards the northern martial soldiers as a grave concern. Thus, it is clear that the identity of this General Long is anything but simple. Han Bin, being the family's perennial outcast, remains oblivious to the identity of this General Long mentioned by Han Tung. He is not particularly concerned with the matters being discussed in the family's conference hall. Instead, he licks his lips, a smirk of triumph gracing his features, silently declaring, "Let you all never regard me as a member of the Han family. I shall record your discussions and present them to my grandfather Lin in Qinghe. My goodness, this Han Bin truly is something else. Even while in the presence of his own family head, he subconsciously refers to Lin Tian as Grandfather Lin. Moreover, he intends to pilfer confidential information from within his own family to present it to Lin Tian. Remarkable! This Han Bin indeed possesses the potential to be a loyal sycophant. At this moment, Lin Tian remains entirely unaware that Han Bin is dutifully playing the role of his sycophant. Upon entering the door, he is greeted by Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan, who are seated on the sofa, one on each side of his aunt. The moment Lin Tian shuts the door, all three women simultaneously look up at him. They are three alluring women. Lin Mingming exudes cuteness, Wen Shanshan radiates youth, and Shin Lingxi carries a hint of maturity. Yet, they are all undeniably stunning beauties, with such enchanting women concealed within his home. Any man would be loath to step outside, of course. Lin Tian is no ordinary man, and moreover, these are primarily his relatives. Upon seeing his aunt, he feels a twinge of embarrassment. To his surprise, the three women break into laughter simultaneously, their eyes twinkling with mischief, further amplifying Lin Tian's discomfort. Clearing his throat, he inquires, "What are you all laughing about?" When Shanshan, covering her mouth, gazes at Lin Tian and says, "Brother Lin Tian, I never expected that when you were little. You were so unruly during bath time with aunt." Unruly? Upon hearing this, Lin Tian is momentarily taken aback. Then, feeling a surge of nerves, he raises his voice slightly. "When was I ever unruly? Aunt, please do not speak nonsense." Shin Lingxi, stifling her laughter with a hand over her mouth, her cheeks flushing slightly, deliberately proclaims, "Oh dear, I wonder who it was that, as a child, wanted to see why aunt looks different from him." Hey, good heavens, what do you mean by looking different? Is it not the case that male and female anatomies differ? Lin Tian hastily interjects, his face reddening. "Aunt, please do not say such things in truth." Shin Lingxi feels a hint of embarrassment herself, yet her eyes sparkle with a radiant glimmer as she continues. "I am not speaking nonsense. Not only that, but you also enough. Let us not speak of this any further." Although Lin Tian finds himself in an awkward position due to his aunt's teasing, he is simultaneously enveloped in happiness. It has been ages since he last experienced the warmth of family by his side. Furthermore, the three women are not merely attempting to tease Lin Tian. They too yearn for the joy of those previously harmonious times. Just like now, Lin Tian sits on the sofa in the living room, akin to an elderly gentleman, while Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan, under Shin Lingxi's guidance, are busily preparing dinner for the four of them in the kitchen. Meanwhile, in an apartment just a floor away from Lin Tian's rented abode, another household is engaged in dinner preparations. This household belongs to the Mu family, where Mu Qianqian's father, Mu Fenghua, reclines on the sofa, observing his daughter, who lies sprawled on the carpet, utterly exhausted like a lifeless dog. He speaks with concern. "Qianqian, what has happened today? What work has been so arduous?" Mu Qianqian, lying on the floor, weakly waves her hand and replies, "Dad, do not even mention it. Something major has occurred in Qinghe." Hearing this, Mu Fenghua raises an eyebrow, seemingly catching on to something, yet he feigns curiosity and asks, "What significant case has transpired?" Mu Qianqian props herself up, addressing her father seriously. "Dad, do you know? One of the four great families of Qinghe, the Feng family, was annihilated overnight." Of course, Mu Fenghua is aware of this incident and knows who was behind it. However, he pretends to be shocked, exclaiming, "Ah, such a thing has happened?" Mu Qianqian, fully convinced by her father's reaction, nods emphatically. Indeed, initially, the Public Security Bureau considered it an ordinary case among civilians. However, later, the Haiqing venue of the Luo family was similarly slaughtered. The scene was truly gruesome. One cannot fathom who could commit such atrocities. We strongly suspect a connection between these two cases, yet we have found no leads after a whole day of effort. After stating this, Mu Qianqian once more succumbs to fatigue and lies back down. Meanwhile, Mu Fenghua gazes at his daughter with curiosity. "No way!" Mu Qianqian feebly waves her hand, because this case is clearly beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. The Monitoring Bureau has officially taken over the case this afternoon. The Monitoring Bureau? Upon hearing this phrase, Mu Fenghua's brow furrows slightly, a hint of tension flashing in his eyes. Mu Qianqian, oblivious to her father's current state, continues with fervor. "Indeed, Such inhumane acts could not possibly be committed by anyone other than a martial artist. Hey, Dad? Where are you going? Mu Fenghua has already risen and is making his way toward the door. Mu Fenghua's wife pokes her head out from the kitchen asking, Old Mu, where are you off to? Dinner will be ready soon. Mu Fenghua merely smiles and calls back. After saying this, he promptly leaves his home. Leaving his wife and daughter exchanging puzzled glances, Mu Qianqian's mother inquires, What is wrong with your father? Mu Qianqian shakes her head, yet an unusual glimmer appears in her eyes as she quickly declares, Mom, you continue cooking, I will follow him to see. It seems that Mu Qianqian has finally sensed her father's unusual behavior, cautiously pushing the door open to follow him. Both Mu Fenghua and Mu Qianqian possess exceptional tracking and counter-tracking abilities. However, at this moment, preoccupied with his own matters, Mu Fenghua is unaware of his daughter's presence, allowing them to board the elevator bound for Lin Tian's residence. Mu Fenghua stands at Lin Tian's door and presses the doorbell. Mu Qianqian, hidden in the shadows, gazed at the unfolding scene with a perplexed heart, silently pondering. How was I unaware that my father had friends in this building? Just as Mu Qianqian was lost in thought, the sound of a door opening resonated, followed by her father's somewhat low and hoarse yet immensely excited voice. Old servant Haizi pays homage to the master. Chapter 82. Impeding my revenge? Bear the consequences. As Mu Qianqian, still concealed in the distance, heard these words, her entire body trembled with astonishment. Her bright eyes were filled with intense shock and disbelief. For a moment, she could hardly believe that the voice belonged to her father. Yet, if she could not recognize her father's voice, that was indeed quite extraordinary. In the next instant, she immediately peered out, eager to discern what was transpiring. To her astonishment, she beheld her father, towering and proud, kneeling on the ground before a young man who had just opened the door. This young man nearly elicited a scream from Mu Qianqian. Wasn't he the one she had intercepted at the airport? The veteran soldier from the Tiandu Defense War, riddled with countless bullet fragments? Mu Qianqian was aware that this veteran resided in the same neighborhood as her, yet she had no knowledge of which unit he inhabited. However, that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was why her father was kneeling before this young man, referring to himself as an old servant. This young man was actually her father's master? Mu Qianqian was utterly astounded. Her mind went blank, and she felt as if her worldview, values, and beliefs had shattered into a million pieces, with no sign of recomposition in sight. Meanwhile, Lin Tian cast a fleeting glance towards Mu Qianqian's hiding place. Remaining silent as he ushered Mu Guofeng into the room, Shenlingxi and the other two were busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. Since Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan had both met Mu Fenghua, they understood that his visit to Lin Tian was of great importance and thoughtfully closed the kitchen door, granting Lin Tian and Mu Fenghua a private space. Lin Tian, however, chose not to disclose to Mu Fenghua that he was being followed. Instead, he directly inquired, Why have you come to see me at this hour? Have your subordinates uncovered any news? Mu Fenghua inhaled deeply before responding, Master, the Feng family has been annihilated, and the incident at the Luojia Haiqing venue is now under investigation by the Public Security Bureau. Lin Tian found nothing unusual about this revelation. After all, at that time, the northern martial soldiers had yet to receive his directive to come to Qinghe. The bodies of those individuals had not been collected by anyone, so it was only natural that they would be discovered. Moreover, when the Feng family was eradicated, there were numerous guests present at their banquet who were aware of the situation. It was possible that the Public Security Bureau had already traced the matter back to the Lin family. Thus, Lin Tian remained silent. Mu Fenghua continued, Master, the Public Security Bureau is inconsequential and does not require concern. However, my daughter has informed me that this case has already been taken over by the Monitoring Bureau. I worry that they will soon locate you. The mention of the Monitoring Bureau caused Lin Tian to raise an eyebrow, a peculiar glint appearing in his eyes. Just today, he had heard that name. Yet, he had not encountered any conflict with the Monitoring Bureau thus far. Nevertheless, a strange expression lingered in Lin Tian's gaze as he remarked, Oh, the Monitoring Bureau is acting so swiftly? Mu Fenghua solemnly nodded. Master, after all, these are two of the 4 prominent families in Qinghe. Such matters cannot be overlooked by those in higher positions. Overlooked? Humph. Upon hearing this, a chilling snort escaped Lin Tian's nostrils. He then directed his gaze at Mu Fenghua, asking, Haizi, I must inquire. When my Lin family was slaughtered in a single night, did the Monitoring Bureau take any action? Mu Fenghua was momentarily taken aback by Lin Tian's question, and his expression shifted as if he suddenly realized something monumental. He quickly raised his head, a look of astonishment plastered on his face as he replied, No, that shouldn't be the case, right? The Monitoring Bureau, they thought they might have investigated, perhaps? Lin Tian regarded Mu Fenghua slowly. Are you posing this as a question to me? You, the highest authority in Qinghe's public security, are unaware that I, a man who should have perished a decade ago, possess such knowledge. Mu Fenghua's demeanor stiffened, his face a mask of embarrassment and anxiety as he lowered his head and hurriedly spoke. I apologize, master. The old servant acknowledges his mistake. In truth, whether the Monitoring Bureau had intervened back then was a question that required no deliberation. The answer was undoubtedly negative. If the Monitoring Bureau had genuinely intended to investigate the matter, how could the Qinghe four families, the Feng, Luo, and Zhang families, have prospered and expanded over the past decade without facing any repercussions? Why had they not suffered any consequences after dividing the Lin family's resources and flourishing as if in the prime of their lives? Mu Fenghua had now grasped this reality. He understood that his reassignment and suspension, along with the Monitoring Bureau's indifference, meant that certain individuals above were undoubtedly complicit in the Lin family's massacre. Lin Tian took a deep breath, and the air around him, previously charged with fury, gradually settled. He then stated, All right, I comprehend the situation now. If there is nothing further, I shall not keep you from dinner. Mu Fenghua, suddenly anxious, raised his head not out of a desire for Lin Tian's hospitality, but rather with urgent concern as he implored, But, master, the Monitoring Bureau is comprised of government officials. Before Mu Fenghua could finish, Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively. I am well aware of who they are at present. I do not wish to engage in any conflict with them. However, should they attempt to obstruct my revenge, they will bear the consequences. The moment Lin Tian uttered those final words, Mu Fenghua felt a heavy tremor in his chest, the oppressive sensation nearly rendering him breathless. Observing the unwavering determination in Lin Tian's eyes, Mu Fenghua clenched his fists and nodded resolutely, Master. Wherever the old servant can be of service, you need only summon me. Though Mu Fenghua was the former highest authority of Qinghe's public security, now retired, he still had a significant network of connections. Lin Tian looked at him, gently patting his shoulder. Go on. The kitchen door swung open once more, and 3 women emerged, each warmly inviting Lin Tian. Dinner is ready. Come and eat. Seeing the 3 women beaming with joy, Lin Tian felt his earlier turmoil dissipate, replaced by a gentle smile as he approached the dining table and took a seat. It had been a long time since he had savored the dishes prepared by his aunt, and indeed, it was the same delightful taste as in years past. While Lin Tian indulged in the exquisite flavors, on the other side of Qinghe, at the Zhang family estate, cries echoed through the air. The entire estate was shrouded in white cloth. Previously familiar face, Zhang Siyu, now clad in mourning attire, knelt in the hall. Her complexion pale and spirit shattered. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted as a group of fierce individuals surged into the Zhang family estate, each emanating a menacing aura. The leader, a middle-aged man, surveyed the scene and barked. At this time, the Zhang family steward, dressed in white, stood up and warily addressed him. Who are you? Why do you trespass upon the Zhang family? The middle-aged man's brow furrowed slightly as he replied in a deep voice. The Chen family of Lanhai, Second Master Chanzhua, Chapter 83. Lin Tian has long been dead. The arrival of the Chen family from Lanhai sent shockwaves through the remaining members of the Zhang family. Upon hearing Chanzhua's declaration, the steward's face lit up with surprise as he exclaimed, Second Master Chen, you have finally arrived. Tears streaming down his face, the steward cried out, The family head is dead. Our second master is also deceased. It is all that scoundrel Lin Tian's doing. Chanzhua, the second master of the Lanhai Chen family, regarded the steward's words with a hint of skepticism, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. Even his entourage exchanged surprised glances. Chanzhua then inquired, Who are you speaking of? That fool from the Qinghe family, Lin Tian? The steward nodded emphatically. Second Master Chen, I assure you. Not only do I confirm this, but even the family head has verified Lin Tian's identity. Stop talking nonsense, Chanzhua retorted, his disdain palpable as he exclaimed, That fool Lin Tian has been dead since the Tiandu Defense War 10 years ago. As he spoke, Chanzhua unexpectedly broke into laughter with the formidable members of the Chen family who accompanied him. The steward of the Zhang family was taken aback by the disdainful smile adorning Qianzhua's face, wondering if his words were truly that amusing. Meanwhile, Qianzhua laughed so hard that tears seemed to well in his eyes as he addressed the steward of the Zhang family. Tell me, are the people of Qinghe mad? Do you even comprehend what the Battle of Tiandu was like a decade ago? The coalition of 30 nations and the northern border's martial soldiers. There's no way you could have survived. If Lin Tian managed to emerge from the Battle of Tiandu alive, he must possess extraordinary power. However, upon hearing Qianzhua's words, the steward of the Zhang family, in a state of urgency, interjected, "But his strength is indeed formidable. Even our family head and the elders—" "Enough!" Qianzhua interrupted, dismissing the steward with a wave of his hand, his expression one of derision and mockery. "That's simply because your Luo family is utterly incompetent." "What?" The steward of the Zhang family felt a surge of indignation at Qianzhua's words, for his own Luo family members had perished, and he found Qianzhua's disrespect towards the deceased intolerable. Yet, he could not engage in a direct verbal conflict with Qianzhua. Firstly, because the capable members of his Luo family were no longer present, and secondly, he was still relying on Qianzhua to avenge his family. Thus, the steward could only twitch his eyes slightly, forcing a smile as he replied, "Second Master Chen, you are absolutely correct." Qianzhua's spirits soared even higher upon hearing this, as he waved his hand grandly. "All right. No need to dwell on it. Whether or not the opponent is Lin Tian, if he comes, I, Qianzhua, shall slay him. If a pair comes, I, Qianzhua, will slay them both." Such words were a display of grandiosity. A peculiar gleam flickered in her eyes, and even her cheeks flushed slightly. How should one put it? Even at this moment, she seemed to be contemplating other matters. Nonetheless, this was her nature. She enjoyed exchanging her body for the things she desired. The previous Qin Tian was a prime example. Now, with that thought in mind, Zhang Xiyu subtly adjusted her morning attire, loosening a couple of buttons on her collar and lifting the hem of her skirt slightly. Then, she deliberately squeezed out a tear, knelt on the ground, and moved her smooth knees a couple of steps toward Qianzhua, drawing closer to him. Her delicate, tender voice, tinged with a sob, emerged. "Second Master Chen?" "Second Master Chen. Now, in the entire Zhang family, I am but a lone, frail woman. Yet, I am still young and know nothing. Second Master Chen, what should I do?" Zhang Xiyu's soft voice, combined with her wide, innocent eyes and tear-stained gaze, fixed intently upon Qianzhua. She even gently raised her small hand to lightly grasp Qianzhua's larger one, coupled with her morning attire and the key areas she had intentionally exposed. It could only be said that Zhang Xiyu's prowess in seducing men was truly remarkable. Even Qianzhua, who had a wife and children at home, felt his pupils tremble as he lowered his head. Taking in Zhang Xiyu completely, involuntarily reacting in strange ways. Wasn't this akin to playing with a widow? Qianzhua found himself wishing to scoop Zhang Xiyu into his arms and press her fervently against the coffin of Zhang Chaoyang, engaging in the very acts that filled his mind with wild imaginings. Yet, Qianzhua understood that the number of Zhang family members and his own kin surrounding them was overwhelming. He could not act upon such impulses. Thus, he cleared his throat and gently grasped Zhang Xiyu's small hand, effortlessly pulling her up from the ground. He then looked at her with tenderness, softly saying, "Do not worry, do not be afraid. Our Qin family has always been allies of your Zhang family. In light of the events that have transpired, our Qin family will not turn a blind eye. I, Qianzhua, will not remain indifferent." As he spoke, he raised his hand to gently wipe away the tears from Zhang Xiyu's face. His fingers brushing against her cheek, a flicker of delight surged within Zhang Xiyu. She realized her ploy had succeeded. Thus, she let her sobs grow even louder, stepping closer to grasp Qianzhua's hand, crying out, "Second Master Chen, you must take responsibility for me. You must." To this point, Zhang Xiyu swayed slightly, clutching her head, softly murmuring, "Oh dear, why am I feeling so dizzy?" Then, with a roll of her eyes, she truly fainted, collapsing perfectly into Qianzhua's embrace. Quick as a flash, Qianzhua caught her, urgently turning to the steward of the Zhang family and saying, "Quickly, where is the room? Miss Zhang must have fainted from excessive grief. I need to take her to rest immediately." Goodness! Were they not moving far too swiftly? Could they not exercise a bit of restraint? Did they truly believe others could not see through it? The steward of the Zhang family, being in a position of authority, was well aware of what these two were up to. However, he chose not to expose them. Instead, he kindly directed Qinzhua, escorting the two into a private room and closing the door behind them. As for what might transpire within, the steward understood, yet he did not mind. For the Zhang family was in desperate need of a powerful ally, and if Zhang Xiyu had to exchange her body for that, so be it. After all, this was not her first time doing such a thing. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, enjoying a delightful dinner with his sister, fiancée, and aunt, remained oblivious to the unfolding events within the Zhang family. Instead, he looked upon his aunt's normal demeanor with uncontainable joy, thinking this was the perfect moment to inquire about the whereabouts of the Shun family. Thus, Lin Tian seized an opportunity to speak. "Aunt, I have heard the Shin family has gone into hiding. They are now." But just as Lin Tian uttered the words Shin family, a loud crash resonated through the air as the bowl in Shen Lingxi's hands shattered onto the floor. This sudden shift startled Lin Tian, Lin Mingming, and Wen Shanshan alike. Shen Lingxi, who had seemed to have regained her composure, was now overtaken by an unmistakable panic in her eyes. Her face turned pale, beads of cold sweat appearing on her forehead as her body trembled slightly. She then cried out in despair, "I don't know. I don't know." Tears began to flow from the corners of Shen Lingxi's eyes, her state of distress evident as she stood up abruptly from the dining table. Trembling, she scurried to the corner of the dining room, curling up tightly and clutching her body, shaking violently as she shouted, "I don't know. I really don't know. Please, don't ask me." Lin Tian and the others sprang to their feet, exclaiming, "Aunt, what's wrong?" The three of them were utterly alarmed. When Shanshan and Lin Mingming were just about to rush forward to support Shen Lingxi when she screamed in terror, "Don't touch me. I don't know. I truly don't know." Witnessing this scene, Lin Tian's heart burned with fury. He realized that the fate of the Shun family had become an indelible scar in Shen Lingxi's heart. Clearly, it was during her torment at the hands of the Luo family that they had questioned her about the whereabouts of the Shun family. Lin Tian's anger surged, but he could not allow Shen Lingxi to continue in such a state. Otherwise, the trauma she had endured would only deepen, making it far more difficult for her to recover. Thus, Lin Tian dashed to Shen Lingxi's side, enveloping her in his arms, continuously soothing her back as he softly murmured, "It's all right, Aunt. It's all right. You're safe now. You're safe." Only Lin Tian could penetrate the depths of Shen Lingxi's heart in this moment. With tears in her eyes, she gazed at Lin Tian's face, slowly calling out, "Xiao, Xiao Tian." Lin Tian kept reassuring her, "Xiao Tian is here. Don't be afraid, Aunt. Xiao Tian is right here with you." Thanks to Lin Tian's comforting words, Shen Lingxi's trembling gradually subsided, and she leaned into Lin Tian's embrace. Closing her eyes, Wen Shanshan and Lin Mingming clung tightly to each other, their eyes brimming with tears of sympathy. Shen Lingxi's current state was simply too pitiful. The two women remained silent, fearful that even the slightest sound might agitate Shen Lingxi. The room fell into a profound silence. Before long, Shen Lingxi's breathing finally steadied, her breaths becoming even and deep as she slipped into slumber. Lin Tian placed his hand on her pulse, checking her condition, and upon discovering that she was physically unharmed and her mental state appeared stable, he let out a slight sigh of relief. He hoisted Shen Lingxi off the ground and carried her into the bedroom, gently laying her on the bed and tenderly covering her with a blanket. With a deep gaze at the slumbering Shen Lingxi, he reached out to wipe away the marks at the corners of her eyes. Without a word, he turned and strode away. On the other side, when Shanshan anxiously inquired, "Brother Lin Tian, where are you going?" "To the Luo family, to kill." Indeed, Lin Tian could no longer suppress the fury that surged within him. Even though the principal forces of the Luo family, including its head and several key members, had already succumbed to Lin Tian's hands, the Luo family had yet to be declared annihilated. It must be remembered that the Lin family had been utterly decimated by these scoundrels in the past. Lin Tian, naturally, would not show mercy to those who had wronged his family. The notion of eliminating every member of the Luo family, including servants and bodyguards, had always been in his plans. However, that was not to be executed today, as he still yearned to experience the warmth of kinship. Yet, his simple inquiry about the whereabouts of the Shun family had left his aunt in such a distraught state due to past traumas. How could Lin Tian possibly endure this? In the somber confines of the Luo family's grand estate, where the coffin of Luo Jinyu lay on display, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The matron's gaze frequently darted toward the outside, her lips occasionally parting to utter a phrase. Beside her, the steward, equally anxious, offered words of comfort. "Madam, you need not fret. Our second master is far more powerful than the late master, and he has brought many of his disciples from the Haoki Alliance. The Haoki Alliance is an esteemed martial arts sect. With their intervention, Lin Tian, the lost dog, will undoubtedly meet his end. Rest assured, madam." Was the Haoki Alliance truly a formidable martial sect? Lin Tian was unaware of this fact. He vaguely recalled that before the second master of the Luo family had met his demise at Lin Tian's hands, he had indeed threatened him using the name of the Haoki Alliance. However, no sect could command Lin Tian's respect. He had once declared that anyone or any force that obstructed his vengeance would bear the consequences. Just as the Luo family's matron began to relax slightly in response to the steward's reassurances, a sudden commotion erupted outside. "Who are you? Ah, run, run. Lin Tian is here. Lin Tian has come to kill." A cacophony of terrified, wretched screams echoed from outside, accompanied by a thick, metallic scent of blood. The matron and the steward, standing in the hall, froze at the sound. Their faces turned ashen as the steward exclaimed, "What? Lin Tian has arrived. Could it be that the second master and those experts from the Haoki Alliance have?" Before he could finish his thought, a figure flew in from outside the hall, crashing violently into the steward. Gushing blood erupted from the steward's mouth as he was sent crashing to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing this scene, the matron could no longer contain herself. A heart-wrenching scream of terror escaped her lips, and amidst her cries, Lin Tian's silhouette slowly entered the hall. Behind him lay the bodies of the Luo family, sprawled lifelessly in pools of blood. Upon seeing Lin Tian's expressionless, icy demeanor, the matron fainted from sheer fright. This was inevitable, for all those capable of resistance within the Luo family had already been dealt with by Lin Tian, rendering the Luo family utterly defenseless, like fish on a chopping block. At that moment, a figure from the Northern Border Martial Corps appeared behind Lin Tian, kneeling before him and reporting to the Dragon Head. "The Chen family from Blue Sea has sent someone to the Zhang family." Chapter 85. "Lin Tian is here to kill us?" The martial soldier from the northern border continued respectfully, reporting to the Dragon Head. "The Chen family from Blue Sea has reached the Zhang family." Oh? Upon hearing this, Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Originally, he had intended to proceed to the Zhang family, as their situation mirrored that of the Luo family. Most of the core forces had already been eliminated by Lin Tian one by one. Today, having succumbed to his fury and bloodily purged the Luo family, his next step was to resolve matters at the Zhang family. To his surprise, had the Chen family from Blue Sea acted sooner? Lin Tian, in this thought, chose to disregard the matron, who was sprawled on the ground, and turned to exit the Luo estate, instructing the northern border soldier, "You clear the Luo family premises. Check for any survivors and eradicate them all. Additionally, seek out any clues regarding the massacre of the Lin family. Once everything is thoroughly examined, set the place ablaze. There should be no trace of the Luo family left in this world." The northern border soldier, kneeling on the ground, responded loudly, "Understood." For him, there was no moral dilemma regarding Lin Tian's indiscriminate slaughter of any Luo family member. If one were to argue that Lin Tian's ruthless actions against these defenseless individuals were excessive, it was worth remembering that when these very individuals had once attacked the Lin family, did they consider their cruelty? After Lin Tian departed the Luo estate, the once grand residence of the Luo family erupted into flames. The fire blazed skyward, illuminating the night as if it were day. This inferno caught the attention of a convoy rapidly approaching. 7 or 8 vehicles, mostly box trucks, each containing a substantial number of personnel. Seated in the back row of one vehicle was a middle-aged man whose appearance bore a resemblance to Chen Zhua, who was en route to the Zhang family. Indeed, he was also from the Blue Sea Chen family. This convoy hailed from the same lineage. He was Chen Wan, the third son of the Chen family. Furrowing his brows as he leaned against the seat, Chen Wan's face was suddenly illuminated by the bright flames. He straightened up, a look of astonishment crossing his face as a sense of foreboding washed over him. He immediately spoke. "Is that the direction of the Luo family?" "Indeed, third master. That is the direction of the Luo family." Chen Wan's voice trembled as he exclaimed, "This is bad. Something has happened at the Luo family. Hurry, drive faster." What good would it do to drive faster? by the time their convoy grandly arrived at the Luo estate. The outer walls were already engulfed in flames, and not a single soul emerged from within. The family had evidently been exterminated. Chunwen gazed at the towering inferno, his heart pounding with alarm. He swiftly turned and re-entered the vehicle, shouting, "Quick! We must go to the Zhang family. They are in danger." Without hesitation, the convoy accelerated, taking a shortcut as they rushed toward the Qinghe Zhang family. Upon their arrival, Qinwen discovered that the Zhang family was not ablaze like the Luo family. Furthermore, his second brother's convoy was quietly parked outside the Zhang family's grand estate. Chunwen breathed a sigh of relief. But he dared not delay. The priority was to inform his second brother of what had transpired at the Luo family. Chunwen swiftly dashed into the Zhang family's residence. Inside the grand hall, the Zhang family's steward sat vigil over his master's coffin, completely unprepared for the sudden influx of aggressive individuals. Just as he was about to inquire, he noticed Chen Zhua, the second master of the Chen family, and his entourage bowing respectfully to Chen Wan, greeting him, "Third master." At that moment, the Zhang family's steward finally exhaled in relief, hurriedly approaching Chen Wan with gratitude. "Thank you, Chen family. We never expected the Chen family to hold us in such high regard. Sending both the second master and you, third master." The immense favor of the Chen family would never be forgotten by the Zhang family. However, Chen Wan, the third master, was clearly too preoccupied to indulge in the steward's flattery. Instead, he urgently inquired, "Where is my second brother?" Your second brother is currently engaged in a playful game of house with our young lady." The steward, caught off guard, awkwardly stammered, "Third master, please be patient. Your brother is in the back room and quite busy. Perhaps you could wait a moment? There's no time." Chunwen forcefully pushed past the steward, rushing toward the back room. "Hey, third master, please, wait. Don't act impulsively." The butler of the Zhang family was in a state of frantic urgency, attempting to intervene. However, Chunwen's actions were exceedingly swift. With a resounding crash, he flung open the door to the inner chamber. A woman's piercing scream echoed in an instant, followed by an irate man's voice. "Damn it! Who the hell is the blind fool?" At that moment, Chan Wan, standing at the doorway, wore a peculiar expression. He beheld his second brother alongside a woman clad in mourning attire, both prostrated before the ancestral tablet of the Zhang family, their bodies insufficiently covered. Goodness, what an indecent sight! Qianzhua hastily pulled up his trousers, while Zhang Siyu swiftly dove beneath the nearby quilt, covering her head and trembling with fear. Upon realizing that the newcomer was his own younger brother, Qianzhua's face flushed with embarrassment, and he cleared his throat, saying, "Ahem, oh, it's you, third brother? Weren't you assigned to the Luo family? What brings you to the Zhang residence? If you hadn't come here, we wouldn't have discovered your clandestine affairs." Qianzhua then spoke up loudly, "Second brother, I did go to the Luo family, but something went awry." Hearing his younger brother's voice, Qianzhua was momentarily taken aback, then quickly inquired, "What happened?" Chunwen replied decisively, "Second brother, I arrived a moment too late. The Luo family has been utterly annihilated." "What?" Qianzhua exclaimed in astonishment, while Zhang Siyu, still concealed under the quilt, shot upright with disbelief in her eyes. "Who did this?" Qianzhua shouted in alarm. Well, the Zhang family is lively today," a voice chimed in. Upon hearing this, Zhang Siyu's body trembled, her complexion turned pale, and she stammered, "Lin Tian, it's Lin Tian. He's come to kill us." Zhang Siyu's panicked voice seemed to emanate from the depths of her soul. "Lin Tian, is it truly Lin Tian who has come to slay us?" At this moment, her face was ashen, and her cries echoed her deep-seated fears of Lin Tian. She had previously cried out "Grandfather Lin Tian" before everyone. Yet, her exclamation interrupted the thoughts of the Chen brothers. Zhang Siyu was aware that Lin Tian was alive, but Qianzhua and Chen Wen were not privy to this information. Thus, Qianzhua turned and impatiently waved his hand at Zhang Siyu, stating, "Enough. It cannot be Lin Tian. He is dead. Even if he were alive, he would be nothing but a useless fool. He must have some accomplices, but regardless of who they are, my younger brother and I will ensure he does not leave here alive." Upon hearing Qianzhua's reassuring words, Zhang Siyu's gaze regained its clarity. Indeed, he is a member of the Blue Sichin family. Although she had never interacted with them before, the name Blue Sichin family resonated profoundly with her. She had often heard family members boast about the formidable martial prowess of the Blue Sea Chun clan. It was something the Zhang family had long aspired to yet never possessed. Moreover, she had just engaged in some intimate activities with Chen Zhua, leading her to conclude that he possessed considerable strength. Thus, she exhaled a sigh of relief, threw off the quilt, and wobbled over to Chen Zhua's side, linking her arm with his and softly imploring, "Chen Zhua, dear brother, you must protect me. You must teach that country bumpkin, Lin Tian, a severe lesson. Goodness!" Chen Zhua was of an age comparable to her father. Yet she dared to call him brother? Nevertheless, he was rather taken by her charm, gently patting her cheek and reassuring her, "Fear not. Even if Lin Tian is alive, he is but a mindless fool. It will be a trivial matter for your brother Chen Zhua to deal with him." The intimate scene between the two stirred a mix of emotions in Chen Wen, inciting a sense of discontent within him. Greedily eyeing Zhang Siyu, he feigned disdain and remarked, "All right, perhaps you should put on some clothing with that." He turned and strode outside. Indeed, Zhang Siyu was still clad in mourning garments, her upper body inadequately covered. She boldly emerged from beneath the quilt, her intentions evident to both brothers. However, to Chen Zhua, she was merely a plaything. What did it matter if others witnessed her? After Chen Zhua followed Chen Wen out, he turned to his younger brother and said, "Hey, third brother, this girl is rather remarkable. Once we deal with that scoundrel Lin Tian, shall we have a little fun together?" Chen Wen, hearing this, glanced at his elder brother. To be honest, he felt somewhat tempted, yet upon seeing Zhang Siyu emerge alongside Chen Zhua, he cleared his throat and replied, "Perhaps we should resolve the current matter first." "Ha ha ha," Chen Zhua laughed, "a mere brat. How difficult could it possibly be? Just watch how easily your brother handles him." The two brothers, their arms slung around each other, made their way to the front hall. Meanwhile, Zhang Siyu, having overheard Chen Zhua's words, felt no turbulence within. Instead, she found it entirely reasonable and even felt a flicker of anticipation. However, her foremost desire remained the demise of Lin Tian. She had previously called out grandfather Lin Tian in public, and both her father and grandfather had perished at his hands. Zhang Siyu clenched her fists, a cold smile forming in her heart as she mused, "Lin Tian, I shall witness how you, a brainless country bumpkin, meet your end." The Chen brothers arrived at the morning hall of Zhang Chaoyang and found that the 30 or so martial artists they had brought stood vigil in the center, alertly observing the surroundings. The Zhang family's butler and servants had all hidden behind the pillars, secretly watching the situation outside. Upon seeing Chen Zhua and Chen Wen, the martial artists from the Chen family simultaneously addressed them. "Second young master, third young master." Chen Zhua nodded in acknowledgement, then furrowed his brow and asked, "Where is he? Where is that scoundrel? He hasn't already been beaten to a pulp by you, has he?" As he spoke, Chen Zhua's face bore a look of satisfaction. However, the martial artists shook their heads in unison, replying, "Second master, it seems that the one speaking has yet to arrive." "What?" Both Chen Zhua and Chen Wen were taken aback. Then inquired, "Then who was that voice we heard just now?" Just as Chen Zhua's words fell, two crisp sounds echoed from behind them. Bang! At the sound, Chen Zhua, Chen Wen, and everyone else present felt a jolt of surprise. Swiftly turning to the source of the noise, to their astonishment, a young man stood beside Zhang Chaoyang's coffin, gently tapping on the casket. Zhang Siyu's body began to tremble violently, and she screamed, "Lin Tian! It's Lin Tian! He is Lin Tian!" Among those present, only Zhang Siyu had previously encountered Lin Tian, and at their first meeting, she had not foreseen the calamity he would bring upon her family. Hearing Zhang Siyu's cries, Chen Zhua instinctively pulled her behind him and, frowning, pointed at Lin Tian, demanding, "Are you Lin Tian?" As Chen Zhua listened to Zhang Siyu's screams and beheld Lin Tian's youthful visage, he felt a pang of alarm. Could this truly be Lin Tian? "So, what do you think of the quality of the coffin I've brought for your Zhang family?" Lin Tian mused casually, his words laced with biting mockery. Though aimed at the Zhang family, his words pierced the ears of the Chen family members with equal sting, especially for Chen Zhua, who stood directly before Lin Tian, demanding an explanation, only to be completely disregarded by him. "You brat!" Chen Zhua stepped forward, jabbing a finger at Lin Tian's nose and bellowing, "You scoundrel! You are on the brink of death, yet you remain so arrogant?" At that moment, Lin Tian slowly turned his head toward Chen Zhua, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he queried, And who might you be? A rescue from the Zhang family? The Zhang family? They are hardly worthy. Qian Zhuo retorted. Upon hearing these words, the butler of the Zhang family and Zhang Siyu appeared incredulous, as if they could not believe their ears. They were clearly allies. Why, at this moment, would Chen Eryi utter such a statement? However, Chen Zhuo and Chen Wan, the two brothers, seemed utterly indifferent to the Zhang family's opinions. Chen Wan stepped forward and bellowed, "You brat! I care not who you are or whether you are merely putting on a show. You dare to masquerade as a forlorn stray without a family. You even had the audacity to kill our Chen family's kin. Our fifth brother perished at your hands. Did you not consider the consequences of your actions when you took his life? Who was their fifth brother?" Lin Tian's face was a canvas of confusion. As Lin Tian pondered the identity of Chen family's fifth brother, Qian Zhuo, observing Lin Tian's silence, smirked derisively. "What's the matter? Are you afraid? You foolish wretch! How could you ever conceive that my Chen family members would lie in wait for your foolish self at the Zhang family's abode? And you dare to come alone?" Humph! Qian Zhuo regarded Lin Tian as one might regard a mere jester, and then he shouted with great fervor, "Seize him! Take down this bastard!" The air was soon filled with anguished cries. Chapter 87. You may all perish. No. A cacophony of agonized screams erupted from behind Chen Zhuo and Chen Wan. The two brothers were momentarily taken aback, swiftly turning to see what transpired behind them. At that very moment, a cascade of bodies fell to the ground. The martial artists accompanying the Chen family lay sprawled in pools of blood, their eyes wide open in death's final gaze. Amidst the carnage stood 10 figures clad in black, their expressions icy and devoid of emotion, seemingly indifferent to the bloodshed surrounding them. Murder! Zhang Siyu's terrified voice pierced the air, her complexion pale in a panic. She abandoned her refuge behind Chen Zhuo and sprinted towards the Zhang family butler, seeking solace behind a column. Pressing herself against the wall, she trembled uncontrollably, her legs quaking, a foul stench wafted through the air. The woman had been so frightened that she had soiled herself. Yet, Zhang Siyu was undeniably stronger than that woman from the Luo family, who had been frightened to death by Lin Tian. No! Impossible! Chen Zhuo and Chen Wan stared in horror at the lifeless bodies of their companions. Shock, terror, anguish, and fury contorted their faces into grotesque masks. They turned to Lin Tian, screaming, "You bastard! You dare to kill our kin!" Although the actions were carried out by members of the North Border Martial Troop D Group, they would undoubtedly place the blame squarely on Lin Tian. Unfazed by their impotent rage, Lin Tian merely gazed at Chen Zhuo and Chen Wan and inquired, "I shall ask you but once. Who else participated in the massacre of my Lin family, and who instructed you?" Listening to Lin Tian's inquiry, the twisted expressions on Chen Zhuo and Chen Wan's faces remained unchanged. Chen Zhuo, eyes bulging with fury, roared, "You bastard, filthy fool! You lack the standing to question me. Go to hell, you idiot!" After hurling this insult, Chen Zhuo exchanged a knowing glance with his younger brother. In unison, they assumed a peculiar stance, their auras rapidly surging. To Lin Tian and the members of the North Border Martial Troop D Group, this display sparked intrigue, for they could distinctly sense the escalating energies and might of Chen Zhuo and Chen Wan. Surpassing their expected limits, the two energies intertwined, seemingly on the brink of breaking through to the Xian level. Was this a result of the Chen family's cultivation method, or some other peculiar reason? Lin Tian discerned that this enhancement of power was not limited to just the two brothers. It could potentially involve others as well. With only the two of them, should more brothers join? 3 mid-level Huang martial artists could indeed unleash the power of a Xian martial artist. And no wonder the Chen family wielded such formidable strength, a stark contrast to the Luo and Zhang families. At this moment, Chen Wan, wearing a wickedly twisted grin, shouted at Lin Tian, "Boy, you've figured it out, haven't you? This power, have you ever encountered anything like it before? In our eyes, you are but an ant, a maggot, easily crushed beneath our feet." Chen Zhuo, too, wore a malevolent smile, glaring at Lin Tian. "Ha ha ha ha! You dare to oppose the Chen family? Realize your folly." With Chen Zhuo's words hanging in the air, both brothers unleashed a simultaneous roar. "Kill!" Then, with a resonant hum, the air vibrated violently. With a thunderous crash, the stones beneath their feet shattered as the two brothers' figures merged into one, hurtling toward Lin Tian with ferocity. Their speed was so great that they appeared before Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. With no time to evade, Lin Tian could only brace himself, exposing his vulnerable head to their brutal fist. Resounding impact echoed through the air, rippling the atmosphere with the force of their collision. Ah! The cries of agony arose, yet they did not belong to a single individual, but two. In the morning hall of Zhang Chaoyang, blood spilled profusely, thud, thud. The two figures were violently thrown back, ugh, the sounds of screams and blood splattering resonated once more. Chen Zhua and Chen Wan, their faces ashen, collapsed to the ground, their right fists now mere remnants of mangled flesh. No, impossible. This is a martial troupe technique. You truly are Lin Tian? Chen Zhua's voice cracked in disbelief. The two brothers were utterly stunned, not by Lin Tian's strength, but by the unmistakable aura of the North Border martial troupe emanating from him. You cannot be alive. You surely did not survive the brutal war at Tiandu. Chen Zhua's voice reached a near scream. Yet, the truth was undeniable. Their disbelief changed nothing. They were not alone in their shock. The remaining members of the Zhang family were equally bewildered. Initially, the arrival of the Chen family had instilled confidence and a sense of security in them. Yet, now, before they could even make a move, their comrades had been slaughtered. When the Chen brothers attacked Lin Tian, he stood his ground, not even moving, yet they were left grievously injured. The Zhang family members recalled Chen Zhua's earlier bravado. How could things have turned so dire? Thud. The Zhang family butler, hiding behind a pillar, now wore a ghastly expression, his face etched with despair as he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Lin Tian began to approach the crumpled forms of Chen Zhua and Chen Wan. The two brothers, pale and drenched in sweat of agony, gazed at Lin Tian in terror. They had never anticipated that Lin Tian could possess such overwhelming power, far exceeding their comprehension. With cold, piercing eyes, Lin Tian regarded the two brothers and slowly spoke. I stated before, I shall ask but once, therefore, you may now perish. You bastard. Chen Zhua and Chen Wan hissed through gritted teeth, their voices barely more than a whisper. Lin Tian's right leg swept out in a devastating arc, with two sickening sounds. Their upper bodies exploded, and they met their demise. Only then did the morning hall of Zhang Chaoyang fall silent. Lin Tian inhaled deeply, his heart devoid of any tumult over the brothers' tragic end. It was merely the elimination of two enemies. He turned to the members of the North Border Martial Troop D Group. Casting them a knowing glance, the soldiers understood immediately, drawing their daggers and advancing toward the remaining Zhang family members. The air was filled with cries of despair and the sound of blades slicing through the air, punctuated by a woman's piercing scream. Ah, no. Please, do not kill me. Spare my life. I will do anything, anything. Chapter 88. Do not rush. Your turn will come. Accompanying this scream, Zhang Siyu, clad in mourning attire, stumbled forward. Her face ashen, tears streaming down her cheeks, and even snot dripping from her nose, as she rushed toward Lin Tian. Just as the members of the North Border Martial Troop prepared to end her life. Bai Zhou intervened with a glance, halting their movements in her frantic state. Zhang Siyu slid to her knees before Lin Tian, weeping and pleading. With a pitiful gaze directed at Lin Tian, she clasped her hands together in a gesture of supplication and, with a choked voice implored, Lin Tian, grandfather, I beg you, spare my life. Won't you? Indeed. Zhang Siyu's current demeanor elicited a sense of sympathy. However, Lin Tian found himself incapable of pitying the Zhang family in a moment of desperation. Zhang Siyu began to frantically tear at her own clothing, her garments shredding as she cried out to Lin Tian, Do you desire me? Take me as you will. I am at your service. Whatever you wish for, I would be your servant, tending to your every need. Please, I still hold some value. Do not take my life. As she shrieked, she stripped herself bare, leaving only her shoes, revealing her alabaster skin. Yet, not only Lin Tian but even the members of the Northern Border Martial Brigade, under Gua Hao, displayed no emotion upon witnessing this scene. Even though Zhang Siyu possessed an exquisite figure and flawless skin, this spectacle struck them as nothing more than a corpse in a mass grave, stirring no waves of sentiment within their hearts. Furthermore, Lin Tian had beheld far greater beauty. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. His gaze remained devoid of distraction, icy as he observed Zhang Siyu kneeling before him. When she reached out, Seemingly ready to unfasten his belt, Lin Tian finally spoke. "You wish to live?" Upon hearing his voice, hope ignited in Zhang Siyu's eyes, and she fervently nodded, her body trembling as she exclaimed, "I do. I truly do. I will do whatever you ask." Lin Tian regarded her intently and slowly articulated, "I have a few questions for you." "Very well," Zhang Siyu replied, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Lin Tian inquired, "Do you know the whereabouts of the Qin family in Lanhai?" "I do." Zhang Siyu responded without hesitation, "The Chun family is located." However, she abruptly fell silent. Daunted into quietude, in that moment, she had become so compliant before Lin Tian that she seemed to have forgotten the curses she had previously harbored against him. Lin Tian pressed on. "How long would it take to run from here to the Chen family?" Taken aback by the question, Zhang Siyu paused briefly to contemplate before responding. Lanhai and Qinghe are not far apart, and being close to the outskirts of the city, it would take most of the day to run there. Little did she realize the purpose behind Lin Tian's inquiry, as his voice resonated once more. "Good, now, run to the Qin family and inform them not to be so hasty. Their turn will come in due time. Do you understand?" Zhang Siyu silently repeated Lin Tian's instructions in her mind, then nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "I remember, Grandfather Lin. If I merely convey this message to the Qin family, will I be spared?" Lin Tian nodded with a smile. "Of course. Thank you, Grandfather Lin. Thank you." Zhang Siyu expressed her gratitude with exuberance. Then, she looked up at him and asked, "Grandfather, do you need your granddaughter to serve you?" As she said this, she began to, but Lin Tian interjected. "Go now." Zhang Siyu's body quivered at his command, and she hastily scrambled to her feet. "All right, Grandfather, let me just put on some clothes, and I'll be right there." "Who said you could put on clothes?" Lin Tian's icy tone pierced through the air, causing Zhang Siyu to shudder in disbelief as she looked at him. Instinctively, she stammered, "Grandfather, but I don't know but, you wish to survive." Lin Tian's cold voice echoed again. At last, the terror of death triumphed over all else within Zhang Siyu. Yet, in her mind, she plotted that once she had distanced herself, she would care not for the task he had assigned. She would find some clothing, rush to the Qin family, and have them send someone to deal with him, avenging the humiliation she had suffered. However, as this thought crossed her mind, Lin Tian's voice rang out once more. "Do not think of finding clothes or hiding your face. Do not attempt any tricks, or I assure you, you will die instantly." After uttering this warning, Lin Tian turned slightly to Gua Hao and commanded, "Go. Remove the plaque from the Zhang family estate." "Understood," Gua Hao replied with a salute. With a soft hum, his figure vanished before Zhang Siyu's bewildered eyes. Before she could comprehend the situation, a whoosh sounded, and Gua Hao reappeared in the hall, holding the massive plaque. Despair flooded Zhang Siyu's heart. Did she not know how far this was from the entrance? Moreover, the swiftness of Gua Hao's actions was beyond her comprehension. Why would Lin Tian deliberately instruct his subordinate to undertake such a seemingly trivial task? It was a significant message. His subordinates were watching her, scrutinizing her every move. If she truly attempted any deceit, her fate would be sealed. Zhang Siyu's face turned pale, yet in the face of life and death, her tarnished reputation was of little consequence. Summoning a bitter smile, she addressed Lin Tian, "Grandfather, I understand I shall not resort to trickery. I will go now." With that, she gritted her teeth and, clad only in her shoes, dashed toward the exit of the Zhang family villa. Indeed, lacking proper attire, certain parts of her body ached as she ran. Meanwhile, Zhang Siyu had bolted from the premises, yet Lin Tian and the members of the Northern Border Martial Brigade remained unmoved. Lin Tian saw no need to assign anyone to follow Zhang Siyu. The psychological blow she had suffered was immense. Even without a shadow behind her, fear and vigilance would permeate her being. Especially when confronted with such a life-and-death crisis, those who clung to life would forsake everything, and any threat to their existence would render them incapable of acting, even if others assured them it was safe to do so. At this juncture, Gua Hao, intrigued, turned to Lin Tian and inquired, "Dragon Chief, I have a question that puzzles me. Speak." Lin Tian urged. Gua Hao, observing Zhang Siyu's pale back, posed, "Dragon Chief, she is also of the Zhang lineage. Why do you not eliminate her?" Upon hearing this question, a faint smile graced Lin Tian's face as he replied, "Rest assured, the Chun family will take care of her." Chapter 89. What does this symbol represent? As Zhang Siyu fled into the distance, Lin Tian remained within the mourning hall of Zhang Chaoyang, surveying the surrounding corpses with an impassive expression. He instructed Guo Hao, the leader of the Northern Border Martial Brigade D, search the Zhang residence for any unusual clues, then burn it all. Indeed, the Zhang family had no need to leave behind any trace of their existence. Stepping forward, Guo Hao respectfully reported, Dragon Chief, I have made some discoveries regarding the Luo family. Oh? Lin Tian's curiosity piqued at Guo Hao's announcement, and he promptly inquired, What have you found? Guo Hao presented a letter, cradled delicately in his hands. Lin Tian, maintaining his composure, swiftly took the letter from Guo Hao. The envelope was frayed and yellowed, suggesting it had been pinned long ago. It bore no markings on the outside. Upon opening it, the handwriting inside was somewhat blurred, yet Lin Tian could still decipher it clearly. As he absorbed the contents, a glimmer of excitement ignited in his eyes. He discovered that the letter had originated from the orchestrator behind the Luo family, addressed to the head of the Luo family, Luo Jinyu, prior to the destruction of the Lin family. The letter detailed instructions from this mysterious figure, designating Luo Jinyu as the leader of the operation against the Lin family in Qinghe. He was tasked with uniting all forces capable of striking against the Lin family, preparing for a coordinated assault once their allies had assembled in Qinghe. Lin Tian's heart raced as he contemplated the implications of this letter. He had suspected that Luo Jinyu was not acting alone, but to learn that he was under the influence of someone higher was a revelation. Lin Tian could not fathom what sins his Lin family had committed, attracting the ire of such exalted individuals intent on their obliteration. Moreover, through this letter, he understood that the forces arrayed against his family were not limited to those in Qinghe. Many factions from various regions had come to aid in the assault. Currently, Lin Tian was aware of Lanhai, the nearest city to Qinghe, but on the opposite side lay another city. Together, these two cities formed a surrounding barrier, enveloping Qinghe. This city was Binhai. Should the forces within the city of Lanhai take action against the Lin family, as suggested by the contents of this envelope, then it is likely that Binhai is also deeply implicated. At that time, the Lin family was the foremost family in the world. Their power was such that no city could hope to contend with them. To annihilate the entire Lin family silently in a single night would require a formidable force, but who possesses the authority to mobilize so many individuals against the Lin family? What could possibly be the motive behind such an attack on them? At this moment, Lin Tian could not help but recall the letter he had received from his father through the venerable Nan Huaizhou. The letter informed him that the Lin family's heirloom, their token, was likely intricately linked to the tragic downfall of the Lin family. Yet, the whereabouts of this heirloom were known only to the Shen family. To uncover the Lin family's heirloom, he must first locate what the Shen family has concealed. And to find the Shen family, he would need to reach out to his aunt, Shenlingxi. However, his aunt Shenlingxi was still grappling with her inner turmoil, and any mention of the Shen family would elicit instinctive terror and panic from her. Forcing her to divulge information at this juncture might irrevocably harm her. Contemplating this, Lin Tian's fists clenched tightly. The clues lay before him, yet he felt unable to grasp them. It was indeed a most distressing sensation. Furthermore, the letter did not reveal the identity of its author. It merely bore an enigmatic pattern on the back of the stationery, reminiscent of a tranquil thorn flower. Initially, upon seeing the thorn flower on the back of the letter, Lin Tian thought little of it, merely assuming it to be a decorative motif. However, just as he was about to put the letter away, his peripheral vision caught sight of the Zhang family plaque, which he had asked Guo how to bring over to intimidate Zhang Xiyu. Remarkably, behind the two prominent characters of Zhang Zhai on the plaque, there was also an embossed dark golden thorn flower. Upon seeing this thorn flower, Lin Tian's gaze sharpened, and he immediately retrieved the letter from his pocket, comparing the pattern on its back with that on the Zhang family plaque. It was identical. At this moment, Lin Tian sensed that this pattern was far from ordinary and promptly handed the letter to Guo Hao, commanding, "Your orders are acknowledged." He then set his North Border martial brothers into an enthusiastic search. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, with a pensive expression, gradually departed from the Zhang family mansion. Initially, he had no intention of venturing out that evening, wishing instead to remain with his kin. However, the sudden outburst of his aunt Shenlingxi's mental state had stoked the flames of his suppressed fury, prompting him to preemptively remove the Luo and Zhang families from the world. Nevertheless, Lin Tian had stumbled upon unexpected revelations. He realized that the families involved in the extermination of the Lin family were not limited to Qing He and Lan Hai. At least in Lin Tian's estimation, Bin Hai was undoubtedly entangled in this affair as well. Most importantly, Lin Tian had identified that peculiar symbol, the dark golden thorn flower. Did this thorn flower represent an organization, a faction, or an individual? Lin Tian could not ascertain, but he was determined to pursue this lead further. Just as Lin Tian stepped out of the Zhang family villa, not yet having left the expansive grounds, he suddenly furrowed his brow, a glimmer of cold light appearing in his eyes. In the next moment, the roar of engines erupted. A dozen black cars with white plates blocked his path. With a whoosh, dozens of individuals clad in suits and ties descended from these vehicles. Each of them bore a badge on the left pocket of their jackets, emblazoned with the same three characters: Supervision Bureau. These members of the Supervision Bureau surrounded Lin Tian, their silence palpable as they regarded him with icy gazes. Within the Zhang family mansion, hearing the commotion outside, members of the North Border Martial Squad D Group swiftly appeared behind Lin Tian, their eyes gleaming with a faint murderous intent. At that moment, the door of a car in the center opened slowly. A languid voice accompanied by the sound of polished leather shoes hitting the ground emerged. Lin Tian? Once the young master of the Qing He Lin family, formerly the most esteemed young master of the southern region. 10 years ago, everyone believed the first young master of the southern region had perished in Tiandu. As he spoke, the man's tone grew increasingly fervent, culminating in a surge of righteous indignation. I never imagined that a decade later, the first young master of the southern region would transform into the first thug of the southern region. Chapter 90. Merely some martial arts practitioners of lowly status. The title of southern region's first thug elicited a peculiar change in expression from both Lin Tian and the members of the North Border Martial Squad D Group behind him. Only they knew the true extent of the thugs who had perished at the hands of the North Border Martial Squad. The speaker, a man in his 30s with a meticulously styled part, approached the forefront of the crowd, dressed in a neat uniform that conveyed an air of superiority. Most strikingly, his expression radiated a haughty arrogance. He stood before the assembled black-clad figures, producing an official document from the Supervision Bureau from his coat. He raised it toward Lin Tian, his tone dripping with disdain as he declared, "Supervision Bureau in action. Those without relevance, step aside. Criminal Lin Tian, raise your hands and kneel." Such a display of authority. Lin Tian and the brothers of the North Border Martial Squad merely regarded the man with indifferent gazes, showing no inclination to comply. The man, feeling as though he had been ignored, erupted in frustration. "Do you not understand human speech? I am Ma Chong, the leader of the First Action Group of the Qing He branch of the Supervision Bureau. I now command you on behalf of the Bureau, Lin Tian, raise your hands and kneel. The rest of you, get the hell out of my sight." His condescending demeanor reminded Lin Tian of those once clad in uniforms, wielding their authority to oppress the common folk. Ma Chong certainly played his part to perfection. Lin Tian, feigning curiosity, turned to Gua Hao and inquired, "What is the Supervision Bureau? Is it renowned?" Hearing Lin Tian's words, Gua Hao responded with a mockingly flippant tone. "Supervision Bureau? I don't think I've ever heard of it." It appeared that the exchange between Lin Tian and Gua Hao had incited Ma Chong's wrath, prompting him to bellow, "You bunch of filthy fools, do you even comprehend what the Supervision Bureau represents? We are agents of the government. You are but some lowly martial artists, daring to oppose the authorities, seeking death. None of you shall leave today. All of you, kneel and lie on the ground." What of representing the government? Was it not the so-called lowly commoners who had elevated the current government to its position? Now that they had secured their power, they began to unleash their dogs to bully their benefactors? Lin Tian's expression hardened, and he regarded Ma Chong with an impassive countenance, then spread his hands in confusion. "I don't understand what you're saying. Why should we kneel?" Ma Chong glared at Lin Tian with a ferocious expression and bellowed, "Oh, Lin Tian, how dare you question me? Such a thug shall never be allowed to wreak havoc in this world under the watch of the Supervision Bureau." The phrase righteous judgment elicited an involuntary scoff from Lin Tian. Surely even Ma Chong himself could not believe such words. Lin Tian continued to regard Ma Chong with a calm demeanor. "You claim I did it. Does that make it true? Where is your evidence?" Ma Chong, smirking, retorted, "Many people witnessed it. Those who saw it informed us at the Supervision Bureau that you yourself proclaimed to be Lin Tian of the Qing He Lin family that day. Do you still wish to quibble? Lin Tian calmly replied. Many people saw it. We have numerous witnesses here who can testify that it was you, Ma Chong, who killed those members of the family. Following Lin Tian's statement, Guahao and the others immediately chimed in. Indeed, we saw it. It was Ma Chong who did the killing. As Lin Tian and his allies spoke, the expression on Ma Chang's face grew increasingly contorted, twisting into a sinister grin as he gritted his teeth and declared, Very well, a game of words, is it? Let me tell you. Even if you have committed no transgressions, the Monitoring Bureau can certainly investigate and uncover matters. Humph, Lin Tian, your death is inevitable. The term investigate that Ma Chong spoke of is nothing less than a blatant accusation. After all, they are officials, while Lin Tian and his companions are merely commoners devoid of martial prowess. How could they possibly stand against the authority of the government? However, one must not forget that Lin Tian and the northern boundary warriors behind him are no ordinary commoners. At this moment, Ma Chong remains oblivious to the gravity of the situation, loudly commanding the dozens of black-clad individuals surrounding him. Everyone, listen up! The commoner Lin Tian, who ruthlessly slaughtered the esteemed members of the three great families of Qinghe, is now resisting our investigation at the Monitoring Bureau. Resisting investigation? Lin Tian and Guahao have not made a single move from the beginning. Well, hasn't the accusation already been leveled? A cruel smile crept across Ma Chang's lips as he continued. Immediately apprehend these treacherous commoners. If necessary, feel free to use lethal force in self-defense. Yes. The surrounding members of the Monitoring Bureau, upon hearing Ma Chang's directive, wore expressions of malice and began to enthusiastically advance towards Lin Tian and his companions. After all, the Monitoring Bureau is tasked with overseeing martial artists across the realm, and each of them is a fighter. Yet, martial artists possess varying levels of skill. They are unaware of Lin Tian's true strength. Even Ma Chang's capabilities have not reached the yellow rank, let alone those of the others. Nevertheless, these individuals seem entirely unconcerned about the actual abilities of their opponents, seemingly believing that their official status warrants respect and deference from all. This long-standing sense of superiority is unlikely to dissipate easily. However, observing the encroaching figures from the Monitoring Bureau, Lin Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile as he addressed the northern boundary warriors behind him. If necessary, we may use appropriate self-defense and eliminate them. This statement echoed Ma Chang's earlier words to his subordinates, and now it found its way into Lin Tian's arsenal. Upon hearing Lin Tian's declaration, Guahao and the members of the northern boundary warriors exhibited knowing smiles. They stood their ground, patiently awaiting the opportune moment for self-defense. As anticipated, the arrogant officials of the Monitoring Bureau approached Lin Tian, and one of them raised his hand high, preparing to strike Lin Tian's face while bellowing, "Can't you hear me telling you to kneel?" With a resounding thud, it was not the sound of his hand hitting Lin Tian's face that echoed, but rather the sound of Guahao's fist sending the assailant flying. Amidst the man's anguished wails, Guahao's lips curled into a smirk as he proclaimed, "Those who show disrespect to the dragon head shall be met with death." With a faint hum, all the northern boundary warriors behind Lin Tian vanished from sight. Moments later, a cacophony of sounds echoed, and blood mist enveloped the surrounding air. Chapter 91. The Monitoring Bureau? No mercy. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of Monitoring Bureau personnel met their demise, their eyes wide open in disbelief. The northern boundary warriors showed no mercy, displaying no concern for their opponent's affiliation with the government, as if the very notion of government held no significance for them. Meanwhile, Ma Chang's expression remained grotesque, as the shock of the situation rendered his face pale and rigid. He appeared utterly stunned, unable to comprehend how the dozens of warriors he had brought, all claiming to be from the Monitoring Bureau, had been so easily dispatched. After all, the Monitoring Bureau oversees martial artists across the realm. All martial artists, upon encountering members of the Monitoring Bureau, behave like mice before a cat, regardless of their own strength. Yet, how could Lin Tian and his companions be so ruthless? They had attacked without hesitation, mercilessly wiping out all members of their group on the spot. They are all dead. They have all been killed by Lin Tian's allies at that moment. Ma Chong found it impossible to accept, unable to fathom that such a scene could unfold before his very eyes, until the northern boundary warriors, now returned to Lin Tian's side, turned their gazes upon him, their eyes brimming with a chilling aura reminiscent of the depths of a 9-layered abyss, causing Ma Chong to tremble violently. His teeth began to chatter uncontrollably from fear. Why you have such audacity? Was he reprimanding Lin Tian and the others? Yet his voice trembled uncontrollably. Without hesitation, Ma Chong turned to flee, however. He barely took a step before Guo materialized before him. Guohao's ghostly presence elicited a childlike scream from Ma Chong. Just as he pivoted to escape in another direction, he found himself encircled by 10 figures, mirroring the scenario where he had previously surrounded Lin Tian. Gulping down his anxiety, Ma Chong swallowed hard. He turned to Lin Tian, shouting in desperation, as if raising his voice could bolster his courage. Lin Tian, you have such audacity to openly slaughter government officials. Lin Tian regarded Ma Chong with mild surprise, responding, Did you not claim we were resisting your investigation? If we do not use violence, how can you justify your actions? Hearing Lin Tian's words, Ma Chang's mouth began to twitch in agitation as he continued to shout. You are talking nonsense? Oh, am I not? Lin Tian replied. If this is not resisting investigation, then I understand. This must be what you, group leader Ma, referred to as self-defense. Why you? Ma Chong found himself speechless, trembling in fear as he stood surrounded by the 10 warriors. He recognized their prowess and had surmised from the outset that he was no match for them. However, he had believed that their official status would shield him. Who could have known that in their eyes? Such status would hold no weight, rendering it utterly ineffective. What a predicament! If they wished to take his life, it would be an effortless task. At this point, Lin Tian began to stride toward Ma Chong, and the northern boundary warriors parted to create a path. Just as Lin Tian approached Ma Chong, a sudden thud echoed. The man had knelt before him. It was unclear whether his legs had given way or if he genuinely sought to plead for mercy. Lin Tian regarded the kneeling Ma Chong with bemusement, chuckling softly, Group leader Ma, what seems to be the matter? Why are you kneeling before a mere commoner? This statement struck Ma Chong like a slap in the face. He had always held himself in high regard as a member of the Monitoring Bureau, commanding respect from all martial artists outside its ranks, regardless of their strength, for he was an official. Yet now, the commoner he had scorned had turned the tables. He longed to rise, but in the face of imminent death, his legs would not obey. Lin Tian leaned closer, whispering into Ma Chang's ear in a husky tone. Ma Chong, today I shall spare your life. The flicker of relief in Ma Chang's eyes was unmistakable. Yet Lin Tian continued, I can inform you that the members of the Feng, Luo, and Zhang families were all killed by me. Lin Tian boldly confessed, for this act of vengeance was one he had no need to conceal, and doing so, he would draw forth more of his enemies into the open. Sensing Ma Chang's breath quickening, Lin Tian added, however, I must caution you. The consequences are yours to bear. Upon hearing these 4 words, a chill coursed through Ma Chang's spine, filling him with an overwhelming sense of dread. The notion of bearing the consequences sounded like the voice of hell itself. He struggled to rise, crawling on the ground 3 times before finally standing, only to be confronted with the sight of his fallen comrades. Tremors overtook his body once more, but this time, they were not born of fear. Clenching his fists tightly, Ma Chong let out a peculiar roar. They have rebelled. This is rebellion. These commoners dare to lay hands on the Monitoring Bureau? Rebellion. Rebellion. However, on the streets of Qinghe, an extraordinarily captivating scene has emerged. Zhang Siyu, the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, adorned in pure white, is exuberantly sprinting down the main road towards the Azure Sea, her 2 balls swinging with each stride. Bystanders and passing vehicles are left astounded. When have they ever witnessed such a spectacle? Beside the asphalt road, a woman, devoid of clothing, is dashing about. Numerous drivers have even collided due to this unexpected sight, yet instead of addressing the accidents, they are all fervently capturing the moment on their phones. Initially, Zhang Siyu felt a profound sense of embarrassment and anguish, overwhelmed by an endless wave of humiliation. However, as time passed and the crowd grew, she became indifferent, even numb. She let out a hoarse scream at those filming her. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before? Chapter 92. I will have the Chen family kill you. The crowd surrounding her reacted with bewildered expressions upon hearing Zhang Siyu's words. They assumed she was merely a lunatic from some family, running naked in the dead of night. Nevertheless, it must be said that her physique was indeed commendable, and her appearance undeniably attractive. Regrettably, such a splendid exterior was wasted. Of course, Many men on the street gazed at her with admiration, drooling at the sight. Several even pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Yet, Zhang Xiyu remained oblivious to this attention, focusing solely on her destination, racing forward out of fear. She was terrified. She feared for her life. She had no idea whether the man who had displayed such terrifying prowess at her home was still following her. Although Zhang Xiyu, consumed by her fear of death, had largely ceased to care, there were those who did. For instance, a uniformed officer from the Public Security Bureau, resembling Mu Qianqian, driving a patrol car, slammed on the brakes upon spotting Zhang Xiyu, nearly colliding with a nearby lamppost. His first reaction was disbelief. Has she lost her mind? Which family does this woman belong to, running naked in the middle of the night? What a way to provide welfare. However, he quickly recognized Zhang Xiyu's identity. Good heavens, he exclaimed instinctively, then slapped his forehead. I say this, the eldest daughter of the Zhang family? He could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them and pinching his thigh to confirm that the naked girl before him was indeed Zhang Xiyu. The Zhang family, one of the 4 prominent families in Qinghe. How could someone of such esteemed status engage in such behavior? Not only that, but she had also attracted a throng of onlookers and photographers. What a predicament! The officer was instantly flustered, fully aware of the Zhang family's social standing in Qinghe. Such an incident could tarnish the family's reputation. If this escalated and the Zhang family became enraged, it would spell disaster for Qinghe. Clearly, the officer was unaware that the entire Zhang family had been annihilated. In a panic, he gathered his thoughts, flung open the car door, and dashed towards Zhang Xiyu, shouting, "Stop filming! Stop looking! For heaven's sake, don't take any more pictures! Do you know who she is?" Yet, as he spoke, he hesitated, fearing that others might not be aware of Zhang Xiyu's identity, by revealing it. He could turn the Zhang family into a complete laughingstock. In that case, he would surely face repercussions. Thus, the officer rushed towards Zhang Xiyu, shedding his outer garment to drape over her, exclaiming anxiously, "Miss Zhang, what happened? Put on some clothes." Meanwhile, Zhang Xiyu, disregarding the officer's goodwill, was in a frenzy, forcefully pushing him away. The impact sent the officer tumbling to the ground. In a fit of desperation, Zhang Xiyu shouted, "Leave me alone! Get away! Get away!" In her haste, she even tore off the remaining clothing she had and threw it aside. Then, to the officer's astonished gaze, Zhang Xiyu knelt down, panicked, and pleaded, I didn't wear any clothes. I didn't accept help from anyone. Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" She even bowed 3 times on the ground. Without uttering another word, she sprang to her feet and continued her frantic run. Yet behind her, there was no one else. The officer was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Meanwhile, in the apartment rented by Lin Tian, Lin Mingming exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother, look at that woman. She seems to be the one from the department store that day. What happened to her? Why is she not wearing any clothes?" Indeed, Zhang Xiyu's incident had garnered significant attention, with many people streaming the event online. At home, when Shanshan and Lin Xiyu had also witnessed the live coverage of Zhang Xiyu's naked run. Both girls felt their faces flush with embarrassment, yet the overwhelming curiosity and astonishment kept their eyes glued to the screen. When Shanshan gasped, and as she noticed the 2 girls looking at her, Lin Tian innocently shrugged and shook his head, saying, "I don't know either." When Shanshan then seemed to recall something, saying, "Brother Lin Tian, my grandfather mentioned that the Zhang family was one that had once acted against the Lin family. They are villains. Could someone be enacting justice, causing Zhang Xiyu to be so terrified? She even knelt and begged for mercy. Is someone pursuing her?" Hearing when Shanshan's inquisitive remarks, Lin Tian slightly curled his lips, replying nonchalantly, "Perhaps. Maybe the heavens could no longer tolerate the Zhang family's misdeeds and have brought down punishment upon them." Lin Mingming gazed at Lin Tian, an understanding gleam in her eyes, connecting the enmity between the Zhang and Lin families. She quickly realized that her brother must be behind this incident. After all, she had personally witnessed her brother annihilate the entire Feng family. Clearly, this was no divine retribution. Unless, of course, the heavens referred to her brother. Lin Mingming recognized her brother's silence was to spare when Shanshan from worry, so she did not expose him but rather nodded in agreement, saying, "It must be so. Regardless, this is the punishment that woman deserves." Did Zhang Xiyu receive the punishment she deserved? Her current state was indeed tragic, yet in her heart, she was filled with resentment towards Lin Tian. Previously, in Lin Tian's presence, she had been enveloped in endless fear. However, now, in a desperate bid for survival, she had resorted to such actions. She understood well that because of Lin Tian, her family was no more, and she could never remain in Qinghe again. Although she outwardly exhibited panic and dread of death, deep within, she had already cursed Lin Tian's ancestors to the 8th generation. For instance, at this very moment, as she panted and sprinted, she viciously cursed in her heart, "Damn you, Lin Tian! You have subjected me to such immense humiliation today. You are merely a stray dog from a trash family. What else do you possess besides some martial prowess? How dare you let me flee to the blue sea? I tell you." Chapter 93. How can this person be her? Lin Tian, oblivious to Zhang Siyu's inner curses and her grandiose fantasies, was well aware that such dreams would never materialize. As he had stated, the Chen family would see to it that she was killed. Meanwhile, in Lin Tian's apartment, Shun Lingxi emerged slowly from the bedroom, her head bowed, bearing a pained expression. Upon seeing Lin Tian, Wen Shanshan, and Lin Mingming, her demeanor prompted an instant silence from the two girls, who tucked away their voices. They were uncertain of Shun Lingxi's mental state and feared they might inadvertently harm her fragile psyche, so they could only watch her with concern. Shun Lingxi then spoke to Lin Tian. "I am sorry. Xiao Tian, have I lost my mind again?" Hearing her voice, Lin Tian and the others breathed a sigh of relief, yet their concern for her intensified. Lin Tian stepped forward, approached Shun Lingxi, and gently said, "Auntie, you did nothing wrong. You shouldn't apologize. The one who should apologize is me for bringing up such sensitive topics." "No," Shun Lingxi vehemently denied, then abruptly threw herself into Lin Tian's embrace, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. "No, Xiao Tian, it's not you who is at fault. It's not you." On the other side, tears welled in the eyes of Wen Shanshan and Lin Mingming as they witnessed the scene. Subsequently, Wen Shanshan stepped forward and addressed them, saying, "The culpable ones are not you, but the Luo family. The Luo family will undoubtedly receive the punishment they deserve, just as the Zhang family did." Hearing Wen Shanshan's words, Lin Mingming gazed at her brother and softly remarked, "I believe the Luo family has already faced their rightful retribution." Indeed, the demise of the Luo family occurred even before that of the Zhang family. The Luo family is now engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes. Before long, Shun Lingxi, nestled in Lin Tian's embrace, began to feel a sense of warmth and her mood gradually settled. She could finally share laughter and conversation again with Wen Shanshan and Lin Mingming. Observing the smiles adorning the faces of the three women, Lin Tian gently clenched his fist, vowing within himself to safeguard this beautiful scene for all his days. Today, Lin Tian had taken numerous lives and unearthed significant clues regarding the horrific massacre of the Lin family. He had accelerated the pace of his revenge considerably. He was convinced that one day, he would deliver each of his family's foes to the netherworld, compelling them to kneel before the ancestors of the Lin family and confess their despairing sins. Unbeknownst to him, a considerable time later, Lin Tian felt the door to his room being stealthily pushed open. With his keen instincts, he instantly awakened but chose not to rise immediately. He was aware that this was his home, a sanctuary of safety. The only individuals who could enter his bedroom were the three women of his household. Lin Tian was curious to discover which bold maiden dared to intrude into a man's chamber at such an hour. Soon, he realized that her audacity extended beyond mere intrusion. The woman quietly shut the door behind her and approached his bedside, gently lifting a corner of his blanket. Without hesitation, a warm body slipped beneath the covers with him. Lin Tian was jolted into alertness. To his astonishment, he discovered that this woman was entirely unclothed, his entire being tensed up. Closing his eyes, his mind raced. Who could this be? Whose audacity is this? By heavens, does she not see me as a man? How brazen! 3 faces flashed through his mind. Was it Ming Ming? Impossible. She was his own sister, and she would never act in such a manner. Could it be his aunt? No. As this thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down his spine, and he felt the urge to chastise himself. What on earth was he thinking? Surely, it could not be his aunt, a senior to him. Then it must be Wen Shanshan. With this realization, Lin Tian's body relaxed considerably. Indeed, Wen Shanshan was his fiancée, and they would eventually marry. After their union, Such intimacy would not be unusual. Perhaps Shanshan had slipped into his bed out of longing after a decade apart. If she felt no shame, then why should he? Lin Tian, eyes still closed, reached out and enveloped the warm, tender body in his embrace. A flurry of hurried breaths filled the air. A hint of a smile crept across Lin Tian's lips as he mused. So? Little girl, now you know to be shy. It's too late for that. Yet, despite his inner thoughts, Lin Tian made no further movements, simply holding the body within his arms. However, the sound of her breathing and the warmth against his neck was undeniably tempting. After all, he was in such a situation. Lin Tian found himself at a loss. Yet, what had transpired could not be undone. Convinced that the woman in his arms was indeed his fiancée, he felt little psychological burden. Suddenly, the figure nestled against him whispered, "What a wicked man you are." Her voice was low, and had Lin Tian been any less alert or in deeper slumber, he might have missed it entirely. But in this peculiar circumstance, he heard her clear as day. The sound washed over him like a bucket of cold water, sending a shiver down his spine and banishing all strange emotions. For he recognized that voice. It was not the one Shanshan he had imagined, nor was it his sister Lin Mingming. How could it be her? Lin Tian's unease intensified, yet he had no choice. He could not awaken. Should he do so, it would spell disaster. Meanwhile, outside Lin Tian's room, a graceful figure bit her lip, her eyes revealing a peculiar glimmer. Chapter 94. The damned will ultimately meet their fate. At this moment, Lin Tian remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside his room. Lying in bed, he was engulfed in discomfort. While Lin Tian endured his turmoil, on the other side, Zhang Xiyu, breathless and pale, finally spotted the exclusive sign of the Chen family in Blue Sea. Looking up at the sky, which was beginning to brighten, she finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. She was now utterly speechless. Her lips cracked, and any thoughts within her mind had ceased to emerge. She had lost her shoes somewhere along the way, her feet now bloodied and battered. Yet, she felt no pain. She had become completely numb. She could not recall when she had stopped running, but she sensed that if she continued, she would surely perish on the road. Staggering, she clung to the trees for support, making her way step by step in the direction indicated by the sign. Until the dawn broke, the streets of Blue Sea filled with onlookers gathered around Zhang Xiyu. She finally beheld the grand entrance of the Chen family mansion. With a thud, she collapsed at the foot of the Chen family gates. Lying sprawled on her back, gazing at the sky, gasping for air. This scene was a feast for the eyes of the surrounding onlookers. Inside the Chen family estate, the family had just finished breakfast. The patriarch, Chen Kuang, and the fourth master, Chen Wang, had just set down their bowls and chopsticks when a frantic servant burst in, calling out loudly, "Master, fourth master, something terrible has happened." Both Chen Kuang and Chen Wang turned to the door. Frowning slightly, the elder, Chen Kuang, replied coldly, "What are you panicking about? What could possibly happen this early in the morning?" The servant steadied his breath and quickly responded, "It's all people, master." There's a crowd gathered outside the Chen family estate. Chen Kuang and Chen Wang exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of confusion. Chen Wang immediately inquired, "A crowd? What spectacle could the Chen family possibly offer? Does anyone in Blue Sea dare to spectate our affairs?" The servant quickly elaborated, "A woman, a naked woman, has collapsed at our doorstep, insisting she must see the steward of the Chen family. The crowd outside believes we have wronged her and are pointing fingers at our family." "What?" Chen Kuang and Chen Wang exclaimed in unison, slamming their hands on the table and rushing outside. Just as the servant had described, a disheveled woman, her feet bloodied and without clothing, lay sprawled at the entrance of their estate. Below the steps, a gathering of onlookers pointed and whispered, "Goodness, the Chun family of Blue Sea is powerful. Who have they bullied to this extent? How could they let a girl end up like this without any intervention? Expose them. Let everyone see the true faces of the Chen family." Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, the brows of Chen Kuang and Chen Wang furrowed deeply. Chen Wang stepped forward to stand before Zhang Xiyu. Frowning as he looked down at her and bellowed, "Who are you? Why do you appear at the doorstep of the Chen family in such a state, attempting to frame us?" Gazing up at Chen Wang, her voice hoarse and shaky, she managed to stammer, "See, can you take charge?" Chen Wang's eyes twitched at her words, but he replied firmly, "I am Chen Wang, the fourth master of the Chen family. You may speak freely to me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Siyu's eyes seemed to awaken, and tears streamed down her face as she gathered all her strength to rise from the ground, her voice breaking as she cried out, "Fourth master, you must help me. Will you take charge for the Qinghe Zhang family on my behalf?" Upon hearing these 4 words, both Chen Kuang and Chen Wang's gazes suddenly narrowed. "Quickly take this woman inside." Immediately after, Chen Kuang turned to the servants of the Chen family and commanded, "Immediately disperse this crowd of onlookers and silence their chatter. Anyone who dares to speak out of turn will find the Chen family unrelenting." "Yes, my lord." The strength of the Chen family could indeed carry out such orders. The onlookers dared only to voice their opinions. Should they truly provoke the Chen family, they would not dare to face the consequences. Meanwhile, within the Chen family's courtyard, Zhang Siyu lay slumped like a dead dog. The members of the Chen family frowned, yet none offered Zhang Siyu a cloak. Over here, Chen Wang had already begun to loudly question Zhang Siyu. "How did you end up like this? Where is my second brother?" Chen Wang was well aware that his second brother, Chen Zhua, had gone to the Zhang family for support yesterday. While it was labeled as assistance, the true intent was to hunt down Lin Tian. However, instead of receiving news of Chen Zhua and Chen Wen, they were met with the pitiful sight of Zhang Siyu. Zhang Siyu hoarsely replied, "They are dead. They all died, not just the second master. Even the third master is gone." "What?" Upon hearing Zhang Siyu's words, Chen Kuang and Chen Wang's expressions abruptly shifted, shock flooding their eyes. "Impossible." Just then, a furious roar erupted from the depths of the Chen family mansion. "Bastards! My second and third sons! Their life tokens have shattered? It can't be, it can't be." This was the voice of an elderly man, filled with anguish. At that moment, a thunderclap resounded in the minds of Chen Kuang and Chen Wang. Their second and third brothers are dead? How could this be? In truth, Zhang Siyu's voice had not faltered. As Chen Kuang and Chen Wang remained in shock, they heard her hoarse shout, "Don't be anxious. Your Chen family will have its turn soon." "What?" At that moment, Chen Kuang and Chen Wang were on the brink of an emotional eruption, only to hear Zhang Siyu's declaration. Chen Kuang's eyes widened in fury, seeking death. A formidable aura suddenly emanated from Chen Kuang as he struck down towards Zhang Siyu, who lay like a dead dog. No. Zhang Siyu let out her final scream, her skull crushed by Chen Kuang's palm. Meeting her demise, in truth, Zhang Siyu had previously uttered, "You must kill that scoundrel Lin Tian for me. He even had me deliver a message to you." Yet, her words were drowned out by the anguished cries of another. Chapter 95. Lin Tian surely has powerful allies. After killing Zhang Siyu with a single strike, Chen Kuang wasted no time and charged towards the room behind him, with Chen Wang closely following. The members of the Qin family showed no change in expression regarding Zhang Siyu's death. Their primary concern remained the fates of their second and third masters. At this moment, Chen Kuang and Chen Wang had already burst into the room. Within, the weeping of an elderly man echoed. In the center of the room knelt a white-haired elder. Before him lay 2 broken jade tablets, one inscribed with Chen Zhua and the other with Chen Wen. The crack ran precisely between the 2 names. Clearly, these jade tablets were the life tokens previously mentioned. "Father!" Chen Kuang and Chen Wang exclaimed in unison, rushing to support the elder to his feet. The old man, with his flowing white hair, had tears of sorrow in his eyes, yet his skin bore few wrinkles, smooth and youthful, giving him an appearance of agelessness. The aura he exuded was formidable. This man was none other than the current head of the Lan Haichen family, their father, Chen Tianhan. As Chen Tianhan was assisted into a chair by his sons, he buried his face in his hands and wept. Chen Kuang and Chen Wang gazed at the shattered life tokens, their faces pale with disbelief and sorrow. Chen Kuang finally broke his silence. "No, it can't be. The second and third masters, how could they? They just went to Qinghe last night. Why are there life tokens? Could it really be the work of Lin Tian alone?" In their eyes, overwhelming grief intermingled with a hint of dread. Meanwhile, Chen Tianhan's voice, laced with tears, emerged. 10 years ago, I warned you. The Lin family is not to be trifled with. Why did you not heed my caution?" If Lin Tian were present to hear Chen Tianhan's words, he might have felt a flicker of confusion. Indeed, it seemed that Chen Tianhan had reservations about the actions taken against the Lin family back then. Yet, the Chen family still participated. Hearing their father's words, Chen Kuang and Chen Wang's expressions shifted multiple times. Chen Kuang then turned to Qin Tianhan and said, "Father, what good does it do to dwell on the past? We must consider our current situation and what we should do next." Indeed, their second, third, and fifth brothers had all perished in Qinghe at the hands of Lin Tian. Even if they had come to realize that they should not have participated in the massacre of the Lin family, the loss of their three brothers demanded vengeance. Chen Wang clenched his fists tightly and voiced his anger. That scoundrel Lin Tian, he is but a stray dog, alone and without a family. How dare he lay a hand on a member of the Chen family? It seemed that unable to take direct action against Lin Tian, he could only vent his fury through words, hurling every insult he could muster. Meanwhile, Chen Kuang spoke decisively. "I believe this matter cannot solely be attributed to Lin Tian." Upon hearing Chen Kuang's assertion, Chen Wang raised a puzzled brow at his elder brother. Chen Kuang continued slowly, "Lin Tian is indeed a formidable martial artist and has joined the Northern Martial Forces. However, by age calculation, he is barely in his 20s. What can a person of such youth achieve in the path of martial arts? If the second and third brothers unleash their combined powers, they would be equivalent to Shin-level warriors. Are you suggesting that Lin Tian has already surpassed Shin level at such a young age?" Chen Wang fell silent, reluctantly acknowledging the validity of his brother's reasoning. He understood all too well the arduous nature of martial cultivation. A person who has been absent for a decade, even if he is a genius, how could he possibly possess such formidable strength? Over here, a cruel smile appeared on Chen Wang's face as he remarked, "I told you. How could that Lin Tian, that worthless scum, have such immense power? He is absolutely not alone. Behind him, there must be a helper." The most terrifying thing about a person is this kind of inexplicable confidence. At this point, Chen Kuang, firmly convinced of his thoughts, turned to his father, Qin Tianhan, and said, "Father, there must be a profound-level martial artist backing Lin Tian. We have no idea if he has sold something, or if he is groveling like a dead dog, begging this profound-level expert for assistance. Father, I request that our Qin family summon 2 of our half-step profound-level guardians to join forces with me and Lao Si. Even if our opponent is a peak profound-level martial artist, they would undoubtedly stand no chance against us." As he spoke, Chen Kuang narrowed his eyes and declared fiercely, "I want to see who in the entire southern region dares to oppose the Chen family. And as for that trash Lin Tian, I will ensure he meets a miserable end, just like his pathetic Lin family members, becoming lost souls wandering the earth." Chapter 96. The comprehensive investigation begins far away in Qinghe. Lin Tian remained completely oblivious to the speculations brewing in the minds of the 2 brothers from the Blue Sea Qin family. He only knew that he had not slept a wink the previous night. Even by the following morning, he felt too embarrassed to open his eyes. It was only after the figure he had cradled in his arms stealthily exited his room that Lin Tian let out a long sigh and sat up on the bed, beads of fine sweat forming on his forehead. Who knows how he managed to endure the previous night? Fortunately, Lin Tian possessed formidable strength. Even if he went a year without sleep, it would not adversely affect his physical condition. A sleepless night did not impact his bodily functions, but it certainly took a toll on his mental state. He had no clue why Shenlingxi would act in such a manner. Did she not have even the slightest inkling that her actions were inappropriate? Lin Tian found it incomprehensible, yet he did not wish to unravel the mystery, if he were to understand it. His entire outlook on life, worldview, and values would likely undergo a dramatic transformation. Meanwhile, Lin Tian cautiously got out of bed, opened the door, and observed the scene outside. It seemed that Lin Mingming and Wen Shanshan were both enjoying this long-awaited tranquility, as they had yet to rise at this hour. However, their continued slumber was fortuitous. Lin Tian was uncertain how to face the 3 women in his room. Thus, he quietly slipped out of the apartment he had rented. Breathing in the fresh morning air of Qinghe, Lin Tian finally managed to calm his restless heart. Glancing back at the window of the upper floor, he felt a lingering sense of trepidation. If the expression on Lin Tian's face were to fall into the eyes of the martial practitioners from the northern region, they would surely be taken aback. After all, their leader was a fearless and formidable presence, one who quelled all opposition. Now, it seemed he was experiencing some form of fear. Such an emotion was something they had never witnessed in Lin Tian before. Of course, Lin Tian himself had not even realized it. And even if he did, he would not find it unusual. After all, who would feel at ease in such a situation? Lin Tian had resolved to inspect the ruins of his Lin family ancestral home. After all, there was nothing pressing awaiting his attention. Just as he was about to leave the community, he heard a voice calling from behind, "Master." It was Mu Fenghua, whose voice was quite loud, causing many morning exercisers to turn around in surprise, staring blankly at him. Many recognized Mu Fenghua and were familiar with him, yet he had just called someone master. Who could possibly be the master of someone like Mu Fenghua? Surely, they must have misheard. Each person thought they were imagining things. However, they watched in astonishment as Mu Fenghua dashed over to the young man in his 20s and prepared to kneel down on one knee. The words "old servant pays respects to the master" nearly slipped from his lips. Lin Tian quickly extended his hand to pull Mu Fenghua back up, giving him a subtle glance. Naturally, Mu Fenghua had no complaints about kneeling before Lin Tian in front of others. However, Lin Tian did not wish to attract too much attention, so he gave Mu Fenghua another look before turning to leave. As Lin Tian and Mu Fenghua departed, the onlookers in the community erupted in a flurry of speculation. Goodness, that was indeed Mr. Mu, right? He actually referred to a young man as master. Who on earth was this young man? Could it be that his name was indeed Master? Surely not. Who would have such an impressive name? Did they not see that Mu was about to kneel before that young man? Was he perhaps a scion of a prominent family, hidden among them? The elderly men and women exercising were in full gossip mode, spreading rumors at an astonishing pace. In no time, the entire community believed that a reclusive, mighty figure resided among them, one who preferred to keep their identity concealed. As the saying goes, a small recluse hides in the forest. A great recluse hides in the city. Even the security guard, who had been lounging at the entrance drinking tea, stood upright and properly dressed, seemingly hoping to catch the attention of some high-ranking individual and ascend to greatness. Lin Tian and Mu Fenghua, of course, were unaware of the commotion occurring in the community. Lin Tian had already addressed Mu Fenghua, asking, "Did you find any news?" Upon hearing Lin Tian's voice, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Mu Fenghua's face. He helplessly replied, "Master, the old servant merely wished to greet you. If I were to act as though I hadn't seen you, I would not have enough lives to spare." This statement suggested that Lin Tian was somehow fearsome, capable of taking lives at will. Perhaps it was true. Regardless, Lin Tian shook his head in resignation at Mu Fenghua's awkward demeanor. At that moment, Lin Tian suddenly recalled the letter he had discovered while searching the Luo family. He promptly took out the letter and presented it to Mu Fenghua, asking, "Have you seen this emblem?" Mu Fenghua scrutinized the emblem in Lin Tian's hand, racking his brain for an answer, but ultimately shook his head in embarrassment and said, "Master, the old servant has never seen it in truth." Lin Tian did not hold out much hope for Mu Fenghua's knowledge, as the emblem represented something beyond what someone of Mu Fenghua's standing would typically encounter. Nevertheless, Lin Tian instructed, "Remember this emblem. You have subordinates outside, do you not? Tell them to disregard everything else and focus entirely on investigating what this emblem represents." "Yes." Mu Fenghua immediately stood at attention and declared loudly, "The old servant will obey." Lin Tian nodded and continued, "Additionally, I need you to help me investigate something else." Mu Fenghua again stood at attention, affirmatively nodding. Lin Tian waved his hand, saying, "All right, you may return to your duties." The letter retrieved from the Luo family explicitly stated that their allies would arrive in Qinghe within a certain time frame, and once everyone arrived, they would immediately commence their assault on the Lin family. As long as there was even a slight connection, Lin Tian would be able to uncover clues about his enemies. Mu Fenghua took Lin Tian's instructions with utmost seriousness and, after bidding him farewell, swiftly relayed the information. Meanwhile, Lin Tian could not afford to wait idly, as he intended to check on the progress of the reconstruction of the Lin family ruins today. However, just as Lin Tian's figure appeared at the corner leading to the Lin family ruins, a sudden whistling sound broke the silence. In an instant, hundreds of people surged from the dense forest and the sides of the road, encircling Lin Tian completely. Among them was a familiar face, Ma Chong, the leader of the action team from the Bureau of Martial Supervision, whom Lin Tian had previously spared. Chapter 97. In front of the Bureau of Martial Supervision, martial artists are worthless. Lin Tian looked at Ma Chong, who was among the group, shook his head slightly, sighed, and said blandly, "Why do you refuse to listen to advice?" Ma Chong turned to a middle-aged man with a furrowed brow and a serious expression, saying, "Deputy Team Leader, this is the person, the violent criminal Lin Tian. Not only did he violently resist our investigation, But he also killed all my colleagues in the team. As he spoke, tears welled up in Ma Cheng's eyes. And he feigned deep sorrow as he lamented. Those were our colleagues we spent every day with. Listening to the voice of Ma Chong, the middle-aged man known as the vice captain, his eyes were also filled with an endless fury. He stepped forward and bellowed at Lin Tian, "Criminal Lin Tian, your sins are egregious. Not only have you slaughtered innocent civilians, but you also dare to violently resist and massacre the personnel of my monitoring bureau. Do you realize your crimes?" Lin Tian regarded the vice captain before him and replied nonchalantly, "What crimes do I bear?" Although Ma Chong harbored trepidation regarding Lin Tian's strength, he was emboldened by the numbers on his side, particularly with his vice captain, whose prowess surpassed the pinnacle of yellow-level martial artists, approaching the realm of. Recognizing his own weakness, Ma Chong was confident that even if Lin Tian was formidable, he could not surpass the might of his vice captain. Thus, he boldly stepped forth, pointed a finger at Lin Tian, and berated him. "What crimes do you claim not to have? Let me inform you. My monitoring bureau is an official department. If we declare you guilty, then you are indeed guilty. You lowly wretch, how dare you quibble at such a time?" Subsequently, Ma Chong turned to his vice captain and exclaimed, "Vice captain, observe the attitude of this brute Lin Tian. He clearly holds our monitoring bureau in contempt. I suggest that Lin Tian should not merely be captured but should be executed on the spot." Listening to Ma Chong, the vice captain took a couple of steps forward, his tone mellowing as he spoke to Lin Tian with a sense of gravity. "Lin Tian, is it? You are still quite young, with a bright future ahead. Why engage in such actions that sever your own path? The massacre of the Feng, Luo, and Zhang families could have been framed as a dispute among martial artists. If you had merely shown us a modicum of goodwill, uttered some flattering words, and humbled yourself, this matter could have been laid to rest. But why do you persist in defying authority and refuse to heed our counsel? You even dared to slay the personnel of my monitoring bureau?" Upon hearing the vice captain's words, Lin Tian's gaze slightly lifted. He had indeed killed members of the Feng, Luo, and Zhang families, even annihilating 3 of the 4 prominent clans of Qinghe. Yet, the vice captain suggested that by offering them a small favor and speaking kindly, such a heinous act could simply be overlooked. This notion not only reminded Lin Tian of the massacre of his own Lin family, but also prompted him to squint at the vice captain. His voice laced with a chilling intensity as he slowly articulated, "So, are you implying that during the massacre of my Lin family, how many benefits did your monitoring bureau receive?" Upon hearing Lin Tian's inquiry, a derisive smirk crossed the vice captain's face as he retorted, "What are you saying? The Lin family? When was the Lin family exterminated? Is there still a family named Lin in Qinghe?" Astonishingly, the vice captain audaciously dismissed the very existence of the Lin family. Witnessing the mocking expression on the vice captain's face, Lin Tian clenched his fists tightly. Why did the monitoring bureau take no action during the Lin family's massacre? Now Lin Tian understood. A faint crimson hue emerged in his pupils. Entirely colored by the overwhelming fury festering within him, he regarded the personnel of the monitoring bureau with nothing but vengeful wrath. For even if they had not directly harmed the Lin family, their complicity in sheltering the Lin family's enemies rendered them foes in Lin Tian's eyes. At that moment, the vice captain's voice resonated once more, maintaining that tone of earnest gravity. "Young man, I advise you not to oppose the government, nor to confront our monitoring bureau. I acknowledge that martial artists in this world possess formidable strength and unique status. However, do not forget that there is a greater authority above you. That authority is the monitoring bureau. Before the monitoring bureau, any martial artist is but an ant, trash, refuse. Just like you, the offspring of the Lin family, Lin Tian, perish." As he uttered those words, the vice captain's smile twisted into a more menacing snarl. Raising his hand high, just as he prepared to issue the command to attack, Lin Tian's voice rang out, "The one who shall perish is you." Upon hearing Lin Tian's declaration, a look of arrogance spread across the vice captain's face. But before his derisive laughter could escape, Lin Tian's low growl preceded him. "Where are the northern border martial soldiers?" Lin Tian's voice seemed to carry an overwhelming force, resonating through the surrounding mountains and forests, even causing the leaves on the trees to rustle violently. Then, from outside the encirclement of hundreds, a resounding, authoritative voice echoed across the expanse. "At your service." Then, Lin Tian's hoarse voice emerged once more. "Kill without mercy. Understood. The voices of the members of the Northern Border Martial Soldiers, Group D, reverberated through the heavens. Upon hearing this, Ma Chang's body tensed, and he urgently addressed the vice captain. Vice Captain, Lin Tian has 10 aides, all of whom are martial artists. They assisted him in killing our comrades. The vice captain, unfazed by Ma Chang's alarm, merely replied coolly, as long as they are martial artists, they are but trash in the presence of my monitoring bureau. But the moment the vice captain's confident words fell, the air around them began to vibrate ominously, and a tempest brewed within the dense forest. The earth and fallen leaves were swept up, engulfing the hundreds of people within a swirling chaos. What? I can no longer see the sun. A cacophony of anxious voices erupted from the crowd. Chang trembled, having witnessed the Northern Border Martial Soldiers in action before. The vice captain furrowed his brow. Barking orders, do not panic, do not be alarmed. It's merely a trick. A trick? The vice captain was incredibly naive. No. Ugh. A series of anguished screams suddenly erupted. What is happening? Ma Chang, hiding behind the vice captain, exclaimed in panic. The vice captain's frown deepened, for he too could not discern the surrounding scene, only repeatedly shouting, respond to him. Yet, not a single coherent word was uttered. Only the sounds of torment filled the air. The dense chorus of screams, coupled with the chaos of flying sand and stones, created an atmosphere akin to descending into a hellish abyss. The stench of blood assaulted the senses. At that moment, Ma Chang felt the harrowing sensation of imminent death wash over him once more. His legs quaking uncontrollably, and a foul liquid seeped from him. After what felt like an eternity, the cries finally ceased. It was at this juncture that the vice captain bellowed, "Enough!" A powerful aura radiated from him, seemingly overpowering the chaos around them, as if his might compelled the surroundings to settle. The swirling dust and leaves dispersed, restoring light to his and Ma Chang's eyes. However, the next moment, the vice captain's face twisted with rage as he roared, "No! How could this be?" As for Ma Chang, he was utterly stunned, his complexion ashen, his body weakened. With a thud, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, mirroring the prior day's scene. The vice captain, now frenzied, scanned the area desperately, seeking any of his monitoring bureau subordinates still standing. Yet, disappointment awaited him, as the tumultuous storm of dust and leaves cleared. The sight that met the eyes of the vice captain and Ma Chang was a grim tableau of bodies, pools of blood-soaked corpses, all wearing the uniform of the monitoring bureau. These were the elite of the monitoring bureau. Having suffered significant losses due to Lin Tian, they had brought forth a force far superior to that of Ma Chang's last excursion. Yet, against Lin Tian's mere 10 aides, they had fallen without ever seeing their faces. Lin Tian bastard! I will kill you! I will kill you! The vice captain's expression was one of feral rage, as though he would devour Lin Tian alive. He had even neglected the 10 shadowy figures accompanying Lin Tian. With a single, explosive motion, he crushed the ground beneath him, propelling himself toward Lin Tian. At this moment, Lin Tian's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. The individual before him had already been branded an enemy in Lin Tian's mind. Thus, to Lin Tian, he was already a dead man. The vice captain charging forward gazed at Lin Tian, who stood motionless without any attempt to evade or defend himself. A cruel smile dancing in his eyes, he bellowed, "Ha, arrogant! I am a half-step Shin-level warrior, and you, a mere piece of trash, shall perish." Accompanied by his roar, the vice captain's iron fist descended violently towards Lin Tian's head. Unperturbed by the fierce vice captain, Lin Tian shouted back, "You are the one who is arrogant." With that, the vice captain felt as if his chest had been struck with tremendous force. Blood erupted uncontrollably from his mouth and nose. His body flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily into a massive tree. With a resounding thud, the tree splintered and toppled over. The vice captain, having hit the ground, coughed up yet another mouthful of blood. His face now ashen, staring in shock at Lin Tian, who remained unmoved. "You!" Another spurt of blood followed. Lin Tian's single shout had forced a half-step Shin-level expert to expel 3 mouthfuls of blood. It seemed the vice captain had coughed up a lung. He braced himself against the ground, gasping for air, fear glimmering in his eyes, in his mind. Lin Tian was merely a young man in his 20s. No matter how powerful or gifted, he should be able to handle ordinary warriors, and those at the Huang level with ease. Yet, why did he feel like an ant, easily crushed under Lin Tian's might? Lin Tian, unaffected by the vice-captain's terror and confusion, advanced towards him with heavy steps. His voice was hoarse, fists clenched, revealing that his fury had yet to subside. Is profit truly more important to you than the lives of hundreds? The Lin family has hundreds of lives, among them, both warriors and ordinary civilians, brutally slaughtered overnight. How can this not even register as an incident in the eyes of your monitoring bureau? Are those hundreds of vibrant lives not worth the benefits bestowed upon your bureau? In response to Lin Tian's accusations, the pale-faced vice-captain actually laughed, a laugh that seemed all too natural. Clutching his chest, he roared at Lin Tian. What do a few hundred lives matter? The Lin family is nothing but garbage. Mere scraps. The lives of warriors are inconsequential, let alone those who aren't even warriors. They do not deserve to live in this world. Let them perish. Truth be told, even Gua Hao, the leader of the Northern Region Warriors group, could not bear to hear the vice-captain's words. He stepped forward and shouted, "Don't forget that you are a warrior too." "You think I am?" The vice-captain shrieked hysterically. "I am not a warrior. I am part of the monitoring bureau. I am a government official. Warriors are garbage in my eyes, just simple-minded brutes. You pathetic fools are not worthy of being compared to me." Even at this juncture, the vice-captain continued to speak with such arrogance, as if donning this uniform elevated him above others. This delusion had driven him to madness, making him careless about his own life. Lin Tian, observing the vice-captain's current demeanor, could only imagine how many low-level warriors and even ordinary people he had oppressed while wearing this bureau's insignia. In his eyes, those individuals were not even human. Such a person had no right to continue living. Lin Tian raised his fist. "You do not deserve to exist in this world. When you descend below, do not forget to bow and confess to those you have harmed." Yet, the vice-captain retorted with a grotesque grin. "The one who will die is not me, but you dog." With a swift motion, he drew an oddly shaped handgun and aimed it directly at Lin Tian. The brothers of the Northern Region warriors behind Lin Tian exchanged bewildered glances at the sight of the weapon. They recognized it as the electromagnetic gun that had previously been wielded by a member of the Zhang family in an attempt to harm their leader, yet it posed no threat to him. However, the vice-captain was unaware of this, believing the gun could subdue even the pinnacle of Shin-level warriors. Thus, he proclaimed Lin Tian's death as certain. "Ha ha ha, did you expect anything less, you pathetic fool? This is the difference between the monitoring bureau and you worthless warriors. Prepare to die." With a loud bang, the vice-captain pulled the trigger. In the next moment, an all-too-familiar scene unfolded. The smile on the vice-captain's face froze. His complexion drained of color as he trembled, watching in horror as Lin Tian effortlessly grasped the electric net that had been fired at him. "No, this cannot be." The vice-captain's cries of despair echoed as Lin Tian casually tossed the electric net onto him. The electric snakes writhed, and the vice-captain screamed in agony as his body twisted and convulsed within the net. Before long, the acrid scent of burning flesh filled the air, and the vice-captain fell silent. Having met his end at the hands of his own bureau's weapon, of course, Lin Tian had not forgotten that one person still lived. Chapter 99. The Bai family of the imperial capital? I await them in Xinghe. At this moment, Ma Chong stood in a daze, staring blankly at the charred corpse on the ground. He realized that this body belonged to his vice-captain, the powerful aide he had summoned from the monitoring bureau. Yet, this ally had been killed right before his eyes. Do not disturb Lin Tian. Otherwise, face the consequences. What consequences could that be? Now, Ma Chong understood all too well. He was engulfed by despair, his thoughts utterly submerged. As he watched Lin Tian approach, he knew he was doomed. Since survival was no longer an option, what was there to fear? Ha 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 ha. Ma Chong suddenly burst into a hollow laugh. A sound so stiff and jarring that it was hard to discern any true joy within it, especially given his pale complexion. Lin Tian reached Ma Chong and asked, somewhat symbolically, "What are you laughing at?" Ma Chong seemed to have anticipated this question and replied with a grin, "I am laughing at you." Ha 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 ha. Laughing at me? Lin Tian felt perplexed by this. And Ma Chong gritted his teeth and declared, "I laugh at you, for you are about to die, and you do not even realize it." Hearing Ma Chang's words, the members of the Northern Region Warriors group behind Lin Tian exchanged odd looks. They wondered if Ma Chong had lost his senses. It was clear that he was the one facing death, yet he dared to threaten their leader. Did he possess a weapon more potent than an electromagnetic gun? Ma Chong, not waiting for Lin Tian to inquire further, exclaimed, "Do you know who our vice captain is?" Lin Tian did not know, nor did he need to. Anyone who obstructed his vengeance would face the consequences. He meant every word he said. Ma Chong, seemingly answering his own question, continued, "He hails from the imperial capital. He is a member of the Bai family, sent to Qinghe for training. You are finished, Lin Tian. Ha ha ha, you may reign in Qinghe, but he is from the imperial capital. You have provoked the Bai family. Can you escape death? The imperial capital, the Bai family?" Curiosity flickered in Lin Tian's eyes as he murmured the name softly. Upon hearing Lin Tian's utterance, Ma Chong sneered. "What, are you scared now? You know the power of the families in the imperial capital? It's too late. Lin Tian, you are doomed." He believed Lin Tian was now intimidated by the Bai family's name. "Who knows?" Lin Tian gazed at Ma Chong and retorted, "Is the Bai family from the imperial capital truly renowned?" The moment Lin Tian posed this naive and innocent question, Ma Chang's laughter abruptly ceased. As if someone had grasped his throat, he understood that today he was destined to meet his demise. As he faced Lin Tian, he felt a sense of dread and trepidation, hoping that his death would at least be somewhat comforting. However, the other party seemed entirely oblivious to the name of the Bai family, akin to delivering a final, desperate strike that landed directly on a pile of cotton. Yet, Ma Chong remained unconvinced and shouted, "Impossible! How could you not have heard of the Bai family from the imperial capital? You must be pretending, right? Deep down, you're terrified, aren't you?" Lin Tian looked at Ma Chong, his eyes seemingly filled with a hint of sympathy. As if he were gazing upon a fool, it was over. Ma Chong could see from Lin Tian's expression that the latter truly had no knowledge of the Bai family's reputation in this world. Within the borders of Long Country, there existed someone who had never heard of the powerful families of the imperial capital. How could someone so formidable be so ignorant? The Bai family could command the winds and rain across the entire Long Country. Even a mere cough from the head of the Bai family would send tremors throughout the land. Ma Chong, still disbelieving, sought to make Lin Tian aware of his predicament. Yet, it was utterly futile. Lin Tian, with a slight upward curve of his lips, remarked, "Oh, is the Bai family truly that formidable?" Ma Chong, mistakenly believing that Lin Tian was beginning to feel fear, nodded vigorously and declared, "Indeed, the Bai family is extraordinarily powerful." But in the next moment, a serene smile graced Lin Tian's face as he replied, "Then I shall wait for them here in Qinghe." It was over. Ma Chong now realized that Lin Tian completely disregarded the Bai family. A desolate smile of despair appeared on his face. Even his wish to see Lin Tian's fearful expression before his death had been dashed. Yet, he refused to accept it. Ma Chang's pupils dilated as he revealed a savage expression, directly roaring at Lin Tian, "You will undoubtedly perish at the hands of the Bai family, leaving no trace behind. You shall never attain rebirth." With a sudden thud, Ma Chang's dantian erupted, blood splattering as he met his end. It was not Lin Tian's doing. Rather, it was Ma Chang's own act of self-destruction. In truth, self-detonation of the dantian was a skill mastered by every martial artist. It seemed that Ma Chong could no longer endure the psychological torment. Lin Tian glanced at the lifeless body of Ma Chong sprawled on the ground and sighed. If only they could possess such resolve as you. Indeed. If only those relentless individuals seeking to trouble Lin Tian had the same sense of self-sacrifice as Ma Chong. It would have spared Lin Tian considerable trouble. Meanwhile, all those who had arrived from the Martial Supervision Bureau met their demise here. The crimson hue in Lin Tian's eyes and the rage within his heart gradually subsided. He turned to Guahao, the leader of the Northern Border Martial Soldiers Group, and inquired lightly, "Say, how might the Bai family deal with someone like me, who lacks a familial background?" At this moment, Lin Tian couldn't help but mock himself. Guahao, however, appeared quite earnest, furrowing his brow as he addressed Lin Tian, "Dragon leader, shall I send word to the northern border, urging our brethren to descend south and obliterate the imperial capital to prevent future troubles?" Guahao's words were delivered with utmost seriousness. Even the notion of raising the imperial capital did not stir any disquiet within the northern border martial soldiers, indicating their undeniable strength. Upon hearing Guahao's suggestion, Lin Tian paused momentarily before breaking into a relaxed smile, chuckling as he patted Gua Hao's shoulder. What? The very individuals who once stood alongside me to defend Tiandu and protect Long Country now propose to level the imperial capital? Gua Hao, hearing Lin Tian's words, displayed a hint of awkwardness, yet he gritted his teeth and replied, Dragon Leader, you are aware that ever since the Tiandu defense battle, Long Country abandoned us, as he spoke. Gua Hao's voice trailed off, and a somber atmosphere enveloped the brothers of the Northern Border Martial Soldiers Group. Lin Tian gazed at his comrades, a pang of sympathy evident in his eyes, and once more patted Gua Hao's shoulder, saying, Do not worry. There will always be those who pay a painful price for the events of the past. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Martial Supervision Bureau in Qinghe, a man burst into the largest office on the top floor, rudely interrupting. He urgently called out to the middle-aged man seated on the sofa in the office, Director, it's bad. Vice Captain Bai, who was tasked with capturing Lin Tian, has suffered total annihilation. This frantic shout caused the middle-aged man in the office to spring to his feet, disbelief etched on his face as he exclaimed, What did you say? However, as his voice fell, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes, and he swiftly turned to glance at the guest seated on the sofa. At that moment, the intruding staff member noticed that there was indeed a visitor in the director's office. This guest, with graying hair, appeared to be in his 50s, yet his countenance was resolute, his face square, exuding an aura of authority despite his missing leg. The highest-ranking official of the Qinghe Martial Supervision Bureau, upon catching a glimpse of the one-legged man, instantly altered his tone, frowning as he addressed the intruder. Why are you in such a fluster? Get out and do not disturb me, the staff member, bewildered, thought to himself, Goodness, our vice captain, leading a substantial portion of the action team, has met with utter disaster, and yet you still say not to disturb you. He cast a dubious glance at the one-legged man seated on the sofa, inwardly astonished. Who is this man to command such respect from our leader? Are they discussing something of monumental importance? Unbeknownst to him, as he sensed that his superior was about to erupt in anger once more, he hurriedly exited the office, closing the door behind him. Once the staff member departed, the head of the Qinghe Martial Supervision Bureau revealed an awkward yet obsequious expression, bending slightly before the one-legged man, and humbly said, My lord, please do not take offense. It was merely my subordinate's impudence that intruded upon you, my lord. This peculiar title seemed to be a novel occurrence. The one-legged man appeared to be the master of some hall, and his status was evidently exalted. Even the director of the Qinghe Martial Supervision Bureau was forced to bow low before him. Before the director could finish his sentence, the man, referred to as my lord, interjected, Enough with the pretenses. The master of the hall ruthlessly dismantled the director's facade. He could discern that the director was genuinely concerned about the report from the intruding staff member, but due to pride, he had chosen to suppress his anxiety. The master of the hall, curious, inquired, Did your Martial Supervision Bureau not possess electromagnetic guns specifically for dealing with martial artists? Surely, Vice Captain Bai had one as well. Did it not have any effect on Lin Tian? Upon hearing the master's question, the director of the Martial Supervision Bureau was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized, exclaiming in shock, Indeed, the electromagnetic gun in Vice Captain Bai's possession is more than capable of countering peak Xin-level martial artists. Could it be is Lin Tian even stronger than a peak Xin-level martial artist? As he spoke, a glimmer of fear flickered in the director's eyes. The pinnacle of the profound level, a realm that is both coveted and unattainable. Even he, the head of the Qinghe Supervisory Martial Bureau, has yet to ascend to this echelon, merely scraping by as a practitioner at the initial stage of the profound level. How could Lin Tian, who can withstand an electromagnetic gun, not instill fear in him? Meanwhile, the master of the hall furrowed his brows slightly and spoke in a somber tone. Such a master has emerged, wantonly slaughtering the innocent? He then slowly extended his hand, retrieving a mechanical prosthetic limb from behind the sofa, and with a decisive click, affixed it to his leg, rising steadily from the couch. The head of the bureau, taken aback by this action, quickly inquired, Master, what are you? The hall master replied, Although my presence here was not my intention, having partaken of your Qinghe Supervisory Martial Bureau's hospitality, how can I, as the master of the Southeast Town Martial Hall, stand idly by in the face of such shocking events in Qinghe? The Town Martial Hall. What manner of organization is this? It seems that Lin Tian is also oblivious. However, The head of the Qinghe Supervisory Martial Bureau is all too aware, which is why he is so eager to curry favor with this middle-aged man. Across the entirety of Longhua, there are 5 town martial halls, each delineated by their geographic location. The Central Plains Town Martial Hall, the Northwest Town Martial Hall, the Northeast Town Martial Hall, the Southwest Town Martial Hall, and the Southeast Town Martial Hall. The Town Martial Hall is an organization entirely detached from the mundane world. Within Longhua, they are unbound by any legal constraints, yet they wield the power of life and death over a region. This explains why the head of the Qinghe Supervisory Martial Bureau is so obsequious before him. Not just him. It is likely that even the heads of all the supervisory martial bureaus in the Southern War Zone would bow low in the presence of the master of the Town Martial Hall. Owing to its unique and formidable nature, upon hearing the middle-aged man's declaration, the head of the Supervisory Martial Bureau displayed a look of ecstatic jubilation, exclaiming, "Really? Splendid. With your intervention, I believe Lin Tian will surely meet his demise." Restoring peace to Qinghe. What a farcical notion of peace. If Qinghe were to be truly restored to tranquility, it would first require the entire Supervisory Martial Bureau, from top to bottom, to face the King of Hell. Meanwhile, on the hillside beside the ruins of the Lin family estate, Lin Tian remains blissfully unaware of what the Town Martial Hall entails. At this moment, the master of the Town Martial Hall fortuitously learns of Lin Tian's massacre of numerous agents from the Supervisory Martial Bureau and is preparing to eliminate him. Lin Tian stands before a bloodied figure, whose visage is now unrecognizable, unaware of how many times he has unleashed his formidable fist upon him. Chapter 101. Lin Tian, come forth and meet your end. The person Lin Tian is mercilessly pummeling is none other than Luo Yonggang, the last scion of the Luo family in Qinghe. Presently, only Lin Tian and the 10 members of the Northern Border Martial Unit D Group are privy to whether Luo Yonggang is alive or dead. Others assume that he met his demise at Lin Tian's hands before the fall of the Luo family. However, Lin Tian would not grant such a cheap victory to Luo Yonggang. If Luo Yonggang is to perish, it will be by the hands of his own aunt. Truth be told, had his aunt, Shun Lingxi, not fallen into a state of semi-madness due to Lin Tian's inquiries the day prior, Lin Tian might have brought her along to confront Luo Yonggang today. Regrettably, Shun Lingxi's reflexive response has once again plunged her into a near-crazed state. To stabilize her emotions, Lin Tian has resolved to keep her away from Luo Yonggang for the time being. After all, should any further reflexive responses arise, the psychological trauma inflicted upon his aunt could worsen. Nevertheless, this does not hinder Lin Tian from dragging Luo Yonggang from the depths of the Lin family ruins for a cathartic beating. Luo Yonggang's tongue has already been severed by the members of the Northern Border Martial Unit. Now, he cannot utter a single word, only producing the most unpleasant and agonizing cries. His appearance and circumstances are indeed pitiable. However, given how he has tormented Lin Tian's aunt, he is most deserving of his fate. As Luo Yonggang writhes and emits cries of despair, the members of the Northern Border Martial Unit D Group, who are busy reconstructing the Lin family villa, seem oblivious to his plight, continuing their work unfazed. After yet another crushing blow sends Luo Yonggang flying, Lin Tian's phone rings, momentarily interrupting the latter's suffering. Lin Tian waved his right fist slightly and retrieved his phone from his pocket. The caller ID reads HEIZI.IT is a call from Mu Fenghua, indicating some progress on the investigative task Lin Tian had assigned him. Lin Tian answered the call. As soon as the connection was established, Mu Fenghua's voice rushed through. "Master, I hope I am not interrupting you." Lin Tian glanced at the figure of Luo Yonggang, resembling a dead dog, and replied flatly, "Speak." This conveyed his desire for Mu Fenghua to be succinct and direct. Without waiting for Lin Tian to inquire, Mu Fenghua immediately divulged, "Master, there have been some leads regarding your investigation. I was unable to ascertain how many illustrious heirs arrived in Qinghe before the Lin family's annihilation, as it seems someone has deliberately erased their tracks. However, there is indeed a but. I would not be calling if there were no significant findings. I have discovered which illustrious heirs and factions departed Qinghe within a week following the Lin family's demise." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's brows arched slightly, and a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes. This revelation suggests that these individuals had accomplished their objectives in Qinghe and thus had no reason to linger. Could this be connected to the downfall of the Lin family? What of the list? Lin Tian's thoughts raced, prompting him to ask directly. Mu Fenghua responded quickly, "Master, due to the sheer number of individuals on this list. I have compiled a document that will be sent to your email shortly. Lin Tian nodded slightly, though he felt a surge of astonishment within. Just how many factions and powerful families had converged in Qinghe? How many had conspired against the Lin family? Before Mu Fenghua could finish speaking, his tone shifted to one of awkwardness. Master, about that dark golden thorn flower emblem. Please forgive me, I have yet to uncover any information. Lin Tian, anticipating this outcome, responded coolly. No matter, you have done well. Thank you, Master. I am deeply grateful. Mu Fenghua's voice brimmed with excitement, though no one could see his gestures of gratitude over the phone. Lin Tian was certain that Mu Fenghua, wherever he may be, was kneeling in reverence. This was a genuine expression of respect for Mu Fenghua. Thus, Lin Tian replied mildly, All right, rise and continue with your duties. Yes, I shall obey. After Mu Fenghua respectfully ended the call, Lin Tian opened his email on his phone, and a new message appeared. Just as he prepared to view the list of names, the members of the Northern Border Martial Unit D Group abruptly halted their work. Turning their attention toward Lin Tian paused slightly, tucking his phone away. At that moment, the leader of the Northern Border Martial Unit D Group, Guahao, swiftly approached Lin Tian and whispered, Long Shou. I sense the presence of multiple profound-level practitioners, one of whom has even reached the pinnacle. Yes, the pinnacle of the profound level. Yet Guahao delivered this information with an even tone, devoid of surprise or alarm. They have long since dispatched numerous profound-level practitioners in the Northern Border Martial Unit. What surprises them is that such a powerful figure could appear in Qinghe. As Guahao's voice trailed off, a resounding roar erupted from the depths of the dense forest. Lin Tian, you dare to slaughter my agents from the Supervisory Martial Bureau. Come forth and meet your demise. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian and the members of the Northern Border Martial Unit exchanged glances, a hint of exasperation evident in their expressions. How long will these agents of the Supervisory Martial Bureau persist? Just as the roar faded, a cacophony of rustling air followed. Countless figures surged forth from the forest, encircling Lin Tian and his companions. Amidst this throng, Lin Tian and the members of the Northern Border Martial Unit discerned something amiss. Among them, there undoubtedly existed the familiar unified uniforms of the Bureau of Monitoring Martial Arts. However, there was another group, even larger in number and presence. The aura they exuded was palpably formidable, imbued with a chilling air of menace. Unmistakably the essence of seasoned warriors who had weathered countless battles. This left Lin Tian momentarily stunned. Could it be that the so-called King of the South, mentioned by the Luo family, had arrived with the Southern Army? Yet, Lin Tian swiftly dismissed this thought, for he had faced the soldiers of the Southern Army before. The Southern Army donned a standard uniform, yet they were entirely different from this assembly. Moreover, although the martial artists from the Qinghe battle zone of the Southern Army radiated a similar deadly aura, they also bore a hint of rogue bravado or banditry. The individuals gathered here, however, lacked such unsavory traits. Who, then, were they? A flicker of confusion appeared in Lin Tian's eyes. Unbeknownst to the bewildered Lin Tian, at the forefront of the encircling figures stood a man with a square face, adorned with a prosthetic limb and graying temples, whose pupils trembled violently, causing his entire body to quiver slightly, the intensity of which only grew. Chapter 102. Personally apologize to my ancestors of the Lin family. At that moment, the head of the Qinghe Bureau of Monitoring Martial Arts had already leapt forward. His heart brimmed with confidence, for standing at an angle behind him was none other than the master of the Southeast Martial Hall. A peak expert of the Xian level. All those martial artists, exuding a fierce killing intent and not belonging to the Bureau, were experts from the Southeast Martial Hall. Each one was immensely powerful. Even if he were to face a single group among them, he would feel a tremor of fear. With such allies, it was unequivocally impossible for Lin Tian to survive, even if he had the assistance of a peak Xian-level expert behind him. Indeed, at this juncture, the head of the Bureau of Monitoring Martial Arts had no faith that Lin Tian could possess strength surpassing the peak of the Xian level. A proud expression crossed his face as he gazed distantly at Lin Tian. Coldly commanding, Lin Tian, kneel. What an audacious demand. This old fool dares to instruct Lin Tian to kneel. 10 years ago, no one in this world would have ever dared to speak to Lin Tian in such a manner. Even if this person uttered merely those 2 words, The members of the northern border martial soldiers behind Lin Tian all glared fiercely, stepping forward with clenched fists, as if awaiting Lin Tian's command to charge forth and annihilate this vast assembly of experts. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow slightly, regarding the head of the Qinghe Bureau of Monitoring Martial Arts, and then asked, "Who are you in the bureau? A new deputy captain or perhaps the captain?" Before the bureau's head could respond, another individual leapt forward, shouting at Lin Tian, "Lin Tian, standing before you is the head of our Qinghe Bureau of Monitoring Martial Arts, Director Li Tao, as a martial artist. How dare you stand before me and not kneel? Are you seeking death? Why should a martial artist kneel before you, a mere director of the bureau? When did such a new rule emerge? I have never heard of it." Lin Tian completely disregarded the blustering subordinate and turned his attention back to Director Li Tao, stating coolly, "So, you Qinghe Bureau of Monitoring Martial Arts do not intend for any of you to leave Qinghe alive, do you?" Lin Tian's words conveyed a complete lack of regard for the bureau. Furthermore, he openly declared his intent to eliminate every member of the bureau. Upon hearing this, Director Li Tao was instantly enraged. Shouting, "Lin Tian, you are arrogant!" Director Li Tao's expression was filled with fury. "Lin Tian, you are heinous beyond measure, steeped in sin. Upon arriving in Qinghe, you indiscriminately slaughtered the 3 great families, exterminating them entirely. My bureau shall apprehend you, and yet you dare to openly defy us and murder our public officials. Such a heinous crime warrants your execution 100 times over. Today, my bureau shall act on behalf of justice, restoring Qinghe to its rightful order." Li Tao's words carried a certain authoritative flair, his rhetoric flowing effortlessly. Lin Tian regarded Li Tao with piercing eyes, his voice raspy yet firm. "Restoring order? What of the time when my Lin family, numbering in the hundreds, was ruthlessly slaughtered? Where were your bureau members then? Why did you, Li Tao, not demand justice for Qinghe during that time?" Lin Tian's voice grew increasingly impassioned, culminating in a crescendo of wrath. For even if the bureau had not directly attacked his family, their choice to ignore the massacre had rendered them complicit in his family's suffering. As he listened to Lin Tian's accusations, Li Tao's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, yet he retorted, "Do not twist the facts. When has there ever been a Lin family in Qinghe? Historically, there have only been 4 great families. Even if the Lin family existed, they were a despicable, inconsequential clan, unworthy of mention." At this point, Li Tao continued to argue, attempting to obscure the truth of the past. Lin Tian's anger flared, and shaking his head slightly, he sighed, "It seems you are truly obstinate in your ignorance. Thus, I have no choice but to send you down to personally apologize to my ancestors." As Lin Tian's words fell, a resounding explosion erupted from beneath his feet. His body surged forth like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Li Tao. Witnessing Lin Tian's approach, his eyes flickering momentarily, bellowed, "Come on with that," he commanded, "Everyone stand down. I shall handle Lin Tian myself." He then leaped toward Lin Tian, advancing rather than retreating. Truth be told, Li Tao was oblivious to Lin Tian's true strength, but he was assured by the formidable support of the master of the Southeast Martial Hall. He believed that during their confrontation, the master would not stand idly by. With that thought, a sense of relief washed over Li Tao. His powerful iron fist descended upon Lin Tian's head with unyielding force. Yet the next second, a sharp crack resonated through the air. As both Li Tao and Lin Tian froze in place, Li Tao realized, to his astonishment, that his full-force strike had been effortlessly caught by Lin Tian with a single hand. Instinctively, he attempted to withdraw his arm, but it felt as though it were ensnared in a vice, immovable. Fear surged within Li Tao's pupils. His full-powered strike was the might of a peak Xian-level expert. Generally, no ordinary person or even a peak Huang-level martial artist could withstand even the slightest measure of such force. Yet here he was, effortlessly held in place by a mere youth in his 20s. Unable to resist, could it be that Lin Tian was truly a peak Xian-level expert? In disbelief, Li Tao exclaimed, "Impossible. You." But before Li Tao could finish his astonished proclamation, a sudden whoosh echoed in his ears, the sound of his head slicing through the air. He realized, to his horror, that his body was being swung around by Lin Tian, using his captured fist as the pivot. This sensation of weightlessness and rapid descent evoked an instinctive scream of terror from Li Tao. Boom! The next moment, A tremendous crash resounded as Lin Tian hurled Li Tao with great force into the ground. Li Tao's body sank deeply into the earth, a pained groan escaping his lips. Yet Lin Tian offered no respite. The sound of air rushing past Li Tao's ears rang out once more as Lin Tian swung him up again, repeating the motion with relentless ferocity. Boom! Once more, Li Tao was driven deep into the soil, but before he could bid farewell to the ground, feeling the rush of descent once again, Li Tao finally let out a desperate scream. Master, save me! Please, save me! Boom! For the third time, Li Tao was embedded within the earth. Observing this scene, the so-called master whom Li Tao had called upon, his pupils glistened with excitement. Only Lin Tian's imposing figure occupied his gaze. And as he watched Lin Tian deliver a merciless beating to Li Tao, a look of rapture shone in his eyes. Chapter 103. The Heavenly Guard troops pay homage to the dragon's head. As for those surrounding them, the subordinates of Li Tao from the Bureau of Monitoring Martial Arts stood dumbfounded, witnessing the spectacle before them. They knew their superior was a peak Xian-level expert. Even as an initial level expert, that status was utterly unattainable for them. In their eyes, the master of the Xian level was an invincible existence throughout the entirety of Qinghe. However, this seemingly unbeatable lordly was now being grasped by a young man in his 20s with a single hand. As if he were a lifeless dog, mercilessly swung around and smashed into the ground repeatedly. To be frank, their instincts urged them to rush out and offer assistance. Yet, their abilities informed them that even if they all charged together, their efforts would be in vain. With the Xian-level leader in such a dire state, what good would their intervention do? Meanwhile, another group, the warriors of the town martial hall, stood frozen in place, not daring to make a move. After all, their commander was not the one whimsically tossing around lordly, but rather the master of the town martial hall, who bore a prosthetic limb. Without their master's command, they would not recklessly engage in combat. At that moment, the sycophant from the Supervision Bureau, who had previously introduced lordly to Lin Tian, rushed nervously to the master of the town martial hall and exclaimed, Master, please, I implore you to save our lordly. If you intervene, you will surely be able to crush that scoundrel Lin Tian. The urgency in his voice startled the seemingly entranced master, who, instead of rushing to assist lordly, raised his hand high and glared angrily at the speaker, bellowing, Scoundrel! How dare you show disrespect to the benefactor of this hall? With a resounding slap, he struck the man across the face. The unfortunate soul let out a heart-wrenching scream as his cheek was mangled, and even the bone of his jaw was shattered. He spun through the air a full 720 degrees before crashing heavily to the ground. The onlookers from the Supervision Bureau were left dumbfounded. Wasn't he, this master of the town martial hall, supposed to be the ally lordly summoned? Why was he attacking one of their own? Moreover, he had struck with lethal intent. The man from the Supervision Bureau was merely a Huang-level warrior, while the master, a pinnacle Xian-level expert, could have easily dispatched him with just half his strength. After eliminating this insolent lackey who dared to speak ill of Lin Tian, the master dragged his prosthetic limb and charged toward Lin Tian. At that moment, lordly, who had been mercilessly embedded in the earth, struggled to extract himself, his expression one of utter shock as he beheld the unfolding scene. This spectacle was beyond his wildest imagination. He was so stunned that he momentarily forgot the pain of his broken bones. How could it be that the master of the town martial hall was kneeling before this heinous young man? Master Zhao, what are you doing? Lordly's frantic shout pierced the air. This. The one-legged Zhao Tianqi furrowed his brow and shot a glare at Lordly before turning to Lin Tian and asking, Benefactor, shall I take care of this person for you? Hearing this, Lordly felt as if he had been struck dumb, emitting a sound akin to a scream. Master Zhao, have you lost your mind? The head of the Supervision Bureau was now utterly bewildered. He could scarcely believe his ears. No, his eyes. Why was the master of the town martial hall, who had promised to help eliminate Lin Tian, now bowing before him and offering to kill him? What did this mean? When had he ever provoked him? Who exactly was this man? Lordly was on the brink of a breakdown. Initially, Zhao Tianqi had intended to assist Lordly in dealing with the menacing Lin Tian. Yet he had no idea that Lin Tian was the revered leader of the northern border martial troops. He had only known that the leader of the northern border martial troops was a benefactor to their Tiandu garrison and indeed to all of Tiandu and the entire Dragon Kingdom. During the Tiandu defense battle, he had witnessed the prowess of the northern border martial troops and the formidable presence of Lin Tian in action. 10 years ago, he was already a master of the late Xian level. Despite his efforts to elevate his martial arts skills over the past decade, he had only reached the pinnacle of Xian level. He understood that 10 years prior, Lin Tian had been an existence he could only look up to in awe. In that instant, Zhao Tianqi, listening to Lord Li's words, turned and glared fiercely at him, shouting, "Do you even know who he is?" Lord Li fell silent, realizing that he indeed was aware of Lin Tian's identity. After the Lin family was annihilated, they had assumed this last remaining scion had perished in the Tiandu defense battle, only to witness the resurgence of vengeance that had claimed 3 of the 4 great families of Qinghe in the span of just 2 days. What a fearsome villain this is. It is imperative that he swiftly eliminate Lin Tian in Qinghe. Otherwise, should the higher-ups assign blame, he would find himself in an untenable position. Lin Tian is the hero who saved the Dragon Kingdom, and every soul within our realm shall eternally be grateful for his contributions. A hero of the Dragon Kingdom? In Li Tao's eyes, the notion of heroism holds no weight. Only the immediate gains matter. When the Lin family was annihilated, he received countless anonymous benefits urging him to disregard the matter. Thus, in his subjective perspective, he has already erased the Lin family's history in Qinghe. Now, who could have known that such a terrifying figure from the Lin family still exists? To safeguard his own interests and prevent the revelations of past events, he must eliminate Lin Tian. With a visage twisted in bloodlust, he roared at Zhao Tianqi, "I care not for whatever scoundrel hero he may be. His salvation of the Dragon Kingdom is his own affair. Did I ever seek his assistance? All I know is that he is a ruthless killer." "What did you say?" Zhao Tianqi was left dumbfounded by Li Tao's words. Is this how a person speaks? What does he mean by not seeking Lin Tian's aid in saving the Dragon Kingdom? Without Lin Tian leading the northern border warriors who fought valiantly against the 30-nation coalition in Tiandu, where would the Dragon Kingdom stand now? Where would you, Li Tao, be? The comfortable life you enjoy now is solely due to Lin Tian and his northern border warriors. At this moment, Li Tao dares to utter such words? Zhao Tianqi's body trembled with rage. As a former member of the Tiandu garrison, he knew well the ferocity of the battle 10 years ago and the critical significance of the defense of Tiandu for the entire Dragon Kingdom. He too was a hero of that battle. Upon hearing Li Tao's remark, Zhao Tianqi could no longer contain himself. "Scoundrel, I will kill you." As the words left his lips, he raised his palm, from which emanated a powerful aura that sent chills down one's spine. With a thunderous crash, a formidable force erupted from Zhao Tianqi's hand. Bang! Li Tao's contorted face resembled one who had received a devastating blow to the chest. As he was sent flying, it was evident that his ribs had collapsed, and even his organs had been pierced by the shattered bones. When he finally fell to the ground, Li Tao had already succumbed. "What? By heavens! Lord Li!" The onlookers from the monitoring bureau gasped in horror, their eyes wide with shock. Immediately, an overwhelming fear surged from the depths of their hearts, as if their very souls had been shaken. The master of the Zhenwu Hall had struck down the head of the Qinghe Monitoring Bureau. What would happen to these lowly subordinates? They had no time to ponder. They turned and fled in a panic. However, just as they did, an overwhelming killing intent enveloped them in an instant. The next moment, a thunderous roar, reminiscent of clashing steel, echoed. "Kneel!" This command came from the warriors of the Zhenwu Hall, who glared fiercely at the members of the Monitoring Bureau. Their eyes ablaze with fury. The mountains echoed with the warriors' resounding cries. Even those who had entered the Monitoring Bureau through connections, lacking martial prowess, trembled violently, spitting blood in fear. The remaining members of the Monitoring Bureau turned pale. Shaking uncontrollably, thud, thud, thud. The entire Qinghe Monitoring Bureau fell to its knees before Lin Tian. After the demise of Li Tao, Zhao Tianqi took a deep breath, turned to Lin Tian, and expressed his regret. "Benefactor, I apologize. I simply could not hold back. I could not bear to let such a person live." Lin Tian gazed at the lifeless Li Tao and sighed softly. In truth, even if Zhao Tianqi had not acted, Lin Tian would have taken it upon himself to eliminate Li Tao. Thus, he waved his hand, signaling that all was well. Yet, To Lin Tian's surprise, Zhao Tianqi once again knelt and proclaimed loudly, "All warriors of the southeast Jinwu Hall, heed my command, kneel before the benefactor." As his words fell, a thunderous sound erupted throughout the mountains and forests, as countless warriors knelt in unison. The next moment, "Kneel before the benefactor." The resounding cry shook the very trees of the surrounding woods, as if they might shatter under the force. This atmosphere was reminiscent of the time when the northern border warriors knelt before Lin Tian, but now it was not just them. Even Lin Tian was taken aback. Addressing the kneeling Zhao Tianqi, "What are you doing?" Tears welled up in Zhao Tianqi's eyes as he gazed at Lin Tian, his voice trembling. "Benefactor, these warriors of the Jinwu Hall are all from the Tiandu garrison." The Tiandu garrison? All from the Tiandu garrison? Upon hearing this revelation, Lin Tian and the northern border warriors felt their astonishment deepen. Hadn't the Tiandu garrison once been part of the Dragon Kingdom's military? How had they suddenly become the Jinwu Hall? Zhao Tianqi seemed to sense Lin Tian's confusion and quickly explained, "Years ago, our Tiandu garrison numbered 200,000, yet before your northern border warriors arrived, we had dwindled to less than 60,000. Zhao Tianqi's voice was laden with sorrow. What does it mean to be reduced to less than 60,000? When Lin Tian led the northern border warriors northward, the defense of Tiandu had only been underway for a day and a half. In that brief span, 140,000 had perished, not accounting for the wounded. This illustrates the brutality of the defense of Tiandu." Zhao Tianqi continued, "At that time, when you brought the northern border warriors to Tiandu, we received orders to withdraw. Later, we learned of the northern border warriors' fateful stand against the 30-nation coalition, and the entire Tiandu garrison mourned. When the higher-ups sought to honor the heroes of the Tiandu defense, they failed to acknowledge the true champions, the northern border warriors. Whether it was the commander-in-chief or the deputy commanders urging recognition for the northern border warriors, their pleas went unheard. Ultimately, the commander-in-chief decided to lead the remaining Tiandu garrison away from the Dragon Kingdom's military to establish the Jinwu Hall. Given that the Tiandu garrison had received the kingdom's highest honors and was the strongest elite force, the Dragon Kingdom chose not to obliterate them, allowing the Jinwu Hall to exist. Despite this, we 5 factions of the Jinwu Hall remain committed to upholding your will and safeguarding the Dragon Kingdom." Zhao Tianqi's voice grew more fervent, trembling with excitement. "Benefactor, if our commander-in-chief knew you were still alive, he would surely be overjoyed and would lead the entire Tiandu garrison to pay homage to you." "That won't be necessary," Lin Tian interjected hastily. "Good heavens, the entire Tiandu garrison? 60,000 warriors flooding into Qinghe just to pay their respects. What a scene that would be. It is best to let it be. The deep-seated enmity of my Lin family has yet to be avenged, thus I cannot possibly present myself in such a lofty manner before the world. What if I were to lose myself in such honor?" Meanwhile, Lin Tian extended his hand to assist Zhao Tianqi in rising, and then, with a swift motion, he retrieved the prosthetic leg that had fallen to the ground. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Tian intended to personally attach the leg for Zhao Tianqi. Zhao Tianqi was instantly taken aback, hastily objecting, "Benefactor, no, you cannot." However, Lin Tian did not wait for Zhao Tianqi to finish his plea, simply waving his hand dismissively. The immense strength of Zhao Tianqi, a peak-level practitioner, was no match for Lin Tian. Despite his struggles, he found himself completely unable to break free. With a sharp click, Lin Tian affixed the prosthetic leg to Zhao Tianqi. Afterwards, he patted Zhao Tianqi on the shoulder, a gentle smile gracing his face. Witnessing this scene, tears welled up in Zhao Tianqi's eyes, which he could no longer contain. Lin Tian did not deign to lower himself by assisting Zhao Tianqi. Rather, he held deep admiration for individuals like him, who had genuinely risked their lives for the sake of protecting the Dragon Kingdom. Such spirit was deserving of respect. Furthermore, when the intention arose to erase all traces of the northern border martial practitioners, they dared to speak on behalf of the northern border and stand against the powerful. This alone could certainly earn the favor of the northern border warriors. Thus, Lin Tian turned and called out loudly, "All right, brothers of the Tiandu garrison, rise." "Thank you, benefactor." The voice echoed thunderously. A rumble resounded as warriors from the southeast town martial hall stood to their feet. Of course, there were still many kneeling on the ground, namely the minions from the Qinghe Monitoring Bureau. These individuals appeared pale, their eyes filled with despair. They understood that their lives hung on a mere word from Lin Tian. Could the monitoring bureau still dare to execute him? Who, indeed, was the fish on the chopping block? At this moment, Zhao Tianqi boldly spoke. Benefactor, do you need me to eliminate these monitoring bureau individuals for you? Zhao Tianqi's tone suggested that it was merely a trifle. Lin Tian looked at Zhao Tianqi and asked, but they are government officials. And what of government officials? Zhao Tianqi retorted loudly. Our martial hall has long since severed ties with them. Their rules no longer bind us. Why did the martial hall sever ties? Was it not due to their disappointment in those in power? A faint smile graced Lin Tian's face as he gazed up at the sky. Then spoke slowly, since we are to restore Qinghe to its former glory. Chapter 106. Reclaiming what belongs to the Lin family. Since we are to restore Qinghe to its former glory, a cold glimmer flickered in Lin Tian's eyes. Not a single one shall be spared. As soon as Lin Tian's icy words fell, the members of the Qinghe Monitoring Bureau cried out in unison. No, spare us, we were wrong. Is it too late to plead for mercy? The individuals from the Qinghe Monitoring Bureau were complicit in the massacre of the Lin family, and thus, their fate was sealed. If Lin Tian were to kill them and provoke someone from the upper echelons, he felt no fear. Let them come. Anyone who obstructed him should be prepared to bear the brunt of his wrath. The world fell silent. Lin Tian's fury, stirred by the despicable actions of the Monitoring Bureau, had dissipated the moment he learned of Zhao Tianqi's identity. That moment, Lin Tian expressed his curiosity. By the way, you mentioned that you have severed ties with them, yet why are you still allied with the Monitoring Bureau? How is it that they invited you to come and kill me? Upon hearing Lin Tian's question, Zhao Tianqi's face flushed with embarrassment as he coughed lightly. Well, although we have distanced ourselves from some distasteful matters, we still love our country. Defending the Dragon Kingdom is something you taught us. Coincidentally, I was invited to an auction in Hanqing and passed through Qinghe, where the Monitoring Bureau was eager to associate with us. Their director, Li Tao, was exceedingly cordial, inviting me to visit their premises. Upon my arrival, I heard that a deputy captain from the Monitoring Bureau had met his demise along with his ME and AT that moment. I wondered who would be so audacious as to... No. Zhao Tianqi scratched the back of his head awkwardly, avoiding Lin Tian's gaze. Lin Tian smiled kindly and said, So, you went there? Zhao Tianqi shook his head, replying, They claimed that this person was wicked beyond measure. Zhao Tianqi then recounted all the exaggerated remarks made by Li Tao about Lin Tian. After listening, Lin Tian chuckled and shook his head, saying, So, given that this person is so vile, why did you not differentiate and eliminate the individuals from the Monitoring Bureau upon encountering me? After hearing Lin Tian's question, Zhao Tianqi resolutely shook his head. Impossible. We know the character of our benefactor. You are certainly not the type to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Lin Tian gazed at the steadfast Zhao Tianqi, slowly responding, In truth, they speak correctly. The Feng family, the Luo family, and the Zhang family were all destroyed by me. What? Zhao Tianqi was taken aback at Lin Tian's admission, yet without a hint of hesitation. He exclaimed, That was only because they committed heinous acts. They deserved their fate. They were by no means innocent. Indeed, Zhao Tianqi's unwavering trust in his sole hero was palpable. He even turned to the multitude of warriors from the martial hall, loudly asking, Brothers, do you agree? Yes. Not only Zhao Tianqi, but all the members of the Tiandu garrison held Lin Tian in their hearts as an eternal hero. Lin Tian smiled at Zhao Tianqi, shaking his head helplessly, then waved to the northern border warriors, saying, You may proceed with your tasks. Understood. The members of the northern border D group, upon receiving Lin Tian's order, turned to re-engage in the work of rebuilding the Lin family. Lin Tian, however, retained Zhao Tianqi, wishing to inquire whether the severed martial hall had any information regarding the massacre of the Lin family or about the conditions of the Tiandu garrison over the past decade. At that moment, Zhao Tianqi curiously asked, Benefactor, what are you doing? Oh, nothing much. I am merely rebuilding my Lin family. Rebuilding the Lin family? Zhao Tianqi was momentarily taken aback, then quickly exclaimed, Benefactor, how can you not see the multitude of warriors from our martial hall? Before Lin Tian could respond, Zhao Tianqi turned and shouted, Southeast Town Martial Hall, heed my command. At your service. Quickly, hasten to assist the benefactor in the reconstruction of the Lin family. As you command. In a flurry, the warriors from the martial hall surged towards the members of the northern border D group. Lin Tian, feeling somewhat helpless, shook his head and said, "No need, my brothers." However, before he could finish, Zhao Tianqi's gaze sharpened as if he had realized something. And he urgently interjected, "Benefactor, you are not from the Qinghe Lin family, are you?" Upon hearing Zhao Tianqi's words, Lin Tian's expression shifted slightly. When Zhao Tianqi mentioned the Qinghe Lin family, his demeanor was unusual. Did he indeed know some clues regarding the massacre of the Lin family? Thus, Lin Tian spoke directly, "Indeed, I am from the Qinghe Lin family. What do you know?" Under Lin Tian's expectant gaze, Zhao Tianqi shook his head and replied, "I do not know much about the Qinghe Lin family." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian felt a tinge of disappointment. However, Zhao Tianqi's next words reignited Lin Tian's interest. "Benefactor, do you remember that I was to attend an auction in Hanqing?" Lin Tian nodded. Zhao Tianqi continued, "I recall that among the items listed in the invitation I received, there was a piece related to the ancestral estate of the Qinghe Lin family." "What? The deed to the ancestral estate of the Qinghe Lin family?" Upon hearing this term, Lin Tian's expression abruptly changed, and all traces of mirth vanished from his face. In the next moment, a terrifying aura emanated from Lin Tian's being. Sensing the instability of Lin Tian's presence, Zhao Tianqi hurriedly retrieved his phone. He scrolled through the electronic invitation and, holding it aloft, exclaimed, "Benefactor, look, is this it?" Lin Tian swiftly took the phone. On the device's screen was the final page of the electronic invitation, stating that the highlight of the auction was indeed the deed to the Qinghe Lin family's estate. Accompanying the text was an image, one depicting the very deed from Lin Tian's childhood. Lin Tian's gaze slowly darkened. His voice had become somewhat hoarse as he spoke. "Who is hosting this auction?" Zhao Tianqi, upon hearing Lin Tian's voice, felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. He realized that the benefactor had now entered a state of overwhelming fury. Indeed, Lin Tian was bound to be enraged. That was the land deed of the Lin family, which rightfully should be in their possession. With the entire Lin family deceased, the deed had undoubtedly vanished without a trace. Yet, at this moment, it had resurfaced, about to be presented at an auction. Could it be that the current holder of this deed is one of the families or factions responsible for the annihilation of the Lin family? They had not only slaughtered the Lin family members, but had also devoured their lands, and now they dared to auction off the Lin family's assets at will? Zhao Tianqi immediately interjected, "Han City? The Chu family, the auction is in 1 week. Benefactor, if you desire, I can finance its acquisition." Lin Tian abruptly turned, his icy gaze devoid of any emotion, fixing upon Zhao Tianqi. Instantly, Zhao Tianqi trembled. In Lin Tian's eyes, he perceived a terrifying blood red reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Lin Tian's raspy voice resounded once more. "This is inherently the property of the Lin family. Why should I pay for it?" Indeed, this was the Lin family's property. Lin Tian returned the phone to Zhao Tianqi and turned to leave, his voice lingering in the air. Chapter 107. The surname Lin? Absolutely impossible. What may transpire in Han City remains unknown. Nevertheless, the skies over Qinghe have already collapsed. The entire Qinghe Monitoring Bureau has been annihilated. Yet, this calamity was not solely the doing of Lin Tian. For instance, the head of the Qinghe Monitoring Bureau and the remaining members were all individuals from the Southeast Town Martial Hall, essentially Zhao Tianqi's subordinates. Although they were once a part of the Tiandu Guard, belonging to the Dragon Kingdom's military, their disenchantment with the upper echelons had led them to abandon the rules of the Dragon Kingdom altogether. Thus, even if they slay these public officials, they would not bat an eye. Zhao Tianqi observed Lin Tian standing silently before the hundreds of graves belonging to the Lin family, maintaining a respectful distance as he retrieved his communicator. This communicator was of a special design. Distinct from a conventional phone, adorned with an enigmatic symbol that appeared to be the exclusive emblem of the Martial Hall. He swiftly dialed a number, and a robust voice resonated from the other end. "Xiao Zhao? What is it?" The fact that the individual on the other end addressed Zhao Tianqi as Zhao indicated the high status of this person. The voice belonged to none other than Dong Zhunshan, the head of the Central Plains Martial Hall, who had previously commanded the Tiandu Guard. Upon hearing Dong Zhunshan's voice, Zhao Tianqi lowered his tone, his face and eyes betraying an indescribable excitement as he quickly replied, "Commander, do you know whom I encountered?" "Oh, Zhao, at your age and with your status, why keep me in suspense?" Dong Zhunshan's tone carried a hint of amused resignation. Zhao Tianqi chuckled a couple of times before promptly stating, "I met with the dragon head of the northern martial troops. A tremendous sound erupted from the communicator. Zhao Tianqi recognized it as the unstable breath of his former commander, causing a ripple of energy. He was not surprised by this at all. Shortly after, he heard Dong Zhunshan's voice filled with excitement. "What did you say? You must be joking. The dragon head is still alive," Zhao Tianqi replied. "Not only is the dragon head alive, but he also informed me that the entire northern martial troops have survived." After Zhao Tianqi's declaration, silence enveloped the communicator. In that silence, he could only speculate on the myriad expressions his former commander might be experiencing. After an indeterminate period, Dong Zhunshan's trembling voice, tinged with tears, emerged. "Is it true? The northern martial troops are all alive. That's magnificent, truly magnificent. Such heroes should not perish." Dong Zhunshan's voice was filled with fervor, ultimately breaking into a choked tone. This sentiment resonated with Zhao Tianqi. As moisture welled in his eyes, Dong Zhunshan immediately declared, "I will promptly issue orders to the 5 major martial halls to accompany me in paying respects to the benefactor, Commander." Hearing his former commander's immediate intent to summon 500,000 martial hall warriors to pay tribute to Lin Tian, Zhao Tianqi hastily interjected, I've mentioned this to the dragon head, but he seems to have more pressing matters at hand and prefers to keep a low profile." "Oh?" Dong Zhunshan's voice was laced with confusion as he quickly added, "Whatever the dragon head plans to do, the martial hall will provide full support." It was evident how lofty Lin Tian's standing was in the eyes of the former Tiandu guard. Listening to Dong Zhunshan's words, Zhao Tianqi smiled and responded, "Commander, there is indeed a matter that requires your personal involvement." "Oh? What is it? Speak quickly." Dong Zhunshan appeared quite eager concerning Lin Tian's affairs, his excitement palpable. Zhao Tianqi then solemnly stated, "Commander, I have eliminated all the members of the Qinghe Monitoring Bureau." "Ah?" Upon hearing Zhao Tianqi's words, Dong Zhunshan was momentarily taken aback. Though they had transcended the mundane rules, the Monitoring Bureau was, after all, a government entity. Killing government officials was no trifling matter. Zhao Tianqi was aware of this. And without waiting for Dong Zhunshan to question him further, he swiftly explained why he had taken such drastic measures against those scoundrels. Upon hearing this, Dong Zhunshan's fury erupted. "These bastards! How dare they insult the heroes of Tiandu? They deserve death. Xiao Zhao, you did well. Excellent work." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Dong Zhunshan immediately grasped the nature of Zhao Tianqi's request for assistance. Thus, he spoke again. "All right, I know what to do. Stay close to the benefactor, protect him well, and serve him diligently. Once I resolve my matters, I will seek you out at the earliest opportunity." "Understood. Commander, please attend to your affairs." After Zhao Tianqi ended the call, Dong Zhunshan, who had been seated in an expansive hall upon a sturdy iron throne, suddenly dissolved into thin air the moment he tucked away the communicator. The aura emanating from Dong Zhunshan was even more formidable than that of Zhao Tianqi. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, a remarkably grand edifice stood tall. Atop this building, a colossal emblem shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Lin Tian recognized this emblem. It was identical to the insignia worn by the members of the Qinghe Monitoring Bureau. This was the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom's Monitoring Bureau. Within the highest office of the headquarters, a furious roar suddenly erupted. The Monitoring Bureau, spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom, has each member equipped with a life sign sensing device, linked to the headquarters 24 hours a day. Occasionally, there may be isolated deaths or minor casualties that the headquarters may not detect immediately due to the sheer volume of personnel. However, the Qinghe Monitoring Bureau, the entire city's monitoring system has gone dark. The life sign detectors have all ceased functioning. It was impossible not to notice this. Following the furious voice, a frantic figure burst into the top-floor office. Inside the office stood a man in his 50s, his face twisted in uncontainable rage, exuding a peak Shin-level aura that threatened to overwhelm the frantic figure. Yet, this person gritted his teeth and spoke, "Director, reports from Qinghe indicate that a formidable criminal has emerged, annihilating the entire Feng, Zhang, and Luo families within 2 days, leaving no survivors. Furthermore, they violently resisted the Monitoring Bureau and slaughtered its agents." The last news from Qinghe was that the Monitoring Bureau's leader, Li Tao, led a team to suppress the criminal, but it seems no need to speculate. They are all dead. The furious middle-aged man's aura quivered, and he clenched his jaw as he demanded, "Do we have any information on this criminal?" The staff member immediately replied, "According to the report from Qinghe, we only know that this criminal's surname is Lin. Surname Lin. Upon hearing this name, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock, staggering back 3 steps. He then unleashed a thunderous roar. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Chapter 108. Grandfather, I have finally found you. As the 2 shouts echoed, the middle-aged man's aura surged wildly. With a sudden puff, the blood from the mouth of this employee was violently expelled. The person in charge, it seemed as if he had sensed a life-and-death crisis. The employee immediately screamed in terror. However, the middle-aged man appeared utterly oblivious to the frantic cries of the individual before him. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, even tinged with a hint of panic. If Lin Tian were present to witness the expression of this man, he would undoubtedly ascertain that this individual was intimately connected to the tragic massacre of the Lin family. Indeed, the obliterated precinct was none other than the Qinghe Monitoring Bureau, and the formidable adversary that the Qinghe Monitoring Bureau had encountered bore the surname Lin. This forced the middle-aged man to recall the once mighty Lin family of Qinghe. Yet, amidst this disbelief and shock, an uncontrollable malevolence began to flicker in his eyes. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Lin family of Qinghe has long since been exterminated. It was as though the mere mention of the Lin family posed a significant threat to him. Nevertheless, deep within his heart, he refused to believe that the powerful marauder appearing in Qinghe was indeed a member of the Lin family. After all, in his understanding, the Lin family could never have survived. Surely, it must be someone who was aware of the events from back then, deliberately using the Lin family's name to incite chaos and provoke annoyance. Annoyance? It seemed that the events surrounding the Lin family had become a taboo in his heart. Without hesitation, he propelled himself to the office door, addressing the pale-faced employee, whose lips were still stained with blood. Immediately relay orders to the vice commanders in every location. Join me in Qinghe. I wish to see which coward dares to kill my monitoring bureau personnel under the guise of the Lin family. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and swiftly glided toward the elevator. At that moment, a voice that seemed capable of shaking the heavens and earth enveloped the entire monitoring bureau. Lu Chang'e, what are you planning to do? To his astonishment, a grim-faced middle-aged man had appeared in his office without his notice. This man was none other than Dong Zhenshan, the head of the Zhongyuan Town Martial Hall. The overwhelming aura radiating from him far surpassed that of a peak Xin-level practitioner, bearing down with unrestrained force. The previously blood-spitting employee had been forcefully pinned to the floor by Dong Zhenshan's formidable presence, unable to move an inch. The head of the monitoring bureau, evidently Lu Chang'e, trembled slightly, as if he were making a desperate effort to withstand the pressure emanating from Dong Zhenshan. As he struggled against the oppressive force, he managed to muster a strained smile, awkwardly saying, "Dong, Lord Dong, what brings you here?" He endeavored to maintain a facade of goodwill in his smile. He was acutely aware that Dong Zhenshan's martial hall operated outside the confines of any regulations and was thus immune to the controls of the monitoring bureau. Most crucially, he, as the head of the monitoring bureau, possessed only peak Xin-level strength, while he knew that Dong Zhenshan was a genuine Earth-level powerhouse. In the hierarchical structure of martial artists in this world, Earth-level practitioners were the most formidable individuals, and he could easily be crushed by a single hand of someone like Dong Zhenshan. How could he not exude goodwill? Dong Zhenshan regarded Lu Chang'e with a cold smile before reiterating, "Lu Chang'e, what are you planning to do?" Lu Chang'e felt an intensified pressure from Dong Zhenshan's words, and with a thud, he unexpectedly knelt heavily on the ground under the weight of the oppressive force. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter, "Lord Dong, I intend to go to Qinghe. This matter seems unrelated to your martial hall, correct?" He practically shouted, fearing he might be crushed under the weight of this overwhelming aura. Dong Zhenshan eyed Lu Chang'e and spoke again. "Qinghe? Are you referring to the annihilation of your Qinghe Monitoring Bureau?" Upon hearing Dong Zhenshan's voice, Lu Chang'e froze momentarily, instinctively asking, "How do you know?" But he quickly regained his composure, nearly shouting, "Could it be that your martial hall is behind this incident in Qinghe?" Dong Zhenshan regarded the astonished Lu Chang'e with a naturally amused expression and replied nonchalantly, "Lu Chang'e, do not be anxious. The individuals from the Southeast Martial Hall are merely assisting in eliminating the vermin within your monitoring bureau. Is this an admission?" Lu Chang'e's anger surged, as though questioning Dong Zhenshan's authority to slay the personnel of their monitoring bureau. However, he found himself utterly powerless to resist against the overwhelming aura of Dong Zhenshan and dared not voice his objections. Thus, he clenched his teeth, unable to utter a single word in the silence. It was Dong Zhanshan who broke it, looking down at Lu Chang'e with disdain. Since you are a government official, I shall spare your life today. However, remember my words, that individual in Qinghe, whatever actions they undertake, I advise you not to interfere. If your monitoring bureau disrupts that individual, the 5 major martial halls and 500,000 warriors will undoubtedly unite to flatten your bureau. The final statement was delivered with a roar. Crash! A cacophony of shattering glass filled the air as every pane in the monitoring bureau shattered in unison. Lu Chang'e tasted blood in his mouth, a trickle escaping the corner of his lips. Fortunately, after delivering his ultimatum, Dong Zhanshan's figure gradually faded, disappearing from sight. The terrifying pressure that had enveloped the entire monitoring bureau dissipated into the ether. Gasping for breath and drenched in sweat, Lu Chang'e, despite being a peak Shin-level warrior, found himself utterly defenseless against an Earth-level powerhouse. Yet, his gaze flickered restlessly, lost in thought. Nearby, he heard the pained voice of the employee he had previously overawed into coughing blood. Now still pinned to the ground by Dong Zhanshan. Sir, should I still contact the vice-commanders? Contact? Hell no. Lu Chang'e dared not speak loudly to Dong Zhanshan, but he certainly had no qualms about berating his subordinate. Get lost. After sending the unfortunate employee away, Lu Chang'e rose from the ground, his fists clenched tightly as he glared at the shattered glass, gritting his teeth and muttering in a low voice. Dong Zhanshan, one day, I will make you and your martial hall pay for this. Just then, a pattern intricately etched on the communicator caught his eye. It was the dark golden thorn flower Lin Tian had been searching for. As the communicator connected, Lu Chang'e's respectful voice instantly resonated. Commander Long, something has occurred in Qinghe. Meanwhile, Lin Tian remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding at the headquarters of the monitoring bureau in the capital, including the phone call between Zhao Tianqi and Dong Zhanshan. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the residential complex, a figure swiftly appeared before him. Then, with a thud, this figure knelt down, exclaiming, Grandpa, I finally found you. Chapter 109. Poor fool Han Bin, Grandpa, I finally found you. This scene left the security guard in the guardhouse utterly bewildered, stifling laughter as he thought, what on earth is happening? During the day, a young man kneels and calls another young man Grandpa? How amusing, however. Just as he was about to share this gossip with others, he caught sight of the youth standing before the kneeling individual. The guard's pupils constricted in shock. He recognized this young man. This was the one who had almost knelt before him, Art Mu from the Mu family in the Mu Feng country today. Goodness, if it were someone else. He might have dismissed it as a mere joke, but Lin Tian. The implications of this young man's identity sent him spiraling into thoughts about the Mu family's behavior. What on earth is this young man's status? What kind of deity resides in our residential complex? Not only was the guard stunned by this spectacle, but Lin Tian himself was also momentarily taken aback, wondering who this was, kneeling in broad daylight and addressing him as Grandpa. Do I really look that old? However, the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, Lin Tian realized, Han Bin? Indeed, the young man kneeling on the ground was Han Bin, the young master of the Lan Hai Han family. At this moment, Han Bin, hearing Lin Tian utter his name, felt immensely honored and replied, Grandpa, your memory is truly remarkable. You still remember your dear grandson. What a remarkable memory indeed. Has this Han Bin gone mad? How could he now refer to himself as Lin Tian's dear grandson? This left Lin Tian feeling somewhat awkward as he rubbed his nose. Just as Lin Tian did so, he noticed the astonished face of the security guard in the guardhouse. Clearing his throat slightly, Lin Tian addressed the kneeling Han Bin. Stand up and follow me. As he spoke, he turned and strode toward a nearby corner, with Han Bin hurrying to keep pace. Once Lin Tian noticed that no one else was observing them, he turned to Han Bin and said, Han Bin immediately spoke up, Grandfather, I have made a significant discovery. Oh. Lin Tian responded, his eyes reflecting curiosity as he regarded Han Bin. The latter, seemingly eager to take credit, produced a small recording device from his pocket and handed it to Lin Tian with both hands. Curiosity piqued, Lin Tian pressed the play button on the device. In the next moment, a raspy voice of an elderly man emanated from the recorder. Did not Commander Long once declare that the defense of Tiandu was foolproof, and that Lin Tian would surely perish in Tiandu? Exclamation point. Upon hearing this, A glint of icy determination flickered in Lin Tian's eyes. With a decisive snap, he turned off the recording device. That moment, Lin Tian's gaze had grown frigid as he looked at Han Bin and, in a hoarse voice, inquired, "Where did you obtain this recording?" Seeing Lin Tian's serious demeanor, Han Bin understood the gravity of what he had provided. His excitement surged as he promptly replied, "I secretly recorded this outside the conference hall of our Han family. The individuals speaking include my grandfather, my father, my uncle, and my other uncles." Lin Tian's expression suddenly turned peculiar as he regarded Han Bin and asked, "You secretly recorded your family's confidential discussion for me?" Understanding Lin Tian's skepticism, Han Bin declared earnestly, as if swearing an oath, "I, Han Bin, swear by heaven that no one in the Han family, apart from myself, is aware of this matter." "Oh." Lin Tian scrutinized Han Bin's resolute expression, confirming the truth of his statement. With the truth established, Lin Tian's curiosity deepened. What could Han Bin possibly gain from this? Although Lin Tian had only heard one sentence from the recording, it was enough to indicate that the Han family was undoubtedly complicit in the annihilation of the Lin family. Yet, why did Han Bin, a scion of the Han family, exhibit such an attitude towards him while disclosing family secrets? Noticing Lin Tian's silence, Han Bin recognized that his explanation lacked sufficient weight, prompting him to continue, "You may not know, but for over 20 years, the people of the Han family, even my own parents, have never regarded me as one of their own. They have not even acknowledged my humanity." His words dripped with an icy resentment and a hint of hatred as he spoke. Lin Tian regarded Han Bin's state with increasing intrigue. From Han Bin's words, it became evident that he had been kept in the dark regarding the events surrounding the Lin family's demise. Not only that, but it appeared that all significant matters had been concealed from him, rendering Han Bin a blank slate within the Han family. To him, this treatment felt like dehumanization, yet Lin Tian recognized it as a misguided form of protection from the family's sordid past. Ironically, it had backfired, leaving Han Bin feeling neglected and despised. In truth, Han Bin was a pitiable figure. However, Lin Tian pondered what that pity had to do with him. Such a person could be of great use to Lin Tian. Thus, he addressed Han Bin directly, saying, "Indeed, you have performed admirably in this matter." "Really?" Han Bin exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment. Tears of bittersweet relief welled in his eyes as he choked out, "Grandfather, you have no idea. Throughout my life, aside from the flattery of outsiders, I have never received a single word of praise." As he spoke, Han Bin began to weep. Lin Tian, feeling somewhat helpless, reassured him, "Fear not. As long as you continue to work diligently, I shall make it a point to commend you daily." "Thank you, grandfather." Han Bin now referred to Lin Tian with increasing familiarity. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had not lost sight of the pressing matters at hand and directly inquired, "Do you know who this Commander Long is that they mentioned?" Indeed. The recording had begun with the mention of Commander Long, indicating a person of considerable stature, likely the orchestrator behind the Lin family's massacre, a potential mastermind behind the tragic events of the past. Understanding this person's identity could elucidate the motives behind the Lin family's bitter vendetta. However, Han Bin appeared somewhat embarrassed as he shook his head, saying, "Grandfather, you know they do not consider me worthy of such information." With a firm stance, Han Bin assured Lin Tian, "I promise to complete this task." As Lin Tian watched Han Bin depart, satisfaction gleamed in his eyes, yet a cold resolve gripped him as he tightly held the recording device. Utilizing Han Bin, this Navi pawn, to confront the Han family felt somewhat cruel. Yet, when the Han family had participated in the slaughter of the Lin family, had they spared a thought for the cruelty of their actions? The Han family would inevitably face their demise. But what expressions would adorn their faces upon realizing that their downfall stemmed from the very descendant they had sought to protect? Chapter 110. Is that street a tad unsafe? Strangely enough, the recording yielded unexpected insights. Lin Tian had overheard a proposal from the Han family regarding contacting several other families that had once conspired against the Lin family to discuss strategies against him. Among these families were not only the already dismantled Qinghe Feng family, Qinghe Luo family, and Qinghe Zhang family, but also the known Lan Haichen family. Additionally, the Han family mentioned the Lan Haihua family, Lan Haima family, and the Bin Hai Wang family. These three families presented a pure windfall, Lin Tian had not anticipated that Han Bin could provide him with such valuable intelligence. Now, the list of adversaries in Lin Tian's possession was growing ever longer. This did not even account for the list Mu Fenghua had sent him via email, which undoubtedly contained numerous individuals and factions, although Lin Tian could not yet ascertain their role in the Lin family's tragic downfall. Unlike the families mentioned in Han Bin's recording, which Lin Tian had already mentally marked with a red cross, indicating their enmity. Standing in the corridor, Lin Tian's gaze turned profound as he spoke in a low, gravelly tone. He could not help but feel astonished at the sheer number of families emerging as adversaries. The Lin family's foes truly were numerous. Why would so many families, scattered across the nation, conspire to target the Lin family? Lin Tian's curiosity regarding this matter grew ever more pronounced. Moreover, through various leads, Lin Tian had surmised that the Lin family's annihilation might be linked to their ancestral heirloom. Currently, only members of the Shen family were privy to its whereabouts, with only his aunt, Shen Lingxi, holding knowledge of the heirloom's location. Yet, given Shen Lingxi's current mental state, sighing deeply, Lin Tian realized that this path of exploration would be arduous and fraught with challenges. Initially, he had feared that the three women might be in danger. However, reason dictated that such a scenario was unlikely, especially since Mu Fenghua had stationed numerous subordinates to protect the area upon learning of Lin Tian's presence. If anything had gone awry, he would have received word immediately. Just then, Lin Tian's phone rang. The caller was not Mu Fenghua, but rather Su Qiandu, the wealthiest individual in Qinghe. Upon answering, an awkward voice drifted through the line. Master, there's something I believe I should inform you about. It concerns your fiancée. She seems to be starting from scratch to establish a new enterprise and has leased a storefront. Oh? Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon hearing this. He was well aware of Wen Shanshan's capabilities. Having witnessed her single-handedly manage the former Wenxi group, it was only natural for her to possess such talents. Lin Tian had been contemplating the idea of harnessing Wen Shanshan's skills to revitalize the Lin family's fortunes after its restoration, allowing her to serve as a prominent figure in their business endeavors. However, he had not expected her to take the initiative to begin anew without his knowledge. Yet, Su Qiandu's voice remained awkward as he continued, But, Master, the street where your fiancé has leased the storefront, it's somewhat unsafe. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's expression darkened instantly. Without hesitation, he demanded, What is the address? Meanwhile, at the very street Su Qiandu had described as somewhat unsafe, within a gleaming storefront, three radiant women wore expressions of sheer delight. These three women were Wen Shanshan, Shen Lingxi, and Lin Mingming. At this moment, Lin Mingming wore a fresh radiance upon her face, continuously surveying the storefront while exclaiming, Sister-in-law, this place is truly excellent. Do you intend to start anew here? Upon hearing the term sister-in-law from Lin Mingming's lips, the expressions of the other two, Shen Lingxi and Wen Shanshan, underwent a subtle transformation. Wen Shanshan, shy upon hearing those words, naturally retorted, Ming, what nonsense are you spouting? Sister-in-law indeed. Her bashful demeanor was quite endearing. However, upon hearing Lin Mingming address Wen Shanshan as sister-in-law, a fleeting glimmer of what seemed like disappointment flickered in Shen Lingxi's eyes. Goodness, you are Lin Tian's aunt. Why would such a feeling arise? Something feels amiss. This aunt is very peculiar. Of course, this fleeting clarity went unnoticed by anyone else, and Shen Lingxi promptly inquired, Shanshan, have you discussed your plans to start anew with Xiaotian? To this, Wen Shanshan shook her head and replied, Not yet. It's just that I wonder if Brother Lin Tian would agree. I simply cannot remain in Brother Lin Tian's home, idly contemplating how to assist him. I also worry he might be upset if he finds out. Upon hearing Wen Shanshan's words, both Shen Lingxi and Lin Mingming's eyes shimmered with a touch of emotion. To be frank, Lin Mingming and Shen Lingxi were, in a strict sense, Lin Tian's family, whereas Wen Shanshan was somewhat of an outsider. Given Wen Shanshan's character, it was only natural for her to feel some discomfort about living off others. Lin Mingming then chimed in. What are you talking about? Brother would never be angry. If he knew, he would be overjoyed. Really? Wen Shanshan's eyes lit up with evident surprise as she listened to Lin Mingming's voice. Just as these words left Wen Shanshan's mouth, a voice filled with mockery suddenly resonated from outside the storefront. Oh ho! New arrivals, huh? Well, what a sight. 3 stunning beauties, each with a distinct style. The sound of someone slurping saliva echoed harshly within the empty storefront. Shin Lingxi, when Shanshan and Lin Mingming simultaneously furrowed their brows. They beheld a group of 7 or 8 ruffians swaggering into the room. The leader, sporting a head of dyed red hair, bore a lewd glimmer in his eyes, even wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he was the one who had just spoken. Upon noticing the 3 women turn to face him, his eyes gleamed with an almost predatory interest. Licking his lips, he continued in a lascivious tone. "What are you 3 lovely ladies doing all alone here? Are you perhaps open for business?" Chapter 111. The more you call, the more excited I get. The red-haired man's voice instantly ignited an inferno of fury in the eyes of the 3 women. Shun Lingxi, being the elder among them, stepped forward with determination, extending her fair finger to point at the red-haired man, and exclaimed, "Clean up your mouth." "Oh ho ho!" The red-haired man replied flippantly, "Looks like the beauty has quite the temper, but I rather enjoy this feeling of conquest." Ha ha ha. As his laughter faded, he and his cohorts shared a brazen, lewd grin. "You?" The 3 women glared at the red-haired man, their anger boiling over. Yet, outnumbered, they were merely 3 vulnerable women. When Shanshan stepped forward, pointing at the red-haired man and declaring, "This establishment belongs to us. We do not welcome you. Please leave." Her voice was frigid and resolute. However, upon hearing Wen Shanshan's words, the red-haired man's grin only grew more brazen as he retorted, "This entire street belongs to me. I can go wherever I please. Who can stop me?" "What?" The 3 women's eyes widened with incredulity and anger at the red-haired man's audacity. Who on earth was this person, and how could he be so brazen? The red-haired man continued unabated, "Let me make myself clear. I don't care what you're doing, but if you're opening a shop on this street, you'll owe me a monthly fee. Not much, just 10,000 a month. Enough for my brothers and me to enjoy a couple of cigarettes." This revelation, when Shanshan and the others realized the red-haired man's true intentions. He was here to extort protection money. To be honest, they never imagined that even in this day and age, someone would dare to collect protection fees in broad daylight. Just as the 3 women prepared to unleash another tirade of indignation, the red-haired man's gaze roamed over them, glancing up and down while stroking his chin, his eyes glimmering with lewdness. "However, if it were you 3 beauties, I could waive that 10,000. As long as you take turns attending to your red-haired brother. Red-haired brother will ensure you live quite comfortably, ha 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 ha." His laughter seemed to echo from the storefront out into the street. The surrounding shop owners were all too aware of what the red-haired man was implying. Yet they chose to remain passive onlookers, having often been oppressed by him themselves. Upon hearing the red-haired man's words, the 3 women felt their anger rising to the surface and your dreams. "Go to hell!" they shouted in unison. Hee hee hee. The red-haired man appeared completely unfazed by their furious retorts, advancing step by step toward the 3 women, rubbing his hands together as he approached, all while saying, "Today, your red-haired brother is just here to collect a little interest, ha 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 ha. Surround them," he commanded his lackeys. Hearing his call, the ruffians rushed forward, surrounding the 3 women. "Get away! Don't come any closer." The 3 women, now filled with fear and anger, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Shin Lingxi positioned herself protectively in front of Wen Shanshan and Lin Mingming, glaring at the advancing red-haired man, and shouted, "Don't come any closer. I'll call for help." Ha ha ha. The red-haired man laughed derisively. "Call for help? The more you scream, the more excited I become. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you." Ha 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 ha. As he cackled, he lunged toward Shin Lingxi with open arms. Just then, an expression of surprise appeared on the faces of Shin Lingxi, Wen Shanshan, and Lin Mingming. Seeing the astonished looks on their faces, the red-haired man assumed it was in response to him and boasted, "Ha ha ha ha, ladies, are you eager to see your red-haired brother? I knew it, you 3 little vixens, your red-haired brother has arrived." Bang. Just as he was about to make contact with Shin Lingxi's clothing, a loud crash resounded. The red-haired man felt as if he had been struck by a vehicle, a sharp pain radiating through his chest. A mouthful of blood erupted from his mouth and nose, and he was sent flying backward. With a thud, he landed heavily on the ground. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared before the 3 women. They all exclaimed in delight, simultaneously grasping Lin Tian's arm. "Brother Lin Tian! Brother!" Shout Tian! Indeed, Lin Tian had arrived. The lackeys who had been surrounding the 3 women stood frozen in shock. "Who the hell is this? When did he arrive? Where's the boss? Why did the boss get sent flying? Holy crap, boss! The ruffians rushed toward the fallen red-haired man. Coughing and pale, the red-haired man was helped up by his lackeys, who were quick to shout, "What are you doing standing around? Get him! Kill him!" He no longer cared who Lin Tian was or when he had appeared. All he knew was that in this territory, no one dared to defy him. Now, someone had the audacity to show up and make him spit blood? Wasn't he that a death wish? Hearing their boss's roar, the lackeys snapped into action, charging toward Lin Tian while shouting, "You little punk! How dare you hit our boss? You're asking for death. Die, you filthy bastard!" Lin Tian regarded the advancing thugs with a furrowed brow and a grim expression. It was evident that he was furious. How could these people dare to engage in such behavior in broad daylight? If he had arrived even a moment later, the three women might have truly faced harm. Thus, Lin Tian exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. In an instant, his figure transformed into a mere afterimage as he surged forward. With each punch he unleashed, a small thug would wail and be sent sprawling backward. Not a single individual could approach Lin Tian that moment. Hong Mao, who was clutching his chest and initially wore a furious expression, found himself utterly dumbfounded. Was this truly a human being or some kind of monster? How could one punch send people flying like that? Hong Mao, disregarding everything else, struggled to rise from the ground and turned to flee outside the shop. Indeed, if he didn't run now, when would he? Just as Hong Mao burst out of the shop, the panic-stricken expression on his face was suddenly replaced by a look of intense surprise. He then let out a shrill scream. How go? How go? Help me! Chapter 112. Does he have the backing of the Knife Alliance? This abrupt cry from Hong Mao echoed loudly through the empty street. It seemed that his presence alone had created this eerie silence. Meanwhile, across the street from the shop where Lin Tian had asked Su Qindu to find Wen Shanshan, a group of individuals swaggered down the main road. Leading them was a man appearing to be in his 30s. Dressed in beach shorts, a tank top, and flip-flops. Behind him trailed over a dozen others, all similarly unruly thugs. They had been wandering aimlessly when suddenly they heard Hong Mao's frantic shout. The man in beach shorts paused briefly and turned to the direction of the sound. Just then, the panicked Hong Mao staggered toward him. Upon seeing the blood-stained corner of Hong Mao's mouth, the man's brows arched slightly on the other side. Within the spacious shop, Lin Tian observed the scene outside the glass door with a stoic expression. Behind him, Shun Lingxi, noticing the crowd across the street that was clearly composed of Hong Mao's accomplices, grew anxious. She broke free from the grips of Wen Shanshan and Lin Mingming and rushed to Lin Tian's side, urging, "Xiao Tian, let's stop fighting and flee. Quickly, go with Annie." As she spoke, Shun Lingxi grasped Lin Tian's hand, preparing to dash outside. Lin Tian, however, looked at his aunt with a resigned smile and replied, "Auntie, it's already too late to leave now." Indeed, through the glass door, the intimidating crowd across the street was steadily approaching. Shun Lingxi's anxiety intensified as she bit her lip and said, "It's fine. Xiao Tian. You take Mingming and Shanshan and go first. I'll stay back to hold them off. As a woman, they won't dare to trouble me. And they wouldn't dare to trouble you? Have you forgotten how you were tormented by Luo Yonggang from the Luo family?" Lin Tian shook his head helplessly, taking Shun Lingxi's hand and guiding her next to Wen Shanshan. He then addressed Wen Shanshan and Lin Mingming, "You two take Annie to the back. I have some matters to attend to up front." Understood. Wen Shanshan and Lin Mingming nodded in unison. They were aware of Lin Tian's formidable strength. Lin Mingming had witnessed him annihilate the entire Feng family, while Wen Shanshan had seen numerous skilled fighters from her own family fall before him. Thus, they regarded Lin Tian as more than capable of handling these street thugs. However, the oblivious Shun Lingxi still wanted to say something, but Wen Shanshan and Lin Mingming had already pulled her into the small room at the back of the shop. Watching the three women hide away, Lin Tian cracked his knuckles. It was finally time to unleash his full strength. To prevent causing chaos in the pristine shop during the impending conflict, he opened the glass door and stepped onto the bustling street. Once outside, Lin Tian gained a clear view of his surroundings. There were indeed people in the neighboring shops, yet none seemed inclined to open their doors. Instead, they lurked behind the transparent glass, peering at the unfolding scene. Lin Tian chose to ignore them, assuming they had been bullied by Hong Mao's gang in the past and were now too fearful to intervene, lest they be caught in the crossfire. In the middle of the street, Hong Mao, blood still trickling from his mouth, shouted at the man in beach shorts, "How go? That's the bastard. That stupid idiot. Not only did he refuse to pay the monthly fee, but he also injured our brothers and even hit me. Hao Gu, you must stand up for us. Listening to Hong Mao's cries, Hao Gu cast a sharp gaze at Lin Tian, appearing somewhat aloof as he merely nodded his head toward the front, uttering a nonchalant hum. Subsequently, a group of over a dozen individuals surged forward, encircling Lin Tian. Observing this scene, the onlookers from the neighboring shops, who had previously been indifferent, now displayed expressions of regret. Some even remarked, "Alas, this young man is still too naive. Does he not know that Hao Gu has the backing of the Qinghe Knife Alliance? How dare he walk out of the shop alone? Isn't that courting death? Qinghe Knife Alliance?" Fortunately, Lin Tian did not hear the lamentations, for had he, it was likely his face would have betrayed some peculiar expression. The thugs surrounding Lin Tian glowered at him, their brows furrowed in anger, yet none made a move. A gap remained in the center, seemingly reserved for Hao Gu. Before long, Hao Gu sauntered over casually, glancing at Lin Tian and then at the half-dozen or so unconscious thugs sprawled on the ground. He gestured with his hand and, in a calm voice, asked Lin Tian, "Did you do this?" His tone was utterly indifferent, paired with an air of superiority that suggested Lin Tian was merely a plaything he could easily manipulate. Lin Tian met Hao Ji's gaze, mirroring his voice and tone as he replied, "Is there a problem?" Hao Gu was momentarily taken aback by Lin Tian's retort, but then a smirk spread across his face. Filled with disdain and mockery, he waved his finger dismissively and said, "No problem." With a light chuckle, he turned to the surrounding thugs, remarking, "Today, we unexpectedly encountered a fool." His tone was laced with amusement as he nonchalantly gestured with his foot, clearly reveling in his own perceived superiority. Hao Ji's relaxed demeanor stemmed from his complete disregard for Lin Tian, even casually waving his hand to his men, seemingly unconcerned about the outcome. After making this statement, he turned away, as if he had already heard Lin Tian's pleas for mercy, his demeanor suggesting that he found the entire situation utterly tedious. The moment he turned, the sounds of wailing erupted. Hao Gu showed no sign of surprise. Rather, a calm smile graced his lips as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. He snapped his fingers, waiting, as if expecting one of his lackeys to light it for him. However, no one came, and the cries of distress continued unabated. Hao Ji's brow furrowed slightly, and with a hint of irritation, he exclaimed, "Damn it, do we really need this many people to teach a lesson to a stupid idiot? Someone, light me a cigarette." As soon as Hao Gu finished speaking, the cries ceased abruptly. A look of satisfaction crossed his face as he closed his eyes, awaiting his lackey service. Yet at that moment, Lin Tian's calm voice broke the silence. "I believe they are unable to help you light that cigarette." With a swift motion, Hao Ji's eyes flew open. He recognized that voice. It was the same audacious tone that had dared to question him earlier. In an instant, Hao Gu spun around, only to find. Chapter 113. Why haven't you all run yet? His cigarette fell from his mouth in shock. The scene before him was entirely different from what he had envisioned. All of his thugs, including the raucous Hong Mao who had called for his assistance, lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious, with not even a twitch of movement. Meanwhile, the stupid idiot he had underestimated stood unscathed, calmly gazing back at him. "You did this? Over here." This fellow Hao once again posed the same question. Yet this time, his voice trembled slightly as he spoke. In contrast, Lin Tian's tone remained utterly unchanged as he calmly replied, "Is there a problem?" At this, the corner of Hao's eye twitched, and he refrained from saying anything further. Instead, he slowly tucked his cigarette into his pocket and, surprisingly, broke into a laugh. With a faint sigh, he remarked, "Sigh, I really didn't want to intervene." This Hao seemed to revel in his own bravado, as if he were the protagonist of his own world. Relishing the pretense, "Ha ha ha ha." This lad even had the audacity to raise his head slowly, letting out a laugh that bore a hint of self-mockery, yet was unmistakably directed at Lin Tian. He tilted his head back, covering his forehead while laughing, reminiscent of the character Yagami from King of Fighters. Lin Tian observed this peculiarly behaving man before him, wearing an expression of exasperation. After a fit of laughter, Hao cast a sidelong glance at Lin Tian and questioned, "Are you quite skilled? Do you possess a powerful background?" "Background?" Lin Tian smirked slightly. His own background was vast, larger than the heavens. but it was precisely because it was so immense that this ruffian would never comprehend it. Thus, he merely shook his head dismissively. Ha 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 ha. This fellow was laughing again. What an odd sense of humor he had. How exaggeratedly continued. So, you're just a little nobody? Do you know who I am? This question was utterly devoid of substance, prompting Lin Tian to internally scoff. Do people always ask this question when threatening others? I am from the Blade Alliance. Under Longu M. Blade Alliance. Longo? Upon hearing this name, Lin Tian's expression shifted to one of intrigue. He instinctively uttered, "Along." The Hao across from him, oblivious to Lin Tian's words, revealed a cruel smile and boldly declared, "I admit you are quite skilled. But do you really believe you are invincible just because you can handle these few punks? Invincible? When did Lin Tian ever claim such a thing? That was merely a term others used to describe him. He had never acknowledged it, yet Hao seemed to be caught up in his own theatrics, gritting his teeth and feigning a fierce expression as he proclaimed loudly, to be someone like Hao, one must be a warrior. As he uttered the words warrior, Hao's lips curled in an exaggerated smirk. Was this what they called a devilishly charming smile? It was rather unbecoming, to say the least. Lin Tian was thoroughly at a loss for words regarding this Hao. However, Hao mistook Lin Tian's silence for bewilderment, and with increased flamboyance, he boisterously continued. So, have you never heard of what a warrior is? Don't worry, I will soon enlighten you on the distinction between warriors and you foolish commoners. Prepare to tremble and kneel at my feet and repent. The final phrase sounded as if he believed he were destined for greatness. With a resonant hum, an aura unique to warriors erupted from Hao. Yet its intensity was nothing more than that of a mundane warrior, barely a hair's breadth away from an ordinary person who had never trained. It was perplexing where this fellow's confidence stemmed from. Hao spread his arms wide, striking an overly dramatic pose, and arrogantly declared to Lin Tian, "Tremble, mortal." "Ga?" His voice abruptly cut off, and his eyes widened with shock and disbelief. The tone of his words shifted instantaneously. "How did you get here?" Indeed, he realized that Lin Tian, who had previously been 7 or 8 meters away, had inexplicably appeared before him. Such speed was entirely unprecedented for him. Yet, Lin Tian's expression was one of palpable annoyance as he flatly stated, "Are you not tired of talking?" With a swift motion, Lin Tian's hand shot out sideways. Ah, the proud warrior, who fancied himself capable of making mortals tremble, was sent flying by Lin Tian's slap. The sound of his scream, accompanied by blood and shattered teeth, traced a beautiful arc through the air. Hao's body spun in midair, completing over 1,000 rotations before crashing into the ground with a resounding thud, sprawled out in a starfish position. His legs twitched involuntarily several times, yet no further sound escaped his lips. Lin Tian casually waved his right hand, not even bothering to glance at the sprawled Hao, as he turned to walk back into the storefront. Muttering in exasperation, what a waste of time. Indeed, these little ruffians could learn a thing or two. They should emulate others and collect protection fees instead. They ought to assess whether they had the capability to demand such fees. Nevertheless, Hao's self-introduction served as a reminder to Lin Tian that he was scheduled to attend the auction in Han City in a week. It seemed there was still the matter of the Blade Alliance in Qinghe that required resolution. It was time to arrange for the northern border warriors to consult Along regarding the situation. If Along was idling away his time, perhaps it would be best to eliminate the Blade Alliance altogether. Upon returning to the storefront, Lin Tian proceeded to the back room, where he smiled at the 3 women inside, saying, "All right, everything is fine now." Shinlingxi immediately rushed forward, scanning Lin Tian from head to toe, asking, "Xiao Tian, are you all right?" Meanwhile, Lin Mingming chimed in cheerfully, "Auntie, how many times must I tell you to trust your brother? Trust is one thing, but concern is inevitable." After resolving the troubles, Lin Tian took hold of Wen Shanshan's hand and stood in the center of the storefront. Smiling as he inquired, "Now, what else do you need? Tell me, and I will have someone take care of it." Wen Shanshan shook her head and gazed earnestly at Lin Tian, saying, "No more, brother Lin Tian. You have already done so much for me. I will handle the rest myself." In truth, while it appeared that Lin Tian had procured this store for Wen Shanshan, it was actually the first step in heralding the resurgence of the Lin family. At that moment, a startled voice erupted from the entrance of the storefront. "Why aren't you running?" Upon hearing this peculiar sound, Lin Tian and the others turned their curious gazes toward the door. Outside stood 3 or 4 individuals, all wearing expressions of lingering fear. Among them, a woman in her 50s anxiously exclaimed, "Did you not see? The person you just fought has already left. They must have gone to the Blade Alliance for reinforcements. You should hurry and escape." Hearing the woman's words, Lin Tian and the others were momentarily taken aback. However, Lin Tian's expression appeared somewhat strange as he directly responded, "Why should we run? Indeed, why should they flee?" This place had already been purchased by Lin Tian from Su Qiandu. It belonged to him and Wen Shanshan. Why abandon it and run away? The others present wore expressions of helplessness upon hearing Lin Tian's words. A man in his 40s stepped forward, looking quite honest and earnest, and urgently said to Lin Tian, "We know you are capable, but do you understand that the person you just sent flying has the Blade Alliance backing him?" Upon hearing the name Blade Alliance, Wen Shanshan, Lin Mingming, and Shen Lingxi all felt a surge of curiosity. Lin Mingming turned to Lin Tian and asked, "Brother, what is the Blade Alliance?" Lin Tian, ever thoughtful, explained, "The Blade Alliance is a gang that has established itself in Qinghe. It seems to be the largest gang in the area and holds quite a reputation across the southern borders." Upon hearing Lin Tian's explanation, the individuals urging him to flee were taken aback. The initially anxious woman exaggerated her response, saying, "Are you not aware of how fearsome the Blade Alliance is? Why aren't you running? Why are you still engaging them?" Not only her, but the others also displayed expressions of astonishment, soon shifting to one of fear. The seemingly honest man even exhibited a flash of anger, exclaiming, "You know he is from the Blade Alliance, and you still dare to provoke him? What will you do when their people arrive? What about us? We are all merchants on this street. If they retaliate against you and vent their anger on us, what then?" This man's words seemed to awaken the remaining individuals, who exchanged alarmed glances as the realization set in. One by one, they glared at Lin Tian with fury, exclaiming, "You are truly a scoundrel. You've brought this upon yourself. Why must you endanger us? Indeed, indeed. I advise you to leave at once. Otherwise, even if the Knife Alliance spares you, the merchants on this street will certainly not. Enough, enough. Just go. Keep your distance from this plague. Otherwise, when the Knife Alliance arrives, they might mistake us for being in cahoots with you." After these words were uttered, the group at the entrance shot Lin Tian a disdainful glance, with one individual even spitting at their doorstep, before storming off in anger. The abrupt shift in attitude left Wen Shanshan, Lin Mingming, and Shen Lingxi momentarily stunned. Soon, a look of incredulity appeared on their faces, with Wen Shanshan expressing disbelief. "Brother, are these people out of their minds? It seems we haven't provoked them at all." Shen Lingxi, her face etched with anger, snorted coldly. When they sought trouble earlier, they cowered in fear. Now that they've been chased off by Xiao Tian, they come out to blame him. A bunch of bullies who prey on the weak. Listening to the women's indignation, Lin Tian wore a calm smile and reassured them, such is human nature. If they did not react this way now, that would indeed be peculiar. Just as Lin Tian finished his statement, a sudden commotion erupted from the street outside, filled with frantic cries. "Not good! The Knife Alliance is coming! The Knife Alliance is here! Run!" Chaos ensued throughout the entire street. Upon hearing this, Wen Shanshan and the others became anxious. After all, Lin Tian had previously informed them that the Knife Alliance was a notorious gang organization throughout the southern region, engaged in unsavory underground dealings. Thus, it was clear that these individuals were not law-abiding citizens. "Brother," Lin Mingming began to speak, but Lin Tian interrupted, "It's fine. Let me see who from the Knife Alliance has come today." As he spoke, he confidently stepped out of the shop once more. Having learned from prior experiences, Shen Lingxi refrained from insisting on accompanying Lin Tian for protection. The three women leaned against the glass door, anxiously observing Lin Tian's figure from behind. Upon exiting, several nearby shops simultaneously flung open their doors, shouting towards the other end of the street, "Quick! That kid is the one who offended the Knife Alliance. This has nothing to do with us." Hearing this, Lin Tian wore an expression of resignation. However, he was soon captivated by the scene unfolding at the other end. A look of amusement crossing his face, it turned out that the previous boastful brother truly spoke no falsehood. He indeed was a man of the Knife Alliance. Lin Tian had already spotted along from the Knife Alliance, his face pale and visibly anxious. Upon recognizing Lin Tian standing at the entrance, Along's legs nearly buckled, almost causing him to collapse in a heap on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward Lin Tian. The boastful brother, his face swollen and missing half his teeth, watched this unfold with astonishment and admiration, his eyes brimming with tears as he exclaimed, "Dragon brother, you take such good care of your little brother, coming to personally seek vengeance for me. Thank you, Dragon brother, thank you." Of course, seeing their leader rush out, the others could hardly remain idle. The boastful brother bellowed to the throng of Knife Alliance subordinates behind him, "Charge! Let's teach that bastard a lesson alongside Dragon brother." The ground trembled with the thunderous footsteps of the approaching mob, filling the street to capacity. Witnessing this spectacle, those within the nearby shops owned by Wen Shanshan wore smirks. And the previous elderly woman even declared, "Deserved. You shouldn't have stayed. You picked a fight with someone you shouldn't have. Let us hope we don't get caught in the crossfire." Indeed, Along's immediate rush towards Lin Tian exuded an air of intent to deliver a severe lesson. The ensuing throng of subordinates appeared as if a pack of ferocious beasts were preparing to devour Lin Tian alive. Even the three women watching from behind Lin Tian felt their hearts race with trepidation. "You three, go inside. Unless I call for you, do not come out." Just as the formidable figure from the Knife Alliance approached Lin Tian, seemingly poised to deliver a kick that would send him sprawling, something utterly unexpected occurred. With a thud, the man unexpectedly knelt before Lin Tian, sliding to a halt and landing firmly at his feet. A dragon head. "I have sinned. I have sinned." The sudden change left the boastful brother and his companions in utter disbelief. They froze, eyes wide, exchanging incredulous glances as if witnessing the apocalypse. Their expressions mirrored those of onlookers from the surrounding shops, all of whom were equally astonished, unable to comprehend the dramatic turn of events. Many rubbed their eyes, convinced they must have misseen. Yet, at that moment, Along's urgent voice broke through the silence. "What are you all standing there for? Kneel! Kneel!" This command was directed at the bewildered Knife Alliance subordinates behind him. The sheer intensity of Along's roar, emanating from a peak-level martial artist, sent them all crashing to their knees in shock. However, confusion enveloped them. They had come to stir trouble, seeking retribution for their injured brother. How had they ended up kneeling instead? Before they could process the situation, Along, now in a state of panic, bowed deeply to Lin Tian, his voice trembling, "Dragon head, I have sinned. It is my fault. My subordinates angered you. This is all my doing." Turning abruptly, he barked at the still-dazed boastful brother, "Get over here and kneel." The boastful brother, still grappling with the turn of events, had no choice but to obey. Crawling to Along's side, Along's furious command followed. "Apologize to the dragon head." "What?" The boastful brother was utterly bewildered. In the next instant, a sharp crack pierced the air as Along's hand struck his face, leaving him reeling. "Apologize." In that moment, the boastful brother, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation, realized the identity of the man before him. Fearing for his life, he fell to the ground, crying and begging, "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I truly didn't recognize your greatness. I deserve to die. Please spare me. I truly understand." As the boastful brother continued to plead for mercy, Along raised his hand, coldly stating, "Since you believe you should die, then die." With that, a swift motion followed, and the boastful brother's screams were abruptly silenced. His eyes widened in shock, frozen in place as a crimson line appeared across his throat, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A collective gasp echoed among the Knife Alliance members, their leader having killed a subordinate for offending the young man before them, disregarding years of brotherhood. The realization struck them like lightning. Who exactly was this young man? Why would their leader act in such a manner for him? The atmosphere thickened with fear as they trembled in their boots. Yet, Along's voice boomed once more, "Remember this. The person standing before you is your master." "Master?" The crowd behind him, now bereft of any confusion, shouted in unison, "We pay homage to our master." Listening to their cries and observing the unfolding scene, Lin Tian felt a pang of helplessness wash over him, mingled with an odd sense of intrigue. After all, the group of individuals behind Along were all members of the Blade Alliance. As for himself, strictly speaking, he should be considered an enemy of the Alliance's leader, Lu Yidao, for he had incapacitated Lu Yidao's son. If Lu Yidao were to witness his subordinates kneeling at his feet, calling him master, his expression would surely become quite amusing. There were also those who were utterly dumbfounded, hiding in their shops. observing the unfolding scene as if it were a spectacle. They believed that this young man had gotten himself into serious trouble and would likely perish on the streets outside. However, they could never have anticipated that someone had indeed died. But it was not the audacious young man. Rather, it was one of the Blade Alliance members, killed by a senior figure within the Alliance. This was beyond comprehension. What was happening? Why did the scene differ so drastically from their expectations? Suddenly, the few individuals who had earlier expressed their grievances against Lin Tian felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. The other party was evidently powerful. If he were vindictive and held a grudge, would their fates be sealed? Lin Tian, on the other hand, was entirely unconcerned with the anxiety of these individuals. He had no desire to engage with their kind. He was aware that his aunt and the others were still waiting for him in the shop. Thus, he waved his hand and said, "All right, everyone get up. Tell your people to retreat. Who are you trying to intimidate with such a crowd?" "Yes, yes." Along nodded in fear and immediately turned to the group behind him, shouting, "Get the hell out of here." The members of the Blade Alliance dared not linger, hastily getting to their feet and fleeing in the direction from whence they came, terrified that a moment's delay might lead to their demise at the hands of their brother Long. Along, too, cautiously stood up and approached Lin Tian, whispering, "Dragon Leader, regarding today's matter." Hearing Along's words, Lin Tian waved his hand slightly and replied, "Enough, it's not important. What did I ask you to do? You have the leisure to seek revenge for your subordinates?" Along, feeling anxious, replied, "Dragon Leader, I actually came out today to report to you. However, I encountered this scoundrel along the way, so I thought Along had come to report." "Did Louis Dao's side have any new developments?" With this thought, Lin Tian inquired, "What? Have you discovered something?" Along's gaze grew serious as he slowly replied, "Dragon Leader, I wonder if you have any connections with the Qinghe Lin family?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes glimmered with a keen light. Chapter 116. Should we eliminate Louis Dao? This Along knew that Lin Tian's surname was Lin, but he was entirely unaware that Lin Tian was once the young master of the Qinghe Lin family, the foremost family in the world. He only recognized Lin Tian as the dragon leader of the Northern Martial Brigade. Just this knowledge was enough to deter Along from probing further into Lin Tian's true identity. Thus, he would never investigate the reality behind Lin Tian's background. The mention of the Qinghe Lin family was due to Along's suspicion that Lin Tian might be related to them, especially since Louis Dao had recently spoken of the Qinghe Lin family the most. Although Lin Tian's expression changed, he did not hastily pursue the matter. Along continued, "It seems that due to issues concerning the Qinghe Lin family, Louis Dao and his network for gathering information have encountered some disagreements or rifts." Lin Tian maintained his composure and casually remarked, "Disagreements?" Along nodded earnestly and said, "I had never heard Louis Dao actively mention any matters regarding this network before. But recently, during meals, breaks, or while engaging in other activities, he has suddenly exclaimed, 'These useless fools, claiming to be the world's #1 intelligence organization. How could they not even know if that person from the Qinghe Lin family is still alive?' Exclamation point. When Along imitated Louis Dao's tone while saying the last line, it surprisingly elicited some amusement. Lin Tian understood that if Along's words were indeed Louis Dao's exact quote, then the individual Louis Dao referred to as that person was likely himself. After all, everyone from the Lin family had perished, leaving only him and his sister, Lin Mingming. However, Lin Mingming was not someone who attracted much attention. Thus, the person in question could only be him. Why was Louis Dao so concerned about his life or death? Could it be that Louis Dao was involved in the massacre of the Lin family all those years ago? With this thought, Lin Tian inquired again, "Do you know where Louis Dao mentioned this organization?" To Lin Tian's surprise, Along actually knew the answer, "ATA Villa in the western suburbs. He always enters that villa alone, not allowing anyone to follow him. After he exits, he possesses information that has never been heard before." A villa in the western suburbs? A peculiar light flickered in Lin Tian's eyes as he said, "Give me a specific location." After Along provided a place name and house number, Lin Tian remarked, "You have done well in this matter." Hearing Lin Tian's satisfied tone, Along's expression brightened with excitement as he said, "Thank you, Dragon Leader. Thank you for your trust." Lin Tian smiled and patted Along on the shoulder before seemingly recalling something and asking, "By the way, is this street under your protection? After all, a gang must have its territory. The Blade Alliance certainly would not lack its own domain." Along nodded affirmatively. "This street indeed belongs to the Blade Alliance. Louis Dao allocated it to me. From today onward, This shop will serve as my fiancée's business premises. You should understand what that implies, right? Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Along paused momentarily, quickly grasping the meaning, and immediately replied, Dragon Leader, I understand. I will take care of this matter. Observing Along's earnestness, Lin Tian nodded and waved his hand, saying, All right, there's nothing more to discuss here. You may go about your business. All right, Dragon Leader. I shall take my leave. With that, Along swiftly departed. Lin Tian had intentionally mentioned the shop he prepared for Wen Shanshan not out of concern for any petty ruffians causing trouble, but rather for the people in the surrounding stores, particularly those who had spoken ill of him earlier. On the surface, they seemed quite honest, but who knew if they might cause trouble for Wen Shanshan behind the scenes? Thus, Lin Tian's instructions to Along were merely a precaution for the shop. Once Along had left, Lin Tian promptly took out his phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, Guohao's deep voice came through, Dragon Leader. Is there something you require of me? Lin Tian nodded and said, I have an address for you. Find a nimble person to stake it out. Once Louis Dao enters, have them sneak in and document everything they observe. Understood, Dragon Leader. After receiving Lin Tian's instructions, Guohao prepared to undertake the task. However, Lin Tian added, if possible, forge a fake will for Louis Dao, indicating that the Blade Alliance is to be inherited by Along. As for Louis Dao, Lin Tian paused, as if considering another angle, then resumed, Let us first clarify what has transpired here. Yes, Dragon Leader. After hanging up, a profound contemplation crossed Lin Tian's eyes. Just moments ago, while instructing Guohao to forge a will, he had contemplated simply eliminating Louis Dao and appointing Along as the leader of the Blade Alliance, thereby resolving matters concerning Qinghe. However, he also realized that Louis Dao seemed to have ties to the massacre of the Lin family years ago. Perhaps he could extract some leads regarding the enemies of the Lin family from Louis Dao. Thus, Lin Tian decided to approach this matter with caution. Having resolved most of his pressing issues, Lin Tian summoned Shenlingxi and the others. With no further interruptions, Wen Shanshan could finally showcase her talents and begin planning the future of the shop. Yet, just as things seemed to settle, an unexpected voice emerged from outside. Excuse me, young man? Turning to see the man who had initially appeared honest but was the first to criticize Lin Tian. Lin Tian noted that the man's face now bore a somewhat fawning smile as he stepped inside. Frankly, both Lin Tian and Shenlingxi were irritated by this man's previous behavior. When Shanshan frowned and said, Do not approach any further. We are not welcoming outsiders as we prepare for our opening. Upon hearing those words, the man's footsteps suddenly froze, and his face contorted momentarily. Yet, he managed to suppress his discomfort and force a smile, saying, Well, regarding what just transpired, I think. Before he could finish, Shenlingxi's voice interjected. I strongly advise you to leave at once. You must not get entangled with us. Otherwise, when that group arrives, you will surely suffer the consequences. Indeed, Shenlingxi's biting sarcasm was formidable, returning his earlier words with a vengeance. The man's expression stiffened immediately, his heart ablaze with anger, yet he dared not utter another word. Restrained by Lin Tian's intimidating presence, he could only grit his teeth and turn to leave. Just as he spoke, he noticed a dirty water bucket positioned before his door. A cruel smile flickered in his eyes as he lifted the bucket, preparing to throw its contents at Lin Tian's entrance. However, before he could act, a loud shout rang out. What the hell do you think you're doing? Are you trying to douse the master's doorway with filthy water? Hearing this roar, the man with the bucket was taken aback. With a loud crash, the dirty water bucket slipped from his grasp, spilling its contents all over him. At that moment, 7 or 8 figures clad in black appeared before him, encircling him completely. These were no longer the petty thugs of the past. They were the elite members of the Blade Alliance. Brought in by Along, this group was far beyond what the previous ruffians could contend with. The man, who had intended to splash dirty water at Lin Tian, began to tremble violently, his complexion turning ashen. Frantically waving his hands, he shook his head and exclaimed, I didn't mean it. I just wanted to dispose of this filthy water. I never intended to throw it at his door. However, how could the 7 or 8 individuals before him believe such claims? They glared at him menacingly, rolling up their sleeves, ready to take action. Yet, one of them glanced towards the glass door of Lin Tian's establishment, noticing the curious onlookers inside. This person quickly lowered his voice, saying, Drag this bastard to the back. We mustn't dirty the master's entrance, understood? The group replied in unison, swiftly hauling the man away in a specific direction. What are you doing? Let me go. No. I realize my mistake. I will never dare to do it again. The man's terrified screams echoed, but no matter how he pleaded, the Blade Alliance members were not inclined to give him any reprieve. His cries took on a desperate tone. Glancing at the bystanders in the nearby shops, including the elderly who had previously joined him in berating Lin Tian, all of whom shouted back, "Help me! Save me! We are on the same side. Help him?" What a joke. These individuals had previously united in their disdain for Lin Tian, fearing the Blade Alliance. Did they now care for him, even if they had once shared the same cause? When calamity struck, they would abandon him without hesitation, reveling in his misfortune. Lin Tian, observing the scene from within his establishment and listening to the man's desperate cries, wore a look of resignation. Indeed, he had previously briefed Along on this matter, concerned that their shop might face ostracism and sabotage from the surrounding businesses. Little did he expect the backlash to occur so swiftly. Of course, this would also lead these neighboring stores to keep their distance from his establishment, yet it would mitigate unnecessary troubles. Moreover, Lin Tian did not plan to make this place his long-term residence. The resurgence of the Lin family could not be confined to such a small storefront. Thus, he did not intervene. Not just Lin Tian, even Shenlingxi and the other two women appeared to be oblivious to the happenings outside. They showed no sympathy for the man who had been so foolish. People must take responsibility for the consequences of their actions. Meanwhile, when Shanshan continued to exuberantly share her grand visions for the shop, Lin Tian could see that her joy was genuine. This was beneficial not only for Wen Shanshan but also for Lin Tian, as he harbored plans for the Lin family's revival. Before long, Lin Tian had led the three women out of the storefront. Initially, Lin Tian had contemplated dining out with the three women that evening, but when Shanshan seemed entirely engrossed in the company's future strategy, diligently working on her planning document. Witnessing this, Lin Tian wore a helpless smile. Just as he was about to remind Wen Shanshan to take a break, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. It was a call from a member of the Beijing Wuzhou D group. Generally, the Beijing Wuzhou did not reach out unless there was an urgent matter. Thus, Lin Tian stepped onto the balcony with his communication device to answer the call. The voice on the other end belonged to a Beijing Wuzhou member. Reporting to the Dragon Head, Along has contacted me, stating he wishes to speak with you personally. Lin Tian paused slightly. Along? Hadn't he just met with him? Did this young man have new information? Lin Tian remembered that he had arranged for a member of the Beijing Wuzhou to serve as a liaison with Along. He then spoke directly. You may give him my number. As soon as Lin Tian finished speaking, the Beijing Wuzhou subordinate replied, Dragon Head. He says he is currently outside your community. Very well. Along had even taken the initiative to come over. He might possess crucial information. Lin Tian turned and exited the room, making his way out of the community. As he stepped outside, he saw Along hurriedly approaching from a black van parked at a distance. Upon reaching Lin Tian, Along intended to kneel and show his respect, but Lin Tian grasped his arm, as he felt they ought to afford the security guard outside a moment to recover. Walking alongside Along towards the van, Lin Tian inquired, What's the matter? Along's expression was serious, his voice low as he replied, Dragon Head, someone from outside, unknown origins, has sent a letter to Louis Dao, the leader of the Blade Alliance. Louis Dao instructed me to personally retrieve it, allowing only me to go, and specifically ordered me not to open the letter. A letter? Lin Tian raised an eyebrow at Along's words. Along wasted no time and retrieved the letter from his possession. Just as Along unveiled the letter, Lin Tian's gaze narrowed in alarm. He recognized the emblem he had seen all too often, the dark golden thorn flower. He understood that this dark golden thorn flower likely represented the mastermind behind the Lin family massacre. Almost instinctively, he snatched the letter from Along's hands, eager to tear it open and discover its contents. But he restrained himself. Louis Dao had explicitly instructed Along not to open it. Had Lin Tian been with the Beijing Wuzhou's research team at Qinghe, he would have ripped it open without hesitation, for the researchers could perfectly reconstruct it. However, given the current circumstances, Lin Tian returned the letter to Along. Observing Lin Tian's actions, Along curiously asked, Dragon Head, aren't you going to open it? Where did this letter come from? Although Louis Dao was puzzled by Lin Tian's question, he promptly replied, Qinghe South Station, from the temporary safe at the station, the first locker on the third floor. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with understanding as he said to Along, "Good job on this matter. Now hurry and deliver the letter to Louis Dao." After uttering these words, Lin Tian turned and departed. With a singular destination in mind, Qinghe South Station, that is the Qinghe South Station. This letter is of utmost confidentiality, both for Louis Dao and for the organization or individual represented by the dark golden thorn flower. Therefore, the messenger would not leave this letter unattended in a temporary safe outside the train station. He would inevitably remain on site, awaiting the person designated to retrieve the letter. He must ensure that the individual who takes the letter is indeed the one he is waiting for. If the person does not match the contacts he has, adhering to the principle of destroying the letter, he would also eliminate the one who took it. Moreover, Qinghe South Station is merely a 10-minute walk from the apartment Lin Tian has rented. Along, upon receiving the sealed letter, hastily made his way here to inform himself. Thus, it is highly likely that the messenger is still at Qinghe South Station. If Lin Tian can locate this person, he will have the opportunity to learn what the dark golden thorn flower signifies from him. Soon, Lin Tian arrived outside the plaza of Qinghe South Station. It was bustling with a multitude of travelers, each person hurrying along with purpose. Lin Tian stood next to the temporary safe outside the station, first confirming the location of the first safe on the third tier, then positioning himself directly in front of it. Gradually closing his eyes, the moment Lin Tian shut his eyes, the surrounding environment seemed to quiet down instantly. The movements of passers-by and the scenes within the buildings became vividly clear in Lin Tian's mind. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away, behind a large floor-to-ceiling window of a fast food restaurant, a gaunt man slowly stood up, donning a pair of sunglasses. Notably, despite it still being summer, and although Qinghe's climate is not scorching, it is certainly not cold, this individual wore a thick cashmere coat. Yet, his face bore no trace of sweat. This man turned without a sound and swiftly descended the stairs. Simultaneously, Lin Tian's eyes opened wide. He quickly turned his head, his gaze locking onto the fast food restaurant's location. His figure gradually faded, becoming invisible. The emaciated man left the fast food restaurant, his head lowered, walking in the opposite direction of Qinghe South Station. He moved swiftly, as if evading something, darting through streets and alleys, turning at every corner and slipping into narrow lanes, aimlessly wandering until he reached a dead end devoid of any signs of life. Where he finally halted, behind him, at the only exit, Lin Tian's figure slowly emerged. Truly, a warrior from the northern frontier. Upon hearing the man's words, Lin Tian felt no surprise in his eyes, sensing that this individual had deliberately lured him into this dead end. Thus, he continued to watch the man's silhouette with a calm demeanor. After uttering those words, the gaunt man slowly turned around. His eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, gazed at Lin Tian from a distance. Then, his voice echoed once more. "Lin Tian? You are indeed still alive." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian slightly raised an eyebrow and inquired, "You know me?" "Ha ha 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 ha." The gaunt man emitted a harsh laugh, then continued, "I am intimately familiar with the details of every member of the Lin family." His words effectively indicated to Lin Tian that the Lin family's massacre was directly linked to them. Thus, Lin Tian directly asked, "Why did you slaughter my Lin family?" "Why?" The man appeared bemused by Lin Tian's question, wearing a relaxed and amused expression as he replied, "Does my master need a reason to kill someone? Does my master need a reason to annihilate a family? To my master, your entire Lin family, including you, Lin Tian, is nothing but a pile of refuse, a nest of maggots. To extinguish your lives is but a trivial matter, so why the fuss? You should be grateful to my master. To be targeted by such formidable forces is indeed an honor for your Lin family." His tone was exceedingly flippant, and his gaze towards Lin Tian was one of disdain, as if regarding him as mere trash. Lin Tian's fists gradually clenched, and the bloodlust that had previously dissipated surged back into his eyes. Yet, he still rasped, "Who is your master?" The gaunt man, looking at Lin Tian with a scornful expression, replied, "A piece of trash about to meet his demise, unworthy of knowing my master's name," with a whoosh. As soon as the gaunt man finished speaking, 3 figures clad in black cloaks materialized from the dead end, forming a triangular formation that surrounded Lin Tian. Each of these individuals bore a similar insignia on the chest of their black cloaks, the dark golden thorn flower. Furthermore, they all exuded a powerful aura, each comparable to that of the head of the Qinghe Bureau of Martial Affairs. They were at the initial level of the Xian rank. Ha 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 ha. The gaunt man's harsh laughter rang out again as he observed Lin Tian from afar, exclaiming, "Kid, I never expected you would walk straight into the trap, saving my master quite a bit of trouble." Then, his gaze sharpened, and he shouted, "Attack! Beat this dog of the Lin family to a pulp. Leave him in pieces." As soon as his command fell, the three cloaked figures launched an all-encompassing, no-holds-barred assault on Lin Tian. The very air around them trembled violently with their movements. Their attack was an unassailable offense, one that no mere thugs could compare to. Even when surrounded by a dozen ruffians, it would not create such an effect. However, could they truly secure victory? Their attacks, while flawless, were against Lin Tian. With a buzz, just as the three approached him, an invisible protective barrier seemed to materialize around Lin Tian, securely enveloping the three attackers within it, and no matter how they struggled, it was futile. In the next moment, Lin Tian slowly raised his head and shouted, "Get lost!" Pft, 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 pft. It was not the sound of blood being spat, but rather a series of explosive sounds emanating from the three immobilized figures. Their insides erupting instantaneously, clouds of blood mist ascended from their bodies. Thud, thud, thud. The three corpses, now unrecognizable, collapsed weakly into the pool of blood in an instant. Chapter 119. The despicable must die immediately. In the distance, the gaunt man observed this scene, momentarily stunned. Yet, there was no trace of surprise or panic in his eyes. Instead, a glimmer of delight and a fervent, bloodthirsty light emerged. His laughter turned even more grating as he addressed Lin Tian. "Good. Very good. You did not disappoint me. If you had died at the hands of those three, that would have been truly embarrassing. Truly, a warrior from the northern frontier. You are now worthy enough for me to take action." His words conveyed utter disregard for the lives of the three companions he had brought. Even after Lin Tian had just displayed such formidable power, he still did not regard Lin Tian as a threat. Exuding absolute confidence in his own abilities, he believed he could utterly crush Lin Tian. After declaring that, he took a deep breath, inhaling the blood mist in the air, his face adorned with a sickly flush. Then, with a look of disgust, he spat and remarked, "Their blood is simply too foul. Indeed, the most exquisite blood is that of the Lin family. Lin Tian, you did not witness it firsthand. Back then, when we slaughtered the Lin family, the scene was exhilarating. Those kneeling at your feet, weeping and begging for mercy. We simply twisted off their heads and drank their blood. Ah, the taste! The blood, filled with extreme fear and hatred, was truly delectable." TSK, he even seemed to share gossip with Lin Tian, continuing, "By the way, the tastiest blood is that of a newborn infant, barely a month old, which also seems to belong to your Lin lineage. The flavor was exquisite." Shut your mouth. As Lin Tian listened to the man's voice, the fury within him could no longer be contained, surging from his chest into his mind. These deranged individuals dared not to spare even the infants of the Lin family. So many years had passed, yet they still brought such horrors up as a source of amusement. It seems that, in the eyes of the Lin family, the lives of all their kin are worth less than that of a mere dog. Akin to a creeping insect, at this moment, a fierce bloodlust manifested in Lin Tian's pupils, rendering him unable to comprehend a single word further. His body trembled violently. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath his feet shattered. Lin Tian's figure shot forth towards the man like a bolt of lightning. The emaciated man, witnessing Lin Tian charge at him in a fit of unbridled rage, could not suppress a flicker of delight upon his face. "Excellent." With a tearing sound, the man's trench coat disintegrated, fluttering to the ground and revealing his bare torso underneath. His muscles were densely packed, resembling jagged peaks of a mountain, starkly contrasting with his gaunt visage. Most crucially, hidden within his coat were two pitch-black daggers. With a swift motion, the daggers were drawn. The man licked his bloodthirsty lips, his expression twisted and grotesque. "You dare strike at me? You are nothing more than a worthless 20-something. Today, I shall demonstrate the chasm that divides our strengths. Submit to me, and offer up your blood, you mongrel of the Lin family." With his words echoing, the ground beneath him, like that beneath Lin Tian, fractured violently. His body surged towards Lin Tian. The two combatants drew near with alarming speed. Lin Tian swung his fist, akin to a sandbag, But the man raised his ebony dagger high. A bloodthirsty grin spread across the man's face. You dare to bare your hands against my mystical steel dagger? This blade can cleave mountains and shatter stones. You are truly a fool. Ha ha ha, awaken to your folly. The man lifted his dagger at a peculiar angle, preparing to deliver a vicious strike upon Lin Tian. Unfazed, Lin Tian charged forward with his fist against the blade's edge. In the next moment, the clash of fist and blade resonated. Yet the scene the man envisioned, Lin Tian's hand shattered. Blood spraying, failed to materialize. Instead, the sound of shattering came from his prized dagger, which lay in pieces. Amidst the man's terror-stricken gaze, Lin Tian's iron fist descended like a tempest upon his chest. A torrent of blood erupted from the man's mouth as he was propelled backward. Crashing heavily to the ground, "No!" he cried in agony, his face pale as he gazed incredulously at the unscathed Lin Tian. Impossible! Another spurt of blood escaped his lips, yet Lin Tian had succumbed entirely to a state of unrestrained fury. Denying the man any respite, with a soft hum, Lin Tian reappeared before him, and in the next instant, his iron fists rained down relentlessly. The man instinctively raised his remaining dagger to defend himself. But the outcome remained unchanged. A resounding crash echoed as Lin Tian's fist once more struck the man's chest. Blood gushed forth again, and the man's complexion turned ashen in that moment. He finally comprehended the staggering gulf between himself and Lin Tian. Even when Lin Tian had dispatched those 3 initial-stage Xin-level masters, he had not felt any surprise. He could achieve that. Such was the confidence of a pinnacle Xin-level warrior. However, he had grossly underestimated Lin Tian's strength, foolishly labeling him as trash. But if Lin Tian were truly trash, how could he be so effortlessly subdued and pummeled? No, no. As Lin Tian raised his fist for a third time, the man, in a state of utter panic, attempted to plead for mercy. Yet, Lin Tian, his eyes drenched in crimson fury, could not hear his voice. With another thunderous punch, the man was driven deep into the earth. Yet Lin Tian showed no signs of halting his onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch drove deeper into the ground, burying the man's form until no trace remained visible. With each strike, blood splattered forth. Time lost meaning as the evening sky transformed into a pitch-black void. Finally, Lin Tian gradually ceased his relentless assault, maintaining his stance, his chest heaving as he caught his breath. The crimson hue in his eyes began to fade, restoring clarity to his vision. His attire was thoroughly drenched in blood. Yet not a single drop belonged to him as Lin Tian slowly rose to his feet. A horrifying pit lay before him, filled with remnants of flesh and bone, all drenched in dark crimson blood. He did not cast a single glance at the gruesome sight, turning instead to depart. If not for the blood covering him, one might assume he had no connection to the dreadful event. The master spoken of by that man could undoubtedly provide insight into the dark golden thorn flower. Logically, Lin Tian should have spared him. However, consumed by rage, Lin Tian could not concern himself with such matters. Clues could always be pursued later, but the wretched must perish at once. Chapter 120. Young Master Lin's Grand Arrival, a disgraceful welcome. Lin Tian realized he needed to change his clothes, as the blood on his face should not be seen by others. Lin Mingming was fine, having witnessed him kill, however, when Shanshan, especially Xinlingxi. If Xinlingxi were to witness such a scene, her fragile heart might suffer yet again. Where to wash? That posed a dilemma. Lin Tian paused, contemplating a location, and retrieved his communicator from his pocket. Guahao's voice quickly resonated. Dragonhead, do you need me? Lin Tian inquired directly. Has Louis Dao arrived? Guahao responded without hesitation. Louis Dao's vehicle has just entered the parking lot. The operation will commence shortly, Lin Tian replied. No need. I will go personally. Guahao was taken aback. Why would the Dragon Head personally attend a mere infiltration and assassination mission? Just as he was about to voice his confusion, he realized Lin Tian had already severed the connection. Guahao stared at his communicator, bewildered. He had no inkling that Lin Tian merely sought a location to change his clothes and wash up. One that would not incite public panic. Since Guahao had provided the address, Lin Tian was well aware of Louis Dao's villa's location. Upon arriving at the villa, Lin Tian was met by a hidden figure who immediately knelt before him, whispering, I pay my respects, Dragon Head. Upon seeing Lin Tian, drenched in blood, Guahao's expression turned peculiar. Dragonhead, what happened to you? It's nothing, Lin Tian waved off the concern, asking, where is Lu Yidao? Guahao answered without delay. Reporting to the Dragonhead, Lu Yidao has entered the secret door of his study. The password for the secret door is 9527. The secret door indicated that Lu Yidao had something hidden within his study, likely the location for communicating with the organization reputed to have the most extensive information network. Lin Tian nodded, indicating he understood, and then vanished, both he and Guahao disappearing into the night. In truth, either Lin Tian or Guahao possessed the strength to storm the villa unimpeded, and no matter how formidable the villa's outer defenses were, they could never withstand their might. However, Lin Tian needed to fabricate the illusion of Lu Yidao's suicide. Establishing a will to bequeath the Blade Alliance to Along if Lin Tian simply stormed in and killed all the guards of the Blade Alliance, how could he orchestrate Lu Yidao's supposed suicide? In reality, Lin Tian could not care less about the Blade Alliance. Its existence held no significance for him. His concern lay with whether that intelligence organization had any special dealings with the Blade Alliance. Should the Blade Alliance fall, he might lose valuable leads to that intelligence network, necessitating additional efforts later. To avoid unnecessary complications, both opted for stealth. At this moment, the leader of the Blade Alliance, Lu Yidao, sat in a pitch-dark room. Before him glowed a screen, displaying a blurred figure. While a person could be discerned, their features remained obscured. Lu Yidao frowned, seemingly engaged in conversation with the figure on the screen. A voice emanated from the display. The voice was evidently subjected to special manipulation, a cacophony of noise rendering it impossible to discern the gender of the speakers. Yet, the words exchanged were crystal clear. They were discussing the matter of the Tiandu defense battle, a topic of utmost secrecy. After you informed us about the situation in Qinghe yesterday, we commenced our investigation. However, we have encountered numerous obstacles along the way, leaving us with no leads whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Lu Yidao's expression betrayed a flicker of impatience. With a resounding thud, he slammed his hand down on the armrest of his chair and furiously rebuked. You lot claim to be the world's foremost intelligence network, and yet you cannot uncover such trivial information. It is evident just how anxious Lu Yidao is at this moment. Nevertheless, the figure on the screen showed no intention of indulging Lu Yidao's frustrations. His voice was icy and direct as he stated, Lu Yidao, I warn you, we are partners, not your subordinates. Do not forget, it would be a trivial matter for us to annihilate your knife alliance. Listening to the unyielding words of his counterpart, fury ignited in Lu Yidao's eyes, yet he refrained from retorting and swallowed his anger, even softening his tone to say, I apologize for my impatience. I am truly sorry. Although the Knife Alliance is a well-known faction in the Southern Territories, the so-called world's foremost intelligence network is anything but ordinary. They are not solely allied with the Knife Alliance. Numerous other formidable forces maintain close ties with them. A simple announcement offering crucial information to anyone who annihilates the Knife Alliance would surely attract a multitude of eager participants. Lu Yidao understood that a true gentleman knows when to bend. The other party showed no intention of severing ties with Lu Yidao. Instead, he continued in a frigid tone, very well, there is no information available for you today. That is all. With that, the screen abruptly filled with static. Those bastards, Lu Yidao erupted, rising from his seat to roar at the snowy display. Just as his furious cries subsided, a voice unexpectedly pierced the darkness of the cramped room. So, you are Lu Yidao? Upon hearing this voice, Lu Yidao's hair stood on end. In a swift motion, he turned and drew a pitch-black handgun from his waist, demanding sharply, Who? With a loud click, the room's lights flickered on, illuminating the scene before him. A figure clad in black stood by the light switch, coldly regarding him. Meanwhile, another individual, drenched in blood, sat in one of the chairs. Ah, are you human or ghost? The sight of Lin Tian, covered in blood, even caused the Knife Alliance's leader to emit a shriek akin to that of a frightened girl. Had it not been for the safety catch on his gun, he might have pulled the trigger without hesitation. You don't know who I am? Lin Tian, observing Lu Yidao's reaction, languidly remarked, Haven't you been eagerly investigating me? Upon hearing this, Lu Yidao trembled, exclaiming in disbelief, You are Lin Tian? How did you end up here? How did you know I was here? How did you get in? Lu Yidao bombarded Lin Tian with 3 questions in rapid succession, revealing his utmost concern. The fact that someone had silently infiltrated his secret entrance was alarming. Only he knew the password, and the location remained undisclosed to anyone else. Had the intelligence network overheard his prior conversation? If they truly wished to eliminate him, he would have already been a lifeless corpse. Nonetheless, as the leader of the Knife Alliance, Lu Yidao quickly regained his composure. The fact that Lin Tian had not killed him outright and was instead conversing suggested that there were terms to be negotiated. Thus, he gradually lowered his handgun and addressed Lin Tian. I apologize for not properly welcoming you, young Master Lin. Please, do not take offense. Chapter 121. Then you shall die. Hearing Lu Yidao's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Tian's eyes, who then remarked with interest, You? Planning to welcome me? Do not forget, your son is the one-eye incapacitated. Lin Tian recalled this incident. Initially unaware, he had learned of it from along upon hearing Lin Tian's statement. Lu Yidao's expression faltered, his eyes twitching involuntarily. After all, that was his own flesh and blood. Yet Lu Yidao maintained his composure, fully aware that his survival depended on his current demeanor, setting aside the mystery of how Lin Tian had entered his secret chamber. He recognized Lin Tian as a formidable martial artist. Conversely, Lu Yidao himself was not a martial artist. He had merely founded a faction and held a prominent position, but his physical prowess was only slightly superior to that of an average individual. Otherwise, why would he have sought hired martial artists to deal with Lin Tian? At this moment, Lu Yidao's heart brimmed with loathing for Lin Tian, yet he understood that confronting him directly would be unwise. A strategy was required, in his eyes. While Lin Tian possessed great strength, his intellect was not guaranteed. After all, the martial artists he had encountered were often brawn over brains. He had previously commanded a Hu and a Bao, who, despite being martial artists, had been obedient to him. Thus, Lu Yidao naturally lowered his gun and seated himself in his previous chair, donning a composed smile as he addressed Lin Tian. I must thank you, young Master Lin, for educating my son. With a veneer of cordiality, he expressed gratitude, while internally he scoffed, thinking, just you, a simple-minded fool, think you can play games with me? Just wait. I will keep you under control today and then find a way to eliminate you. His inner thoughts remained unheard by Lin Tian. However, did Lin Tian truly fit Lu Yidao's description of a simpleton? Listening to Lu Yidao's words, Lin Tian discerned the underlying intentions. Given this, why not indulge him a little? Lin Tian feigned surprise, exclaiming, Oh, I never expected Lu Yidao, the leader of the alliance, to be so magnanimous. Upon hearing Lin Tian's response, Lu Yidao felt a surge of amusement. Indeed, this fool has no idea I am merely engaging in pleasantries. Yet, he maintained a serious demeanor, nodding earnestly. If it were otherwise, how could I possibly fulfill the role of an alliance leader? He took the opportunity to boast about his status, subtly reminding Lin Tian of the formidable power he wielded as the leader of the Knife Alliance. Lin Tian, observing Lu Yidao, maintained an inscrutable expression as he inquired, So, Lu Alliance leader, are you not concerned I might suddenly kill you? After all, your son is the one-eye incapacitated, and I find it hard to believe you harbor no resentment towards me. Hearing this, Lu Yidao's face radiated confidence as he replied, If young Master Lin intended to kill me, you would have done so by now. Why wait until this moment? I believe that your decision to spare my life implies you wish to discuss a collaboration. This statement conveyed his belief that he had seen through Lin Tian's intentions. I still hold value for you. Thus you would never kill me. I possess such confidence. Lin Tian played along, feigning surprise as if impressed by Lu Yidao's astuteness. Observing Lin Tian's expression, Lu Yidao's amusement intensified. You think you can play games with me? This is merely a performance for now. Once you leave, I swear I will find a way to end you. Lu Yidao spoke with unwavering confidence. Is there anything you require of me, young Master Lin? I, Lu Yidao, will undoubtedly do my utmost. While he expressed these words outwardly, Lu Yidao's heart brimmed with disdain. Since Lin Tian was inclined to cooperate with Lu Yidao, he would surely articulate his demands. Thus, Lu Yidao gestured toward a letter placed on the table before him, saying, Then please, Lu Alliance leader, enlighten me as to who penned this letter addressed to you. Upon seeing the direction of Lin Tian's finger, Lu Yidao's pupils constricted. This letter was the one Long had delivered earlier, which Lin Tian had not opened. Now that it was in Lu Yidao's possession and he had already read it, he understood its critical importance. However, in reality, he was only aware that the individual who penned this letter was the orchestrator behind the tragic massacre of the Lin family. a person of exceedingly high status. However, he was utterly in the dark regarding the identity of this orchestrator. Upon receiving the correspondence, he had no inkling of who the sender was, nor did he know from whence the letter originated. What he did recall was that during his initial encounter with this marked letter, the messenger had displayed formidable prowess before him, compelling him to serve the owner of the missive. Yet now, he certainly could not candidly confess to Lin Tian that he was clueless. If he were to admit ignorance, would Lin Tian not deem him worthless and subsequently eliminate him? How could he continue to manipulate Lin Tian then? He yearned to retain control over him. Thus, a cryptic smile emerged on Lu Yidao's face, and he said, "Ah, Lin Xiao, you truly put me in a difficult position. I genuinely cannot disclose the identity of this person." His words implied to Lin Tian that he was aware of the individual's identity but was unwilling to share it. By withholding this information, he believed he was safeguarded from being killed. Should he perish, Lin Tian would lose the lead. At that moment, Lin Tian's face flushed with rage, and he bellowed, "What did you say?" Observing Lin Tian's expression, Lu Yidao's heart brimmed with delight. "Ha ha ha, this lad has fallen into my trap. Is he truly angry? If he were, would he not simply strike me down? Is there any need for such impotent fury? Indeed, your martial prowess is formidable, yet your intellect appears to be rather lacking." He relished the thought of how he would toy with Lin Tian. On the other hand, Lu Yidao feigned difficulty as he continued, "Lin Xiao, it is not that I wish to withhold information. But if I were to divulge it, I fear I would attract grave trouble." While uttering this, Lu Yidao scrutinized Lin Tian's expression. If Lin Tian were to comprehend the predicament he was in, his emotions would undoubtedly stabilize, leading him to employ sweet words and lavish offers to coax Lu Yidao into compliance. However, Lu Yidao resolved to remain silent, relishing in the discomfort he caused him, all while ensuring he could not be eliminated. Just as Lu Yidao had surmised, Lin Tian's emotions indeed calmed, yet his subsequent words diverged sharply from what Lu Yidao had anticipated. Lin Tian's flat voice slowly emerged. "In that case, you may die." Lu Yidao, still lost in his own fantasies, instinctively responded with an However, his pupils widened in shock as realization struck. "What did you say?" Bang. Just as he grasped the gravity of the situation, a sharp gunshot rang out. Lu Yidao's own handgun had found its way into Gua Hao's hands, and a bullet, ignited with fire, pierced directly into Lu Yidao's temple. Blood poured forth, and the leader of the Blade Alliance, Lu Yidao, who had been ensnared in his own delusions, succumbed to death with his eyes wide open. Chapter 122. I am but a dog of Lin Tian. Lu Yidao remained ensconced in his own illusions until his very last breath. In his perception, Lin Tian was merely a brute with a simple mind and brawn, believing that with his cunning intellect, he could easily manipulate Lin Tian at will. Not only did he think he would escape unscathed, but he also imagined that Lin Tian would ultimately meet his demise at his hands. Little did he realize, Lin Tian was entirely different from the image he had conjured. Upon learning of Lu Yidao's connection to the massacre of the Lin family, Lin Tian had mentally marked him with a crimson cross, signifying Lu Yidao's inevitable death. Of course, Lin Tian could have chosen to obliterate Lu Yidao's entire lineage, just as he had with the Feng, Zhang, and Luo families, eradicating the Blade Alliance without a trace. However, through his prior interactions with Along, as well as Along's demeanor and reactions upon seeing him, Lin Tian discerned that Along was not privy to the true circumstances surrounding the Lin family's slaughter. This indicated that Along had not participated in the events of that fateful day. Thus, in order to avoid unjustly slaying the innocent, Lin Tian opted to spare the Blade Alliance, primarily due to the intelligence network that maintained contact with Lu Yidao. Turning to the lifeless form of Lu Yidao, Lin Tian nodded subtly at Gua Hao. Gua Hao understood the implication and promptly retrieved his communicator, snapping a photograph of Lu Yidao's face before swiftly operating the device. He intended to transmit Lu Yidao's image to the Northern Frontier, specifically to the research team of the Northern Frontier Martial Soldiers. While he could forge a suicide note in Lu Yidao's handwriting to hand over the Blade Alliance to Along, a video would undoubtedly lend greater credence to the narrative. Indeed, merely a photograph could facilitate the fabrication of a video depicting a person's final moments before death. Though such a notion might seem far-fetched, it was certainly within the capabilities of the Northern Frontier Martial Soldiers research team. After completing this task, Lin Tian rose to his feet and inquired of Gua Hao, "Did the gunshot echo outside?" Guahao nodded in affirmation. We left the door ajar. Those outside should have heard it. Good. Lin Tian acknowledged with a subtle nod, stretching languidly before declaring, I shall take a shower, be by the way, when Along arrives. Have him prepare a fresh change of clothes for me. Understood. Meanwhile, the gunfire, just as Guahao had suggested, resonated perfectly beyond the villa. The cadre of Blade Alliance bodyguards stationed outside the villa were momentarily taken aback by the sound. Before they swiftly turned and dashed into the villa, they were acutely aware that only Lu Yidao remained inside. Ironically, their guess was quite accurate, yet their realization came a tad too late. A horde of bodyguards rushed into Lu Yidao's study, stopping in their tracks as they beheld the open secret door adjacent to the bookshelf. Each of them exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions betraying their unease as they gazed into the darkened corridor beyond. None dared to venture further, for Lu Yidao had previously instructed that no one should enter that secret door without his express permission. Failure to comply would result in severe repercussions. Thus, they halted at the threshold, their faces etched with trepidation. Many exchanged glances, and the foremost among them shouted inwardly, Alliance leader, are you all right? Is there something amiss? Their leader, how could he possibly hear their cries? The bodyguards, now increasingly anxious, contemplated rushing inside to uncover the truth. But others quickly interjected. Don't go in. Have you forgotten the regulations? Do you wish to perish? One bodyguard, still shaken by the rules, insisted. What if something has happened to the Alliance leader? His safety is paramount. Yet the regulations are terrifying. They glanced at one another, and suddenly, one among them suggested, why not contact Brother Long? We can ask him what to do. Yes, quickly, contact Brother Long. The proposal garnered unanimous agreement. After all, the second most powerful individual in the entire Blade Alliance was none other than Along. If Along were to authorize their entry, they could go in without fear of retribution from the Alliance leader. As Along would provide them with protection. One bodyguard promptly dialed Along's number. Brother Long, it's bad. Just now, a gunshot was heard from the secret room where the Alliance leader is, and the door is open. We dare not enter. What should we do? What? Along, upon receiving this alarming news, was instantly taken aback. A gunshot emanated from the secret room. But wasn't that room meant for Lu Yidao alone? Wait, I'm on my way. Overwhelmed with shock, Along hurried to Lu Yidao's villa. Upon seeing the cluster of bodyguards congested outside the secret door, Along immediately shouted, how could this group of bodyguards possibly enter? The bodyguards merely gazed at Along, helplessly silent. Along clenched his teeth slightly before declaring, step aside. I shall investigate. The bodyguards eagerly parted to make way for Along, who paused at the threshold of the secret door. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. He recalled that previously, Lin Tian, the esteemed leader of the Northern Frontier Martial Soldiers, had inquired about the location of this villa. Just today, after his inquiry, a gunshot was heard from the secret room. Could it be that the leader of the Northern Frontier had taken action? As this thought crossed his mind, Along's expression shifted to one of deepening concern. He understood that if the Northern Frontier Martial Soldiers were indeed involved, then Lu Yidao had likely met his end. The leader of the Northern Frontier was poised to assist him in becoming the Alliance leader. With Lu Yidao's demise, it would be his moment to ascend. Yet, if he were to enter alone, what if the members of the Blade Alliance suspected him of assassinating Lu Yidao? His aspirations for leadership would be dashed. Along was no fool. Upon realizing this, he swiftly turned to the bodyguards behind him and commanded, you few, accompany me inside. The bodyguards were momentarily taken aback, but Along, with a furrowed brow, asserted, what are you afraid of? If anything goes awry, I shall bear the consequences. With this utterance, the group of individuals displayed no hesitation whatsoever. They rushed into the dimly lit room, following Along with Along 30 seconds later. Leader? Brother Dao? Who killed the leader? A chorus of exclamations reverberated throughout the dark room, with Along, who had anticipated such a scenario, vociferating the loudest. He had to play his role convincingly. Lu Yidao's lifeless body lay sprawled on the sofa, holding a handgun in his right hand, with a gaping bullet hole at his temple. This unmistakably suggested a suicide. Along discerned immediately that Lin Tian was paving the way for him. Emotion swelled within him, and tears brimmed in his eyes. He flung himself beside Lu Yidao, weeping uncontrollably. Leader, what has happened to you? What has befallen you? Yet within Along's heart, he thought, thank you, Long's Ho, thank you, Long's Ho. From this day forth, I, Along, shall be the most loyal dog of Long's Ho. It was amidst his sobs that a letter gently fluttered down from Lu Yidao's body, landing softly on the ground. Chapter 123. The Chu family of Han City? Long's Ho is going to kill Brother Long. Is this the leader's will? The leader actually took his own life? The will stated that henceforth, the Dao Alliance would be entrusted to Brother Long. The bodyguards, one by one, passed the will around, utterly bewildered as to why their leader would choose to end his own life. Lu Yidao had penned in his farewell that he felt burdened by profound sins, living each day in torment, and today he could no longer bear it, thus choosing to take his own life. They had been entirely unaware of Lu Yidao's grave self-reproach, which had driven him to such a desperate measure. This abrupt turn of events left everyone in shock. However, as the close bodyguards, they were the ones who had been closest to Lu Yidao. Aside from Along, they recognized Lu Yidao's handwriting. This was indeed the farewell he had written with his own hand. Along knelt before Lu Yidao, weeping loudly. Regardless of the revelations of the will uttered by the others, he offered no reaction. He understood that he must not display any other emotions at this moment, lest he arouse suspicion. Yet, the bodyguards exchanged glances with one another. Although they were unaware of the circumstances surrounding this event, after a silent exchange, they turned towards Along, kneeling in unison, exclaiming in unison, "The Dao Alliance's guards. We pay our respects to the leader." Upon hearing this, Along finally reacted. He was initially taken aback, but then swiftly turned to face the kneeling bodyguards, his expression one of profound astonishment. "What are you doing? Get up. You call me the leader? I am not the leader, please." Remarkably, Along's acting was truly commendable. His demeanor and performance left the bodyguards, who were merely protectors, stunned, believing that Along had been entirely unaware of the situation and had no intentions of assuming the role of leader. Ultimately, it was the bodyguards who leveraged Lu Yidao's will to compel Along, albeit reluctantly, to assume the mantle of the Dao Alliance's leader. The first decree of Lu Yidao as the leader was to tell the bodyguards, "You may leave for now. I wish to be alone with leader Lu for a while." To the bodyguards, this scene illustrated the new leader's profound bond with the former leader. They believed that the new leader was momentarily unable to accept the former leader's suicide, each of them lamenting how deeply the new leader valued emotions. Yet, they could not have known that once the bodyguards departed, Along's tears ceased abruptly, and his sorrow vanished in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming sense of joy. He then knelt down, proclaiming in a voice audible only within that room, "Your servant Along gratefully thanks Long's Ho." Thanks to the northern border warriors. Unbeknownst to him, there were still northern border warriors present in the room. This was an outpouring of heartfelt gratitude, a genuine reaction from the depths of his soul. Following his words of thanks, Guahao's voice resonated from within the room. "All right. Rise." Emerging from the shadows, Guahao approached. Along was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He felt a wave of relief that he had not displayed any signs of gloating. His first instinct had been to express gratitude to Long's Ho. Otherwise, he might have ended up like Lu Yidao, a cold corpse. At that moment, Guahao gave Lu Yidao no opportunity to speak, directly instructing, "Prepare a clean set of clothes. Long's Ho will need them after his bath." Along, taken aback by this remark, instinctively replied, "Long's Ho is also here." Guahao's voice remained as cold as ever. "Do not ask what should not be asked." "Yes, yes." Along, drenched in cold sweat, turned and dashed out of the dim room, conveying Guahao's instructions to Lu Yidao's former bodyguards, who were now his own. Not long after, within the villa's dim room, in the position of authority, Lin Tian, with slightly damp hair, sat regally. Guahao stood behind Lin Tian, his expression stern and icy. Meanwhile, the newly appointed leader of the Dao Alliance, Lu Yidao, knelt respectfully before Lin Tian, his face earnest as he proclaimed, "Long's Ho, from this moment forth, the Qinghe Dao Alliance shall have but one master, and that is you, Long's Ho. Your servant Along, for this lifetime, wishes to serve Long's Ho, becoming a slave for generations." Enough. Hearing Along's words, Lin Tian wore a wry smile and waved his hand dismissively. Such declarations of loyalty had been uttered by Along countless times already. What truly mattered was whether Along could translate his words into action. Lin Tian then stood from the sofa and addressed Along. "Do you remember what I instructed you earlier?" A Long nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. I remember. Long's Ho, your servant will exert every effort to gain the trust of the intelligence network and aid you in executing your plans. Lin Tian nodded, offering no further words, and turned to leave, vanishing alongside Gua Hao from the dim room. The future would depend on Along's efficiency as a servant. The affairs of the Dao Alliance had been resolved, and the overall situation in Qinghe had stabilized. Lin Tian's gaze shifted northward towards Han City, the Chu family of Han City. On the way home, Lin Tian gazed at the dark, windy sky, his expression profound. Behind him, Gua Hao suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively turning his gaze towards Lin Tian's silhouette. The chill he felt emanated from a terrifying aura, cold and suffused with boundless killing intent. Only one person could exude such a heart-stopping presence, his Long's Ho, Lin Tian. Whenever this horrifying aura manifested around Long's Ho, Gua Hao understood. Long's Ho was about to kill. Meanwhile, in Han City, amidst a grand architectural complex resembling a sacred estate, within the most magnificent building's study, a wealthy young man, seemingly of similar age to Lin Tian, wore a serene smile as he puffed on a large cigar, observing a middle-aged man seated across from him. This middle-aged man was none other than Han Bin's father, Han Peng. Instead of remaining in his blue sea to deal with family matters regarding Lin Tian, he had inexplicably come to Han City. A hesitant expression adorned Han Peng's face as he addressed the young man opposite him. Young Master Chu, do you truly believe your actions will draw Lin Tian out? Indeed, seated opposite Han Peng was none other than the eldest son of the Chu family, Chu Yun. Upon hearing Han Peng's query, Chu Yun's face broke into a confident smile. Exhaling a puff of cigar smoke, he replied, rest assured, if the person you speak of is indeed the deceased Lin Tian himself, he will certainly come to Han City upon learning that his family's deed is in my possession. I have already dispatched word regarding the auction to the Luo and Zhang families in Qinghe. I trust results will come swiftly. Just as Chu Yun concluded his statement, the landline telephone on his desk suddenly rang. The moment he answered the call, a frantic voice erupted from the other end. Young master. It's terrible. The Luo and Zhang families have been exterminated. Chu Yun. What? Chapter 124. That trash. Let him come and go without return. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yun sat momentarily stunned in his chair, the cigar in his hand carelessly tossed into the ashtray. Han Peng, observing Chu Yun, was entirely oblivious to the nature of the news delivered over the phone, and instinctively inquired, Young Master Chu? What has transpired? Chu Yun replied coldly to Han Peng. The Luo and Zhang families have been exterminated. What? With a sudden exclamation, Han Peng abruptly rose from his chair, his shock more palpable than that of Chu Yun. Chu Yun, seemingly lost in thought, murmured, I had a suspicion that this Lin Tian might take action against the Luo and Zhang families. In due time, he would surely learn of his family's land deed, which is why he was lured to Han City. However, at this point, Chu Yun fell silent, noticing Han Peng's bewildered expression. With a resigned gesture, he urged, all right, sit down, not fret. This only serves to confirm that the person your son mentioned is definitely not Lin Tian. Han Peng, taken aback by Chu Yun's assertion, quickly inquired, why do you say that? A hint of disdain flickered across Chu Yun's face as he replied, consider it. How old was Lin Tian a decade ago? The current Lin Tian is barely in his 20s. He is indeed a martial artist, but how formidable could he possibly be? The Luo and Zhang families both boast late-stage Huang-level martial artists. Do you truly believe that Lin Tian, that insipid fool, that worthless waste, could effortlessly annihilate such families? As Chu Yun spoke, derision glimmered in his eyes, his tone laced with contempt for Lin Tian. Han Peng, absorbing Chu Yun's words, appeared contemplative and gradually nodded. Indeed, Lin Tian, despite the passage of 10 years, could not have grown so powerful. Precisely, Chu Yun exclaimed, slapping his thigh and standing up. It is likely a mere impostor posing as Lin Tian, attempting to vex the elite of the Qinghe four great families. As you mentioned, he did not venture to Lan Hai, which indicates he has no intention of targeting forces beyond Qinghe. Therefore, do not worry. Even so, should this individual arrive in Han City, my Chu family will impart a lesson he shall never forget. As he spoke, the confidence radiating from Chu Yun was unmistakable. My Chu family is certainly not comparable to the trashy Luo and Zhang clans. This imbecile overestimates himself, thinking that by obliterating the Luo and Zhang families, he could contend with my Chu family. Hemph. Reassured by Chu Yun's unwavering confidence, Han Peng responded, since you, young Master Chu, have said so, I have nothing further to add. With a smile, Chu Yun waved his hand dismissively. Do not be hasty. You have come all the way to Han City. How could I not extend my hospitality? Allow me to find you some lovely young ladies, and we shall enjoy ourselves together. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, far away in Qinghe, Lin Tian remained blissfully unaware of the burgeoning confidence surrounding him. A melodious voice pierced the air as when Shanshan grasped Lin Tian's hand eagerly. Perplexed, Lin Tian questioned, departing? Where are we going? Aren't we having dinner? Of course, we are going to dinner, when Shanshan replied sweetly, her eyes sparkling. Lin Tian Gij, I reserved a table at Kingshanju, partly because it has been ages since the four of us gathered, and we have yet to celebrate, and partly to express my gratitude for all you have done for me. Seeing the anticipation in Wen Shanshan's gaze, Lin Tian couldn't bear to dampen her spirits and nodded with a smile. The four of them set off with exuberance toward Qinghe, arriving at the opulent Kingshanju, a hotel renowned for hosting only society's elite. Notably, the establishment adhered to a strict policy of reservations only, boasting merely 10 private rooms and accommodating only 10 tables daily. Positioned on a hillside at the city's outskirts, Kingshanju resembled a grand castle. As the four approached the majestic entrance, the staff behind the front desk greeted them with radiant smiles. Welcome, sir and madam. May I have your reservation number, please? Understanding that the venue only accepted pre-booked guests, Wen Shanshan confidently stated, 8059, the reservation is under Wen Shanshan. Very well, the receptionist replied with a professional smile. Nodding, I will retrieve your reservation details. The receptionist promptly produced a tablet, inputting the reservation number provided by Wen Shanshan. Moments later, the screen displayed, reservation holder, Wen Shanshan, room 6. With that, the receptionist warmly announced, Welcome, Miss Wen Shanshan. Your private room is ready. Please follow me. Indeed, the service at Kingshanju was commendable. However, just as the receptionist was about to step out from behind the counter, the sound of high heels clacking and hurried footsteps echoed from another direction, followed by an impatient voice from a woman. What are you doing? Room 6 is already occupied. Did you forget what I told you? Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning toward the source of the commotion. A heavily made-up woman in the attire of a lobby manager hurried over, her voice laced with irritation. The receptionist, clearly startled, slapped her forehead and turned to Wen Shanshan. Miss Wen Shanshan, I sincerely apologize. Before the receptionist could finish her sentence, Wen Shanshan exclaimed in surprise, Hui Hui? What a coincidence to find you here. The lobby manager, initially taken aback, soon recognized Wen Shanshan and her face lit up with delight as she rushed over. Grasping Wen Shanshan's hand, Shanshan, it's been ages. When Shanshan turned to Lin Tian, introducing Lin Tian Gij, this is Wang Hui, my roommate from university and a close friend. We haven't seen each other in so long. Lin Tian offered Wang Hui a friendly smile and nodded. However, Wang Hui appeared indifferent to Lin Tian and began searching behind Wen Shanshan, eventually asking with curiosity, Shanshan, are you here for dinner? Why haven't I seen Uncle Wan and Annie Li? At this question, Wen Shanshan's expression shifted to one of melancholy, and she quietly replied, I am no longer a member of the Wan family. Huh? Upon hearing this, Wang Hui's enthusiasm evaporated like the tide receding. She abruptly released Wen Shanshan's hand and regarded her with overt disdain, stating coolly, Oh, I see. Then what brings you to Kingshanju? Wang Hui's tone had shifted dramatically, her arms crossed over her shoulders, her previous warmth vanished as she looked down upon Wen Shanshan. Witnessing this transformation, Lin Tian, Shen Lingxi, and Lin Mengming's gazes turned icy. Initially taken aback, Wen Shanshan instinctively responded, Of course, I came here to dine. I made a reservation for room 6, just you? Wang Hui interrupted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Do you really think you can afford to dine at Kingshanju? What? Wen Shanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to process Wang Hui's derogatory remarks, she struggled to comprehend the situation, recalling how they had once been inseparable friends during their university days. After years apart, they finally reunited, yet this was the reception she received. Upon hearing that she is no longer associated with the Wan family, the other party seemed to regard her as a stranger. Filled with a profound loathing for herself, Wang Hui, in a fit of disdain, clutched her shoulders, looked down upon Wen Shanshan, and boldly declared, How dare you address me by my name? I demand you show me some respect and refer to me as Manager Wang." When Shanshan's eyes welled with tears, after all, the person she once considered her closest confidant, her sole friend, was now treating her with such contempt. Could her heart not ache with pain? At that moment, Lin Tian let out a deep sigh and stepped forward slightly, his gaze icy as he directed his words at Wang Hui. "I advise you to apologize to Shanshan immediately." Wang Hui, her voice rising several octaves in response, retorted, "What? You are that wild offspring-esque companion, aren't you?" Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp crack echoed in the air. Ah! Wang Hui's voice transformed into a shriek as she was forcefully struck and sent sprawling to the ground, her cheek swelling immediately. Lin Tian casually waved his right hand, having only engaged with Wang Hui out of respect for her past friendship with Wen Shanshan. Had it been anyone else, they would have been on the ground long ago. But Wang Hui, in her ignorance, continued to mock and insult Wen Shanshan. Who else but herself would incur such wrath? "Hey, sir, how can you strike someone?" The receptionist, witnessing the assault on her lobby manager, immediately intervened. Wang Hui, clutching her cheek, turned furiously to Lin Tian, tears streaming from her eyes, and through gritted teeth, she screeched, "You scoundrel! How dare you hit me? Do you have any idea where you are?" Lin Tian, maintaining a stoic expression, replied flatly, "Apologize. I refuse to apologize, you arrogant fool." Wang Hui shot back, her voice laced with vulgarity, then tilted her head back and bellowed, "Where are the security guards? Where are they? Have they all gone to die?" In truth, the security personnel at Qingshanju stood not far away, and upon witnessing Wang Hui being assaulted, they hurriedly made their way over. As a swarm of uniformed guards charged towards them, Wang Hui pointed at Lin Tian and shouted, "Make sure this fool pays for what he has done. Attack!" The guards, driven by their duty to Manager Wang, charged at Lin Tian. The lead guard, with a menacing expression, shouted, "You bumpkin! You can't even afford a meal here at Qingshanju. Yet you dare to cause trouble? Today, we'll show you that this place is not to be disrespected." How absurd. It was as if these guards believed their position as Qingshanju's enforcers made them superior to others. They did not care for the truth of the situation. Once they had decided that one was unworthy of being a guest, they were treated as less than human. With their audacity reaching new heights, Lin Tian saw no reason to tolerate their insolence. Clenching his fists, he prepared for the confrontation. Meanwhile, Wang Hui, now on her feet, regarded Lin Tian with a mocking sneer, shouting at Wen Shanshan, "Do you still think of yourself as the young lady of the one family? I don't know where you found this bumpkin, but today, I will ensure your little paramour meets his end right at the gates of Qingshanju. Go on, attack him and ensure he is thoroughly dismantled." Wang Hui's taunts and provocations were abruptly silenced by the cacophony of blows that followed. Her expression shifted from derision to shock, her face paling as cold sweat beaded on her forehead. She watched in disbelief as the burly guards, despite their numbers, failed to lay a finger on Lin Tian. Each one sent sprawling back with cries of agony. "My arm! My leg!" they wailed, collapsing in various states of distress, while Lin Tian remained unscathed, as if the chaos around him was of no concern. He waved his hand dismissively, fixing Wang Hui with a frigid glare and reiterating, "Apologize." Chapter 126. That Lin Xiao is Lin Tian. Wang Hui, stunned by the impact of Lin Tian's slap, sat on the ground, dazed for a full 5 seconds before regaining her composure. She turned to face him again. Her eyes were filled with venomous rage as she shrieked, "You ungrateful fool! How dare you disrespect me? Just wait, you'll pay dearly for this." Sitting on the ground, Wang Hui rifled through her uniform until she finally retrieved her phone, dialing a number, and yelled into the receiver, "There's a disturbance at the entrance. What are you all doing? Get everyone to the front entrance immediately. Move it." Her frantic voice strained as she shouted, revealing the extent of her fury. Moments after hanging up, the massive side door of the sprawling establishment swung open, and a throng of security personnel surged forth, several hundred in total. Given Qingshanju's esteemed status, it was only fitting that their security detail was substantial. Ensuring a safe dining experience for patrons, the guards rushed towards the entrance. Another group emerged from within the grand building. Among them was a familiar face, Su Qiandu, the wealthiest man in Qinghe, conversing amiably with Ji Qingshan, the owner of Qingshanju. Following closely behind were their bodyguards, Upon reaching the entrance, they were startled by the thunderous sound of approaching footsteps. Su Qiandu, curious, remarked, "Old Ji, what's going on?" Ji Qingshan, furrowing his brows in confusion, replied, "I have no idea. Let us go see what's happening." "Wait!" Su Qiandu suddenly exclaimed, causing Ji Qingshan to stop in his tracks, bewildered. "What's wrong?" Ji Qingshan inquired, taken aback by Su Qiandu's sudden urgency. Su Qiandu, as if witnessing a momentous event, pointed towards the front and instructed his secretary, "You have sharp eyes, tell me, is that person our master?" The secretary, having already recognized Lin Tian, nodded emphatically, "Yes, Su Zong, that is indeed Lin Xiao." "What?" At that moment, Wang Hui's piercing scream reached their ears when Shanshan, "Just wait. I will ensure your lover meets a fate worse than death." The name when Shanshan sent alarm rippling through Su Qiandu. She was the fiancée of his master, the lady of the house. A mob was heading toward her and her fiancé. Instinctively, Su Qiandu prepared to rush out, but suddenly reconsidered, turning to Ji Qingshan in a panic. "Old Ji, quickly, stop your people. Otherwise, we're in for a disaster." Ji Qingshan, observing Su Qiandu's evident distress, pressed for clarification. "What is happening? Who is this young man?" "What Lin Xiao?" With exasperation, Su Qiandu replied, "You still don't understand? That Lin Xiao is our master. He is Lin Tian, the eldest son of the Qinghe Lin family, Lin Tian." When Ji Qingshan heard this name, his entire body trembled violently. Subsequently, his voice quivered as he half screamed. "Is it him?" Su Qiandu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is him." "What the hell?" Ji Qingshan, a person of such stature, had just blurted out an expletive. This outburst left the group behind Ji Qingshan utterly bewildered. They had never witnessed their boss lose his composure in such a manner. Furthermore, without the slightest hesitation, Ji Qingshan dashed towards the entrance with frantic urgency. Meanwhile, Su Qiandu waved his hand at his subordinates, instructing, "Let us find a place to hide." Indeed, to hide. Earlier, when Lin Tian had called Su Qiandu to secure a storefront for Wen Shanshan, he had explicitly instructed that she should not be made aware of Qinglong Commerce's involvement in assisting her. Otherwise, her psychological burden would only intensify. Thus, Su Qiandu believed it prudent to keep his distance from Wen Shanshan for the time being. On the other side, at the entrance of Qingshan residence, Wang Hui's expression grew increasingly sinister as she observed a throng of black-clad figures surging forth. Pointing at Lin Tian, she screeched, "You filthy fool! You re nothing but a disgrace today. I shall show you what true power is, what Qingshan residence stands for." At that moment, the vanguard of several hundred men had already reached Wang Hui's side. With a commanding gesture, she ordered, "That man, attack him, beat him mercilessly." "Understood." The black-clad security guards responded in unison, advancing menacingly towards Lin Tian. Sigh. Lin Tian let out a deep sigh, shaking his fist in resignation. He wondered why a simple meal had turned into a prelude for a brawl. Meanwhile, when Shanshan anxiously glanced at Lin Tian, her concern evident as she exclaimed, "Brother Lin Tian." She then turned to Wang Hui, shouting furiously, "Wang Hui, what on earth are you doing? The bond we forged over 4 years of university is worth less than the mere status of the eldest daughter of the one family?" Wang Hui, hearing Wen Shanshan's words, displayed a scornful sneer and retorted mockingly, "Damn it, did you truly believe you were worthy of being my friend? If it weren't for the one family, would I even spare you a glance? Attack him, and don't forget to deal with that woman too." Just as the security guards closed in within 5 meters of Lin Tian, a hoarse and thunderous voice rang out, "Stand down. Everyone, halt at once." The moment that voice echoed, the foremost security guards came to an abrupt stop. The guard at the front should count himself fortunate, for had he delayed by even a second, he would have found himself sprawled on the ground, howling in pain. Everyone turned simultaneously, including Wang Hui, for that voice was all too familiar. It was the commanding voice of their boss, Ji Qingshan, who addressed them every morning. In the instant they turned, they beheld an astonishing sight. Their esteemed boss, a man of considerable stature, was rushing towards a youth, his face betraying an expression of utter disarray. Yet Wang Hui failed to connect the dots, and instead directed her ire at Ji Qingshan, shouting, "Boss, you arrived just in time. This filthy fool is causing a scene at Qingshan residence." Slap! The sound of a sharp slap rang out. This marked the 3rd time Wang Hui's voice had been interrupted by a resounding smack today. She found herself once again thrown to the ground, but this time, it was not Lin Tian who struck her, but Ji Qingshan himself. Chapter 127. Young Master Lin's consumption at Qingshan residence is fully waived. Ji Qingshan, with a swift motion, knocked Wang Hui to the floor, disregarding the blood seeping from her lips, and proceeded directly to Lin Tian's side. Bowing slightly, with an almost obsequious tone, he declared, "Young Master Lin, I was unaware of your esteemed presence. Please forgive my lack of hospitality. I am Ji Qingshan, the owner of Qingshan residence." The surrounding security guards, along with the receptionist who had been present earlier, gasped in unison at this bewildering scene. A look of incredulity filled their eyes as they witnessed this extraordinary display. They were all too aware of their bosses standing in Qinghe, an individual who could converse freely with the city's wealthiest. Su Qiandu, a figure revered throughout Qinghe. Yet now, he was bowing and scraping before a mere youth. Even before Su Qiandu, he would not exhibit such subservience. In that moment, the realization struck them, yet none could comprehend it fully. However, the one most baffled was Wang Hui, whose face was pale, her cheeks swollen, and blood trickling from her mouth. She was utterly stunned, her mind a blank slate. She, like the security guards, understood her boss's status. But Lin Tian, he was merely a fling of Wen Shanshan. Now that Wen Shanshan was no longer part of the Wen family, what was she? What sort of man could she possibly attract? Yet now, was it possible that after leaving the Wen family, Wen Shanshan had latched onto a more powerful ally? Wang Hui was acutely aware that even the head of the Wen family, Wen Xinghe, would not receive such treatment from Ji Qingshan. Waves of terror and regret engulfed her. In truth, Lin Tian was unfamiliar with Ji Qingshan. However, regardless of the circumstances, Ji Qingshan's deference as the proprietor of Qingshan residence allowed Lin Tian to finally resolve the situation at hand. He ignored Ji Qingshan and continued to fix a frigid gaze upon the crumpled Wang Hui, his voice low and devoid of emotion as he commanded, "Apologize." This marked the third time Lin Tian had uttered this word. It was only due to Wen Shanshan. Had it not been for her, Lin Tian would not have granted Wang Hui even a single opportunity to apologize. Upon hearing Lin Tian's demand, Wang Hui's body shuddered violently. Yet this time, she was granted no chance to respond, for Ji Qingshan turned, and with a resounding slap, delivered another blow to Wang Hui's face. "Apologize, damn it." Wang Hui, now fully aware of Ji Qingshan's status, dared not provoke him further, despite the resentment swelling within her. She recognized that to survive in Qinghe, she must not offend such a person. Consequently, in a state of utter despair, she hastily altered her demeanor. Falling to her knees before Lin Tian, wailing, "Young Master Lin, I am truly sorry, young Master Lin. It was my folly not to recognize your greatness. Young Master Lin, please spare my life." Before Wang Hui could finish her plea for forgiveness, Lin Tian's voice rang out once more, "Not to me, slap." Another sharp crack resounded as Ji Qingshan struck Wang Hui again, bellowing, "Damn it, be serious." Ji Qingshan was oblivious to whom Lin Tian desired Wang Hui to apologize. However, Wang Hui knew. She knelt before Wen Shanshan, forcibly wrenching her body to embrace her legs, sobbing and exclaiming, "Shanshan, I was wrong. I was blinded by my own foolishness. Please forgive me, Shanshan. I am a wretch, a filthy fool. Forgive me, we were once such good friends." When Shanshan gazed down at Wang Hui, whose face was so battered it was unrecognizable, her cries falling on deaf ears, she had not forgotten Wang Hui's earlier words. Had she not been connected to the Wen family, Wang Hui would not have even spared her a glance. Thus, when Shanshan mustered her strength and broke free from Wang Hui's grasp, positioning herself beside Lin Tian, her eyes fixed on his profile as if Wang Hui's pitiful cries were a distant echo. Witnessing this, Ji Qingshan finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. His uninformed lobby manager had thoroughly provoked the ire of someone formidable. Therefore, Ji Qingshan kicked Wang Hui with force, sending her crashing to the ground. "Throw this woman out. Ensure she never sets foot in Qingshan residence again." Upon hearing this command, Wang Hui's complexion turned ghostly pale as she shrieked in desperation, "Boss, please, don't fire me. If you dismiss me, how will I survive? Please, boss, don't." Did Ji Qingshan heed her pleas? Frowning, he barked at the security personnel standing nearby. "Are you deaf? Did you not hear what I said? Yes, yes. The nearby security guards immediately snapped to attention, too fearful to hesitate, and swiftly began to drag Wang Hui towards the exit of Qingshan residence. Wang Hui's wails of despair faded into the distance, ultimately vanishing altogether at that moment. Lin Tian gently took Wen Shanshan's hand, as if to offer solace, and remarked, "Shanshan, it's all right. She was merely a superficial acquaintance." Lin Tian felt a surge of concern upon discovering the true nature of his dear friend Wen Shanshan. However, when Shanshan shook her head resolutely and said, "Brother Lin Tian, I'm fine. Such a person is not worth my time." Then, with a hint of grievance, she added, "It's actually me. If I hadn't ordered the meal here, this wouldn't have happened. I've caused you trouble again, Brother Lin Tian." Observing the current state of Wen Shanshan, Lin Tian wore a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling her hair as he said, "Silly girl. What nonsense are you speaking?" At the same time, Ji Qingshan remained silent, patiently awaiting the right moment. He then turned to the front desk and inquired, "Miss Wen has reserved a private room in our hotel, hasn't she?" Upon hearing her boss's question, the front desk attendant dared not show any negligence and nodded vigorously, replying, "Yes, indeed." Ji Qingshan pressed further, "Then why haven't you escorted Miss Wen inside?" The attendant, suddenly flustered, stammered, "Boss, I intended to bring Miss Wen and her companions inside, but Manager Wang—" "Oh no." That woman earlier before the front desk attendant could finish, Ji Qingshan, visibly impatient, waved his hand and declared, "Enough. I will personally attend to young Master Lin and Miss Wen." The front desk attendant and the surrounding bodyguards were taken aback, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. The boss himself is going to provide service. This was unprecedented. However, Ji Qingshan had already approached Lin Tian, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, and respectfully gestured for him to enter, saying, "Young Master Lin, my negligence has resulted in a pest within my team. Today, consider this my apology. All expenses incurred by you at Qingshan residence will be waived." His words were powerful. He wasn't referring just to tonight, this month, or even this year, but rather, there would be no time restrictions at all. It implied that Lin Tian could visit at any time and enjoy complimentary services. Hearing this, the three women beside Lin Tian displayed expressions of astonishment, their gazes shifting between him and Ji Qingshan, their curiosity piqued. Yet, before their intrigue could fully manifest, a hesitant voice emerged from the crowd. "The sixth private room? It seems there are already guests there. What?" Ji Qingshan frowned at this revelation and retorted coldly, "The sixth room was reserved by Miss Wen. How could there be other guests?" The person who had spoken earlier, now visibly anxious and awkward, stammered, It was arranged by that woman earlier. I've heard that the guests are from Blue Sea." The Qin family. A glint of sharpness flickered within Lin Tian's eyes. Chapter 128. Because I am Lin Tian. The Blue Sea, the Chun family. These were the very enemies responsible for the massacre of the Lin family. How dare they send people to Qinghe again? The Chun family truly was relentless. Lin Tian hadn't even contemplated seeking them out at Blue Sea. Yet here they were, daring to come to Qinghe? In truth, their arrival in Qinghe had conveniently saved Lin Tian a great deal of trouble. Moreover, he knew that the Chun family had come specifically for him. After all, 3 of their kin had perished in Blue Sea. How could the Qin family let this matter rest? He pondered which son of the Qin family had come today. At this moment, Ji Qingshan, visibly enraged, exclaimed, "Who gave her the authority to arrange guests? Someone, go and drive those Blue Sea Qin family members away." As Ji Qingshan spoke, Lin Tian raised a hand and calmly said, "No need. I will go and see for myself." Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Ji Qingshan was momentarily taken aback but quickly insisted, "Young master, you shouldn't have to trouble yourself with this matter. I can have my subordinates handle it." However, he faltered when he met Lin Tian's steady gaze, which exuded an unsettling chill. Ji Qingshan swallowed hard, understanding the unspoken intent behind Lin Tian's demeanor. Nodding, he conceded, "Very well, young master, I will take you there." Satisfied with Ji Qingshan's compliance, Lin Tian nodded approvingly. He then turned to Wen Shanshan, Shen Lingxi, and Lin Mingming, softly saying, "This way." Ji Qingshan, ever considerate, instructed, "Someone, please escort Miss Wen and the other 2 ladies to the VIP lounge." Though the 3 women were curious as to why Lin Tian wished to venture alone to the 6th private room, they understood that as a man, he had his own matters to attend to and decided not to intrude. They nodded obediently, Lin Tian then turned and followed Ji Qingshan toward the main building of Qingshan residence. In that fleeting moment of turning away, all traces of Lin Tian's smile vanished like the ebbing tide, replaced by a chilling intensity in his eyes. If the warriors from the Northern Territory were present, they would instantly recognize that Lin Tian was preparing for bloodshed. Inside the 6th private room of Qingshan residence, which was grand, opulent, and resplendent, 3 individuals occupied the space. Two were middle-aged men appearing to be in their 50s, exuding an air of detachment that suggested they were unaccustomed to the mundane world. The third was a young man whom Lin Tian did not recognize, but who was well known to the deceased Zhang Siyu. This was Chen Wang, the 4th son of the Chen family. At that moment, Chen Wang raised his wine glass high, addressing the 2 middle-aged men. "It must be your first time in Qinghe, gentlemen." The 2 seemingly otherworldly middle-aged men were indeed the Chen family's 2 revered guardians. Both possessing initial-level Xian class strength, Chen Wang smiled at them and continued, "Gentlemen, Qingshan Residence is the most luxurious and high-end hotel in all of Qinghe. Today, allow me, the 4th son, to host you and sample the culinary delights of our esteemed chef." With that, Chen Wang drained his glass. The 2 guardians followed suit, savoring the wine with expressions of delight. After finishing their drinks, the guardians and Chen Wang all displayed surprise at the quality of the wine. One guardian inquired, "What brand is this wine?" Chen Wang examined his glass and replied, "It seems to be brewed right here at Qingshan Residence, with no brand attached. It truly is remarkable." Indeed. The 2 guardians nodded in agreement. Understanding why reservations at Qingshan Residence were so hard to come by, Chen Wang then called out toward the entrance of the 6th private room, "Waiter, bring in another jug of this wine." At that moment, Ji Qingshan and Lin Tian arrived at the entrance of the private room. Lin Tian's gaze flickered, and he swiftly took a jug of wine from a frightened server before pushing the door open to enter. Upon entering, Lin Tian made sure to close the door behind him, leaving the perplexed server outside, staring at the firmly shut door. Inside the private room, Lin Tian's eyes immediately fell upon the 3 guests from the Chen family. The young man sitting in the center bore resemblance to the Chen family members Lin Tian had previously slain, Chen Zhang, Chen Zhua, and Chen Wan, indicating he was yet another brother from the Chen family. Exuding the aura of a martial artist, Lin Tian could discern that this young man had reached the pinnacle of Huang class strength. The 2 middle-aged men on either side emanated an initial-level Xian class pressure that subtly filled the air with an oppressive sensation. Lin Tian pursed his lips, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The Chen family had indeed overestimated their capabilities. With just a glance, Lin Tian had already assessed their strengths. However, Chen Wang and the 2 guardians did not regard Lin Tian as a threat, treating him merely as a server. Chen Wang even beckoned him, saying, "Come, pour us some wine." Given the exorbitant prices at Qingshan Residence, such service was to be expected. Lin Tian, hearing this, merely smirked but nonetheless approached the dining table. Chen Wang and his companions remained oblivious to any anomalies. As Chen Wang continued, "Gentlemen, you are aware of our purpose in coming to Qinghe, correct?" One guardian immediately replied, "Indeed." The remnants of the Lin family. The other guardian nodded in agreement, adding, "But is it truly Lin Tian? 10 years ago, during the Battle of Tiandu, no one could have survived." Chen Wang laughed at the guardian's words, nodding in agreement, "It matters not. Whether it is Lin Tian himself or an impostor, before you 2 guardians, he is merely a piece of refuse that can be crushed with ease." The guardians, upon hearing this, wore proud smiles. One remarked, "An insignificant fool. We can handle him without fail." Laughter echoed in the room. Chen Wang listened to the voices of the 2 and couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Picking up the chopsticks from the table, he remarked, "You are both correct. If Lin Tian truly survived the Battle of Tiandu, he is undoubtedly a cowardly deserter. How could such scum, such trash, possibly be worthy of engaging with you 2? Killing him would be as easy as flipping a hand. Now, let us eat." It seemed as though this meal had already determined Lin Tian's fate in Chen Wang's mind. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had already approached Chen Wang, holding a wine jug, and as he walked over, he calmly inquired, "Are you planning to kill Lin Tian?" With a swift motion, the 3 men turned their gazes towards Lin Tian upon hearing the question. Lin Tian stood by Chen Wang's side, and Chen Wang frowned, replying brusquely, "Pour your wine." "What the hell does it have to do with you?" Lin Tian coolly met Chen Wang's eyes and said, "It does concern me, because I am Lin Tian." "What?" The expressions of Chen Wang and his companions shifted dramatically. Just as Chen Wang prepared to unleash his fury and distance himself from Lin Tian's movements were even quicker. With a swift sound, Lin Tian's hand moved so fast that it created a whooshing sound, and in the next moment, he firmly grasped Chen Wang's right hand holding the chopsticks. With a sudden force, a sharp sound echoed as the chopsticks plunged brutally into Chen Wang's own eye. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Chen Wang's mouth. "Young master!" The two initial-level Xian class attendants sprang to their feet in shock, yet Lin Tian did not pause. With a resounding thud, he struck Chen Wang's nape with force. A soft sound followed as Chen Wang's head crashed heavily onto the table in front of him, the chopsticks that had pierced his eye now protruding grotesquely from the back of his skull. Blood began to gush forth from his head, and after a couple of convulsions, Chen Wang fell silent. Despite being a peak Huang-class martial artist, he had met his end without a hint of resistance. He may have wished to close his eyes, but his eyeballs could no longer exist in this world. "No? Young master? Fourth master?" The two initial-level Xian class attendants cried out in agony. They could hardly fathom that the three of them had just arrived in Qinghe, barely settling in, only to encounter the man who claimed to be Lin Tian while merely stepping out for a meal. And now, without any chance to react, their fourth master lay dead. "You brat. You have some nerve. How dare you show off in front of us?" The two initial-level Xian class attendants instantly assumed a combative stance, glaring coldly at Lin Tian. At that moment, Lin Tian slowly withdrew his hand from Chen Wang's head, picked up a napkin from the table, and casually wiped the blood from his hands without sparing a glance at the two attendants. He calmly stated, "You will answer my questions. Who were the families and forces that attacked my Lin family? Who were the masterminds behind it? And what is the identity of that dragon commander?" Upon hearing Lin Tian's questions, both attendants revealed disdainful and vicious smiles. One of them boldly declared, "You scum are not worthy to know the identity of our dragon commander." The other interjected, "Who do you think you are? Why impersonate a member of the Lin family? Why involve yourself in the affairs of the Lin family?" Lin Tian looked at the two attendants and shrugged slightly, saying, "I am Lin Tian." "You lie," they shouted in unison. "You could never be that Lin Tian. No one could survive the Battle of Tiandu." Even now, the two did not believe that the Lin Tian standing before them was the real one. Sighing softly, Lin Tian replied, "If I were not Lin Tian, who would dare to impersonate a member of the Lin family?" Indeed, Lin Tian's rhetorical question caused the two attendants to hesitate. Many families and forces had united to obliterate the Lin family back then. Anyone aware of the situation knew how formidable those who attacked the Lin family had been. Who would dare to provoke them? Yet, if this person was truly Lin Tian, it was common knowledge that during the Battle of Tiandu, the martial soldiers of the North perished alongside the coalition of 30 nations. How could Lin Tian have survived? Unless... The two attendants exchanged glances and suddenly erupted into sharp laughter. "Ha ha ha! So, you are a deserter." The term deserter is a grave insult in the eyes of true warriors. To these two attendants, Lin Tian, as a martial soldier from the North, not perishing alongside the coalition of 30 nations meant he had hidden away, avoiding participation in the Battle of Tiandu. Their gazes towards Lin Tian grew increasingly contemptuous. One of them remarked, "I always knew that Lin family's young master, Lin Tian, was nothing but a useless piece of trash. How could he dare to partake in the Battle of Tiandu? But Lin Tian, I am curious. Since you have been hiding away, why not live like a dog with your tail tucked between your legs? Why seek death instead?" Once they confirmed that the young man before them was indeed Lin Tian, their disdain surged forth. Another attendant chimed in, "You, a worthless piece of trash, how dare you oppose the Qin family? You even dared to kill our fourth young master in front of us. You are nothing but a brainless fool. How could you escape us?" As Lin Tian listened to the endless taunts and the uncontainable scorn on their faces, he spoke calmly. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, the smiles on the faces of the two attendants twisted into more sinister grins, their laughter becoming increasingly unpleasant. "Ha ha ha! You, this bastard, dare to speak to us like that?" Seeking death, after uttering these words, the two attendants exchanged glances. With a whoosh, the air around them crackled with a sharp sound. The two initial-level Xian class energies surged forth, intertwining to create a sensation reminiscent of the simultaneous eruption of Chen Zhua and Chen Wan. The two energies, merging into one, began to ascend rapidly, reaching a peak Xian class level. This technique seemed to be unique to the Lan Haichen family. With sneers on their faces, the two attendants mocked Lin Tian. Boy, you are a martial artist. Can you feel it? A peak Xin class. You have never encountered such a master in your life, have you? Before you die, to feel the power of a peak Xin class is a fortune for a waste like you. Go die. With a roar, the two initial-level Xin class attendants charged at Lin Tian. The sound of air exploding echoed as they moved, their speed so formidable that sonic booms followed them. Yet, Lin Tian remained expressionless. In the blink of an eye, the two attendants were upon him, a fearsome wave of murderous intent erupting towards Lin Tian. With a cracking sound, the marble table before them shattered into dust. The violent gusts of air creating a fierce tremor. Yet, a soft sigh escaped Lin Tian's lips. Alas! Such a simple sigh, devoid of any explosive or colliding sound, was followed by two sounds of blood being coughed up. The intense gusts of wind that had filled the room came to an abrupt halt, and the two attendants who had charged at Lin Tian found themselves halted a mere meter away. Their bodies trembling violently, pallid faces drenched in sweat. Fear filled their eyes, and the next moment, they collapsed to their knees. Their expressions were filled with excruciating agony. One of them rasped, "My Dantian, my," the other shrieked. "This is impossible. You cannot be this strong." At the moment Lin Tian sighed, they felt an overwhelming pressure that transcended their understanding. The sturdy Dantian of both initial-level Xin class masters shattered upon impact. They lost all power, collapsing weakly to the floor. To them, Lin Tian had merely been a worthless young man in his 20s. Yet why, after his sigh, had they become utterly powerless? Here, Lin Tian's calm voice resonated. "Are you surprised?" He gazed indifferently at the two venerable figures kneeling on the ground, their dantians shattered, and spoke nonchalantly. The outcome of the Heavenly Capital Defense War 10 years ago was, upon hearing Lin Tian's voice, the expressions of the two venerable figures instantly froze. Could it be that the result of the Heavenly Capital Defense War 10 years prior was completely different from the news they had received? Chapter 130, Ji Qingshan. I wish to become your servant. 10 years ago, the outcome of the Heavenly Capital Defense War was, amidst the astonished expressions of the two venerable figures, Lin Tian slowly continued. The 30-nation coalition was annihilated, while the northern martial soldiers suffered not a single casualty. What? Upon hearing this, the two venerable figures howled as if they had crushed their own molars. What does it mean that the 30-nation coalition was entirely wiped out? And the northern martial soldiers emerged unscathed? Did the northern martial soldiers not have a single wounded soldier? What was the concept of the 30-nation coalition? The number of troops alone exceeded hundreds of millions. Not only did the 30-nation coalition exist back then, but there were also various global forces and hired warriors. Such numbers and strength were beyond their imagination. Yet, against such formidable opponents, the northern martial soldiers suffered no casualties? The entire enemy force was annihilated? Good heavens! What a magnificent achievement this is! The northern martial soldiers are indeed so formidable. This is utterly beyond anyone's comprehension. At that moment, Lin Tian slightly bent down and whispered into the ears of the two venerable figures, "And I am the dragon head of the northern martial soldiers." With two muffled thuds, the heads of the two venerable figures fell lifelessly to the ground. Poor Chun family's venerables, they had not even reacted upon hearing that Lin Tian was the dragon head of the northern martial soldiers. If the northern martial soldiers were already so powerful, what level of strength must their dragon head possess? Alas, they had no time to be shocked, as they were instantly killed by Lin Tian's overwhelming presence. For these enemies, Lin Tian would only pose a question once. He would never grant them a second chance. As for the clues regarding the annihilation of his Lin family, Lin Tian could investigate slowly. These individuals would eventually meet their demise. Lin Tian harbored no pity for them. As for Lin Tian's claim that the northern martial soldiers suffered no casualties, it was partially true and partially false. If one were to insist on injuries, it was true that all the northern martial soldiers were wounded, bearing indelible injuries. However, behind such injuries lay immeasurable benefits for the northern martial soldiers. After their wounds healed, everyone experienced an unimaginable surge in strength. This is why Lin Tian dared to proclaim that there were no casualties, because the effects of these injuries were entirely positive, with no negatives whatsoever. Thus, these injuries served merely as a medium that conferred benefits upon the northern martial soldiers, nothing more. At this moment, Lin Tian slowly straightened his body. The chilling killing intent in his eyes gradually receded. He raised his hands and looked down at his blood-stained clothing, shaking his head helplessly as he sighed. This is truly unfortunate. These clothes are rather too prone to dirt. Good heavens, during a killing spree, with blood splattering everywhere and the air thick with blood mist, what clothing could possibly remain unblemished? Unless, in the future, Lin Tian dons a raincoat while committing murder. At this point, Lin Tian raised his head and called out to the outside, Ji Qingshan, come in. Ji Qingshan, the proprietor of Qingshan residence, had been waiting at the door, pressing his ear against the door of the private room, listening to the strange sounds within, utterly unaware of what transpired. Suddenly, upon hearing Lin Tian's voice, Ji Qingshan hurriedly pushed the door open and entered. Lin Xiao. In the next moment, Ji Qingshan's face turned pale. With a bang, he slammed the door shut behind him and immediately leaned against the wall, retching uncontrollably. The scene within the private room was simply too horrific, too nauseating. On the table, a head was impaled on the surface with chopsticks, while two headless corpses knelt on the ground. This sight would haunt Ji Qingshan in nightmares for a lifetime. Lin Tian remained silent, allowing Ji Qingshan to gather himself. When Ji Qingshan, trembling, raised his head to look at Lin Tian once more, Lin Tian coldly questioned him. Do you know me? Are you aware of my identity? Faced with Lin Tian's icy inquiry, Ji Qingshan's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. He felt as if Lin Tian might eliminate him in the next moment. In a flurry of panic, Ji Qingshan spoke. Lin Xiao, I recognize you. I have known you for over a decade, but my humble status is not worthy of your attention. In truth, at that moment, Ji Qingshan's psychological defenses were exceedingly fragile. To save his life, he recounted how he came to know Lin Tian with complete clarity. Back then, he was merely a small restaurant owner, acquainted with Su Qiandu, who was like a childhood friend. That Su Qiandu had become Lin Tian's master, quickly rising through the ranks under Lin Tian's guidance. Ji Qingshan, as a childhood friend, was certainly aware of this. However, Su Qiandu had warned Ji Qingshan that his master was incredibly formidable, to the extent that no one truly comprehended Lin Tian's power. Ji Qingshan's respect for Lin Tian had not diminished in the slightest. Ji Qingshan had already resolved to seek out Lin Tian and pledge his servitude. He never anticipated that events would unfold in such a serendipitous manner. In a state of utter disarray, Ji Qingshan divulged all these details to Lin Tian, genuinely fearing that Lin Tian might decide to eliminate him on a whim. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's expression shifted slightly as a glimmer of realization crossed his face. So it was because of that fellow Su Qiandu. In truth, Lin Tian had been suspicious of Ji Qingshan's overly respectful demeanor at the entrance of Qingshan residence. He had no prior knowledge of who Ji Qingshan was, yet Ji Qingshan treated him with such deference, implying that he must know something about him. Now, everything made sense. Moreover, Lin Tian could discern that Ji Qingshan was speaking nothing but the truth. Lin Tian then softened his icy demeanor, raising a hand and saying, All right, rise. There is no need to be so tense. But is it really unnecessary to be this tense? You have two headless corpses kneeling beside you. Who wouldn't be anxious in such a situation? Even Su Qiandu would be frightened out of his wits. Thus, Ji Qingshan continued to tremble as he replied, Lin Xiao, I feel that it is better for me to remain kneeling. Observing Ji Qingshan's demeanor, Lin Tian shook his head in resignation. Enough, quickly get up and clean this room. Also, fetch me a set of clean clothes. I don't want Shanshan and the others to see me like this. Ji Qingshan finally noticed Lin Tian's blood-stained attire and hastily stood up, exclaiming, Of course, Lin Xiao, I will attend to it right away. With that, Ji Qingshan dashed out of the private room. Before long, he returned with several individuals dressed in suits, his bodyguards. After all, the scene in the private room was too horrific. If the staff or security at Qingshan residence were to handle it, it might lead to a major incident. The bodyguards were understandably startled, their faces displaying expressions of unbearable discomfort, yet they dutifully commenced the cleanup. Ji Qingshan swiftly found Lin Tian a new outfit. Just as two bodyguards were about to move one of the venerable corpses, a sudden buzzing sound, akin to a communicator vibrating, emanated from the lifeless body. Lin Tian's gaze instantly locked onto the headless corpse. Chapter 131. The day the hunter becomes the prey. Upon seeing Lin Tian's expression, Ji Qingshan immediately shouted, Quick, retrieve that thing. One bodyguard hurriedly searched the headless corpse and indeed found a communicator-like device, flickering with alternating lights. The moment Lin Tian laid eyes on this communicator, his brow furrowed slightly. He had seen this communicator before. Previously, Luo Jinyu, the head of the Luo family, had used an identical device to convey messages. However, after he seized it, the communicator self-destructed. The bodyguard quickly approached Lin Tian, who seized the communicator and pressed the soul button on it. After pressing the button, an aged voice emanated from the communicator. Did you follow the Qin family to Qinghe? What is the situation in Qinghe? This elderly voice caused Lin Tian's brow to furrow slightly. He felt as if he had heard this voice somewhere before. Yet, he could not recall where or who the speaker was. The communicator fell silent, and no one in Lin Tian's vicinity dared to utter a word. The scene descended into a state of seemingly silent embarrassment. Before long, the aged voice from the communicator shifted, becoming more somber as it slowly uttered, Lin Tian? Indeed, the individual on the other end audaciously called out Lin Tian's name. It appeared that through this prolonged silence, he had come to a realization. His subordinate was deceased. The person who had connected to this communicator was undoubtedly the one responsible for his subordinate's demise. Moreover, the head of the Luo family had previously informed him via the communicator that Lin Tian was still alive. Therefore, this person must be Lin Tian himself. Upon hearing the voice from the other side, Lin Tian finally spoke. Who are you? To his surprise, after he had spoken, the voice on the communicator conveyed a hint of delight. Subsequently, it continued, I knew it. During the Battle of Tiandu, I couldn't kill you. Lin Tian's brow furrowed instantly upon hearing this. What do you mean? He suddenly sensed an unusual undertone. It seemed the other party had known all along that he was not dead. It appeared that the annihilation of his Lin family and his own survival were part of the other's scheme. Moreover, the individual showed no surprise at the death of his subordinates. Rather, there was an air of anticipation. The situation had become perplexing. Most importantly, it seemed the other party recognized his voice. He had uttered only 3 words, and yet the individual had immediately confirmed his identity. This indicated that the other party was exceedingly familiar with him. Yet, how could he not recall anyone so familiar? Ha 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 ha. As Lin Tian posed his question, a hearty laughter erupted from the other end of the communicator. Once the laughter subsided, the voice resumed, Lin Tian, come find me. I believe you will surely discover my identity. I hope you find me quickly, so that I can personally end your life. However, I also hope you take your time, allowing me to indulge a little longer. If it ends too soon, it would be rather dull. You must be anxious, not knowing who I am, right? Ha ha ha, I can envision your current expression of rage and humiliation. It is truly amusing. Ha 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 ha. Listening to the voice on the communicator, Lin Tian's expression appeared somewhat peculiar. Rage and humiliation? Far from it, that was entirely unfounded. The other party would certainly not reveal their identity, and with no expectations, the outcome would not impact Lin Tian in the least. The other party clearly sought to maintain an air of mystery, striving to disclose as little information to Lin Tian as possible. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Lin Tian had gleaned an abundance of information from their mere words. He understood that those who sought to eradicate his Lin family were merely pawns in this individual's game. They were of no concern to him. Furthermore, Lin Tian knew that the continued existence of these pawns served only one purpose, to guide him toward this ultimate adversary. Thus, Lin Tian was entirely unperturbed. Even if he were to discover the identity of the mastermind now, it would not alter the situation, for he would still eliminate the pawns of this mastermind. If this were the case, step by step, he would approach this individual. Would it not allow him to wipe out all the enemies of the Lin family? He would spare no foe. Anyone whose hands were stained with the blood of the Lin family would not be allowed to live in this world. This was Lin Tian's promise to the ancestors of the Lin family. On the other end of the communicator, after the laughter ceased, the aged voice turned cold once more as it stated, I will soon issue a global manhunt for you. Lin Tian, you must stay alive. If you perish too soon, it would be exceedingly dull. Upon uttering this, an unusual noise emanated from the communicator in Lin Tian's hand. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, discarding the communicator. The next moment, boom! The device transformed into a fireball. This spectacle startled everyone present. However, upon seeing Lin Tian's expressionless visage, calm as still water, they merely smirked and resumed their tasks. As for Lin Tian, gazing at the burning communicator, He narrowed his eyes slightly. A global manhunt? This individual could actually issue such a decree. This indicated that their status was among the highest in the entire Dragon Nation. Could this truly be someone from the upper echelons? Lin Tian could not be certain. After all, in the realm of the common folk, there existed many individuals of exceptional stature, unrestrained by the current rules. They all possessed the capacity to issue a global manhunt. What did this global manhunt signify? It meant that all families, all factions, and all organizations worldwide would receive the news. They would engage in an unending pursuit of the hunted individual. Only when that person lay lifeless would it cease. Anyone subjected to such a manhunt, even a leader of a nation, would not survive beyond 3 days. It was truly terrifying. Yet for Lin Tian, such a thing appeared trivial, and no matter how dreadful this global manhunt was. Could it surpass the Battle of Tiandu from a decade ago? The only discomfort stemmed from the fact that the other party refused to reveal their identity. The communicator from the Northern Frontier Martial Soldier Research Group had yet to be repaired, and Lin Tian had already spoken with the other end. However, he did not intend to have the researchers fix the communicator, for he wished that the next time he spoke with this individual, it would be he who initiated the contact. At that moment, the roles would shift. Those who fancied themselves hunters would inevitably become prey. Lin Tian then took the garments held by Ji Qingshan and inquired, "Where are my fiancé?" Yes, Ji Qingshan, having overheard the voice from the communicator, was utterly baffled by the cryptic exchanges. VIP Lounge. Young Master Lin, your attire is ready. I shall personally escort you. Lin Tian nodded, remaining silent. Meanwhile, on a towering peak, there lay an ancient-looking place reminiscent of a sect's sanctuary. Though its exterior appeared antiquated, the interior comprised a cluster of villas. At the entrance of this villa cluster,